And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, today I want to hear some stories. First of all, happy Friday, everybody. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Last Friday of the Major League Baseball season for you non-playoff teams. That would be the local 9. But man, oh man, do I want to hear about what happened yesterday out in Oakland. So I was playing in the Willie McCovey golf tournament. Always great. Always great. Sergio Romo, Sean Jelly, JT Snow, D. Lou, Darren Lewis, on and on. My partner, John Barr, the great scout, guy who scouted Buster Posey. What's up, John? Great to see him out here in the Bay, coming in from Philly. But so we were having a great time out at Harding Park, one of my favorite places in the world. But it was the 11th green. I was following the A's game on my phone, and I saw we were getting in the 9th inning, so I went to the audio, and I happened to click on the audio, and I listened to Ken Korach call the final batter. And my players were playing the 11th green. I blew it off. They went to 12T. I blew it off. I just sat in my cart. That's right. We had to take carts. I like to walk. But and listen, and man, I got to tell you, Ken Korach he got me. I got a little, but then again, I might have had my own things going on. But anyway, that's a long way of saying I experienced it with an iPhone to my ear, sitting in a golf cart at the 12T at Harding Park. But you, the guy sitting to my left, who I haven't even said good morning to yet, was there. Marcus Boucher.
Yes, Murph.
Good morning, brother.
Happy Friday. You are correct. It is the last regular season Friday game for all the teams who are not playing in the postseason. It's our last Reggae Friday, so we got to celebrate that. But it was also the last game at the Coliseum yesterday. And man, oh man, what a surreal experience it was. From the get-go, hopping on BART, taking the ride over from the city, walking off of the BART station.
Stop. Where'd you guys go? Embarcadero BART?
Embarcadero to the Coliseum.
Were early A's fans present at the Embarcadero station?
Yeah, there were A's fans, definitely. And boy, oh boy, the place was packed. I think they reported nearly 47,000 people yesterday.
Incredible.
You could barely walk in the stadium. You could barely walk getting off of BART yesterday. But it was a weird feeling because I've taken that walk across the bridge from BART to the Coliseum multiple times. And usually there are loud, let's go Oakland chants or Raiders. You get those kind of chants. But it was eerily quiet. Ooh. It felt like everybody was kind of walking into a funeral. And that's kind of like the feeling around the ballpark. There were a lot of people just kind of embracing the moment. And it's what stood out to me was seeing how many families were at the ballpark and how many kids were breaking down and crying after the game.
That's a school day, by the way.
Yeah, it's a school day. Great job by the parents to let the kids skip school. But seeing the families at the game, and it was a cool kind of morning experience for everybody to get together for one last time. It was awesome just seeing the stadium packed and full and people and the life and the banners and the chants, whether it's Let's Go Oakland or Blank John Fisher. It was one hell of an experience going up to the press box, meeting some of the workers at the stadium. Got to introduce myself to our guy Gus, who we talked to yesterday with Susan Slusser.
Well done, buddy.
I had to just thank him for everything he's done over 34 years.
92 years young.
Yeah.
May you all be.
And still out there.
Rocking your gig at age 92.
So it was crazy just seeing the emotion on people's faces, whether we're talking about the players and Mark Kotsay addressing the crowd after the game, or the fans who were there for all 9 innings, or the workers who were not only thinking about losing their team, but losing their job also.
Damn.
So it was a really surreal experience.
Lot to get into there, man.
Yeah.
A lot to get into. First of all, another typically lousy Oakland day, right?
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, my God.
Mid-70s. And me and Tony were even sitting out there. You could probably see on my face, I'm a little red this morning. Got some sunburn. Man, oh man, I looked up the temperature just because I was curious. It was over 100-something degrees in Las Vegas yesterday. just because I was curious.
That's a hell of a stat.
You're not going to
right
get
there.
any more Oakland day games in 70 degrees in Oakland.
The Chronicle used to have a columnist named John Carroll who wrote in the Datebook section, and he was very popular. He lived in Oakland. He would just occasionally trot out. He goes, "You do know Oakland has the best climate in the world." And I'd be like, you might be right. I mean, it is yeah, I love my Frisco fog. I love, of course, Southern Marin air. Some people like to go out to Danville and bake a little bit. Some people like to go to Levi Stadium and bake a little bit. But Oakland just always is so comfortable. It doesn't get the wicked wind and fog of the west that the Sunset District in San Francisco gets, and it doesn't get the bacon hot San Ramon, Alamo, Walnut Creek situation. Dude, it's just the best of both worlds. Just that little fog from the West Bay cools down that hot air from the from the valley, and it's just always seems like it's always 70 and blue skies, man. And that's what it looked like yesterday.
Yeah, beautiful day at the ballpark.
So you guys had the incredible thing. It's interesting that the first thing you mentioned is that bridge, because I was able to then to come home and relive everything on social media. It was a case where social media was good. Yeah. Comments suck.
Yeah, one of the rare cases, yeah.
But more than one Twitter account I followed just took either pictures or video or wrote little odes to the bridge from BART to the Coliseum.
It's part
For
of the
a lot
experience.
of people, it was like their last, their last, almost like a metaphor. They say when when your doggies slip away, they say they cross the Rainbow Bridge. So that whole deal. But it was like that. You guys were crossing the Rainbow Bridge for the last time to an A's game. So that was an interesting little stretch of land there. That walk from the BART train to the Coliseum is like kind of iconic, and that's it. Now that's it. By the way, that's it. No more of that.
No
more of that.
You're never going to get that atmosphere again. I know there's plans for the Oakland Roots to play games there, but
it's BART to the Roots game.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same. And we even made an appointed effort to stop by the B lot, which was my tailgating lot.
Tell me how that was.
Entire time. We got out there probably around 11:45ish, 12. So some people were already starting to head in. But I want to give credit to the A's fans who tailgated after, because boy, oh boy, it was a party in the parking lot. We were out there until nearly 5 before we decided to hop back on BART. And I saw videos on social media of people out there until like 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah, I'm going till
barbecuing
midnight.
and having a good time.
I'm going till midnight till they throw me out.
Yeah, and that was kind of the feeling in the ballpark, too, even before getting back to the parking lot to tailgate. Just seeing how many people just wanted to stay there. How many people just wanted to hang out? How many people just wanted some dirt from the infield to take home with them? So
I got in the car at the end of the Harding Park deal, and I turned on the leader, and Copes and Tolbert were taking calls. It was awesome.
Nice.
Guys were just, and their phone lines were stacked, and they just wanted people who were leaving the parking lot, and people who were leaving the parking lot were calling, and a lot of them said that they stayed somewhere between 30 to 45 minutes just not leaving their seat.
Yeah.
Which I was like, I hear you, brother. I would have stayed maybe even longer. I thought that Let's Go Oakland chant that Kotze was leading at the end, because I listened for that, too. I listened. I blew off my actually, my partners didn't miss me at all on the 11th. I'm not helping. It was a scramble. I'm not helping this at all.
Yeah, they're not taking your ball
By the way,
anyways.
shout out the savage golf game of Giants lead counsel Jack Bear.
Ooh.
Man, just carving it up out there. And then the good cheer of John Barr. And anyway, I played with this guy named The Beast from Vegas, and a young man named Alex, too. We had a good time. But anyway, I listened to Kotze on the iPhone, too, on the MLB app. And I thought he was fantastic. When he grabbed the mic and had to sort of speak extemporaneously, he was awesome. I thought he spoke from the heart. And then he's like, one more time, man. He led the Let's Go Oakland chant. I was like, that should go for like a half hour. It died out after like about a minute or two. But man, oh man, I was getting, listen, as Green Mountain Boy referenced yesterday, we've had a lot of smack talk between A's fans and Giants fans. It's been there's a lot of wrestling for, all the things we said about Dave Cavill and that stupid Bay Bridge trophy and all that stuff. But in the end, that's your brother. I mean, you don't want baseball leaving your area ever. And I got caught up in it yesterday between Ken Korak and Mark Kotze. In fact, we have the Korak call. Let's play it. It's like a minute long. This is what dude, how lucky was I to I went to my phone because I had to, we're playing in this tournament and everything. But I was keeping an eye on. Then I reached down and I looked. It was the 9th. So I hit audio and I just put it up to my ear like a transistor radio, sitting there on the 11th green and 12th tee at Harding Park. And I actually came in right when this was happening.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Here it is by Mason. He turns, he's ready, he throws in, it's swung on and hit to third. He was left up with it. Schumann, he turns, he throws, and the A's have won it. Mason Miller slams the door on the Rangers as the curtain comes down on 57 incredible years of A's baseball at the Coliseum. It's over. It is over after 57 years of thrills, of heartbreak, but always a sense of community, of fans belonging to something bigger, something special. It was baseball. It was Oakland A's baseball that brought so many people together. There's, of course, a profound sense of loss, of hurt, and yet the memories hopefully will last forever. May those memories be a blessing.
Man, I got caught up. I was like, I texted Korak last night. I said, bro, I told him the whole story. I was like, I was on 11, green 12. I said, I blew off my group. Just listen. I said, you got me, man. And he wrote back a really nice note. Thanks.
Wow, that was my first time hearing that.
Wasn't that good?
And phenomenal job by Ken.
Yeah, man.
He did a great job painting the picture.
And you know what just put it over the top? Cool in the Gang in the background.
Yeah.
How good was that?
It was nice that they got to go out with a win with Mason Miller closing it down.
Yeah, it really was. All right, well, listen, emotional. We'll continue to talk about that, but we got to slowly pivot to an NFL Sunday. And, of course, the 49ers taking on the New England Patriots will be the big story. Maybe some mention of this final Giants homestand, and is there going to be big news with the Giants? So, anyway, I want more stories. We hear young Tony's stories on the other side, too. A's fans everywhere. You just heard what Ken Korak said. You were part of something special. And we'll get into all that and guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Calling all Metallica fans. This is the last day of this contest, and we want to get you these tickets. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. The prize also includes 2 tickets to both shows. You're going to be at both of them if you win. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
As the curtain comes down on 57 incredible years of A's baseball at the Coliseum, it's over. It is over after 57 years of thrills, of heartbreak, but always a sense of community, of fans belonging to something bigger, something special. It was baseball. It was Oakland A's baseball that brought so many people together. There's, of course, a profound sense of loss, of hurt, and yet the memories hopefully will last forever. May those memories be a blessing.
Oh, man, Ken Korak on the A's radio broadcast yesterday, just fantastic, fantastic. I talked to Marty Lurie. True story, man. Marty was at the golf tournament, and I said, Marty, I just heard Ken's final call. It was incredible. He goes, yeah. I talked to him. I told him, you got to be Vin Scully. He's the best. He's the best. Marty's incredible.
Great job, brother.
Then Marty interviewing Sean Jelly, by the way, at the bank. I sent you guys a picture of that. Lower your microphone. I can't hear you. By the way, shout out Sean Jelly as the only current Giant to go to the Willie McCovey Golf Classic. Got in at 2 a.m. last night, or the Wednesday night, Thursday morning, because they played a night game in Arizona. And he was the only one last year, too.
Wow.
And I was standing next to some unnamed Giants who were like, they got to be better. I won't throw these guys under the bus. They were like, current guys got to be better.
Well, I was going to ask, historically, more players do show up to this event?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yes. Usually it's an off day during a homestand. This was a little unfortunate that they had played in Arizona the night before. I will shout out those alums who did show up. Of note, Sergio Romo's classic, man.
That's what's up.
Sergio got emotional again just in the time we were talking to him, we were passing by on carts, and he was talking about the scout who signed him, because I was playing with John Barr, the great scout who signed Buster Posey. And John's just good people too. He's just a great vibe, old Philly Irish guy. And so he was talking about the scout who signed him, and he got emotional about that. But anyway, JT Snow was there. D-Lou, Darren Lewis. I had a good time with D-Lou. JT Snow, D-Lou, Tiny Felder, always a great vibe out of Richmond, California. Did I mention Sergio? Yes. Others I should get to, but the only current one was Sean Jelly. And I'll call him out. I mean, listen, Buster, come on out, buddy. You could lend your presence. I like Buster. He's a great dude. Come on out. We could use you. He's right here, right? He's right. Or is he busy?
And he's a big golfer, right?
Yeah. Is he busy right now?
I don't know. Might be some stuff going on in the front office, Murph.
Is he busy?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Is he going to be the guy?
Does he want to be the guy?
I'm getting vibes that he might. I don't know. I don't think he should be. I think in his situation, by the way, he's not even 40. He's under 40 years old. If I'm him, I stay in the boardroom, man. I just stay in the board, and I'd be the guy behind the guy. And you just stay in that boardroom, and your investment in the team just appreciates decade by decade, so that your kids have hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to fall back on, and you get to be the guy. You're the dude. You get to pick them. You get to be the kingmaker.
And you don't fall in the line of fire and have to face all the criticism.
100%. Dude, he goes to become head of baseball ops. What if he has 3 bad seasons?
That is true. But also, I think Buster Posey has seen 5 out of the last 6 seasons not go the way that the Giants have wanted them to go. The only season that went right was his last season in the bigs when they won 107 games. So we ask these questions. Why would Buster want to step into that role? Well, why did Buster move back to the Bay Area?
Yeah.
I mean, there seems like there's an urge for Buster to want to win to get back to the postseason. So maybe he says, blanket, I'll take the responsibility.
Definitely him moving to the Bay Area is a thing. Now, did he move to the Bay Area just to be in the boardroom and be day-to-day sort of the kingmaker, or to become the guy, to become Farhan? Anyway, we'll find out. Let's take a morning to young Tony Farias, who I'm proud of you two guys. You just showed me a picture of you guys on the field.
On home plate.
By the way, home plate got removed. Did you see that? Somebody took a picture of the dirt outline.
So they took out home plate and they took out the pitcher's mound also. I saw a story before the game yesterday that they were going to use 27 different bags, basically swap them out every inning so that more people would be able to take those bags home with them.
I got to imagine. I was just in Cooperstown a month ago. I got to imagine that stuff goes to Cooperstown.
I would assume so.
And it's got to be in some glass case.
Yeah, I know Shea Langeliers was asking for home plate, but I don't know if he's going to get it.
I'd like to name that case blank you, John Fisher. You know what I mean? You go into the exhibit. I go to the Ted Williams exhibit, the San Diego Chicken exhibit, the Baseball in Latin America exhibit, and then the blank you, John Fisher exhibit. I mean, oh, yeah, there's home plate, blank you, John Fisher.
That's my favorite exhibit, Murph.
But anyway, the picture of you guys at home plate is iconic. And I'm glad, because one day they're going to chop my head off and you guys are going to run this thing. And as your career goes on, and if you guys stay with this, that picture of you two at home plate is going to be a treasured keepsake. All right, so save it in your phones.
Oh, I've got it saved, Murph.
When you guys are like my age, you're going to look back at that picture.
And check this out. We not only have a photo from home plate, we have a photo from the top of Mount Davis. We scaled the mountain, Murph.
Wow.
We got up there into a wasteland where there was like a couple security guards. There was like half a Raiders logo still hanging on to one of the Coors Light like beer stands. It was like, it looked like post-apocalyptic Coliseum up there. And we had access, and we went all the way up to Mount Davis. I got a couple photos up there.
Can I applaud you guys? I'm going to applaud you guys. That's awesome. Young Tony. So, first of all, propers on getting out there. If you got to go. You can't go to an A's game unless you get your ass on BART and get out there. So, good job on doing that. Your stories. I want to hear your version, buddy. How'd the date, as Chuck Woolery would say, how'd the date end? How did it go?
Dude, unbelievable. Just phenomenal. I really enjoyed myself. I mean, this is a ballpark that has 57 years worth of history. You can feel it when you're there. And I just kept telling Marcus, this is a moment in time. We are here. This is a moment in time that will never, ever be taken away from both of us being there. Mm-hmm. So many families, so many people that have been, generations of A's baseball. We climbed Mount Davis. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And I love that Coliseum. I will say, I said that last time when I was with the Brewers, when I was at that series. It's an underrated stadium. And I know it's the last dive bar. There's issues with it, but it's a great place to see a ball game.
Well, I got to keep it real now. One knock that always bothered me, even when I was on the beat, anytime I went to a game, too much foul territory. Too much foul territory.
It's actually funny. During the game, there was a ball caught in foul territory, and I said, Tony, that's going to be the furthest foul ball ever caught, or the last one in that area, because no other ballpark's built like that.
That'll be like if you had a GPS or an analytic on the last foul ball that was the farthest from the playing field to be caught, that was it.
That was it yesterday.
They will never build another park like that again, and so I shouldn't say never. There might be a nostalgia wave 40 years from now. I want to get back to the multi-purpose stadiums, man. I want to play football and baseball in the same place. Let's build some AstroTurf stadiums. No, you're right. But to me, so obviously what it did was you were too far from the field, so that was my one constant knock was beautiful weather. And when the center field was open, it was gorgeous with the hills. But I hated that foul territory.
Also, something I just realized, too, that was the last time we will ever see a pitcher warm up on the field with the bullpen mounds on the field still.
Yeah.
Because the A's and the Giants were the last two teams, and we know the Giants are in center field now.
Who knows if somebody builds one in the future where they forget to... The story was the Giants forgot to put the bullpen. Yeah. That's the story. Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but I'm going with it. So anyway, some more, kid. What about getting to Mount Davis? Did you feel like you were on a caper?
Dude, it was wild.
Some hijinks?
Like, we could see the whole bay. You could see the Golden Gate Bridge.
Did the flyover, buzz your head up there?
No, so we weren't at Mount Davis at that point. Okay. But it's funny, when we talk about the eyesore that is Mount Davis, you forget how beautiful of a view it is from the top of Mount Davis looking over the rest of the bay.
You can see
the San Francisco skyline. You can see everything from up there.
Any fear of heights up there?
Dude, I started to feel like a little vertigo. I was like, man, we are high up. But I've sat up there a bunch of times for Raider games back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, man. You got a little height.
Yeah, we looked down. I was looking at Leody Tavares in center field, and I was like, he looked tiny. Yeah. It was wild. And yeah, you do get fear of heights a little bit. Gets like nosebleeds up there, thin air. It was cool. I will say that is a cool place to see a ball game. Really high up there. I don't know about a Raiders game sitting up there, but you're up there, bro.
All those Dodger fans that cheer at every pop-up, they should all sit in Mount Davis because that's what every fly ball looks like from up there.
Exactly. They all look like they're going out. Now, Murph, we can't bury the lead. Maybe the number one story yesterday, me and Tony took one last trip to the troughs.
Oh, yes.
Had to, bro. And man, oh man, it was like a celebration after the game ended. We walk in and dudes were hyped. They're like, come to the same trough as me. Come to the same trough as me.
Did somebody take a trough?
No one took a trough. But then maybe the best moment of the day, me and young Tony are washing our hands. Because,
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to spread germs or anything. And Tony just yells out, hey, on the count of 3, let me hear you say trough. 1, 2, 3. And the entire bathroom goes, trough!
No freaking way.
The entire bathroom, Tony. The entire bathroom.
You should have led with that story, dude. That's
it was
incredible.
Insane.
Tony, give me a background on that, buddy.
Dude, wild. So Marcus and I were both like, we were upstairs. We were in the nice area. We didn't have a trough.
No, I was like, bro, I got to take a trip to the trough before I leave.
So just riffing. Like, it was just off the cuff. I didn't even think about it. I was like, hey, somebody walked in saying, oh, this is my last trough visit, this, that, the other. I was like, hey, everybody say trough on 3, 1, 2, 3. And then everybody just yells out trough.
That's like Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce. We're going to win today. We're going to do this thing. Trough on me. Trough on 3. 1, 2, 3. Trough.
Dude, it was hilarious. And then Tony had the follow-up line because another guy goes, wait, do it again. I want to record it. And Tony goes, bro, you can't be recording in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
You can't record in the bathroom.
Somebody actually, Scott Strazzante of the Chronicle did a photo essay the final day, and he does have a picture of a guy from the behind taking a pee. I'm like, I hope you got illegal arrangements at Publicis.
Yeah, that's a little sketchy.
One of the guys who called the afternoon boys after the game talked about, he goes, I wanted to take a selfie in the trough, but at the last second, I thought better of it, is what he said.
Yeah, I didn't think, I was like, damn, things could get crazy. Might be people bathing in the troughs before we leave.
Man, I'm surprised nobody ripped him out. All right, guest list on a Friday, 9/27/24. Getting near the end, man. October around the corner, boys. Little Rory's birthday on October 1. He's got a good birthday, October 1st. And he'll be a teenager. How about that? But anyway, point is, we're getting to the end of September, and October begins. October baseball without your Giants. Young Tone, what you got?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, we will transition. We will talk some NFL. Brian and Bobby's best bets. Week 4 is underway. That is at 6:50 this morning. Mike Krukow at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. John Lynch joins the show at 8 a.m. We're thinking cooler content at 8:30. Larry Krueger, we had to punt him from yesterday. He's going to join the show at 8:50. And then time to come to Papa on a Friday, 9:30 this morning, Greg Papa.
And I have a little booking jealousy. I mean, I can't get mad at John Joe Curley for getting me Yaz, Fred Lynn, and Spike Lee in the same year. But Bob Melvin joins Papa in London at 10:15 this morning. That's a good one because I think he was out there. That's what Papa said. According to Greg Papa, Melvin went out there, which is pretty darn cool. So anyway, we'll listen to that. Everybody will tune in and listen to that. Okay, on the other side, if you guys want to get into like Topes and Colbert did this yesterday. Topes and Colbert. How about that?
Topes and Colbert.
That's the new name.
It's a phenomenal afternoon show.
Somebody called in and they were like Tolbert and Kerps, and they have a rejoin for it. I hear it all the time.
Anyway, the afternoon boys took calls. We can do the same. If you were out there yesterday, you're up this morning, you're grinding it out to work, give us a call at 808 KNBR. If you were there yesterday, want to hear your stories. 808 KNBR, and then we'll do the football at 6:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Here it is by Mason. He turns, he's ready, he throws, and it's swung on and hit to third. He was left up with it. Schumann, he turns, he throws, and the A's have won it. Mason Miller slams the door on the Rangers as the curtain comes down on 57 incredible years of A's baseball at the Coliseum. It's over.
Man, Kenny Korak, he got me. He got me. If you heard us at 6:00, wait a minute. What am I hearing right now? Am I hearing a reggae?
I think we've played this on the show before. This is Kool and the Gang Celebration Reggae Remix.
Hell to the yes.
Look at you, Tony.
Are you kidding me? I mean, is it the best reggae cover of Kool and the Gang ever? No. But I'm here for it.
I'll take it.
I'm here for it.
I'll
yes.
take it, Murph.
If you can find a reggae cover of Tower of Power, then we'd be rolling, man. So
if you can find me a reggae
Actually,
cover
I'm-
of any Mr. Fab song, I'll give you some credit.
I'm starting to feel this a little bit. I told you guys yesterday, for 45 years I've been jealous and hyped that the A's have continued to use that, and I'm so glad they got to play it yesterday too. The Giants have never found that proper song you play at the end of a game. The Dodgers, I Love LA, undeniably cool and fun, dude. It is. Lakers do it too. What do you got? Your boy, Francis Albert Sinatra, and you guys were playing. You were playing it last night.
Start spreading the news.
Congrats! You outlasted my O's.
Yankees clinch the AL East.
I'm kind of bummed.
I'll stop now, everybody. I'm sorry.
I'll see you in October.
All right, we'll see you in October.
All right,
I'll see
man.
your birds in October.
But yeah, the Yankees have the iconic.
Yeah.
By the way, I've been at a Yankee playoff clinch in 2000, and it just played over and over and over and over and over. I was like, bro, this is like the 17th straight time. And as soon as it ends, New York, because it ends with a big line, New York, da, 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 boom, then it ends. Dun, 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 dun. I'm like, here we go again, man. I'm like,
Re-racking it, baby. Re-racking it. Yeah, but it was a nice touch that the A's got the win with Mason Miller on the bump. And then, you got to hear Kool and the Gang one last time.
All right, we asked for some calls for you guys who are out there. 808 KNBR. Pat in Concord says he was out there yesterday. So, Pat, good morning. You're on KNBR. Tell us your story, man. How are you?
Morning, Pat.
Good morning, boys.
What's going on?
I got there at about like 8:45. The vibes were going. The mariachi band was going in the parking lot.
Nice.
I got in as soon as the gates opened, and when the game was starting and the flyover happened,
Man.
I definitely shed a couple thug tears there, man. That was something else. I did not expect that.
Damn.
Couple quick memories. I'm the same age as Waterboy. And my first game I really remember there is 2000 Pedro Martinez versus Mark Mulder. That was an all-timer. And then I was at the 2018 Sean Manaea no-hitter with my cousin.
Solid, dude.
Yeah.
It's funny, Pat. I mean, I agree with you on the flyover. I was like, wow. First of all, I thought the A's, they can't get out of their own way. They've screwed this whole thing up. I honestly, my take was, I can't believe they arranged a flyover and it pulled it off.
Yeah, that made me... It really made it feel big and important.
Pat, what about how shocked were you to see Barry Zito grab the mic and sing the Star Spangled Banner?
that was definitely a little part of the emotions too, for sure.
So cool. Barry to fly out from Nashville, he's doing his thing.
I went to 15 games this year, and that was as many as I could make with my work schedule, man. But it was a hell of a last year, for sure.
Nice. Now, Pat, did you stay after for the tailgate, or how long did you hang around the Coliseum?
I hung out for about 45 minutes or so, maybe to an hour, and then I got in the long line for Bart. That was another experience.
Yes. I was going to ask, man, those lines, even, forget the last game of the Coliseum, it's always, if you have any kind of crowd out there, you got to pack your patience at Bart. Pat. Yeah. Well, Pat,
I just told myself it was the last time.
Yeah,
so.
man. See, we talked about that bridge at the start of the show.
That's across that bridge. Yeah.
So, Pat, man, sounds like you soaked it all in, man, and that's all you can do. And now you just go forward and see what happens in your next. Will you follow him up to Sac or no?
Oh, I'm sure I'll go up there a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Why
listen.
not?
Call anytime, brother, and I'm glad you got to enjoy the day.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, Pat and Concord. By the way, incredible landline on Pat right there.
Great pipes on
phenomenal.
that guy, too.
I know, yeah, Pats, don't be a stranger. Alex in Livermore is checking in. Hopefully he was out there yesterday. Alex, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Alex?
What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, Brian and Bobby's best bets are coming.
Yeah, right around the corner.
What you got?
Yeah, so I know Adam from Livermore called yesterday, so I was able to get him out there. It was awesome. I was at the game, got there around 7:30. I was saying that, having that parking lot, packed like that with all the tailgaters really brought me back to my childhood, because ever since I was a kid in kindergarten, all the way from kindergarten to my senior year in high school, every year I would always be taken out of school to go to opening day. So really brought me back to my memories of being a kid. Every Tuesday, go get those $2 taquitos. Every Wednesday, get the $1 hot dogs. So it really brought me back to all those memories. I've lived in Seattle for the past couple of years, so I wasn't able to get to a lot of A's games. So to have that that yesterday really brought a blast from the past. So it was awesome.
That's a really good call, because the Coliseum parking lot is a thing. And obviously it's associated with Raiders games, but for that to be, because everybody's talking about, the field or the center field, but the parking lot being romantic, because it's not a romantic place, man. It's like this just kind of concrete.
But there's no tailgate parking lot like it.
But you guys had your vibes out there. I mean, that's fantastic.
Nothing like it.
Oh, bro. Well, I'm really glad you got to go out there and vibe it. So appreciate your memory, man. Thanks for the call. Alex in Livermore saying the parking lot was his romance. How about that?
Yeah, man, I can't tell you how many stories I have from the parking lot just as a kid walking around and not knowing anybody and getting free tacos, or even when I'm in high school getting free Modelo's and stuff when I shouldn't have been drinking out there in the parking lot. I've had a lot of good times out there.
Waterboy bent the rules? Wait, what?
Oh, no. What? Me a trouble?
Going back to reaching into the Orioles dugout.
And shout out to our texter earlier who checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, who was watching our Instagram live of us walking across the bridge on Bart and pointed out that I was a cool uncle buying young Tony a beer, which of course was a Modelo.
By the way, the Tony Bennett Mafia is coming at me, and I'm with. Okay, I need to clarify. I freaking love I Left My Heart in San Francisco. I love it, but it's not right at the final out. I'm kind of splitting hairs here a little bit. I'm talking about right at the final out to have that song. Of course. I freaking love it. And I've seen some people suggest on the text line, got to get rid of Tony Bennett, man. It's too old and slow. I'm like, no, bro, no. That is actually fabulous. And the iconic, the video they roll of the city is so good. But the only thing I was just saying was right at the final out.
Yeah, because after the final out, at least this year, in the last couple of years, they've been playing Calvin Harris, Giant.
Yeah.
I am,
yeah, but
Giant.
they've been struggling for years to find one.
Yeah.
It changes every few years. So believe me, no bigger supporter of Tony Bennett than me on this show, particularly in the old heads. My mom's favorite all-time singer. I got tons of Tony Bennett records. Believe me, Pope of Greenwich Village had 2 seats from Tony Bennett. That's success. I'm with you. So don't come at me. I just was referring to the final out.
I got
That's
you, Murph.
Okay,
I got you.
Thank you very much. All right. Hey, Mark Kotze, I thought was really cool. He's, of course, doing his whole manager. He grabbed the mic, and I thought he was really good. So we have some of the comments here from Mark Kotze on the field at the end of the game.
And last, I want to thank you guys for coming out today to share this moment with the club that I'm so proud of. We've played our asses off this year. We still got 3 left, gentlemen. I think we all should pay homage to this amazing stadium that we've had the privilege and pleasure of enjoying for 57 years. And I ask you for one more time to start the greatest cheer in baseball. Let's go, Oakland!
Man, awesome. Fantastic. Kotze, fabulous. Loved it. So from 2006 to 2011, I coached juniors baseball in North Oakland, South Oakland Little League.
That's right.
And we were the guy I hooked up with, Coach Max, and I got to be thinking about Coach Max, one of the biggest A's fans I've ever met in my life. We were the A's. I was his assistant. So, I wore an A's hat for 6 years. And it was always like hard for me. And I was like, oh. But our parents were hardcore Oakland people. And we, in our games, the 13, 14-year-old baseball game, the parents would chant, "Let's go Oakland," at our little games at Bushrod and up at Caldecott and all that. So our parents would go, "Let's go Oakland." And I was like, look at me. Coaching this freaking team with I'm wearing an A's hat.
Look at you,
me.
Oakland Murph. I like that, but I do want to add one little nugget to this story because me and young Tony were out in the outfield, out near the bleachers, near the treehouse when Mark Kotsay was giving this speech, and immediately when he said, "Now join me for the greatest chant in baseball one last time," there was a group of fans who immediately started, "Blank John Fisher." Blank John Fisher.
Hey, they are correct, man.
I'm like, damn, that is a pretty good chant.
By the way, I was told by some people that he and Dave Cavill don't go to games. They haven't gone all year.
They ain't showing face.
It's a safety issue. Safety issue. So they weren't there.
I saw the mayor was out there yesterday. The mayor of Oakland was out there.
Well, she's got her own things going on.
Yeah, I know, but she was showing face.
All right.
At least she showed her face at the Coliseum yesterday.
That's true. But
I'll give her credit for that.
Now, in fairness, maybe she could have, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe she's got her own things going on.
She's got her own things going on. By the way, 4 and 5 mentions great Lou Gehrig echo on the Kotsay speech. I felt the same thing live when I was listening, and you could tell it was messing with Kotsay. I've had to do stuff on the field before, and that microphone echo will mess with you. You got to focus. So from Lou Gehrig to Mark Kotsay, the echo, you got to focus. It makes you speak really short sentences because you got to let the echo go.
Go.
John Miller does that very well.
John Miller's the best.
All right. We did the first 44 minutes on A's baseball in honor of Reggie Jackson, 44. And actually, he didn't wear 44 with the A's, did he? He wore 9, I think, didn't he?
You are correct, I believe. Yeah.
So who wore 44 for the A's? Did McCovey wear it in his time there?
Ooh.
I'll have to look that up. Anyway, point is that it's time for football. We can get back to the A's a little bit later, but it's time for Brian and Bobby's, well, I put best in air quotes, bets.
They're bets.
Next on the Sports Leader. Amici's. We had a great visit with Amici's this week. They brought in pizza. The boys were dazzled. I was dazzled. We're all dazzled. Let's talk about just something Amici's does that's like just a nice little feature that maybe you don't know about. It's their half-baked pizzas. Half-baked pizzas. Simple idea, super convenient. So Amici's makes the pizzas. They cook them halfway through. So then you take it home. And then when you're ready, keywords, when you're ready, you slide them into the oven. Shout out White Snake, and finish cooking in less than 5 minutes. Slide them out. Put it back in the box even. No dishes to clean. And I'm telling you guys, man, it is the way to go. It's like coming right out of the oven. So the crisp is nice and hot, and the cheese is bubbling. Quite frankly, it's better than delivery, to be honest now. All right, so for the rest of September, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's will give you 20% off that pizza. Once again, 20% off for the rest of September. Any size half-baked pizza from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's Best Bets on the Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
All right. We're laughing. If you know, you know. IYK. All right. Well, listen, first of all, it's Friday, so we should be in a great freaking mood. Second of all, thanks to all the A's fans who checked in, and we'll continue to do that after Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. But it is a Friday in the fall. That means what used to be the Friday football forecast that has now become Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, a staple in your freaking life. And you know what? I'm here. I think I'm just here to give people hope. Because they go through their life like, I'm having a tough day. But at least I'm not Murph's Picks. You know what I mean? Like, you go outside, there's a nail in your tire. You're like, there's a nail in my tire. But at least I'm not Murph's Picks.
Yeah, at least I'm not Saturday Murph.
Maybe you get home and you get a bill from the IRS. You're like, I paid those taxes, but at least I'm not Murph's Picks. I stand before you guys. You know what? Adversity breeds character, and we ain't backing down here at the Saturday Murph Corner. All right? The college football landscape's been a little tricky this year. A little tricky. You know why it's tricky? Because Stanford's in the freaking ACC. That's why it's tricky. Because UCLA's in the Big Ten. That's why it's tricky. What the hell's going on? I'm a mess. I lost both games last week.
You want to give your thoughts on the six-pack, by the way, the new Pac-12, the Pac-6?
By the way, my take on that is, drop the label. You're not the Pac-12. First of all, I'll say this forever. I was never a Pac-12 guy. Colorado and Utah, what are you talking about? I barely acknowledge Arizona State. I'm a Pac-8 guy.
Wow.
You got the name Pac in your title, Pacific. Your state has to touch the coast.
Yeah. Now, me personally, Murph, I've been more of a 30-pack guy.
For sure. of Busch Light, perhaps?
Yeah,
anyway,
give me a 30-rack, Tony.
Last week, I told you guys in a pre-taped Brian and Bobby's Best Bet that was rocking from the off-air studio. Did we curse in that one? I forget.
Yeah, I think I called the Carolina Panthers doggies.
Okay.
And then they went out and straight up beat the Raiders.
Did we drop in Schefter at the right times, too? We did.
Listen, we did.
It was a lock that LSU was going to beat UCLA by 4 touchdowns. And I'm in Kansas City with my buddies. And, we're doing, whatever. We're hanging out. We're ingesting things. And I'm like, I look up. It's 17-17 at half. I'm like, what the blank is going on here? How Deshaun Foster's crew covered that spread, I'll never know. So anyway, I lost that one. And then the other one was SC Michigan, which was a great game. Thought I might have sneaked it out somehow, some way. Michigan grinded that one. That shocked me. So I took a couple on the chin. And that was after I rode with SC, too. So I stand before you. Ready for this? 1-5. I was going through this morning when I was showering, don't you know?
Ouch.
Get that image out of your head. And
I don't know what's worse, the image of you showering or your picks being 1-5 this year.
And I was thinking, is this the worst start in my forecast career? And I was like, I think, we've been doing it a long time. I think I might have had a similar start once or twice. And you know what? Every freaking time I bounce back. Every freaking time.
Tell them, Murph.
You gotta have a rubber ass when you make these picks.
You gotta bounce back, Murph.
Where am I going? Right back to what I just condemned, Stanford in the ACC. So Stanford won that game in Syracuse last Friday night. How about that? Shout out Platzi and all them. Then they got to fly all the way back, take their egghead classes, get on a plane, and fly back to the East Coast again, going back to Clemson. How about that? At Syracuse one Saturday, at Clemson the next Saturday. Now,
yeah, but as Justin Wilcox told us a couple weeks ago, Murph, they have these things called planes now.
So Stanford is a 21.5-point underdog at Clemson. It's a 7 o'clock game at night in Death Valley. There's every reason in the world to think Clemson will boat race them. Clemson appears to be, quote-unquote, back. They're winning games again. They got that quarterback who's running crazy. They're beating nobodies, though. They're beating nobodies. And I'll tell you what, By the way, it's a great stat. Stanford and Clemson have only played once before. It was the 1986 Gator Bowl. I think I remember that game, believe it or not. And then the other one was California teams that have played at Death Valley. One. Right? And dude, we could be here till the cows come home and you'd never get Long Beach State. When they had football, played there in 1990.
Wow.
So this is an insane culture clash. Stanford at Clemson. Shout out Dwight Clark and all them. But I'm getting 21.5, and Stanford has covered the spread twice in their first 3 games. Give me Stanford in 21.5.
That's a lot of points,
Yeah, and Dabo, I'm not believing they're all the way back. I think they're picking on the Little Sisters of the Poor. I know it's a tough travel week. I know it. I get it, and that haunts me a little bit. But can you cover 21.5? The answer is yes. Stanford's a little bit better than you think. Troy Taylor's a good coach. I think Clemson's not as good as you think. I am fearful of back-to-back East Coast trips. Just keep it within 21, boys, and all will be well. All right?
I love that Mr. UCLA is not only looking for another friendship in the Bay Area. After making friends with Cal, his only winner on the year, he's now reaching out to Stanford down on the peninsula.
I got Platzi. Well, that's your team. That's your squad.
That's it, baby.
So I'm riding with you.
Let's go.
All right, buddy?
I'll wear my Stanford hat on Monday if they win.
And this is why I'm 1-5, because I'm just doing stupid things like I'm staying away from Georgia Bama. By the way, it's a great game, but it's like a pick 'em. I'd be flipping a coin, which is kind of what I do anyway. UCLA, I'm going back there. Can you believe it?
Wow.
UCLA, Oregon, but this is interesting for a few notes. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff. The entire reason they got out of the Pac-10 was because of the 8 o'clock kickoffs. And here we are back with another freaking 8 o'clock kickoff. And it's UCLA, Oregon in a Big Ten game. Make it make sense.
Ooh, Big Ten after dark.
Make it make sense. They're like, we got to get out of these games. The first thing they do is play an 8 o'clock kickoff. I was like, It's like what they call jumbo shrimp, military intelligence, all those oxymorons. How do you join the Big Ten and immediately have an 8 o'clock game against Oregon?
Jumbo shrimp.
So that's the old George Carlin bit. Anyway, I'm getting 25.5. Now, Oregon's only had one good game this year. They smoked Oregon State. I lost in that game. Dylan Gabriel, obviously, potential Heisman Trophy candidate. UCLA can't run the ball at all. But you're giving me 25.5 at the Rose Bowl. I got to believe that Sean Foster's club was closer to the team that played at LSU than the team that got blown out by Indiana. So if I believe they're closer to the team that played at LSU and kept it close than the team that got blown out at Indiana, they can cover a 25.5 point spread. Don't let me down, Deshaun. Don't let me down, Superfan. And the picks are in. Saturday, Murph. And then the clock turns midnight, and it becomes Sunday, Boucher.
Sunday. And let's reset for the people who have not been keeping up with Bobby Boucher's best bets this year. I am now 3-3 on the season. So, Murph, some people would say that Bobby Boucher's best bets are somewhat breaking even. 500 record on the season, 3 wins, 3 losses, went 1-1 last week. We mentioned the Las Vegas Raiders losing their home opener against Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers. That was my loss on the week. Got my win on Monday night with the Buffalo Bills, easily covering that 5-point spread against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So now we turn the corner, and we're looking for a weekend with multiple winners so that we can get above 500. And Murph, this weekend, I'm looking for my get back. Raiders couldn't get the job done last weekend, so I'm going with the 0-3 Cincinnati Bengals, taking on the Carolina Panthers. And I know Andy Dalton. How about him, Tony?
What about Andy Dalton? Okay. How about him?
Andy Dalton, who I believe became the first quarterback to throw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns last week against that Raiders defense.
No other NFL quarterback has done that
and
this
year. Is a revenge game against his Cincinnati Bengals team that he used to play for, but there's just no way in hell I can see Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and the Bengals dropping to 0-4 on the season. It's only a 4.5 point spread. In the world of NFL, in the world of betting, we overreact. If you would have told me before the season started that I could have got the Bengals less than a touchdown against the Panthers, I'm making that bet every single day of the week. So I think this is a statement game. And Joe Burrow actually looked pretty damn good on Monday night for the reports about his wrist.
You talking about his pregame outfit that's gotten so much buzz?
I mean, Joe Burrow, Slim Shady, a bunch of different looks, looking more like Ellen DeGeneres right now.
Some people were saying.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Indigo Girls, perhaps.
I don't care. I want him to look like a winner this weekend, Murph, so I'm taking Joe Burrow and the Bengals on the road in Carolina, minus 4.5 points against Andy Dalton as my first bet.
Andy Dalton right now, and by the way, have you seen the ginger mop, too? By the way, he's got a new style going on that thing.
Baby.
It's crazy. Dude, he right now is in his freaking hotel room just listening and absolutely fueling up on your hate right now, dude. He's like, all right, water boy, you want some? You got some.
Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. a Cumulus Media station. So,
well, hopefully the Red Rifle shoots his eye out this weekend. That's a Christmas Story reference, people. All right, it's a Christmas Story reference. Moving on to Bobby Boucher's best bet number 2. Murph, I was looking at the dogs this week because I love getting some points and I love some underdogs. Was taking a look at that Rams matchup against the Bears. They're surprisingly getting 3 points, but I am concerned about that Bears defense, and it looks like it might rain this weekend out in Chicago, so I'm staying away from that game. Instead, I'm going to go into the Dome down in Atlanta, where we have a divisional game in the NFC South. The Falcons hosting the New Orleans Saints, and on ESPN, they have it as a 2.5-point spread.
Yes.
Now, my book during the week, I got 3, but I'll play by the rules. I'll take the 2.5 points with the New Orleans Saints as underdogs because I straight up think that they're going to win the game this weekend. I'm not sold on Kirk Cousins with the Atlanta Falcons. We talked about how he has slumped now, being taken out of that Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, Mike Shanahan system. They're not world beaters, so I was surprised to see that they're even favorites in this matchup. Meanwhile, the New Orleans Saints have been one of the hottest teams in the league. I know they lost last week to the Philadelphia Eagles, but that was a back-and-forth defensive battle. Dennis Allen has this defense playing great. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, is making plays all over the field. Chase Young's on that defensive line now. Maybe a piece that, the Niners could use this weekend. But then you look at the offense with Derek Carr, Taysom Hill's back in the lineup. Alvin Kamara is putting up Christian McCaffrey-like stats. I like the Saints this weekend in a division game on the road, getting 2.5 points. I'll take the points, and I'll take them on the money line for the upset victory.
how do we explain the Saints laying an egg against the Eagles, though?
Offensively, Derek Carr was pressured a lot. And Derek, a lot of the time when he's under pressure, he can't rely on the deep ball. And if the checkdowns aren't there, he's going to get stopped. But I was more impressed by the Saints' defense overall. And they probably should have won that game if it wasn't for a last-minute effort on the Eagles' part.
I don't know what to make of the Falcons. I agree everything about, but they beat the Eagles 22-21 on that last-second drive by Kirk Cousins in Philly, and then they hung with the Chiefs. I think they covered in that game, didn't they? 22-17. Did the Falcons covered in that game?
That sounds like a cover.
But anyway, so I don't know. I don't know what they're what to make of those guys, but that's as good a pick as anybody. The Saints, and as far as Cincinnati, Carolina, that's interesting. So, for example, last night, I'm in that pool, and I'm what's funny? I've been actually doing pretty darn well in the NFL this year in that pool. I'm getting my balls beat in college this year. But last night in the NFL, I got the New York Giants in 4.5, and I went with it short week, road, and I was like, the Giants might be starting to put it together and blank the Cowboys in general. Lost by 5. Apparently the spread was up to 5.5 by kickoff.
And that missed field goal.
So
at
we
the
always
end of the
get
game.
the pool I'm in. You have to go with the Tuesday spread. So if I still would have, if I had 5.5, I would have loved it, and they would have covered.
Yes, they would have.
And by the way, shout out the Cowboys kicker. My God, 60 yards is like just a walk in the park, huh?
Yeah, but then he shanked that last one that would have covered the spread in the fourth quarter to put him up by 8.
Malik Neighbors, by the way. Dude and a half, but he got a concussion last night.
Yeah, scary to see. A lot of people went down. Michael Parsons got carted off the field last
his
night.
X-rays were negative, and he might have an MRI. But a very unimpressive win by the Cowboys. I mean, they had the flags everywhere and all that.
I know, and Dak Prescott only got me 16 points in the matchup between the Kittle Rascals and the mid-segment reads.
Bro, that was a little too much.
You thought it was too many points.
Way too much. My quarterbacks have been putting up single digits, dude.
But he had like 13 in the first quarter. I thought he was going to have a bigger day.
I know, but still, I didn't like it. Kittle Rascals and mid-segment reads are going head-to-head. I could have done with Dak Prescott doing a Tony Richardson impression and putting up like 7.
I don't like it.
Which is why he ain't starting for me this week.
Ooh.
All right, you're going against bad boy Baker Mayfield, bro.
Wow,
you better watch out.
I'm surprised at this point Murph hasn't just picked up Andy Dalton to play against me just to taunt me.
Thought about
just
it.
to taunt me.
By the way, that hair is something.
What about Andy Dalton?
Okay.
How about him?
All right, guys. Let's get to our couch potato guide. That's one thing I can get right, as opposed to the frickin' Saturday disaster that's going on. Honorable mention: UCLA, Oregon, 8 o'clock. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about 8 o'clock. How the hell did this happen? The entire point was to not do this at 8 o'clock, and now we're doing it at 8 o'clock, UCLA, Oregon on Fox. We used to call those the sweatpants and wine games. For you older guys who aren't partying, you guys are out in the town. When you hit our age and you're not out in the town, you throw on the sweats, you start pouring the wine, UCLA, Oregon, 8 o'clock's pretty good option.
Sweatpants and wine night. Doesn't sound bad.
The sweatpants. That's going to be the name of my album, Sweatpants and Wine. And then the other honorable mention game is, it's fun. This Big Ten has given us all these Rose Bowl matchups. USC, Michigan last week. This week, USC, Wisconsin. I'm going to leave you all in the dust. I'm going to be talking to my Sam's, the ghost of Sam Spear right now. 1962 Rose Bowl, Ron Vanderkellen, SC, Wisconsin. Anybody? All right. USC, Wisconsin at 12:30 on CBS. That should be fun. That's honorable mention. Doesn't make the cut because I'm starting with my one-star game. Listen, if we're going to reprise the 1986 Gator Bowl, it's going to make my top 5. All right. So Stanford at Clemson. I'm interested. Stanford winning that game in Syracuse was intriguing. I understand they're 21.5-point dogs, but it's going to be fun to see them there as only the second California team ever to play in Death Valley, joining Long Beach State from 1990. Wow. What a stat. But anyway, that's a 4 o'clock game. Of course, you can hear that on our sister station, KNBR 1050, right?
Nice plug, Murph. Nice
you can
plug.
hear my guy Platzi, right? So there you go. So that's my 1-star game. My 2-star game is a Sunday nighter that you stayed away from. Bills-Ravens.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's a good game.
Yes.
A lot of running in that game.
A lot of running, and it's also looking like it's going to rain out in Baltimore Sunday night. So that's a tough game to pick. I stayed away from that one.
So that's a 5:20 kick Sunday night NBC. And by the way, that will be on KNBR 680 and 104.5 if you're out doing your Sunday night chores. Who does Sunday night chores? I don't know. But anyway, that's my 2-star pick. My 3-star pick is a game you also stayed away from, which has relevance for the 49ers. That's why I put it. It's the Minnesota Vikings at the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love may be back at this game. We don't know. Tracking to play, they say.
Yeah, and currently the spread is Green Bay Packers -3. So that tells me that Vegas knows that Jordan Love is most likely playing this weekend, because I don't think that they would be the favorite with Malik Willis at quarterback.
Is there a reason you stayed away from it?
Because the uncertainty. Yeah, like if we know Jordan Love's playing, I'd probably go with the Packers. But if Malik Willis is out there, he's going to struggle against that Brian Flores defense.
Is this the game where Sam Darnold truly plants his flag? And if he wins at Lambeau?
Ooh.
You know?
That's a statement.
I know it's still September. Steve Young told us September is the preseason. But still, this is a big test for Sam Darnold. And this could affect the Niners. Actually, if you're a Niner fan, quite frankly, you're rooting for the Packers. You are, because if you still believe the Niners can make something out of this season, which we'll talk to John Lynch about at 8 o'clock, not so sure they can. You know what I mean? It's not going that well. 2 more injuries yesterday at practice. We'll have to get into that. But if you truly believe the Niners are going to be jockeying for seeding in the playoffs, you don't need anybody running away with the 1 seed. And right now, Minnesota's running away with the 1 seed. So you want them to come back to earth. You're rooting for the Packers in that one. That's a 3-star game, 10 a.m. on CBS. That's a good one, 10 a.m. on CBS. 4-star game is the game I stayed away from because I just can't get a feel for it because Kalen DeBoer is brand new. And also Kirby Smart has a terrible record against Alabama. He's only beat them once. But Georgia's Georgia. And my boy St. Simon's Johnny bought me my run the damn ball. I was driving in, man. I'm crossing the Golden Gate Bridge this morning. I said, I forgot my freaking hat.
Oh, that was going to be your
Friday hat. Well, you know what? We'll start it in October because September's the preseason.
There it is.
But it's going to be my Friday football hat. Run the damn ball. And St. Simon's Johnny got me that hat at the Georgia bookstore. So I wanted to get Georgia, but I stayed away from it. I'm going to watch it, though. Georgia-Bama, the college football game of the century, except for there's going to be 12 teams in the playoffs right now, so it's not. Georgia at Bama, 4:30 on ABC. By the way, many are saying that the crowd will be magnificent. You hear that?
No, I did not hear that.
He's popping in.
Wow, is he really?
It caused quite a stir.
Now, is that going to be a real crowd or an AI crowd, Murph? That's the real question.
It's going to cause quite a stir.
Wow.
By the way, if you go, you can buy one of those watches he's selling.
Wow.
See that?
Well, you know what the other guy's saying about that game, Murph.
That's a big game, man.
It's a big game, Murph. It's a big game.
Georgia-Bama, 4:30 on ABC. And then, of course, our 5-star pick. Always going with the hometown boys, 49ers, New England Patriots. Series history here is weird. Kaepernick went back there in 2012 and beat them. Tom Brady came to Levi's and lost to, no, he was a Buck, I'm sorry. He come to Levi's as a Pat and beat the Niners. The Niners once played the Pats at Candlestick, and Brady didn't play in that game. It's just kind of a not real much history. Shout out Jim Plunkett. It's the Jim Plunkett game. Yeah. He played for the Niners and the Patriots. But anyway, nice. 1 o'clock. And by the way, last time it's going to be on KGO 810. On 810, The Spread. And 107.7, The Bone. It's also on Fox. And then after this week, you're going to 680 and 104.5 for your Papa and your Ryan. Can the Niners, as Tim Ryan said, got to have that rubber ass. Can they have that rubber ass and bounce back? There you go, guys. It's in the books. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. I feel great. The endorphins are pumping. I feel great.
This is the weekend Saturday Murph turns it around. Let's go.
You might have to start calling me like Friday at dusk Murph or something.
Come on. I don't want to bring back the fade the forecast movement.
Right. Okay, we have been doing A's Mormons all morning, but we do need to talk about the 49ers because a couple injuries at practice yesterday and some thoughts. And get you ready for John Lynch at 8 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These parts later.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Horn goes in long motion. Garoppolo in the shotgun. Get a handoff to Jeff Wilson Jr. off the left side. Get a push towards the goal line. Right up against the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! Alert, 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 or maybe Oscar is the call on 1st and 10. Jeff Wilson Jr. back in, takes the wide run right, breaks a tackle. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
And that feels great, baby!
Jeff Wilson Jr. runs around the outside, and he dives in the end zone for his 3rd rushing touchdown of the game. Let me hear you. Touchdown! San Francisco! They are trampling the Patriots.
Yeah, they are.
Week 7, 2020. 49ers Patriots. I have trouble remembering that game. Were there fans at that game? I don't even remember. COVID year. I remember I blanked the whole thing out. Niners won 33-6. It was at New England. I'm just having trouble. I blocked that one out of my brain, but thank you for bringing it back. Heard Jeff Wilson Jr. Reggae Friday continues. Young Tony, you want to tell us what you got here, bud?
Yes, I want to get the area code. Somebody texted in asking about 669 texted in asking about Junior Biles fade away. Shout out the A's.
Okay, yeah, we did that whole first 45 minutes on the A's. We can return to that a little bit later on.
Yeah, and in case everybody missed it, we do podcast the full hour of the Murph and Marcus show, so you can go back and listen to the entire first hour, which we spent talking about yesterday's game at the Coliseum.
You can even rewind on YouTube if you really want to.
That's just incredible knowledge right there. All right, plus you get to look at us. All right, yeah, right, don't you?
Look at us.
All right, yeah.
Keep looking at us.
Do you like what you see?
Hey now.
Yeah, so 49ers... I got to be honest, I was so caught up in the baseball yesterday, I didn't really, until this morning, I didn't find out that the 2 49ers players got carted off yesterday.
At practice, man.
Unbelievable. And one of them is a guy that was supposed to play this week, Jordan Elliott, the tackle they got in the offseason, who was part of their quote-unquote revamped defensive line that has not been very revamped. So far, it's just been vamped. And obviously with Javon Hargrave going out, Jordan Elliott's role is going to increase, and now he gets taken off on a cart. So we're going to talk to John Lynch about that. That was discouraging. And then the linebacker situation, where Devondre Campbell had some quotes to writers this week. Again, we were so focused on the A's yesterday that Devondre Campbell gave some quotes to the writers about him being subbed out for D. Winters last week. He's like, man, I didn't know, because it was kind of sprung on me. And then he dropped the legendary, "It is what it is." Ooh. When your team's 1-2 and guys are saying it is what it is, it's not usually a good sign.
It's usually not what it is.
So he seems to be a little bit, what are you saying, confounded or a little bewildered. And then they call up Curtis Robinson, who Tim Ryan told us would like to be seen, and he got carted off from practice yesterday too. So I don't know. We don't know the situation. Now, what can happen on the D-line? Kevin Givens, my guy, by the way. Watch for him to make a play this weekend. And then practice squad call-up, T.Y. McGill could, if they need to, they could call him up from the practice squad.
Yeah, because currently right now, to your point, Malik Collins and Kevin Givens are the only healthy defensive tackles on this roster. And yes, they can slide over Yetur Gross-Matos for passing situations. I'm not sure how he'll be early on, first and second down against the run as a defensive tackle. But you're right. This Saturday, tomorrow, I'm sure this is a question we'll ask John Lynch. I would assume that they're making the move to put Hargrave on the IR, which would then activate a guy like T.Y. McGill. Because outside of that, they don't have too many options, Murph.
Man, oh man. Now, what's the biggest Patriot weapon coming in here? Ramondre Stevenson. Respect.
Yeah.
Good back. I mean, Papa has warned us, do not sleep on the New England Patriots. Ramondre Stevenson, 90 scrimmage yards and a rush touchdown in 2 or 3 games this season. Has 50-plus scrimmage yards in 4 of his past 5 on the road. So, I mean, the guy, he can make a play or 2. But their leading rusher last week was Antonio Gibson with 29 rushing yards, dude. I mean, they are not, you look at the Niners walk into town, and the Niners come in with the boombox. It's skill set just gushing everywhere. Frickin' George Kittle, frickin' Brandon Ayuk, frickin' Christian McCaffrey. I'm talking about the Niners at their peak. Yeah. Frickin' Brock Purdy, it's just gods everywhere. George Kittle. Dude, here comes Jacoby Brissett, Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson.
Brother, ew.
And Demario Douglas. Like those.
Oh.
Like on paper, they do not have weapons on paper.
And that's why, even without Christian McCaffrey, or even with the uncertainty of a Deebo Samuel or George Kittle, the 49ers are still 10.5-point favorites this week over the Patriots.
Now, we're going to talk to John Lynch at 8 o'clock and see what's going on with this D-tackle situation. But Brock Purdy did speak yesterday about the alarming side of carts at practice. And this is a team that's already missing McCaffrey, obviously, and already missing Kittle last week and Debo last week. And we talk about that Super Bowl hangover where the bodies get tired playing deep into the season.
Don't forget to throw in a Dre Greenlaw.
Trey Green. Of course, the Chiefs are 3-0. Yeah. They played 2 into February. But anyway, point is, here's Brock Purdy from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's it sucks. Anytime you see a teammate go down or anything like that, I'm just trying to practice, get ready for this game and everything, and then you look over and you see like a cart on the field, so it's like, all right, like, dang it, who is that? What happened? And then we got to keep going and finish practice. But it sucks, man, because these are the brothers that you come to work with every single day, you're going to war with on every Sunday, and just going through all of this together. And so when you see a guy go down, man, obviously it sucks, and you want nothing but the best for that person. So, but we got to have the perspective of, you got to be grateful for when you're healthy and take advantage of your opportunity. And but more than anything, man, the culture that we have here, whoever goes down, we always got their back, and we'll be there for them and continue to build them up and try to get them back as fast as possible. So
we'll try to get you guys more information from John Lynch on about this situation, but obviously not good. And again, now, can the Patriots gash the Niner run defense?
Well, they're going to try to run the rock. We know that. Whether it's Jacoby Brissett or Drake May even comes into this ball game at some point, their identity is to play defense and run the rock. So I don't know if they'll have too much success, but I mean, this is a defensive line that we've had questions about going back to the postseason last year when they were getting gashed left and right. And then they revamped the entire defensive line. Eric Armstead gone. Stuck with Hargrave. Bringing in a couple other pieces, but now without Hargrave, I mean, it seems like this defensive line is falling apart. It's hard for me to imagine any world where they can stop any rushing attack right now.
I mean, again, Gibson, 23 carries, 143 yards. What's that, like 6 yards a pop?
I'm more worried about Gibson out of the backfield as receiver if Devondre Campbell's still out there, to be honest with you.
He's caught 4 balls for 15 yards so far this season. But Ramondre Stevenson's, he's toting it about a little over 4 a pop. I mean, I don't know. This is the kind of game you can't go get Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson beat you.
You can't get beat by the Patriots.
Or Jacoby Brissett and his 60.9, his 79 rating, his 60% completion percentage. The other thing is Purdy's back. I'm not taking my mind off of that. I hate to hear it's week, dude. It's September. I don't need him nursing a back injury all year. Here's what he said about being listed on the injury report.
No, it was probably cumulative, just in terms of the whole game. So all the stuff that sort of went on as a physical game. So sort of after the game is when I started feeling some stuff and whatnot. And but the last couple of days have been good, just getting some rest and obviously treatment and stuff. So feel good now.
I got a way to heal his back. Run the damn ball. That's a way to heal his back. Mm-hmm. So I would like to see them reestablish and commit to the run like Kyle, like his dad did, and like Kyle has done through the years, except for when he forgets to.
Yeah, I mean, and reading the tea leaves, hopefully they get back to this weekend. It sounds like George Kittle has a good chance to play this weekend. Not sure about the status of Deebo Samuel, but we know when Kittle's out there, Murph, this is a team that wants to identify running the ball.
Run it again! Run it again!
Just tell everybody Deebo practiced yesterday, which was a surprise.
Yeah.
And for those of us who have Jauan Jennings on our flex, if Deebo comes back and starts taking some of Jennings' food off his plate.
At first I was thinking about, let Deebo rest up for another week, but now since I'm playing you and I'm playing the mid-segment reads, I need Deebo out on the field this week.
And Dak put up a decent number. I'd take, by the way, the number Dak put up, I would be delighted if Baker did that.
With
delighted.
The way that your quarterbacks
My quarterbacks have been bad.
Tony.
So anyway, back to McCaffrey now and this whole deal. I guess Eric Branch yesterday wrote a story interviewing a doctor. I don't have it right in front of me. He interviewed a doctor who said, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to clarify that the doctor was not me. I'm only a doctor from 9:55 to 10 o'clock, Murph.
By the way, is today our last I'm a Doctor of Baseball with Nikki T?
Oh, it might be. I got to put on the lab coat one last time.
By the way, we got to call Nikki T. It's October.
Yeah, we need some October
takes,
baseball.
man. But anyway, Eric Branch wrote a story quoting a doctor saying it could be another month, it could be 2 months. I guess one of the aggregator sites wrote, report, bad news for McCaffrey in Germany. And I missed all this yesterday because I was out, with the Junior Giants golf tournament, William McCovey Golf Classic, raising money for the Giants Community Fund. And I guess a kerfluffle broke out on social media, and then the writers got involved. Lombardi, Grant Cohn, everybody's yelling at each other. Do you have any insight on this?
Yeah, so this report started to spread like wildfire. It's like, oh, San Francisco Chronicle reports that Christian McCaffrey is going to be out until week 12. And I was like, I'm not sure about that. And then you actually read the actual article.
Wait, pause. What?
That's the problem.
What'd you say?
I mean, Murph, that's the problem. You think I don't read? Talk about the younger generation just running with the headlines. They also had the headlines that the doctor said that Christian McCaffrey's out till week 12. But let's clarify. This was not a report from the 49ers. This was not a report from Christian McCaffrey's camp. It was a doctor's opinion of what it means that Christian McCaffrey is seeing this specialist out in Germany.
So people are freaking out. Well, what did Kyle Shanahan say about McCaffrey going to Germany? So this is from yesterday's press conference. Oh, actually, this is from Tolbert and Copes?
Yeah.
This is from the afternoon show? Okay, here's cut H from Kyle.
Well, yeah, I think we'll get a better idea here over the next couple of weeks. The whole point on putting him on IR, is to guarantee that we couldn't do anything for at least 4 weeks. And 2 weeks into it, the whole point was just to rest him for 2 weeks and not do that. And now we're going to start hitting the rehab harder and trying to get him back into football stuff and see how he responds. So we'll see how he responds here. We've let him rested here for a couple of weeks. Christian just seeing every specialist he can, doing all the little stuff that Christian does more than anybody I've ever been around. He is a full-time commitment to everything for his body year-round, and so he's been doing that stuff while not pushing it hard in rehab. And now we'll probably turn it up here in the next couple of weeks. And I still know he has at least 2 more weeks before we could have an option to play him, and we'll start testing that out sooner than later.
Okay, so for me, that was interesting, because I told you guys I've thought in nuclear terms, like, man, this could be really bad. But him saying that they're going to start cranking it up in the next couple weeks, to me, was encouraging.
Yeah, I think that's an encouraging message. But also, I want to remind people that Kyle Shanahan said week 1, if this was a playoff game, Christian McCaffrey would be playing.
Good memory.
So, I'm just trying to read in between the lines and make sure we're all getting the same messages here.
Good memory. All right, well, we'll definitely dive deeper into this stuff with John Lynch at 8 a.m., which we do every Friday. We always enjoy talking to Johnny Lynch. And, of course, we enjoy talking to Mike Krukow, too. This is our last Friday hit with Mike. He goes to a Tuesday-Thursday schedule starting next week. And it's Willie Mack Award night tonight. And, of course, the Giants trying to maybe if they take 2 out of 3, they finish at 81-81. If they sweep them Redbirds, they finish at 82-80. So, anyway, we'll talk to Mike about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krueger right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, the final Friday night of the year. Giants ended against the Redbirds, the Cardinals, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then they go into an offseason of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen at the head of baseball operations. We don't know what's going to happen with some of the personnel, but we do know that the Willie Mack Award will be given out tonight, and one of the many things, and one of the winners of the Willie Mack Award joins us right now. His name is Mike Krukow, and he's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Ready to go. Final three. Willie Mack, big weekend. So, yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I played in the Willie Mack Golf Classic yesterday. Shout out to guys like JT Snow, Sergio Romo, Darren Lewis, all the crew that was out there. And shout out to Sean Jelly Mike. I got to give him props. The Giants didn't get in till late Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and the event was at Thursday at 10 a.m., and Sean Jelly showed up to play as the only current Giant. So I wanted to salute him, Mike.
It's free golf. Come on, what's the salute? You're playing at a good country club. What are you talking about?
Well, you should tell the rest of the guys to show up, because we at the Junior Giants Community Fund would love to see him. That's all I'm going to say.
I know. It is. But yeah, I do applaud Sean Jelly for that. I mean, he made a commitment and he honored it. But, you know, I mean, when you're 20s, when you're in your 20s, sleep is overrated, especially if you're going to have a fun day. So,
yeah, that's what he said.
It definitely tells you what he's going to be doing in the offseason, though.
Yes.
Teeing him up.
I know that he's not a burning topic for anybody, but since we mentioned him, I told him. So a year ago, he went to the tournament, and he was standing at the back of the bar, and he was a guy barely hanging on. A year later, I said to him, I said, look what you did in a year, buddy. He carved himself out a spot, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. And, you know, when he was a starter, there was like 5 things he could do with ball. I mean, he had 2 types of fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, the basic 5. And once he got in the pen, it was all 2-seam fastball, slider, go get him. That's it. Stayed on one side of the plate. I mean, he really simplified. And with the movement that he has on his 2-seam fastball, I mean, he was really a threat. And I love the fact that with both of his pitches, he can get swing and miss, and he can get ground ball. And that is really a commodity when you start talking about putting together a bullpen. You want as many guys who can put the ball on the ground and they can get a strikeout for you. And then that's, you know, and they have a bunch down there. And that's really the strength of that staff.
Yeah, for sure. So I didn't want to shout him out. And as Marty was standing right next to us, Marty Lowe, he goes, he throws strikes. And he looks at Sean, he says, you throw strikes. So there you go. All right, Willie Mack Award, let's start with that. I mean, I know it's kind of, you know, handicapping it. We don't want to leave anybody out, hurt their feelings. But it seems to me like Matt Chapman would be the easiest and obvious choice in terms of intensity, leadership, everyday heartbeat. But somebody was telling me that Elliot Ramos is also very popular in the clubhouse, too. So I don't know. Do you got a handicap, Mike?
Well, both 2 good considerations. I mean, I think that Ryan Walker's been a really good story. I think that, you know, Logan Webb has had a huge contribution to this team. And he, too, would be a worthy recipient. You know, there are always about a half dozen guys that would be really good winners. And but I think if there is a favorite going into it, I think that Chapman is the leader going into it. And, you know, the way that the voting has expanded, you know, not just your players and on the team, your teammates, your coaches, the manager. I mean, you know, you've got the people involved in this, and that's changed the dynamic a little bit. And I don't know of a more popular player than Chapman. I mean, he really has caught the imagination of the Giants fans this year, really has nested in. And the fact that he's going to be a Giant for the next 5 years is very, very cool. So, I don't know. I mean, you could always be surprised, but I do think he's the favorite going in.
Yeah, and we'll find out tonight who wins that Willie Mack Award as the Giants get ready for their final 3 games at Oracle Park this season. But, Mike, I want to take a step back and talk about yesterday's last game at the Oakland Coliseum. I know we've talked about this topic a lot this summer, but would love to get your thoughts on how it all played out yesterday at the Coliseum.
You know, it was very, very cool. It was totally heartfelt. An amazing amount of emotion in that stadium, even before the first pitch was thrown, and certainly when the last pitch was thrown. And just, you know, people were there just melancholy as could possibly be, because this was all going away. And for a lot of the folks that were at that game, you know, that was the very first ballpark they ever walked into as a big league ballpark. And, some, as, toddlers coming in there with their parents or their grandparents. And that's the thing about a ballpark that is so special. And, when we were playing, the only two ballparks now that are left that we played in are Dodger Stadium and Wrigley Field. So there was a complete renaissance period when all these ballparks were falling down. And everywhere you go, you go in there and you knew you were in there for the last time. And you really could feel the ghosts. And that's not an exaggeration. Because of the amount of emotion that's in these ballparks. And then when the verdict has been dropped and all of a sudden the fate of the ballpark is that it's going to get raised and knocked down, there's a sadness to it. It really is. And we all felt it with Candlestick. I mean, as big of a dog as it was ours. And there were a lot of good times in that yard. And not just for baseball, football as well. I mean, it was a remarkable place. So the sadness that surrounds it is it's intense. It's really felt. And the problem, look, we were building a brand new ballpark. So it was Candlestick was going, but the Giants weren't. And that's the sadness of yesterday. The ballpark, it's still going to be there, but the team is leaving, and everybody was realizing that it indeed is going to happen, and that's tragic.
Really is, and we've talked about it all morning, and it didn't have to happen on so many different levels, and it's been discussed over and over and over again. But man, what a day! 47,000 in that blue sky and that Oakland weather, and they definitely had a vibe. They had their vibe, and it's gone. Now it's really sad. So we'll continue to talk about that later on in the show. But Mike, circling back to the Giants, and I know you don't want to get involved maybe in the front office politics and all that, but just to speak because we won't talk to you till next Tuesday. Just do you think that ownership and the front office and all that has to make big decisions going into this offseason? I mean, how do you think the Giants are poised going into the offseason?
You are so sneaky, Murph. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, you just kind of wrap this around and whatnot. And it goes on in every organization. Every organization steps back and they evaluate. They evaluate where they are, where they've come from, how far they've advanced in the previous year, how far they've advanced in the previous 5 years. And because, you don't have a lot of time at this level. You have a plan and you go forth with it. And then, you have to evaluate if that plan's working. And if it's not, it's the nature of the business that, that change gets made. Whether it is at the front office or it's in the dugout, it just depends on ownership and where they feel they have to improve themselves. So it's not going to be any different than any other year. It is going to be interesting as we go forth the next week or so because of these decisions, I would imagine, if anything is going to get made, they're going to be made within a week. And that's the sad part of not meeting your goals. And the Giants had aspired to do better this year. Some things didn't work out. They lingered around 500. But, it has been an incredible year in regards to development. I keep spouting this, and nobody's even listening to me. We have come a long way as an organization to develop people that we can count on next year. Look at this bullpen, for crying out loud. And these arms, the guy throwing today, Landon Roop. What do we know about him at spring training? Yeah, he had a good curveball. Now what do we know about him? Well, it looks to me like he's got a chance to fit into the rotation, and not just for a while either. And we can say the same thing about Birdsong and the same thing about Keaton Wynn and certainly about Harrison. These are good-looking arms that you can build on. Kind of gives you the feeling that that we had going in 2009 and 2010. We had all this really good young pitching that we all felt that was going to be able to allow this franchise to contend. And look what happened. So, we've come a long way, but yet we fell short, if that makes sense.
It's true. I remember you telling us a couple years ago that they were going to pray to the Greek god of mediocrities. Remember that one? So that unfortunately, the third straight year, that's the big
but
takeaway.
Mediocrity, it can have two different sides to it. You can have a feeling that you're not trending upward. Here you are, you're flat. What do you think the White Sox would do for a flat season right now of 500 ball? Well, they'd crave for it, and as would the fans. But are you going up or are you going down when you're standing there at the flat line? And I really do believe that, with what's happened this year with all the development of the young players, the Giants are going up. And so, they have found out a lot about this organization. And it really is going to be interesting to see what they do. It is. There's some holes to fill. And I think that'll be a big part of the goal of this offseason. But, they're in a pretty good place coming into spring training next year in regards to homegrown talent.
And then just going into the weekend, big picture-wise, playoffs, how about this story that the Mets and the Braves, because of rainouts, had to play a doubleheader on Monday and then go right into the playoffs on Tuesday? That's
unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's just unbelievable. I can't see how it's not going to get played. I mean, but, we like chaos. We like torture. And certainly this format that we have now with 12 qualifying playoff teams, it's outrageous what's happening this last week. It's just, and we love it. So, hey, stay tuned.
And any thoughts on that Dodger-Padres series down there that was going on? It was pretty heated, pretty intense. The Dodgers finally edged them out. But the Padres are looming going into this playoffs. They won 91 games so far. Dodgers won 95. I mean, this is a tough division, and those two teams seem to be really engaging. We could see that rematch again in October.
Yeah, tough division. Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks, all in place to go to the playoffs and go on to the next step. It is a tough division, and of all the teams that we saw here the last month and a half, we haven't seen the Dodgers since July. So, but I thought that the Padres had the magic going. I thought they had the most chemistry, and I do expect them to go a couple tiers into the playoffs. May have a chance to go all the way, actually.
Mike, I just got to tell you, so being out there yesterday, JT Snow was out there. He won the Willie Mack Award. Dave Dravecki was out there. He won the Willie Mack Award. Tiny Felder was out there. He won the Willie Mack Award. You won the Willie Mack Award. So I don't know what the Giants' plans are for bringing people back, but is it always for you a treat to see guys? Are you going to see some guys tonight?
Oh, hell yes. Are you kidding me? And all those guys you just mentioned, they're some of my favorite people that ever came in through Mike Murphy's door. I mean, just gamers and just wore it and just adopted this city and were received by the fans. And it's a powerful thing. And when you see them come back and they get that applause that they haven't heard, and the applause is always good for those guys. It's a special night because when they start smiling, it's sincere. And so I look forward to it. It's going to be very, very cool. And then I applaud whoever wins it. That's something you have to earn. That's not something they just give you. And it'll be whoever they pick. It'll be a good pick.
Awesome, Mike. So you take the weekend off, enjoy the games. There's this beautiful, beautiful ballpark. 3 more, and then take Monday off, and we'll start doing the off season of Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we'll very much look forward to it. So have a final few great calls. We'll talk to you Tuesday. Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. No longer. Every Tuesday and Thursday. That's just like the Coliseum comes to an end. Kruk's Monday, Wednesday, Friday comes to an end.
Yeah, but at least we get to talk about postseason baseball with Kruk next week.
Yeah, very much so.
Kruk and Kipe.
By the way, just looking at you guys knew who won the Willie Mack Award last year.
Last year was Tyro Estrada, right?
Tyro Estrada. And you won't see him no more.
Did they give out a Willie Mack Award down in Sacramento?
Oof. 2 years ago, Wilmer Flores. You won't see him no more either.
Yeah, where is he?
3 years ago, Lamont Wade Jr. 4 years ago in the COVID year, Mike Yastrzemski. And then my guy, Kevin Pillar in 2019.
Kevin Pillar, forever Giant.
The shocker, Will Smith, the reliever in 2018. I was like, what? 2017, just the good vibe, Nick Hundley won it. And then the last year they made the playoffs, it was split between Javi Lopez and Brandon Crawford.
And your pick for tonight is Matt Chapman, correct?
It is.
I'm going Logan Webb.
Light the beam.
2015, I told you, somebody was telling me Ramos is popular. 2015, Matt Duffy. Yeah. Duffy.
Who was out there yesterday at the Coliseum.
And then I'm just going to throw a dart, tell you guys, in 1987, Chris Spire won it, and in 1983, Darrell Evans won it. All right, there you go, guys. Mike is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. We're getting ready for John Lynch. 49ers Patriots on Sunday at 1. Must win? I mean, no, but yes. And injuries, and McCaffrey, and Purdy, and 2 losses in a row, and all this good stuff with John Lynch. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Regardless of what happens today, the Giants are going to say a prayer of thanks to the Greek god Mediocrities.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. This is the last day of this contest, and we want you to win some tickets to see Metallica. So, today, when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. You also get 2 tickets to both shows if you win. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Garoppolo in the shotgun. Get a hand off to Jeff Wilson Jr. off the left side. Get a push towards the goal line. Right up against the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! First and 10. Jeff Wilson Jr. back in. Takes the wide run right. Breaks a tackle. 10, 5, touchdown! Jeff Wilson Jr. runs around the outside, and he dives in the end zone for his third rushing touchdown of the game. Let me hear you. Touchdown! San Francisco!
There you go.
Instead, I'm going to get sacked by Kevin Givens, your guy, T-Rock.
That's right. That's right. Keep working, Kevin Givens, and it pays off.
And New England is not going to call a timeout. That will end the game. And this will be the worst loss for Bill Belichick here in Foxborough since he's been the coach of the Patriots, as they lose by 27 points. Final score is 33-6.
This is young Tony's strategy of erasing the memory of the painful loss to the Rams last week, is to go back to 2020 when the 49ers beat the New England Patriots. He's playing these highlights. I'm saying to him down the line, what the hell is this?
Well, it's a great strategy because it's working, Murph.
He goes,
I'm ready to put last weekend's game behind us and look ahead to the Patriots.
Look ahead. We're going back to 2020 for a 33-6 win over the Patriots.
But to move forward, you have to reflect on your past, Murph.
Okay, well, let's reflect on that Rams loss then.
Come on. Stop bringing up old stuff.
Well, John Lynch will join us in just about 5 minutes, and we'll talk about it with him. So, hey, I'll take 33-6 this weekend.
I'll take it. It's funny because you teased the big question, is this a must-win for the 49ers against the Patriots? I wouldn't call it a must-win, but it's a must-not-lose situation, if that makes sense.
Expand, please.
If you lose against the Patriots, the season's over, man. You can't lose against a team that's bad. Now, it's not a must-win because your season technically is not ruined in Week 4 of the NFL season, but you got to beat a team like the Patriots.
We got 17 of these at home, right? But they're banged up, and they're coming off a tough loss. 2 road losses. Patriots not coming in threatening any. However, they took the Seahawks to overtime. They won their first game of the year. They did get blown out by, well, not blown out, 24-17. That was the score last week, right? The Jets-Rodgers game?
Yes.
Yeah. They didn't cover. I think the spread was like 4.5 or something like it, 5.5. But either way, we talked about it. They do not bring threatening skill position guys. The 49ers are at home, should have George Kittle back. Deebo Samuel did practice yesterday. However, we got questions on defense. We got questions about Kyle. Will he commit to the run? Will he continue to just feed Jordan Mason when he needs to? And if he does, they should take care of business.
Well, Murph, I got a stat for you that I know you're not going to like because it's been a wacky NFL season. And for the first time in over 70 years, the biggest underdog in each of the first 3 weeks have all won outright.
Just money line.
And the 49ers are 10.5-point favorites this week. Week 1, we saw the Patriots as 8-point dogs beat the Cincinnati Bengals. Week 2, the Raiders beat the Ravens as 9-point dogs. And last week, the Commanders getting 7.5 beat Cincinnati on Monday night. So the 3 biggest dogs in each week have won straight up, not even covering the spread, straight up winners.
So what are you saying?
I'm just saying. I'm just giving out the numbers. Don't shoot the messenger. I expect the 49ers to win this weekend, but the trends tell you it's going in a different direction.
You did not touch it in Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
No, for that exact reason. Too big of a spread, too many questions, too many injury questions with this 49er team right now.
Right. And, of course, the Niners will see how Nick Bosa talked about losing sleep and in the pain of this loss. We'll talk to John Lynch about it, but Kyle addressed it, too. It was a game that was completely in the bag. It's almost inexplicable how they lost that game on Sunday. And Kyle yesterday was on with the afternoon crew, Tolbert and Kropes, and I said it again. Tolbert and Kropes.
Best afternoon show in the Bay, baby.
I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on.
Colbert and Topes.
TNC, baby. TNC.
C&T.
Talking about the pain of the Rams loss.
It's one of the hardest type to lose. There's 2 types of games that make you the most upset, and the one is when you don't respect what you put on tape. If guys don't play hard or something like that, that's the one that bothers me the most. The second one is when you lose a game that you truly believe that you should have won. The ones that you let get away from you, and I would say that was the second worst type of loss for me personally, and pissed us all off. But it's something you got to deal with, and can't wait to get to this Sunday as fast as we can.
So everybody was pissed. He was pissed. We were pissed because we came in Monday. We talked about how pissed we were. And by the way, Jets 24, Patriots 3. What was I thinking? That was the score of that game. 24-3.
Oh, they dominated. Was that the Thursday night game?
Yeah. I don't know how I gifted the Patriots 17 points. It's because my brain is fading and failing. Because the Patriots scored 6. They beat the Bengals 16-10. They lost to the Seahawks 23-20, and they lost to the Jets 24-3. This is not an offensive juggernaut coming in here, bro.
Not at all. No. And I think their defense is not that great either. It's not Bill Belichick running the squad anymore. Now, Jared Mayo seems like he's doing a decent job with that defense, but I'm not concerned about the offense. Even if Debo's not playing this weekend, to your point, sounds like Kittle's going to be out there. We saw Brock Purdy carry this offense last week without his main weapons. But it's that defensive line. It's all the injuries piling up and whether or not they can stop the rushing game of the New England Patriots.
Yeah, in just a minute or two, we will talk to John Lynch about it. But we heard the story that Jordan Elliott, one of the D tackles they acquired in the offseason, was carted off from practice, which is awful. But here, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday to the Afternoon Boys about how he's going to make up for the Javon Hargrave absence. And I think he actually mentions Jordan Elliott in this answer. So we don't know the timing on this, but here it is.
Well, losing Hargrave's a huge one. You only got, we have Kalia Davis, who we lost in the preseason, and really hoping he'll get back sooner than later. Hopefully here in the next couple of weeks or so. So we really only have 4 interior guys inside, and when you lose Hargrave, our top guy, leaves down to 3. So we'll bring 1 off practice squad this weekend because we always like to have at least 4 up for a game, and then that just puts more pressure on Jordan Elliott, on Kevin, guys who got to step it up, who have done a good job, but they're just not used to playing as much. They rotate in with Malik, and they rotated in with Hargraves, and now they're the next man up. So they're going to get more playing time. They're going to have to work on their stamina with that stuff, and you lose good players. But it happens all over the league. You can't make excuses for it, and we got some guys who are ready for this opportunity, and I'm excited to watch them here this weekend.
I mean, think about it. Somebody texted in about their, all you have to do is own a fantasy football team to know how injuries are plaguing the NFL everywhere this year. Yeah, and does it have to do with guys not playing as much in August, or is it just the violent nature of the NFL, or all of the above, kind of? But so the 49ers aren't unique in this situation, but you can say that if they are going to have a stretch of games where they can try to get healthy, it's the Patriots and the Cardinals at home. Now, that's not to slight the Cardinals, man. They got some offensive firepower, and they have messed with the Niners before.
Yeah,
but
they can put up some points.
Well, listen, we'll talk about it with John Lynch on our Friday at 8 o'clock hit.
He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, a pillar of our Friday morning experience is a great wide-ranging chat with Niner GM John Lynch, who's sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company with 8 locations around Northern California. Fresh beer is always right around the corner. John, I missed you last week. Glad to be back. I guess we'll have to continue our little Fieldwork theme and say, after that Rams loss, how many Fieldworks did it take to get over it? Good morning, John.
Hey, morning, John.
Gosh, I didn't go there. I was hoping, like we ended the show with, actually, that we'd be celebrating with a couple Fieldworks, but that didn't happen, and that was disappointing. And that's our task. That's our charge to overcome that and come out at home in front of the faithful and find a way to come out with a win against the Patriots.
And get back to that Fieldworks celebration. Listen, we have time to chat. I mean, we're going to get to all the Niners and stuff, but I do just kind of to break the ice here. Yesterday was a big day in Bay Area sports history, and I know you grew up in San Diego, and the Padres have never left, and the Chargers have left. They left San Diego for L.A., and I don't know how that was processed, but the Oakland A's played their last baseball game, and you played in that Coliseum many, many years as a football player. Just wondering, your thought as a guy who runs a franchise, as a guy who was a baseball player drafted by the Marlins. How did you process that yesterday and seeing the 47,000 fans, families, tears, et cetera?
Yeah, some of our people in our organization are really big time A's fans. Our equipment guys, Gilby and Doc. They went over there the other night and, like serious, authentic, genuine emotions. I heard Papa, get emotional on a little clip. Somebody sent that to me. And so I think, when you have that in your heart, there's a great affinity, and it conjures up old memories. I think of, being at the 1984 World Series, as a kid with the Padres, and the NLCS against the Cubs, and watching Steve Garvey, come back and hit one out. So those things, they bring up old memories. Mark Kotze is a good friend of mine from San Diego area. Our families are good friends, and so I know, it was meaningful to him, and it's sad, and I did play a lot in the old Oakland Coliseum. I will tell you, it's a little, I'm surprised that thing's still standing, because when I was playing, which was a while ago, it felt like that thing was about to crumble from, like, you go in the locker room and man, it was, they weren't keeping that thing up, so, maybe it was different for the baseball guys, but for the football team, that locker room, and that, maybe it was just the visitor locker room, but they weren't, it wasn't plush. But
Al didn't want you guys comfortable at all.
Yeah, I think that was the plan.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's funny, we had Billy Bean on earlier this week, and he's a fellow San Diegan too, and he would talk about the Padres and the Chargers and all that. So, but the Padres are still there, and they're having a great season, but you can relate growing up as a fan.
No, you definitely can. I mean, it really becomes part of your family, and I think I've talked with you guys before about, my dad was in radio, so my dad would be up in the suite, entertaining clients. My sister, my brother, and I just sat in general admission at the old Jack Murphy Stadium. And these people around us became like our adopted parents. They would look out for us. They'd buy us hot dogs. I think my dad would give them money before the game. And maybe if we were lucky in the fourth quarter, they'd bring us up to the suite in a Chargers win, And but those are great memories and tremendous memories. So I feel for the people of Oakland. It's really heartbreaking when it happens. You feel like you've been done wrong. And I know there's a lot of harsh feelings. So I just, to the Oakland A's fans, you've been a great fan base, and hang in there, and come be a Niner fan. We'll take you in.
There's probably a fair few of them for sure, man. Well, listen, we just wanted to get some thoughts, because you're a great sports fan, and obviously can relate. I mean, like you said, you grew up at the Murph, as they called it there, and by the way, just last one, then we'll get to the night. Are you riding with the Padres this October? Is that your deal?
Oh yeah, that's my team. I pull for the Giants now, being up here. But unless they're playing the Pods, the Pods are my team. Growing up, that has been my, and I'm proud that I've stuck with them through thick and thin. And there's been a whole lot more thin than there has been thick. So. It's been a rough ride, but I tell you what, they're a good team, and they battle. It's fun to watch them. They battle, like they're down a lot, and they come back fighting. You think they lose Soto, but the Dodgers got the best of them in the last couple nights. So we'll see. It'll be interesting playoffs.
They have a swagger and a physical presence about them that's pretty intimidating. So we'll check it out. All right, John. Now we pivot to Sunday. Huge game. Trying to break a 2-game losing streak, and we go from sort of the macro of that to the micro of yesterday's practice. Can you tell us about 2 players being carted off yesterday, starting with Jordan Elliott, the D tackle, who I think was going to step up for Javon Hargrave? What happened?
Yeah, he stepped on someone's foot in I think the last period of practice. Kind of rolled his ankle. We feel like we got some positive news on him. That probably wasn't a typical cart situation, where it was more them just wanting them to get him inside. And, so we'll see, call him, questionable, I guess, for, I don't know what our official, but a lot of it will be based on how he feels today. I think long-term we feel good about it. Curtis, I think we're a little worried, and that didn't look good, non-contact deal. And Curtis had worked his tail off, really a good contributor for us. So we'll see where that goes. But the early signs weren't good, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and John, last Friday we talked to you about those Saturday roster moves that you make. So is the plan to place Javon Hargrave on the IR tomorrow? And then do you guys have a plan for what defensive lineman you are going to activate off the practice squad?
Yeah, we want to, we kind of want to keep the Patriots guessing. But yeah, Hargrave to IR, will likely happen this week, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Okay, so yeah, don't give Jared Mayo anything any cheat sheet before the test, right? So
Gerard Mayo, by the way, I don't know how many people, like there's collector's items. I keep one of them, an old Patriots jersey. I was a member of the Patriots for like 3 weeks in 2008 after I'd left the Broncos. So it would have been my 16th year in the league. And Gerard Mayo was a rookie then. And I'll tell you what, that kid, you could see, had natural leadership. He came in as a rookie, and in that huddle you had Mike Vrabel, Teddy Bruschi, Rodney Harrison. It was like, the names keep going. Who's the big nose tackle? Fitz Wolford. It was a loaded, defense. And Mayo came in, and I believe that year became a captain and was the signal caller. And so you could tell he had some gumption to him right away, some natural leadership. So it's interesting that now he's the head coach of the Patriots. And I think, their record's 1-2, but doing a really good job. They know who they are as a team. They play with a great deal of toughness. They're very good at running the ball. They stick to that, and they maybe got away from it a little versus the Jets, and so we anticipate them coming after it and trying to establish that. And I think it's a team that they're forging an identity early on that you're going to have to beat them. They're not just giving you anything. So we got to go. We got to go get that accomplished.
All right, good connection there with Mayo from John Lynch here. Joins us every Friday at this time, of course, on the UMA guest line. Big story, of course, is Christian McCaffrey going to Germany. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion on German medicine. Everybody's got an opinion on American medicine. But you can tell us what the facts of the case are. Why did he go over there? Did it accomplish anything? And is his status improving or the same?
Well, I think the bottom line, we kind of, once we put him to injured reserve, I think that was to kind of force a discipline for everyone that, when you have tendonitis, that basically is inflammation. And, it was flared up, bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And so we needed to quiet it down. So the plan was to give it the time to do that, and then at some point in a thoughtful way to ramp him back up. So what he does early and where he goes, he's got people who work on his body and have for a long time. We work and consult with him on that. And now Christian's back here, and at some point we'll get back. We'll have to hit certain markers, and we'll try the ramp up. And God willing, the thing has quieted down, and we can build him back up in a really smart and thoughtful way. Christian, we gotta be really cognizant. Of course, we want him back. He's a game changer for us, but we want him back healthy. And so we'll take the necessary time for that. How much it takes, I don't think anyone knows right now. And we'll start that process, kind of reconvene now that he's back and see where he's at, and we'll get a plan together. That plan's been in the process of being made, but we'll put that plan to action, and we'll update you when need be on how he's doing. But right now we kind of, hopefully we've quieted the thing down enough, and now we can start the process of building back up.
Was this trip to Germany to see a specialist something that was suggested by the team, or a decision made personally by Christian McCaffrey?
I think collaboratively, I think Christian knew of someone there. He does a ton of research. Christian he works as hard as anyone that I know, and I think obviously, he reaches out to us, and we blessed it, and we'll leave it at that.
All right, John Lynch, 49ers Patriots on Sunday, 105. 49ers 1-2, Patriots 1-2. No fault to Jauan Jennings. My God. And then we get word that Deebo Samuel practiced yesterday. So, two things. One, how's Deebo looking for Sunday? And two, is Deebo ready to cede the glory to this guy, Jauan Jennings, who had a game of his life on Sunday?
Well, I think the thing that I'd say there in terms of ceding the glory, I think everyone can take their turn. There's enough balls to go around. There's enough blocks to be made. That was our plan going in. We wanted to be really strong, so much so that we took a receiver in the first round, and obviously, as you can see by the market of receivers, it's an area people are paying a lot of attention. They can change the game. We really like our group of receivers on this team. When we have these injuries, there's timelines based upon scans and MRIs, and data that we've collected over long periods of time. That probably has changed from when I played. They give a timeline, and it probably errs on the side of caution because the data tells you if you bring them back too soon, you run the risk of them being hurt more, more severe injuries. So, but they're just that, they're timelines. And so Debo, the one thing, and I've told you guys this before, the best athletes seem to heal at a little better rate. And, but we have really objective testing and markers that they have to hit. And, the reason he's on the field is because he hit all these markers and he felt good enough to be out there. We'll see. Thursday's a heavy workload for us. So we'll see how he responds today, how he feels today. If he's ready, if he's hit all the markers, that'd be a really nice surprise to have him back. But I think that is to be determined here. Today will be a big day in that process. And as for Jauan, he was fantastic. Jauan is he's a really good football player. We've known that for a while. And this league is made of guys who, when their number's called for whatever reason, somebody's hurt, a couple guys are hurt, they get their opportunity, and he simply got his opportunity just to be out there almost every snap. And man, did he make the most of it. I think it was 11 receptions on 12 targets and some incredible catches. He plays with so much will. He's a really inspirational player for our team, and I was really proud of Jauan. He did everything he could to try to bring that game home for us. He was feeling it, and I think Brock knew that, so he was feeding him. But really, I was proud of Brock because Brock just went where the ball dictated it going, and Jauan let the game come to him and had a huge game for us.
Staying in the wide receiver room, John, we know that Ricky Pearsall is eligible to come off the IR after this weekend's game. So do you have any updates for us on Ricky, whether it's physically, mentally, or even just physically or mentally? Any updates on Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, so these IR rules, he was non-football injury, which kind of falls under the same rules as short-term IR. So after this game, we can open his practice window. All signs are indicating that, he'll be okay to do that. So we'll see. We'll kind of judge him throughout this weekend. He'll have some more markers to hit. But getting him back in practice would be a big deal. And then you've got a couple of weeks to work with where you can activate him or just leave him practicing. So I think we can kind of assess that as it comes. But Ricky's doing really well. He's put in the work. He's very eager to get back out there, but it's our job to make sure he's ready when he gets back. And but he'll be a great addition. He's we drafted him for a reason. We're really excited about possibly getting him back sometime in the near future, and he's trending in a really good direction.
John, we're squeezing in all these facts, all these informational questions in this short time. We got to keep going. What do you say to Ronnie Bell after Sunday's game? And should Chris Conley be playing more?
Yeah, when you're on these teams, you become family, and people have rough days, and I saw that it meant a lot to Ronnie that Brock was one of the first guys who came over and said, "Listen, a long season," and there's some people who've had a real harsh, visceral reaction that, hey, why is he still on your team? Well, because people make mistakes. And, I think if he's a guy out there dogging it every day in practice and not making those plays in practice, you probably, it's professional football and we love you, but hey, we got to move on. Ronnie's a guy who's works his tail off. Ultimately, he knows this. We know this, that you have to make plays when your number's called. He didn't. He's not the only one who didn't, make plays, and that's why we lost a really tough game, one we should have finished, frankly. And you give the Rams credit, but, you also go back to the drawing board and know that we have to be better. I can tell you we practiced really well last week. Ronnie practiced well last week. And sometimes it's more than just practice. It's about going and doing it on game day. And you got to make plays when your number's called. But I think our whole team fell short there. And so, that's what I'll say on that.
John, I want
subject. Yeah.
Oh, sorry for jumping in, John. I just wanted to flip over to the defense side of the ball and ask you about some of the issues that you're seeing so far this season. You guys have had trouble getting off the field on third down, and there's been a couple of deep balls that have burned this defense. So I'm just wondering, with your Hall of Fame credentials as a safety yourself, if you're ever watching film and giving tips and advice of what you're seeing with this defense.
Yeah, what I believe is we have everything we need, and it's early in a season, and you're working through things, but I think it starts with an attitude that, like, hey man, the ball is not going to be so much a defensive football. Is just an attitude that we're going to swarm the heck wherever the ball is. We're bringing multiple people, and we're arriving with bad intentions. And I pity, the other side if we get a lead, because they got no chance of coming back. That's the attitude you have to develop, but that has to be developed. We got a lot of new players. Those ultimately are just excuses. We got to come together as a group. We've had really good individual efforts, but we got to put it together as a team. Defensive football, just as football in general, is done as a team. And I know we have the leadership. These guys are well coached, and we just got to start acting like it. And there's things that we can't let happen that are really uncharacteristic of us. But we got to decide who we want to be as a unit this year, and that's on everybody. We're all in this together. We got to, we've dug a little hole. Now we got to dig ourselves out. And I believe we got this stuff, in terms of the personnel, the character, all those things to pull ourselves out, but we gotta start right now. And I've liked the attitude this week. It's not been real pleasant out there. The guys are a little ticked off, and that's the way they should be. And but we got to go do it on Sunday, and be nice to do it in front of our crowd. And you got to start doing some of the fundamentals. Like the one thing, typically if you're not playing great defense, you're missing tackles. I think we're one of the best tackling team in football. So just got to be on the details a little bit more, and then when it's third and long, you got to get off the field, and so those are just the basic things that we got to start accomplishing, and I've got all the confidence in the world that we will.
10 million things to squeeze in. I know you got to go. Just real quick, special teams ain't sexy, but how do you get better?
You keep practicing it, and we had a good idea. I mean, that the Rams going into that game, just the mentality. They're 0-2. You don't want to fall to 0-3. So what do? You're down some players. You're injured. You do things like faking punts. And so we had a good idea. We just didn't execute it. And so that's on all of us. And we got to be better there. And that will be addressed. It's second week in a row where special teams allowed a play that really hurt us. We had the block punt in Minnesota. We got to get to the point where certainly we're not losing the game. And in fact, on the other side, we're contributing to the reason why we're winning the game. Like week 1 when Jake Moody hit 5 field goals, So we got to start turning that around. And, I got a lot of confidence in Brian Schneider and his staff as coaches. He's done it for a long time. And I got a lot of confidence in our players' ability to get it done. We have to start now.
And it positive after all these factual injury questions, all this stuff. No Debo, no CMC, no Kittle. The quarterback did okay, huh?
Brock's playing well. I told, last week we talked about that, and, he's given us no reason to be anything but confident. Brock is always going to be prepared, and he can, what you love about him, he can play within the system, and then, when a play breaks down, he can make things happen. And you saw all of that the other down at SoFi, and thought it would be enough. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough, but it wasn't for anything where Brock fell short. He was, I thought he played a really good football game, and I'm sure the way he looks at things, there's always something he can be better, and that's the way he should look at it. But was really proud of the way he played.
His back's okay?
Yeah, he's feeling good. He was sore after that game. He ran around a lot in that game, and to extend, they were dropping, rushing 3, dropping 8. So sometimes you have to extend plays to find the holes in the zone, or you have to use your legs. And he did that a lot and was a little sore, but he's doing well.
We threw a lot at you, John. You're always great. You answer it all, and even some bonus Padres-Chargers talk in there, too. So, all right. So, sometimes it's just fans want their information, and you do such a great job. You do such a great job. This is why 49ers own this area, because everybody tunes in and listens to what the GM has to say. So, we always appreciate it, and I know you have an edge going in. I know it. You guys have that, and hopefully Sunday night, you will that fabled beer will be toasted.
We'll finally get to drink it, John.
Can't wait.
Remember to frost the. You got to remember to frost the mug or freeze the mug, right, before you pour it, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna put those mugs.
That's nothing like that frozen mug, man. Just to take it to the next level, right?
Yes.
All right, John. Be good.
Yeah,
Off you
thanks,
go.
John.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, thanks, guys.
John Lynch on the Uma guest line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. This is the last day of this contest, and we want to get you some tickets to see Metallica at Levi Stadium, where the 49ers play, obviously. So today, when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. You also get 2 tickets to both shows if you are the winner. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gosh, I didn't go there. You know, I was hoping, like we talked, like we ended the show with, actually, that we'd be celebrating with a couple field works, but that didn't happen, and that was disappointing. And that's our task, that's our charge to overcome that and come out at home in front of the faithful and come find a way to come out with a win against the Patriots.
Well, there it is. You could hear John Lynch. He doesn't like losing 2 in a row. And we were talking about the Fieldwork Brewing Company, best sponsor ever, because all you want to do is drink a frosty. And I guess you and Kerry talked about it with him?
Yeah, last week I said, John, let's bounce back and crack open a Fieldwork brew after the Niners win against the Rams. And he said, I'll hold you to it. We'll have that beer together. But still waiting for that invitation, still waiting for that win.
Only if young Tony shows up.
I know, that's what I'm saying. If Tony's there, we'll throw a backyard barbecue with John Lynch.
Oh, man. So, yeah, you can hear the edge in the voice. They're not happy they lost 2 in a row. But he indicated that Deebo Samuel may play.
Yeah, sounds like there's a chance.
He's put him at, questionable, whatever. He put the news on the injuries from yesterday was pretty interesting. One, Jordan Elliott was better than they thought.
Which is a great sign.
But Curtis Robinson, the linebacker, is not good.
And that's a bad sign.
Yeah, really bad, because we didn't even get a chance. We only have this certain amount of time with him. And, we want to chop it up a little bit, have fun. We're not going to just grill him like it's a freaking deposition. You know what I mean? You got to have a conversation with a guy. But we didn't get a chance to get to the linebacker situation where Devondre Campbell had his snaps a little bit split with D. Winters, and then they brought up Curtis Robinson to be a part of it, and he then said, not good. The non-contact knee injury, and he was pretty down on the Curtis Robinson situation, bummed out for him.
Yeah, which is a conversation that we can maybe have with John Lynch moving forward. I remember talking to Dante Whitner over the offseason about whether or not a guy like Malik Mustafa could play a little linebacker. Dante thinks he could do it, so maybe that might be an option, but I guess that's a conversation for another day.
He had the requisite respect for Gerard Mayo's New England Patriots and the Any Given Sunday and all that, but, let's be honest, they're 10.5-point favorites for a reason. The Patriots do not have a lot of firepower. They scored 3 points against the Jets the last time they were out there. The Niners scored 32 against the Jets, too. By the way, he mentioned Moody's field goals in Game 1. We didn't get a chance to ask about the Moody miss, too. I mean, it was 55, but see that Brandon Aubrey from the Cowboys? I mean, I know he missed the last one, but he's making 60-yarders with regularity.
Well, that's the thing. In today's NFL, a 50-yard kick is a 30-yard kick.
It's unbelievable.
Like, they're chip shots now, and I know that kind of sounds ridiculous, but when your job is to kick the ball, when you're literally practicing on a side field by yourself and your only job is to put it up to the uprights, that's why people are going to get mad when you miss.
So if Debo comes back, what does that do to us Jauan Jennings guys?
That's great for our fantasy matchup, I'll tell you that, Murph.
Man, oh, man. I'd say keep feeding the rock. What's wrong with 15?
Why the hell not? I mean, Jauan Jennings right now is your wide receiver number 2 because he's been putting up better numbers than Brandon Ayuk, even with Deebo Samuel on the field.
Is he wide receiver 1?
Ooh, you can make that argument.
We didn't talk about Ayuk with John about maybe how he's feeling about that. Is he still? We said the breakout game was coming against the Rams. It did not happen. Will the breakout game happen against the Patriots?
I don't think they need a breakout game from Brandon Ayuk to beat the Patriots. I think it's going to be a big Jordan Mason day, just running the rock. George Kittle back in action, it sounds like. So I don't know if you need the big game from Brandon Ayuk, and who knows, because I know Gerard Mayo runs a similar style to Bill Belichick's defense, and Bill was always known to put his number 1 corner on the wide receiver number 2, but then put his other 2 corners double-teamed on the wide receiver 1. But we're asking the questions this morning, who the hell's on the wide receiver number 1 on this Niner team?
Yeah, in terms of the situation going into the game, Brock Purdy's back. He said checked out okay. Deebo Samuel practiced and is a fast healer. We didn't get a chance to ask about Kittle, but it sounds like Kittle's been practicing. Well, he limited on Wednesday, practice Thursday, tracking to play. All going on 105 on Sunday. Niners, big favorites of the New England Patriots. They got to just go take care of business, but more injuries on defense with the Jordan Elliott ankle turn and the Curtis Robinson knee injury on linebacker situations. So all stuff we'll talk about with our Niner guys, Larry Krueger at 8:50, Greg Papa at 9:30. But we opened the show, the first hour, talking about the boys being out at Oakland yesterday, and that will dominate the cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
I broke my back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus Boucher here to ask you one simple question. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program 2 months ago, and guess what? I've already dropped 24 pounds. right around the corner of reaching my goal of dropping 25 pounds with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. And I've done it without counting points or calories, without any prepackaged meals. There's no surgeries, there's no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the Cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler's going to be green and gold. Or as Ralph Barbieri would sing, the green and gold. You guys don't know that, do you?
Oh, I know that, Murph.
Ralph sang the USF fight song.
Oh, Young Tony, it's in the system.
When they made but the green and gold of USF is not the green and gold of Oakland. You guys went out there yesterday. It was awesome. Pumped to hear all your stories early this morning. And more as we get into the Cooler of content, it's all going to be A's sound because there was so much good stuff from yesterday. Started with, I told the story. I was at the Giants Community Fund Willie McCovey Golf Classic. Shout out Harding Park. Shout out Sue Peterson and the crew. Everybody put on a good show. Shout out Sean Jelly is the only current Giant to play. Showing up after coming in late last night or late Wednesday night, Thursday morning. He came out there, man.
Wow. Are you telling me that Sean Jelly is now moving up the ranks from Declan Murphy's favorite player to Brian Murphy's favorite player?
He's up there. Or as Marty Lee would say, you throw strikes. I was talking to Sean Jelly about his, at a year ago he played in it and he was barely hanging on to the roster spot. And I was talking to him in the back of the bar because nobody else was talking to him. And then This year he's back as a guy, and I said, look at you, man. A year ago we talked. Look at you now a year later, man. Way to go, buddy. Way to go. Marty's standing right next. He goes, he throws strikes. He turns to Michelle. He goes, you throw strikes. Classic.
Thanks,
So
Marty.
anyway,
You got to throw
I
strikes.
sent you guys a picture of Marty interviewing him at the banquet. And Marty's a full foot shorter than him. A full foot.
I know. Nobody had the apple box for him or anything?
They didn't. Anyway. But I was at the game. I was at the golf course, and it was. I said, the game's got to be coming to an end. So I go to my MLB app, and I click on the A's Rangers. It's the 9th inning, and I click on the Oakland A's cast, and I got it. And I'm sitting there, and I blew off the 11th green and 12th tee at Harding to listen to Ken Korak's final call, and boy, am I glad I did, because he got me, man. If you missed it, here was the great Ken Korak closing it out yesterday afternoon.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Here it is by Mason. He turns, he's ready, he throws in, it's swung on and hit to third to his left, up with it. Schumann, he turns, he throws, and the A's have won it. Mason Miller slams the door on the Rangers as the curtain comes down on 57 incredible years of A's baseball at the Coliseum. It's over. It is over after 57 years of thrills, of heartbreak, but always a sense of community, of fans belonging to something bigger, something special. It was baseball. It was Oakland A's baseball that brought so many people together. There's, of course, a profound sense of loss, of hurt, and yet the memories hopefully will last forever. May those memories be a blessing.
Damn, Kenny crushed it. It was amazing to listen to it in the moment. Of course, I might have had my own things going on, but I got a little 12 tee box at Harding Park. I was like, you guys go on without me. I'm listening to this. I texted Korak last night. I was like, bro, I painted the picture for him. He goes, wow, I can't believe you were listening. I was like, what do you mean, man? And I said, you crushed it. And he was, Marty, I ran into Marty later. I'm like, Marty, Ken was so great. He goes, I told him, you got to be Vince Scully. You got to be Vince Scully.
Great job, brother.
It's incredible.
Yeah, but you're right, Murph. It's an incredible call by Ken, and he's right. Baseball brought that community together.
Oakland A's baseball.
And that what was so cool yesterday, seeing 47,000 people in that ballpark.
Man.
Majority all A's fans. And shout out to the Giants fans who were out there with their Giants jersey on, but they were just showing solidarity
that's
for
where
Bay
I'm
Area
at.
baseball.
Because believe me, the rivalry was fierce, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't forget, years ago, you want early Eminem trivia, Murph and Marcus, Murph and Mac? Bleacher Dave used to listen to our show all the time, made a bet that I would go to an A's game and wear a yellow foam cowboy hat if they lost this year. I did. I paid it off.
Wow.
There's pictures of me wearing a yellow foam
I need to see
A's
that.
cowboy hat. So anyway, it's just, the rivalry was real. We all wanted to beat each other in, but no, you can't take baseball away from Oakland.
No, and that was the message yesterday. It was the community coming together for one last time before they close the doors on the Coliseum, and seeing people out there with their family and their kids and grandmas and grandpas. It really brought everybody together.
Well, that leads to this fan, and I need a name on this gentleman. He was being interviewed on the bridge, the legendary bridge from the Coliseum to BART, and this got picked up by CBS Sports on Twitter, and this started going viral. Scott Van Pelt put it out there. I got to find the name on this young man, Young Tone, man. This guy, he laid it out.
My dad didn't know what to do with me, so he brought me here. And we used to walk across that BART bridge to games, and it was like magic. And I watched Dwayne Murphy and Ricky Henderson out there running the outfield, stealing bases, hat flying off. It was beautiful, and that's what made me fall in love with baseball. And then I had a little brother who was 13 years younger than me, and I didn't know what to do with him. So what did I do? I brought him here. I brought him to baseball games. I brought him to opening day. His birthday's in April, and we would come to opening day every year. And when I went away to college, I would send him tickets to opening day every year, and he would call me for the national anthem, and he would call me for the 7th inning stretch, and he would call me for Jason Giambi's first at bat as a Yankee so I could hear the boos. And then when I had kids, I knew what to do with them, and so what did I do? I brought them here. My kids are so at home here, they come in here and they take off their jackets and they drop them in a corner and they run off because they feel like they're at home, not like they're in a place with 20,000 strangers or 4,000 strangers.
This guy was awesome. And again, I wish I could have a name on him. If anybody could help me out. He just crushed it. And there's more here. finishing up. By the way, he's wearing a green Cell shirt, of course. And it almost looks like he's wearing a panda hat. Some sort of like fuzzy hat he's wearing. But anyway, here it is, the second part.
That's what baseball in Oakland is. This is generations. This is like father to son to brother to child, and you're ripping that away for what? You're trying to fill a stadium with 70% visiting fans? That's ridiculous. Baby Gap, Nepo baby, guy who inherited everything. We work for ours. That's what we do in Oakland. We work. Everything that we have, we work for. This is blue collar. This is who we are, and we want this team to stay.
Yeah, man. He crushed it.
Yeah.
He's right. Oakland, I mean, there's undeniable. And Ann Kelly wrote about this in the Chronicle today. It's the last, you've heard the last dive bar, right?
Yeah.
But it's undeniable that it was the last affordable place to go to a game and the last, workers' place to go to a game. This was not corporate suite heaven.
Not at all.
You know?
And that's why I agree with this A's fan. It felt like John Fisher never became a part of the family. Like, from the minute he bought this franchise back in 2005 and the constant lowest payroll he'd roll out there, the fact that he let the Coliseum pretty much just decay after the Raiders left. He did everything he can to take this team out of Oakland. And it sucks for the people who have been to those games for 57-plus blanking years. And they've seen history, and they've seen World Series titles, and they've seen their favorite players and favorite moments and favorite memories. And yeah, yesterday we pulled the plug on the Coliseum after it's been on life support for a few years now.
And this guy said it. He said, for what? Like he went Ricky Waters. For who? For what?
Yeah, for what? Because John Fisher didn't want to break into his bank account of $4 billion and instead wanted public taxpayers' money to build a stadium.
Field a winner or build on that site. All that. You got Young Tone, you got something for us?
Jack Loader, listening from Colorado, just texted me. He said he has the A's fan's name, Roland Lamson. His Twitter name is Rally Lamb on Twitter.
Dude, look at Loader making maybe his real first contribution.
Damn, that probably explains the lamb hat that he's wearing in this video. Nicely done, Loader.
Well, there you go, Loads. All right, kid. All right. You now do better. You give us more. Anyway, here's the deal. Last couple ones here. I listened. I told you guys they didn't need me. It was a scramble. They didn't need me. What am I contributing, man? I'm contributing nothing. So anyway, I sat in the golf cart. I hate that we had to have carts, but we had to. And I was listening like a transistor radio. And then Mark Kotze came out. This got me a little bit too. Give me cut L, Tony. When he first walked out, Mark Kotze, who's Lynch said is buddy of his, John Lynch. Here it is.
I want to take a minute.
And here's Mark Kotze.
To share with all you how privileged and honor I feel today to stand on this field. It hit me last night. I know it's been hitting us, all of us, at different times. For me, it was after the game last night. I walked into this stadium. My amazing wife dragged me down onto this field. And we took it all in.
He got a little emotional right then.
Yeah.
He had to pause and gather himself. And then this is the way it ends. And we'll end the cooler content this way because we got Krueger, we got Papa, we got to react to John Lynch too. But he does it. He ends it the only way it can end, by leading the chant that's only done in one place. Here it is.
And last, I want to thank you guys for coming out today to share this moment with the club that I'm so proud of. We've played our asses off this year. We still got 3 left, gentlemen. I think we all should pay homage to this amazing stadium that we've had the privilege and pleasure of enjoying for 57 years. And I ask you for one more time to start the greatest cheer in baseball. Let's go, Oakland!
Man, did you guys do it?
You know, actually, I got to say I did not.
Theater of the mind. Say you did.
Well, Murph, because I was sitting with a group of fans out near the treehouse, and when Mark Kotze said, "Now it's time for the most iconic chant in baseball," immediately the fans started going, "Blank John Fisher."
Maybe
blank John Fisher.
Maybe the other greatest chant in baseball.
Yeah, so
right?
I joined that chant. But it sucks, man. These are Oakland fans that can't no longer use that chant because they've now lost 3 professional sports teams in the last 6 years.
They might do it in Sacramento. They might, and they might do it in Vegas if they ever get to Vegas. Who knows? They may be back. I don't know. Although Ricky said they're not. Ricky Henderson said he talked to Rob Manfred, that empty suit. Ricky also said, quote, I can't be sad. I have too much money. All-timer.
Must be nice.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you for that cooler content, Tony. It was very good. And now on to 49er football. Larry Krueger, Greg Papa finish our last hour of the show. Krug next on the Sports Center.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, when we have these injuries, there's timelines based upon scans and MRIs and data that we've collected over long periods of time. That probably has changed from when I played. You know, they give a timeline, and it probably errs on the side of caution because the data tells you if you bring them back too soon, you run the risk of them being hurt more, more severe injuries. So, but they're just that, they're timelines. And so the one thing, and I've told you guys this before, the best athletes seem to heal at a little better rate. And, but we have really objective testing and markers that they have to hit. And, the reason he's on the field is because he hit all these markers and he felt good enough to be out there. We'll see. Thursday's a heavy workload for us. So we'll see how he responds today, how he feels today. If he's ready, if he's hit all the markers, that'd be a really nice surprise to have him back. But I think that is to be determined here. Today will be a big day in that process.
John Lynch. Oh, he's great. God, GMs just don't come on local market radios and are as frank and informative as John Lynch, man. He's in the top level. So treasure those Friday hits with him, man. We'll continue to talk about what he said with our buddy Larry Krueger, who we do once a week. We want to thank Larry for his flexibility. We punted him the other day because we were going all in on the A's. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So Krug moved to today, so we can actually talk about stuff that's happened since we were going to talk to him, and of course talk about what John Lynch had to say. But first and foremost, good morning, Larry.
Yeah, what's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning, guys. Anybody who wants, anybody's going to take John Fisher to task, I got to get out of the way and give them room to operate.
Oh, man. What's the Krug Oakland Coliseum history?
I was there when Ricky stole third and said, Lou Brock was the greatest, but now I, Ricky, am the greatest.
He wasn't lying.
He wasn't lying, and it was a great day. It's sad. It's sad. I would have loved to have seen, I know this is going to be unpopular, but I would have loved to have seen the A's reacquire the South Bay rights and, go down there. Unfortunately, we all know the history on that, and the Giants own the South Bay and this and that, but that didn't happen, and they can't get a stadium built. But I blame John Fisher because he's the richest owner in all of sports. He could have built this thing and been, set up generations to come for years and years and years. But instead, he decided to kind of sap off the MLB dole until they kicked him off. Then he got serious about a stadium. Then it was too late. Then the climate wasn't right. And now he's bolting to Vegas. And it's a terrible decision for MLB. The same way leaving Seattle for Oklahoma City was a terrible decision for the NBA. So we'll see.
Yeah, well said, buddy. All right, to the Niners, because that's the focus here.
More importantly.
We continue if you want, but everyone gets mad. We have these listeners, and we're doing Niner hits, and we digress on the baseball. They get very, don't talk about the Niners, man. So, okay, all right. Hey, listen, by the way, everybody who's upset, be sure we'll get your money back. We'll give you your money back.
Yeah, and if we're talking too much baseball, they can always chime in and tune into Larry Krueger's Niners Nightly right here on KNBR, Larry.
Or Niners by the morning.
This man's a pro. It's not his first rodeo, Murph.
So, Debo, it sounds like he may play. We don't know, but you heard John Lynch right there. Larry, I'm actually a little bummed. I wanted more Jauan Jennings.
Yeah, JJ's the man right now. But Debo, I was at practice yesterday. Debo was not just out there, guys. He was looking really, really good. So he's got a calf strain, supposedly, that he's trying to come back from. So I was kind of looking to see if he's, was he moving gingerly? He was moving confidently. He ran routes decisively. He looked explosive. So I think he's trending towards playing.
And unfortunately, how do you think that affects like a Jauan Jennings? He goes back to 3, and that lessens like the Ronnie Bell factor.
He's banished. You'll never see Jennings again. No. You need all these guys. You absolutely need all these guys. Pearsall, sounds like, may come back next week, or at least is trending towards coming back. Ronnie Bell, I thought the interesting thing yesterday when I asked Brock Purdy about what he said to Ronnie Bell, and he had this long message that he sent to Ronnie Bell. It was like, hey, man, we need you, don't go in the tank. And, he tried to lift up his teammates. But bottom line is Ronnie Bell has got to catch the ball. When you're not big and you're not fast, you have to catch. He's a receiver. If you're not a receiver, if you don't catch, you're not a receiver. I mean, and there's Terrace Marshall on the practice squad. There's Jacob Cowing on the roster. And you could argue that the Niners need those guys and their speed more than they need Ronnie Bell, who may be somewhat of a redundant part. But they love Ronnie Bell, and they want to give him another shot. So we'll see.
Last week, Larry, we saw Brock Purdy run the offense pretty damn good without Christian McCaffrey, without George Kittle, without Deebo Samuel. So I'm not too concerned about the offense, but I am concerned about the defense, especially after the loss of Jauan Hargrave. Now, you mentioned being out in practice yesterday. Jordan Elliott was also carted off the practice field. So let's start with the defensive line and your assessment of it without Hargrave and potentially without Elliott this weekend.
Well, the big question, Marcus, is Nick Sorensen going to dial up some blitzes here without Jauan Hargrave? Hargrave is he was disappointing, but let's give him credit for what he was. He's an overpowering pass rushing tackle who's got great movement ability, and he's got great motor. So he's hustling after the quarterback. He's chasing things downfield. I mean, he's a high effort guy. So what are they going to do there? They have 4 defensive tackles that are up. Who's going to be the 4th guy? T.Y. McGill's probably going to be up. I talked to T.Y. yesterday in the locker room. He thinks he's probably going to be up. Not to give anything away, but then now with Elliott being out, is it Shaquille Brown or is it the kid Evan Anderson? I think that probably goes to Brown, but he just signed this week. So Anderson's been here more, but he's younger. Brown just walked in, but he was there this summer. So that's going to be interesting if Elliott can't go on Sunday.
It's funny you mentioned the blitzes, Larry. The Niners have not been traditionally a blitz-heavy team under Saleh or Ryans or Wilkes, actually Wilkes a little too much in Minnesota. But it seems like not an effective blitzing team. Do you agree that when they blitz, like the way when Brian Flores brings pressure, it seems to really work? The Niners haven't been effective, I think, with many of their blitzes.
Well, and they've lost some of their better blitzers. I mean, Dre Greenlaw is a guy that could definitely help as a guy who can shoot gaps. They haven't gotten home, and to me, they're going to have to start getting creative without Hargrave because they really don't have the manpower up front to really match up. And I don't know, if we're going to see any lineup changes, but I'd like to see a couple. I mean, Renardo Green, in my mind, after watching him on the practice field in this summer, he is their third best corner and maybe their best cover guy long term. And I think he's got to play over Isaac Yiadom. And then D. Winters, if he's healthy, I know he's got the ankle, but he practiced yesterday. Devondre Campbell, guys, is getting toasted, and he doesn't understand why he's being taken off the field. And, if he's listening, he's getting taken off the field because he's allowed 14 receptions on 16 targets. So, the Niners desperately missed Dre Greenlaw in 2 facets, his speed and his ferociousness, and Winters can replace that speed, I think, better than Campbell. So I want to see Winters in there.
Yeah, and we've seen this defense struggle on third down this year. We've also seen them get beat by the deep ball. So I want to ask you about the safeties, Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga. Hufanga made his return last week. But I want to know what you think, how they pair with each other, like how they complement each other as 2 guys who to me, are more in the box type safeties. So what do you think about the pairing of them on the back end of this defense?
I think it's a problem. I mean, they're really good. I think the 49ers may have 3 really viable starting caliber strong safeties and not a single starting caliber free safety. And I know some teams it's interchangeable, but the Niners like to play a lot of cover 3. Cover 3 means you got one safety in the box, almost as a run defender, like a strong side linebacker, and you've got one safety in that deep middle covering a ton of field. So that deep safety guy, I mean, like if you compare it to what Seattle used to have, the Niners have their Cam Chancellor, but they don't have their Earl Thomas. And that, I guess the question I would have, and the one question I don't know is Malik Mustafa a coverage player? I know they like him a lot, but is he a coverage player or is he another in the box safety? Because if he's a coverage player and they feel confident in his ability to play coverage, I think you got to get him on the field too.
Larry Krueger joins us once a week. It's always fun talking 49ers. He's down there in Santa Clara covering the team. You hear him every night. Niners Nightly. It's not Niners semi-nightly. It's Niners Nightly. 6 o'clock on KNBR. So you guys more blast of this tonight at 6 o'clock. Larry, just a little bit on the Patriots, man. I mean, listen, you just learned that, the Rams were without everybody, although they had Matt Stafford and they had special teams. And the Niners wound up losing a game that was 99.99% winnable. And so you go into this game, you look at the Patriots' skill. The skill position players aren't scary on paper. Jacoby Brissett, Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson. I mean, Hunter Henry, the tight end's pretty good. But in general, do you just feel like this is a toothless Patriots team coming in? We had Greg Papa on air saying, don't sleep on the New England Patriots. Are you sleeping on them?
No. I mean, Greg Papa is super smart on this one. I mean, I'll say this, the NFL Plus gives you an opportunity to watch all these games if you want to invest like 25 minutes in it. And so I went through and, I watched all the Patriots games, and they look great in week 1 against Cincinnati. They lost to the Seahawks in overtime in week 2, and then they got their doors blown off because they didn't commit to the run in week 3. They're going to come out and they're going to commit to the run. They got a huge running back who's not fun to tackle at all. I think they've got the most underrated running quarterback in the league because Brissett's not fast, but he will run and he can run if you give him a lane. He's a very smart runner. And then they got this slot receiver named Demario Douglas from Liberty. He used to be Malik Willis's receiver at Liberty. And he's a really dangerous player across the middle of the field. They also have Osborne, who toasted the Niners last year in Minnesota with Cousins on that Monday night game. So, I mean, and they've got Marcus Jones, who's a return guy, who's a dynamic returner. And we know the Niners are really struggling on special teams. So, and JaMychal Hasty's also a return guy. I expect this game to be close. I mean, it could get out of hand. But, if I was a betting man, I'd rather take the points and give the points this week.
Yeah, and it's always tough going against a Patriots defense, even though we all know Bill Belichick is no longer calling plays on the defense side, but Gerard Mayo also has a resume of being a good defensive coach so far. I know it's early in his career. So what are you seeing from that Patriots defense, especially when we saw Brock Purdy sacked 6 times against the Vikings a couple weeks ago, and then he had to scramble 10 times last week against the Rams?
Marcus, I think New England's got the most underrated defensive player in the entire league in Keon White, their second-year defensive end out of Georgia Tech. There's only like 4 or 5 pass rushers in football that have pressures, as many pressures as this guy. It's Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Aiden Hutchinson, and then Keon White. So he's 285 pounds. He's 6'5", but he plays really small, super fast. So he's dangerous. Ushi's dangerous. They've got 2 great safeties, Kyle Duggar and Jabril Peppers, and a really good corner in Christian Gonzalez. So, I mean, the Patriots are good. I mean, if the Niners give up a turnover, the Pats are going to run the ball. And if Pats get a big return and a couple big plays, I mean, that's all it will take. It's the NFL. So I think this is going to be a very competitive game on Sunday.
Agreed that it's going to be weird, but I don't know. I got to believe the Niners get their footing going here, and we shall see. But you're right. Don't sleep on the Patriots, says Papa. Krueger says,
don't sleep on the Patriots.
Don't sleep on the Patriots, and then we'll see what happens. So you go report the hell out of it, Larry. We're listening to you tonight at 6 o'clock, and we appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Have a great Friday, guys.
There he is, Larry Krueger. That's 2 now warning from Krueger and Papa. Boots on the ground. Watch out for the Patriots.
I know. I need to wake the hell up. I need to set my alarm clock. I'm sleeping on the Patriots, Murph.
I don't know. I just feel like the Niners. I do feel like the Niners can win and cover.
Yeah, they can't lose to the Patriots.
Well, they're not going to lose, but he's saying it can be close and competitive.
Nah, this is a statement game. They win it by double digits.
I'm kind of with you on this, and I'm not trying to be cavalier about it at all. I'm kind of looking at that Niner team. They should have beaten the Rams by
double
17,
digits.
21
they should have covered
points.
that spread, yeah.
It was a weird, freaking, bizarre, odd, goofy turn of events with a fake punt and a missed field goal. I don't know. I just hate. I feel like run the damn ball. I got to wear that hat on Fridays now. Remember?
Run the damn ball.
That's my Friday hat. They got to run the damn ball. I understand the D line has issues right now, but again, I'm just not. And I know any given Sunday, fear of the NFL, blah blah blah. But it's the Patriots skill position guys don't appear to be game breaking threats. I don't know. Would I have said that about Tutu Atwell though?
No.
Last Sunday?
No.
But Matty Stafford is not, Jacoby Brissett is not Matty Stafford.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But Murph, it's the stat that I threw at you earlier this morning. For the first time in over 70 years, the biggest underdog in each of the first 3 weeks of the NFL have all won outright. And that includes the New England Patriots as 8-point dogs against the Bengals week 1. My Raiders, 9-point dogs against the Ravens week 2. And the Commanders last week, plus 7.5 against the Bengals. Not only covering the spread, the biggest underdogs each week are winning ball games.
Well, that S has to end.
Yeah.
And it will end this weekend.
Yeah.
By the way,
that trend is due to lose.
We are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. I love Krug so much. And we've done Krueger impressions through the years because he's so unique. And he did it for me there on this one because Krueger's the king of going like 3rd, 4th level down when you weren't expecting. Like, he'll propose NBA trades with players I've never heard of. You know, he'll be like, I really think the Warriors should be looking. I'll be like, what? Who's that? He just did it right there. He says, Patriots feature the most underrated pass rusher in the league, Keon White.
Let me tell you about Keon White.
I just love it. Was the perfect Krueger name, too. Keon White. So thank you, Krug, for being you. Buddy, he's always going to give you that deep down pull because nowhere in my scouting reports was I boning up on Keon White.
Now we're on Keon alert.
Well, we'll check him out.
Yeah, we'll see how he does.
Who's going to block him?
Yeah, is Trent Williams not going to cramp up this weekend?
Who's going to block Keon White?
Or is Colton McKivitz going to be a turnstile again?
Okay, if you missed John Lynch, we got to react to all the stuff he had to say next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I think New England's got the most underrated defensive player in the entire league in Keon White.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. Today is the last day of this contest, and this is going to be your time to call. So we are going to actually go to break here. We're going to give you the cue to call when we follow this break. So be caller 10. If you are caller 10, you're going to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. The prize also includes 2 tickets to both shows. So stay tuned. Following this break, we are going to give these tickets away. And if you call in, you're caller number 10, you are going to win. So stay tuned. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And as for Jauan, he was fantastic. Jauan is he's a really good football player. We've known that for a while. And, you know, this league is made of guys who, when their number's called for whatever reason, somebody's hurt, a couple guys are hurt, they get their opportunity, and he simply got his opportunity just to be out there almost every snap. And man, did he make the most of it. I think it was 11 receptions on 12 targets and some incredible catches. He plays with so much will. He's a really inspirational player for our team.
There it is, John Lynch on Jauan Jennings as Reggae Friday comes to an end. Guys, I got news for you. It's our last Reggae Friday because it goes with baseball regular season. It's our last regular season.
Pour one out for Reggae Friday, Murph.
I know, man. I know. Well, hey, the future lies ahead. We shall see what young Tony has up his sleeve. Maybe he'll be playing some Barry Zito because I understand that he learned. Barry Zito's saying that. I know we'll get to Lynch in just a second here, but well, we've been recapping your guys' trip to Oakland yesterday. You didn't know Barry Zito was a recording artist, Barry?
No.
Or young Tony?
I actually learned that post-show yesterday in John Joe's office. He dialed that up, and then I think in like the third or fourth inning, they played it in between innings.
Mm-hmm. So that became like, so when he released that song, he came on our show to promote it. We loved it. And then it just died out. Nobody played it anywhere. But I kept it on my phone and put it on all my All-Star Summer playlist. In this particular summer, man, it was our 12-year-old summer, so the last one. My coaches got into it, and like in our last team gathering out of Stinson Beach, man, one of the coaches went on a big speech about how emotional the song made him, and he made us listen. Not made us. He played it for us one last time. We're like, dude, what are you trying to do? Make us cry in front of our kids? You know, because it is the last bench. So maybe that's what young Tony learned yesterday or today.
And it was cool.
We'll move on with
it was cool hearing that song at the ballpark. And yeah, I don't want to digress too much, but it was an extremely well done job by the PA system, whether they're playing Ballpark Kids or Careless Whispers, which was Josh Reddick's walk-up music, or they had Metallica, Master of Puppets, the old Grant Balfour entrance. They had a bunch of stuff.
Bernie Lean,
the Bernie Lean, people were doing the Bernie Lean out there.
Coco Crisp,
wasn't it? Coco, that was that era. Young Tony had no idea what the hell that dance was.
And you said they played some Master of Puppets?
They did, and they did the Balfour Rage.
Which means it's time to give away a pair of tickets to 2 Metallica shows, Friday, June 20, 2025, Sunday, June 22, 2025 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, the Metallica M72 World Tour. Friday, you got Ice Nine Kills and Limp Bizkit. Sunday, we got Suicidal Tendencies and Pantera. We already talked about Institutionalized by Suicidal Tendencies. Call John Joe Curley right now at 415-896-KNBR. Ask him about his coffee spill this morning. 415-896-KNBR. Ask him about his coffee tragedy this morning. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. John Lynch on McCaffrey, maybe among the most newsworthy stuff. Kyle Shanahan yesterday with the Afternoon Boys said that they were going to start to, quote, turn it up. It's like, oh, okay, I'm listening. So we asked John Lynch about his status and what happened to McCaffrey or what happened in Germany and what's been their plan all along.
Once we put him to injured reserve, I think that was to kind of force a discipline for everyone that, you know, when you have tendonitis, that basically is inflammation. And, it was flared up, bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and so we needed to quiet it down. So the plan was to give it the time to do that, and then at some point in a thoughtful way to ramp him back up. So what he does early and where he goes, he's got people who work on his body and have for a long time. We work and consult with him on that, and now Christian's back here, and at some point we'll get back. We'll have to hit certain markers, and we'll try the ramp up, and God willing, the thing has quieted down, and we can build him back up in a really smart and thoughtful way.
Okay, he said, God willing, the thing has quieted down. So did he say that? Did you take that to mean it has quieted down, or he's hoping it will quiet down?
I took it as it has quieted down, and that's why they're going to start the ramp-up phase.
Okay, the quiet down and the ramp-up.
They're going to rebuild him.
Here's part 2 of he doesn't. No way he knows the $6 million man. No way.
Oh, young Tony? No chance.
No way.
I've definitely heard the reference.
Legendary TV show of my youth. Certainly predates Waterboy, but you know about it.
Well, yeah, we used to riff about Brock Purdy being rebuilt.
All right. Anyway, we can rebuild him. More John Lynch on McCaffrey quieting down and building up.
Christian, we gotta be really cognizant. Of course, we want him back. He's a game changer for us, but we want him back healthy, and so we'll take the necessary time for that. How much it takes, I don't think anyone knows right now, and we'll start that process. Kind of reconvene now that he's back and see where he's at, and we'll get a plan together. That plan's been in the process of being made, but we'll put that plan to action, and we'll update you when need be on how he's doing. But right now, we kind of. Hopefully we've quieted the thing down enough, and now we can start the process of building back up.
Quiet down. They say build, break, build, or whatever. Break, build. But anyway,
break them down to build them back up.
Yeah.
Destroy, build, destroy. Is that what you're talking about? That's a show. That was a show on Cartoon Network.
Wow. Oh, I thought you didn't watch cartoons, kid.
I thought you didn't have any cartoon knowledge.
On the network, it was a reality show. Okay. It was just on Cartoon Network.
And he turns his back on SpongeBob.
Yeah, it's a bad take for
Hence
the young
not
kid.
knowing Leif Erikson Day. Waterboy with a great hard-hitting journalism question goes, who made the decision to go to Germany? Tell us, John. Whose call was it to go to Germany?
I think collaboratively, I think Christian knew of someone there. He does a ton of research. Christian he works as hard as anyone that I know, and I think obviously, he reaches out to us, and we blessed it, and we'll leave it at that.
Sounds like he found his own dude.
Yeah,
he came
I think
to
so.
Lynch and Shanahan's like, I got a guy in Germany. I'm going.
Look, and seems he's a smart guy. I'm sure he called up his buddies down at Stanford to see if they had any medical opinions. But we know that former athletes before, most famously known Kobe Bryant, after tearing his Achilles, went out to Germany. And Murph, I did promise John Joe Curley I wasn't going to make any riffs about German scientists. But it seems like they are advanced in that type of recovery.
Shout out Al Einstein. All right, there you go. Here we go. I asked him about Ronnie Bell. I mean, listen, 49ers fans, they want this guy's head on a platter, right? But they didn't. He's on the team. People are like, you better not be on the team. Well, he is. So we asked him, what'd you say to Ronnie Bell?
Yeah, when you're on these teams, you become family. And, people have rough days. And, I saw that it meant a lot to Ronnie that Brock was one of the first guys who came over and said, listen, a long season. And there's some people who've had a real harsh, visceral reaction that, hey, why is he still on your team? Well, because people make mistakes. And, I think if he's a guy out there dogging it every day in practice and not making those plays in practice, you probably, it's professional football and we love you, but hey, we got to move on. Ronnie's a guy who's works his tail off. Ultimately, he knows this. We know this, that you have to make plays when your number's called. He didn't. He's not the only one who didn't, make plays, and that's why we lost a really tough game, one we should have finished, frankly. And you give the Rams credit, but, you also go back to the drawing board and know that we have to be better. I could tell you we practiced really well last week. Ronnie practiced well last week. And sometimes it's more than just practice. It's about going and doing it on game day. And you got to make plays when your number's called. But I think our whole team fell short there. And so, that's what I'll say on that.
Okay, that was a good answer. He says, people have rough days. And then the big answer was, he goes, because people make mistakes. I was like, my famous, when I had my famous screw up at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat and playing the wrong horse racing, and I got just destroyed by my sports editor. He goes, what do you say for yourself? And I said, human error. Wow. And he had nothing to say. But he said, because people make mistakes. And I was like, John Lynch taken his lead from the history of this morning show because people make mistakes.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Vintage pull. By the way,
Ronnie Bell is the 49ers' Tim Webb.
Double tap on the heart, point to the sky for that voice guy.
Yeah.
He's now doing voiceovers up in the clouds, man.
That's wild.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, does Thinny still get a little rankled on that, or was it? He rolled with it pretty well, I got to tell you.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Tim's taking it.
But now that he's a semi-executive.
Yeah. I'm sure he's probably taking it better than the criticism that Ronnie Bell has been receiving over the last couple of days.
Well, and here's the one thing where I don't I'm not in lockstep with a lot of Niners fans. They keep blaming Ronnie Bell, and my argument was more how the Niners approached that entire drive. I hated it. They should have ran it more, and they should have dinked and dunked their way down the field, used all the clock, so that even if you don't succeed, the Rams don't have any time to score. And by dropping back 3 times, yeah, you had the chance for a big play for Ronnie Bell. I understand that. That's factually true. He could have caught the ball and they won. But the bigger story to me was that you put it in that situation when you could have just marched down the field by taking what they gave you, burning the clock, getting down to get from your 30 to their 30 with 1:51 to go should be the easiest thing in the world for an NFL team to do.
And Murph, I have a silver lining for any 49er fans who are tired of seeing Ronnie Bell. I don't think you're going to see much more of him moving forward, especially if Deebo Samuel does end up playing this weekend. Even if he doesn't, we talked to John Lynch this morning about Ricky Pearsall and the practice window opening back open for him. I think a guy like Ronnie Bell only stayed on the roster as like an emergency case for Brandon Ayuk not signing or what happened to Ricky Pearsall. That's the only reason why he's on the roster. But then again, you can ask the question why the hell Chris Conley was on the field instead of Ronnie Bell in that situation.
Yeah, that was my big thing. So when Pearsall comes back, you think he takes Bell's roster spot?
Without a question, yeah.
All right, well, there you go. It was a frustrating. It's still not. Nick Bosa said he lost sleep. How about that? Can you imagine Bosa tossing and turning?
Well, it's good because Greg Papa said don't sleep on the Patriots.
Aha! Sleep is our theme. And those of us who work on our show, on this show, don't get much sleep.
Yep.
Especially young Tony, who pads around at 2 in the morning with ear pods in listening to the Bob Melvin show.
That's right. And if we do get sleep, we're doing it with our shoes on.
Or on a sleep number bed. Or Mancini Sleep World is where we go.
Nice.
Very good with the shoes riff. Yeah. I'll be doing that later today, by the way. All right, guys. Enjoyable Friday vibe. And it's going to finish with a Papa. Come to Papa on a Friday. He will start being on Fridays at 7:30 because we switch over from Giants to full-on 49ers at this point in time. So G-Pop, who had an emotional week over in Oakland, and G-Pop, who said, don't sleep on the Patriots. Don't rip Van Winkle the Patriots. Next on the Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, just to give you guys the lay of the land, G-Pop switches to 7:30 on Fridays going forward, but this is our last non-7:30 hit.
What time?
Bright and early, Papa.
He is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. I don't want to steal your 10 a.m. Thunder Pop, but just to help out the 9:30 crowd, how was Thursday afternoon's processing different than Tuesday night's processing from
I wasn't
Oakland?
there. I was just watching through the TV and, putting up the sound. We were doing the show and, heard Barry Zito's national anthem, which struck me on several levels since I introduced him to Jeff Tamalier, great guitarist at Tower of Power, that actually taught Barry how to play the guitar. And much to my chagrin, Barry would practice the guitar on the Ace Charter. I'd be in the back row of the first section, sound asleep at 2 in the morning, and all of a sudden Zito would break out the acoustic guitar and start practicing right when I was trying to fall asleep. I Belushi'd all over him a few times. But anyway,
Nice. Very good.
it was, Tuesday was so great for me just to go back. I haven't been there in a while. I go back every year and kind of hide, just want to watch the game and walk around the concourse. And I love baseball, obviously. It's great when you're not broadcasting in, and I love that ballpark. But Tuesday was the full tour, Melissa Guzman is a family friend. Loved her dad and her brother and her sister. Anyway, huge Raider fans and A's fans. She works for the A's, and she took me down and took us down. And it was just going the A's dugout, and there's Dennis Eckersley looking as bronzed as ever.
Oh, yeah.
You know those years. Eck was the coolest guy in American sport. Right?
Remained. He might still be. He's
still cooler than cool. Yeah. And he's bronze. He's turned into George Hamilton.
He's
George Hamilton on me. He's killing me.
My next life, I want to come back as Eck.
Yeah. And then Steve Vucinich was there, and Dave Perrin, and Robert Bwan, and then just Bochy was there. Went over and had a nice visit with him. And then I got my dirt from the Coliseum. They gave us this little glass vial to put the dirt in, and I'm like, where am I going to get the dirt from? And who better? Clay Wood, the head groundskeeper. He's the George Toma of Oakland. Actually scooped it up for me himself right off behind his tractor with the rake behind it. And then went up to the broadcast booth where I did A's baseball for so many times, and saw Devin Fox and Ted Griggs and David Coppett and people that I work with so closely. And in the booth where I did so many A's games and Raiders games, went over to the Bill King broadcast booth next door, and all of it. It was just a great day and great night. They got there early for BP, obviously, and then it was time to go. And just went out to the F lot, and that's where I parked my car for Warriors games for 11 years and Raiders games for 21 years and A's games for 14 years. And then you just, shut the door and pull out and leave, get on the highway. And it's just, we may never go this way again. It's just, maybe we will. They still got the arena, and they have great shows there. But it's just going to be different. I spent so much of my life, me personally, and raised my children there. They spend so many days and nights there. Sometimes 2 games in one day. I do an A's game on a Saturday afternoon and a Warriors game at night. Did a lot. So anyway, it was part of a lifetime. Bob Melvin will join us at 10:15. I don't know if Bo Mel made it there yesterday or not. I know he wanted to, but he's got memories. And you guys grew up here, Murph. It's just I didn't grow up here, but I did. I moved here when I was 24, and some extent did. And then, but just watching those A's teams of the 70s coming right through, the NBC Peacock Network in living color, and they were the most colorful team in American sport. Hell, they had a blue on the mound and the green playing second base, and the uniforms were, I don't know what color that is. Sure don't look like the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers. I know that. They're just different, and they all wore mustaches and beards and long hair. They were the Rebels of Oakland, and obviously what the Raiders meant. So it means so much to so many people in the Bay Area. And it hit hard, when I started talking about it Wednesday morning with John. Sometimes when you got to talk about someone dying, like Al Davis dying, I knew ahead of time, how am I going to get the words out? It was at the very end where it just hit me, where I began to relive those emotions of pulling away and leaving, and just the finality of something I had done so long, for so many years, and meant so much to me. It really, in a lot of respects, I wasn't raised here, but I was as a young broadcaster, and I became accepted by Bay Area fans. So that place means everything to me.
That's perfect summary. Perfect. Just last PS is our mutual friend Ken Korak's final call was great. You guys should play it during your show. We have it in the system, and so you should hear it.
I love Kenny.
A lot of people don't get to hear it because the A's don't have that station, so that's just a PS.
I just wish Bill was there. I mean, that's the one thing.
Yeah.
If these walls could talk, I just want Bill. And did anybody, and Korak should have it, because he literally wrote the book on Bill King.
Yeah.
But the Holy Toledo sign in the outfield.
Yeah, who's taking that?
Korak doesn't get that. Can I have that? I want that.
Get in line. Oh, man. Give it to Mickey Morabito. That's who I give it to. All right, guys.
Or Bill's family. Give it to his kids.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
definitely.
All right. Well, listen, I'd love to keep hearing those stories. It's great. But let's just jump hardcore into the football. And here's my take. I listened to my P&L, my Papa and Lun, and you caught my ears when you said, don't sleep.
The P&L statement? Is that what you're
Don't sleep on the New England Patriots. Can you defend that statement, Greg Papa?
What do you want to just go to sleep and just show up and play? First of all, the Niners are not the Niners right now. They are disjointed. They're not playing complementary football, offense, defense, special teams. When they're rolling, it's 35-10. They're taking teams apart. Maybe you get one at the end, but they dominate the game. And they had moments of that, the first quarter and a half in L.A. They went off the script for 2 long touchdown drives. The third touchdown to Jauan, 9 runs right away, and then a couple of passes. You hit them on it out and up, and it's like, these are the guys I know. And then the guys that I know, Eck comes out of the bullpen to slam the door. You don't let them come back into the game, and it's just situational football. And so they're not tight right now. They are disjointed. They got to play better. They will. It's a lot like when the Warriors went to 5 straight finals. There were times where, what's going on here? This team throwing the ball in the crowd, discombobulated. What are they doing? It's going to take them a month to be the Warriors again. And then the next game, it's 50-5. And you're like, whoa, there they are. So they got it in them. They just got to be them. And I'm more worried about them tightening up. Obviously, the health of the team is not strong right now, and losing Christian changes everything. But they have it in them. So, but New England is still, I watch them play still, Murph. There's still Belichick in them. And they're tight, especially on defense. Everybody's walking around. They got all these jokers. Is he up? Is he down? Is he dropping? Is he coming? And the Rams rushed 3 and dropped 8 against Brock a lot. I'm like, what's going on here? And I think it confused him. He played great, but there were times he held the ball for 12 seconds. It's like, what's going on? And then obviously Brian Flores came from Belichick when they won a Super Bowl last, and he was the DC there, and he caused all the problems in Minnesota. So I just respect New England defensively mainly. And here's the one thing to look for. Jauan Jennings had a breakout game, obviously. Now the whole world knows who he is. Christian Gonzalez, their young corner out of Oregon. That guy's good. Long arms, can really run. Belichick would not assign one guy like Revis Island. He wouldn't put Darrelle Revis on the top wide receiver if it was Calvin Johnson, Megatron, or whomever. We're just talking to Bob Socci and John and I, the voice of the Patriots. Belichick would put his best corner on the second receiver and then double the first one. They're not doing that with Mayo and Covington, their DC. Gonzalez is following Jamar Chase around, DK Metcalf around, Garrett Wilson around, wherever they go. So who does he have? If they do that and let Zero follow a guy around, does he follow Jauan Jennings around and not Brandon Ayuk? And then Debo may or may not come back in this game. Typically, teams don't follow Debo around because he's hard to get to. And then on offense, Murph, they got a big quarterback, they got a big offensive line, they got a big running back, and they're going to try to cram the ball down your throat. So the run defense has got to be tighter. I heard you talking to John Lynch, and they just got to be tighter. And then the one thing that has bothered the Niners a little bit, and the Rams did it a lot, was 2 tight end formations. The strength of this New England team. Stevens in the back's a good player. They got some young receivers. KJ Osborne from the Vikings is a good player. Douglas in the slot and Polk, the Oregon rookie. But the strength of their passing game are the veteran tight ends they have. They have Hunter Henry on that team, really good player. And Austin Hooper, former Stanford Cardinal. We knew him in Atlanta. I think the Niners one offseason tried to get him. So they're going to be in a lot of double tights. And with the injuries, the linebacking level, we know teams are trying to force the Niners to play their base and, 2 or 3 tight ends on the field and attack, everybody around Fred Warner. So there are areas of this team that do concern me. So don't sleep on them. They can't sleep on anybody right now. You're not the Niners right now. You lost to the Rams, who are ravaged by injury. And I know the Patriots' O-line is not very good. I'm not even sure who they're playing on the line. They're young and they don't block well. But we said the same things about the Rams, didn't we? And Stafford got the ball out fast. So this is not a must-win, obviously, in Week 4. It's what the guys call at 49-49 a gotta-have-it game. You gotta have it. But if something happens the other way, Merv and Marcus, what are you guys going to be doing in the morning on Monday? If they lose this game to go to 1-3.
Mm-hmm. The sky will be falling, Papa. The sky will be falling. But I think you led it perfectly to my next question about that defense. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on that defensive line after revamping it this offseason. Hargrave's out. Elliott gets carted off the field yesterday. So I'm wondering, how do you think that defensive line is going to match up against Ramondre Stevenson, but also how the linebackers, specifically Devondre Campbell, is going to match up against a guy like Antonio Gibson out of the backfield?
Yeah, D. Winters was moving around better yesterday off the ankle injury, so he could factor in certainly in the nickel or the base. But the D line is getting thin. You lose the Gravedigger, last week with a partially torn tricep, and then, Jordan Elliott. And I was there at the last period, and the reason they carted them off, it was the very final period, and they just wanted to get them off the field. John was talking to you guys this morning, and Kyle was really concerned when I saw him, but then when I left, it was a little more optimistic yesterday that he would be okay with the foot injury. Not the same for Curtis Robinson, my God. And I think he was going to have a bigger role on this football team, Sunday and proceeding forward, and he tears his ACL. Or he did something to his knee, I'm not sure. I think they're fearful of it being an ACL tear. A lot of times they can, just reach around and grab it, and they'll know. Kyle will talk this afternoon to let us know. But I think that's the fear right now because it was a non-contact injury. But they're getting a little lean, in the defensive line, losing the Gravedigger. Can Jordan Elliott play in this game? I don't know. If he has to miss this game, you got Kevin Givens behind. I think they'll bring somebody up, whether it's Evan Anderson, probably more likely T.Y. McGill, who's a veteran guy. And then Gross Matos can move inside and play over a guard. But they're getting run on too much. Kyron Williams, Marcus, did not have a huge game, but he just had big moments. And there's times where, as Fred called them, they're walk-ins. Not Dennis Eckersley's walk-offs, but just when a back goes into the end zone standing and nobody got him on the ground from the 4-yard line. What happened? That one run where they ran off the left side of their line, and the Niner defensive right, they caved in the whole front. And it's different than what they did last year with the pin and the pull and the toss cracks getting to the edges. A lot of times they're just running right at them. And they got to stop that. You cannot get run on. Ramondre Stevenson weighs 230 pounds. He's a big back. You know what New England wants to do? Watch the Bengal game. They went into Cincinnati and grabbed that game by the throat. They just ran it, possessed the ball, double tights, play kind of way Belichick beat the 49ers in the championship game in 1990 and beat the Bills in the Super Bowl 25. We're going to play keep away. We're going to run O.J. Anderson. We're going to we're going to kick field goals if we have to win. That's kind of where they're at. And then maybe they make a play in the passing game to the tight end and one of the young receivers, and they know how they want to play. You just can't let them play the game on their terms. So, the Niners need to just grab the game by the throat, score early, make them drop back and throw, and then get on this offensive line. And, the quarterback, I think there's a chance Drake May plays in this game. Although I did think there was a chance Jimmy Garoppolo would play in the game on Sunday. And maybe if they get him to punt on that 4th and 6 and go punt safe, they do get Jimmy in the game and Stafford's ankle gets bad. But, there's some areas of this game that do... They're solid, and I laid them all. All that being said, their talent base is not like other NFL teams. They won 4 games last year. They're trying to rebuild the roster. I mean, they're not a playoff team, I don't think. But you never know in the NFL. But they are a beatable team. But so are the Rams. So let's beat them. Let's beat L.A., let's beat N.E., and let's not kick one like last week, right?
You have been properly warned, KNBR fans, so there you go. Good stuff, Greg. Now, powder, you better go towel off. You got 13 minutes to get ready. All right?
Towel off? I think I'm all warmed up. I'm going to walk in from the bullpen.
All right. Yeah, like Eck. Be as cool as Eck. That's your goal today, all right?
Nobody's as cool
Nobody's as cool
Although
as
he
Eck.
has turned into George Hamilton, hasn't he?
Oh, my God. It's incredible, man. It's incredible. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in awe. All
He's
right.
the consigliere in Godfather 3.
We'll talk to you in 13 minutes, buddy.
Thanks, Pop.
Greg Papa with the phenomenal breakdown. You have been properly warned. Ramondre Stevenson weighs 230 pounds.
I'm awake. I got the Greg Papa alarm clock.
All right. He is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And Bob Melvin, as he said, is going to join Papa in London at 10:15. That's pretty cool. I'll be listening to that. And then we finish strong. Our last Sutter Health. Young Tony learned something, and we do it next on the Sports Leader. It's Bigelow Tea time, everybody. Bigelow Tea time. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. Every time is Bigelow time. Because Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at KNBR in our break room. So beautiful. I see employees all over the place grabbing their mugs full of English breakfast, chamomile, cranberry apple, all the beautiful different flavor options. Perfect for someone who makes a living behind a microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For me, this was the first and last mound I ever pitched on, right? So it bookended my career. Had a lot of highs and lows in my career. And, to kind of go to that place. I mean, we all love that feeling of nostalgia. Yeah. You go to that playground you played on as a kid or your high school baseball field. And that's what this is like for me. This is like my high school field. I know every in and out of this entire stadium and this entire field and dugout and clubhouse, and except for I didn't know the clubhouse was changed. But other than that, but yeah, it's been surreal. I've been everywhere on that field, and now singing the anthem, I've been there. That was the only place I don't think I ever stood. So
come on, man. Now I'd say you know that voice, but I'm not sure you do. I'm hearing some Nashville in that San Diego kid. What happened to Don't Kill My Dreams, dude? He's gone full Nashville. Barry Zito, of course, who we love.
The surfer turned country.
Dude, it is interesting. If you move somewhere, do you adopt? I got to give my buddy Neil all the credit in the world. The wedding I went to in Scotland, because you live over there, people start infiltrating your... Dude, he's still talking flat out... He's been over there 15 years, flat out Californian, zero Scottish accent. I'm like, way to represent, buddy. Because I lived in Dublin for 6 months, and this woman I knew who's American, she started talking like an Irish person. It's like, come on, man, you can't do that. You can't do that. So Barry, though, he's going full chameleon. So they call that, what's the phrase for that? They accused one of the presidential candidates of doing that.
Ooh.
It's called signal guarding or something. Yeah. I don't know. It's when you change. But the fact of the matter is sometimes, do you talk differently to different friends? Let me ask you a question.
I talk differently than you. Like, I talk differently to young Tony than I do to you.
There you go. So
like, with the older crowd, I try to be more try to be more respectful. Yeah. When I'm with the kids, I'm cussing left and right.
What about you, young Tony? Do you speak differently to different people?
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. And by the way, in Kentucky, I never got an accent. People always ask, well, how did you not get...
buddy.
I mean, I had to. I'm a California kid. I'm not getting an accent. Are you kidding?
But did you start saying y'all?
Never. That was my big thing. I hate that term, y'all.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of like it.
Hey, y'all.
It's very, because nowadays when you say guys, it offends people.
Maybe you should go full Brian Kelly and start talking about your family.
That's the one, Brian Kelly.
It's my family.
All right, let's go full code switching. Everybody says it's called code switching.
Yeah, code switching.
Let's go full code switching into doctor talk. How's that? There you go.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, it's time to put on the doctor's coat for one last time because I am a doctor of baseball. And I'm going to dedicate this to someone we haven't seen in quite a while, Jung-Hoo Lee. Who? That's right, Jung-Hoo Lee. In case you forgot, Jung-Hoo Lee suffered a season-ending torn labrum in his left shoulder after he crashed into the center field wall on May 12th. And it really feels like the Giants have lost major aura points since Jung-Hoo Lee's absence. Now, he had surgery on June 4th, and the club says that his recovery should give him a 6-month timetable. So hopefully Jung-Hoo Lee's back in the batting cages by December and back out in center field next year on opening day. And that is our final Giants Sutter Health Report, sponsored from 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Man, you just dropped a bomb on me. I don't know what I'm more sentimental about. My final This Date in Giants History with producer Mike Kohler, now program director Mike Kohler this Sunday, or your final Sutter Health with one of my favorite sound bites of the last several years.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
That's just incredible, by the way.
Here's the thing, Murph.
He's not riffing at all, by the way. He truly does.
Me and Nikki T. Well, Nikki T's been a doctor for a while. I've only been a doctor for one season now, but you've been doing This Date in Giants History for years.
Well, tune in. Mike Kohler, I make Mike Kohler come on the mic. Wow. So Sunday morning, 12:05 early game. So that'll come on a little after 11:05. You'll hear that. So, all right, young Tone, here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Well, your guys' field trip over to Oakland did a lot. First of all, you learned about Barry Zito, ballpark kids, but we decided to go in a different direction. And he saw this crazed, bald man in his 70s wearing what? Is he still wearing the Daisy Dukes?
Yeah, I believe he still had the Daisy Dukes on. He was a ways away from us.
Crazy George, young Tone. You didn't know about Crazy George, who's Oh, we're going ballpark kids?
I just did a little bit of both.
Okay.
To honor Barry Zito. Why not? But no,
Well,
Crazy
this was-
George, never heard of this guy. Saw him on MLB Network, a couple clips earlier today.
Did you do the wave with him?
I did not.
Okay, well, listen, this is the other thing he learned, that Barry Zito's a recording artist in Nashville, and this was my go-to on all the Little League All-Star playlists, and parents loved it. And by our 12-year-old year, parents started to get a little nostalgic when they heard this one. If you hear this one in the right mood after a couple beers, you might get a little tear.
Well, that's the thing,
It's all so
Murph.
fleeting. It's all so fleeting.
I think a lot of people were getting tears at the Coliseum yesterday because there was a lot of ballpark kids who grew up going to the Oakland Coliseum.
We should just let Barry play us out, man. This is if you don't know this song, find it. It's actually, I think, for years it wasn't on Apple or Spotify. I had to reach out to Barry to get an MP3 of it because I go, dude, why isn't this on there? And by the way, Little League World Series should use this every year. They use freaking Katrina and the Waves this summer. But anyway, shout out Barry.
It's on Spotify now.
It is now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, finally, and I got it in there, and well, it's a perfect way to end. Young Tony learning about the greatness of Barry Zito's romance and the romance of the Oakland Coliseum. That was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Proud of you guys going out there yesterday. And now it's time for Papa and Lunch. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October.
I'm here with my family.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Topson and Colbert did this yesterday.
Topson and Colbert.
That's the new name.
I think New England's got the most underrated defensive player in the entire league in Keon White.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Here it is by Mason. He turns, he's ready, he throws in, it's swung on and hit to third. To his left up with it. Schumann, he turns, he throws, and the A's have won it. Mason Miller slams the door on the Rangers as the curtain comes down on 57 incredible years of A's baseball at the Coliseum. It's over. It is over after 57 years of thrills, of heartbreak, but always a sense of community, of fans belonging to something bigger, something special. It was baseball. It was Oakland A's baseball that brought so many people together.
Said it perfectly. That is the great Ken Korak. Thanks for joining us. One final thought, or a bunch of final thoughts on the final day for the A's at the Coliseum. It is a 49ers Friday, so we have a ton of stuff to get you there. And we quickly got to talk because we got Bob Melvin coming up, Pop, at 10:15. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, John. And was Bo Mel there yesterday? I know he was planning on being in there, but they got there in the wee hours after the final game in Arizona. Was he there? Well, we'll ask Bob and see if he was there. But, you know, Bob Melvin is the winningest manager in the history of the Oakland A's. It's amazing to me when you think of all the greats. And when they moved in 68, Bob Kennedy was the first manager, Hank Bauer, John McNamara, Dick Williams won 2 World Series, 72, 73, couldn't deal with Charlie O. They brought in Alvin Dark in 74, and Bob Melvin and Alvin Dark are the only 2 men on earth that have managed both the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's. And now that they're no longer the Oakland A's, although I always hold out hope they will be again, they will be the only 2. And, you know, then on to Chuck Tanner. I mean, the list of accomplished men that manage the A's is amazing. Jack McKean, Trader Jack, Bobby Winkles, Jack McKean again. Jim Marshall had some really bad teams. The one year they lost 108 games in 79. But then, you know, the great Billy Martin, Steve Voris, Jackie Moore, Jeff Newman, and then it all flipped when they hired the attorney from the Chicago White Sox. You know, thank you, Hawk Harrelson, the great Tony La Russa. And on to, you know, Art Howe, I knew so well, Kenny Maka, Bob Guerin, who was, tight with Billy. You thought you could handle it, and then on to Bob, and Bob took it to a whole new level. So we do want to get Bob's thoughts certainly on yesterday and what's going on with the Giants as they enter this final weekend. Willie Mack award tonight probably to his guy Matt Chapman, and then what comes next week. But the reason I rattled off all the A's managers, I know a lot of those guys personally. I know all of them. I really didn't know Mark Kotsay at all. I knew him as a player, what a great college player he was, what he was as a player in Major League Baseball, and Bomel will be able to speak to Kotsay. But his speech yesterday at the end of the game, and I had never met him before. I was walking off the field, off the dugout when I was there on Tuesday night, John, and Mark Kotsay came walking by. And he greeted me like we've known each other for a while. And, great to have you here. We had a hug, and, then he went and managed the team that night. And I really don't know him. I don't study the A's like I did when Bob Melvin was managing there, and I'm so appreciative of Bob, the way he handled bullpens and everything. But Kotsay is such a solid guy. Now, he's had some bad rosters here, and he lost 214 games and won 110. But they always, in their way, to a large degree, overachieve, some more than others. This year was good, but the last couple of years they've had a hard roster. Anyway, his speech at the end of the game, and Ken Korak's words were so beautiful, and Ken's been a big part of it. Think about going in the broadcast booth with Bill King and Lon Simmons. Think about that. Wow. And having both of those legends, living legends in their industry and your industry, like you, because Ken's really a likable guy and has done such an amazing job during his time here. And you could hear the emotion in his voice. But when Kotsay grabbed the mic to talk to the crowd, and they had a huge gathering yesterday, over 46,000 were there, just the way he thanked the personnel of the A's and a lifetime of working there, and that's what it is, even though, as far as the players and flipping players and the way they kind of do things, and certainly since Billy's been there, I think David to a lesser degree, but still, they can have a reputation, and from the outside world view them to be disloyal to some degree in the way they're leaving Oakland. But as far as their employees, they have people that have worked there 4 or 5 decades. Steve Vucinich, we had Mikey Thalblom on, Dave Renetti. Debbie Gallus left a couple of years ago, but she was there forever. Mike Selleck, I could go on and on. So many people. Clay Wood. I mean, it goes on and on. But, for Mark to thank those people first and represent all the prior coaches and managers and players, but thank the people, the people that make it work, I thought it was amazing. And then he was starting to get a little emotional, and the very last thing he did, and I agree, it's the greatest chant in baseball. For some reason, the East Bay has given us the greatest chants. I mean, the Knicks fans at Madison Square Garden started, Patrick Ewing, and it was just, wow, is that cool. I never heard a player singled out like that. But in the East Bay, we had Raiders, and it was a different form where it was like the Raiders. It was daunting. It was mysterious. It was, here we come. And it was not only in the Coliseum, but on the road. I remember being at Arrowhead or the Superdome in New Orleans, and you just hear that crowd when they started with the Raiders. It's just like, damn, lock the doors, shut the shutters. Here they come. They're going to steal everything. They're going to rape and pillage. Stop them. And then the Warriors started, their fans started with the Warriors. And it was along the same lines as the Raiders, and not quite as daunting always, but it got to be that way where here they come. The Warriors are coming out to play. But there was no chant that I can recall, and give me one. Who day and who dat and all that, who that, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. But when the Oakland fans started, and that's when I remember, watching Charlie O's teams and Reggie and Vida and Catfish and, Campy and Captain Sal, who Bob Melvin loved. I mean, when you started to hear, and I was doing it yesterday because I heard it so many times doing games, and you just back off and let them go. But when Mark Kotsay said, let's end it with the greatest chant in baseball, and ended it with, "Let's go, Oakland! Let's go, Oakland! Let's go, Oakland!" That was a mic drop. That's the last thing I wanted to hear in that stadium. Marcotte, you haven't always been an A. You've been here a short time. But you summarized exactly for all the previous managers, whether it's Bo Mel or Tony or Alvin Dark or Dick Williams, whoever you want to mention. You summarized it, and that's it. But the thing that's sad is they are going. They are leaving. Oakland's not going anywhere. The A's are going somewhere. They're still going to be in Northern California, and we'll see. But Marcotte, I salute you. The way he handled that on-field speech and just brought it to what the day was all about, because I think we were all feeling it. Let's go, Oakland.
Let's go, Oakland!
Yeah. It was such a cool day, and I think you summarized it perfectly a couple of days ago. I think as I watched the game, it went from joyous to such sadness. But we'll get more into it, and we'll ask Bob Melvin about it coming up next. Obviously, we're going to summarize a frustrating and disappointing Giants season, but, of course, Bob Melvin was in the Coliseum for many, many years and lots of good memories, and we'll talk to him about it next. We'll set up the rest of the show. A lot of 49ers today as well, and we'll get to it. But Bob Melvin talking A's and Giants next. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, of course, 49ers GM. He joined Murph and Marcus, as he does every Friday morning, gave an injury update for Debo and CMC. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Friday. Tons of stuff to get to. The Cardinals and Giants will wrap things up this weekend. Miles Mikolas versus Lennon Roop tonight. But we wanted to talk to Bob about a lot of things. Giants, A's, and the A's are done over at the Coliseum, as crazy as it sounds, and you were there, Pop, and we'll get into that with Giants manager Bob Melvin. Good enough to join us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Good. Morning, guys. How are you?
Yeah, morning. Yeah, good to talk to you. So before we get into Giants, just your thoughts. I know you didn't make it over to the Coliseum. You're kind of busy managing a team, and you guys got in late. But what are your thoughts about all this stuff?
Yeah, I really kind of went back and forth whether or not I'd go over. Like you said, we got in, but that really doesn't make any difference. It was, I said my goodbyes kind of the last day that we played there, and that was hard. And I was like, man, I don't know if I could make it through the day there if I went over again. So I watched it on the couch. I watched the commentary. I watched Stu, his remarks, and got a lot of great feedback. And when the emotions all over the place. And what an emotional day. And I think the one thing that I really regret by not going and missing is the connection between the fans and the players there, which was always really, really special. I got some commentary. Ken Korak was texting me, and, a lot of guys going back and forth. But I think that's kind of what I regret the most about not going is feeling that feeling I felt before, and it was probably, really immense yesterday.
When you were there for that last Sunday, Bob, August the 18th, I know you got there at crack of dawn. You ran the steps. Did you get some dirt from the infield? Clay Wood was good enough to shovel the dirt into my little glass vial himself. Just when you went back there and played that last game, what were you taking in that entire day, Bob?
Yeah, it was really hard to kind of focus on the game, but I wanted to win that game so bad because, last day there and, but I did get some dirt. I didn't ask for it, but they were nice enough to give it to me. But just, panning around the crowd and feeling that feeling of emotion that the fans always gave the A's there, and always, harking back to the A's Giants games that I was a part of, and it was epic. A lot of Giants fans, a lot of A's fans, the back and forth and everything, knowing that, when I was younger that I rooted for both teams, and it was a hard day to really focus the entire time. So, I stayed a little bit afterwards, said goodbye to everybody, stayed in the dugout for a little while, and then said goodbye to all the people that worked there and so forth. So it was an emotional day then. I can't imagine what yesterday would have been like.
Great to be joined by Bob Melvin, of course, manager of the Giants. We're harkening back to his A's days as the A's finish up that series yesterday. No more baseball in Oakland or at the Coliseum. We've been doing this all week long, kind of memories and those kind of things. And for you guys, I just remember Josh Hamilton dropping that ball and you guys coming back. And maybe that's not the one that sticks out for you, but are there a few that stick out?
Oh, that's one for sure. I mean, we clinched a wild card berth the night before, and then I've never seen a team party harder than that night. And I was like, oh, we got no chance tomorrow. And the pitching matchup wasn't great the next day either. And I'm like, oh my God. And then so we're down, I think 5-0 right away. Yeah. I think, but you always had that sense with that team that year that we could come back. But when that ball dropped behind Josh Hamilton, the place felt like it was going to come crumbling down, and the fan base was just not going to let us lose that game. We had so much emotions. So that was a one of the epic days that I remember there. And probably my favorite concert was the Who and the Dead in 1976. Nice. I was really young. Wow. And then my sister sent me a picture the other day when I got drafted by the Orioles in 79 out of high school. I didn't sign, but they asked me to come work out with the team. So they got a picture of me with big hair and all in 1979 wearing an Orioles uniform, standing on that field for the first time in a baseball uniform. So those are all probably really epic moments for me.
And then, to play for the Oakland A's and be the winningest manager in the history, to manage the A's and be the winningest manager in the history of the A's, Bob, is amazing. I got to say, the most recent of the last one, Mark Kotsay, and I never met him before. I just met him briefly on Tuesday when I was there. I was so impressed with his speech yesterday to the crowd and the emotion that he was able to handle, and to end it with the "Let's Go Oakland" chant, which I thought was so fitting. But you're the one that hired him. And we all know that Kotsay was a great player, great college player, had a very distinguished Major League career, went to work for the Padres in the front office, but you hired him 2015, that offseason, to join you on the bench. He was your quality control guy, whatever that means. I know what it means in football, but just tell me about Mark Kotsay, who was the final manager of the Oakland A's, Bob.
Oh man, it's so fitting that he was that guy. And you know, when I hired him, I could feel the passion that he had for the team. You play for the A's for a while, you're going to have that passion. And it was an easy hire. I had never met him before either. Just said hi to him on the other side. We went out to lunch one day, and hired him later that night. So that was an easy one, and it was just so perfect that he got to manage that last game, and Bruce Bochy was on the other side. There were so many incredible things, and Marcus Semien leading off that game. I mean, it was just like it was a surreal experience, but Mark handled the end of it so well. That has to be a really hard thing to do, is address the crowd after something like that when you knew nobody was going to leave, and the fans handled themselves beautifully. And for him to be that eloquent with the team standing around him and end it with the "Let's Go Oakland" chant, it was just so fitting. It was a perfect ending.
This might be tough to answer, but the thing that's great about you is that you grew up here and you grew up a sports fan, and you still are a sports fan of everything. So you know both sides. You've managed both sides. So I'm not asking you to disparage either fan base, but can you kind of differentiate the fan bases between the Giants and the A's? Is that something? Because there's obviously a difference. I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get you in trouble with either side. But
you hear what Billy Beane said the other day, Bob? He compared Ramones versus the Bee Gees. The A's love the Ramones, and the Bee Gees are the Giants fans.
There you go. I mean, that's pretty good. And Billy comes up with some good stuff there. So look, there are differences. I mean, Oakland, and I think it comes down to the cities too, right? That Oakland is real blue collar, and you know, it resonates there. But, you know, and I always knew the Giant fan base was so passionate. But, man, this year, we have 11 walk-off wins at home. They've supported us through a really tough year. And I've found that there's a grittiness to the Giant fans, too, and a love for their team. You know, it's just on both sides, it feels a little bit different. But at the end of the day, man, it's so inspiring to be able to have managed both teams and feel that passion. So I think that's the best I can do for you as far as comparing the fan bases, with both all incredible. Barry is in a one-of-a-kind spot to be able to be a sports fan and be in the sports world.
Well, let's segue over to the Giants, and you got 3 important games this weekend. You know, try to get to above 500 if you can sweep St. Louis, or at least take 2 out of 3 to get to break even. You had a long sit-down with our friend Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic a few weeks ago, Bob, and you described this first year managing the Giants is probably the hardest year I've had. Why?
I mean, I just wanted to come back and make, my first year in Oakland in 2012, we ended up winning the division, and probably not with a lot of the names that we had this year on this team. So my expectation level this year was off the charts, and I wanted to come in here and be a big part of a fantastic year, and for it to go in the fashion that it has with everybody that I know here, and family and friends and everything watching this year. It's been really hard. You try to break it down and insulate in certain periods of it. We are playing better baseball right now. There is a lot to be excited about in the future with some of the younger players in our organization, which are going to be huge going forward. Every team that I've ever been on that's won has had an element of homegrown guys with, the front of the uniform being, the name being the most important thing. And we're getting that right now. More athleticism, defense is priority for us. So I think, I'm trying to focus on that right now. And we had a good stretch. We'd love to finish it off here at home. So yes, it's been a difficult year, and I think we'll be able to process more once the season's over, but I'm trying to be optimistic about what we have right now.
And it's kind of strange. I don't even know how you describe it, because it went from spending a lot of money and I think the second most behind the Dodgers, and having these hopes and dreams, and then it kind of ended, or not even ended, it just throughout the season having all these young guys just kind of almost into a transition year. How would you describe it?
Yeah, that's money doesn't guarantee anything, and it's the bond, it's the closeness of the team, it's playing for each other. Obviously we didn't get off to a great start, and losing Jung-Hoo, and there were a lot of things that we had some setbacks early on, and then had to make some decisions at the trade deadline that now the team looks completely different. But, we came to spring training. A lot of guys came in late. It just never felt as cohesive at the beginning as you would like, and then we could just never get it going. So that was a hard part. But, again, we have some really good pieces right now.
Yeah, when I look at the season, it was those games against the Atlanta Braves, those 3 in a row to start the 4-game series. You got the last one against Logan Webb, but the Monday and Tuesday games, losing in extras with the placed runner at second, to bunt or not to bunt, and then Robbie Ray got bombed, and then you kind of faded after that. But I just want to ask you about fundamentally your baseball team. I when I'm doing TV and I got the in-house monitor, I see how hard you guys work. I see Matt Williams, and when you're at home, Ron Wotus hitting fungos, and the infield work and what you do. And I know you got upset with your team when the fundamentals began to break down with the middle infielders and the outfielders not hitting cutoff men, and you even got them out there on a Sunday morning before a day game and worked on that. And then the runners in scoring position. We talked about that last year when you were managing San Diego, when you were good enough to come on with John and I, and just the inability to make a proper out or to move a runner along or to come up with a base hit. I know your coaching staff works at this diligently. You guys are old school. Is it the players are just young and green and haven't figured it out yet? They're not prepared for the big leagues. I think at times this year, Bob, sometimes the basic fundamentals of the game, your team was lacking.
And that's what kills you as a coaching staff, because those guys do work on it hard. As far as the runners in scoring position, it seems like those things can take on a life of their own. In San Diego, my first year there, we were, I think, first or second in the league in one-run games. We won all those games. We had a ton of walk-offs. The next year was just the opposite. So those things kind of can go back and forth. But this year, again, we just, I think that at times the way the game's taught now, the situational at-bats where maybe you need to choke up or move off the plate or try to shoot the ball the other way, excuse me, is maybe lacking a little bit. That, it's always trying to get off your A swing and trying to drive the ball and get the ball in the air. And I think maybe we have a little too much of that. We're trying to work on those things. And next spring we're really going to work on those things as far as, maybe making, situational type games where you're doing it off a machine that's throwing game speed. We do it every day in batting practice, but 60-mile-an-hour BP. I mean, if you can't shoot a ball the other way doing that, you're going to have trouble. So we have to tweak as a coaching staff, myself for sure, in that we have to teach this a little bit harder and make it a little bit harder on them starting in spring training and have an emphasis on it. So that we lacked in that, and that's my fault. I'm in charge of that.
Bob Melvin joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. On the positive side, how much did you learn about these young players? So you were forced in a lot of ways to play all these guys, and Ramos is an all-star, and these two young pitchers in Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, and, of course, Tyler Fitzgerald and all these guys, so that you have a better idea moving forward of the guys who can be a base for the
Graham
future.
McRae, Roland, and Rube. We have a lot of young
them.
guys that are really making an impact right now. Yeah, it's exciting, right? I mean, you have that element of guys from the system. And when I first got here and, during spring training, I didn't know the system that well. I looked at it and said, and you look at some of the rankings that aren't very good. And then we get these guys and put them in a position, and now they're just making such huge strides. And really, a lot of them playing out of position. And I think that has a little bit to do sometimes fundamentally not looking very good defensively. Wisely's done a great job at short. He's never played there before, or very little. Fitzy's not all the time. He's playing shortstop right now. Ramos has moved all over the outfield. And so we've had some guys play out of position, but it really looks now to like we're going to have a big impact from our younger guys in the system. And, whether we were deficient in holding runners early in the season, we've gotten better than that with that. All those things we're going to have to continue to enhance with these guys. And they know going into next year what it's going to be all about. So I think in that respect, we'll be a little bit farther ahead of the game next year.
Bob, when you were hired, by the Giants, you were reunited with Farhan Zaidi, going back to your days 13 years ago, I guess now. And Farhan, he was your guy. He was your point person. Billy doesn't travel a lot. Obviously, you work with Billy a lot, but Farhan was the guy. My question to you is the analytical approach that you had with Farhan during that time with the A's, and then you went to San Diego and a little bit different, and then reuniting with him with the Giants. Is the analytics that's coming from Farhan similar to what you got with him in Oakland with Billy and David Forst? And how do you balance that as a manager with great gut instincts and knows situationally and just day to day, you got to adjust to the numbers? How do you balance the numbers that are given to you versus your eyes?
Right. So that's a great question. And in Oakland, we had to do it that way. It was, there wasn't a high payroll. There were a lot of guys who were developed from the organization. We were always mixing and matching. We were always had certain platoons. We found guys off the scrap heap that fit into our system well, whether it was a guy like Brandon Moss, Josh Donaldson, stuff like that. Here it was a little different in that the analytics is fantastic. We have a ton of information here, but now we had more of a veteran team here and guys from other organizations that maybe didn't understand, or, it was harder to kind of push all that and feel like what was the right balance. And I'm still trying to process that. I'm not until the end of the season will I really have a great handle on that. But, the information we get from Farhan is really similar to what we had in Oakland, even more so. I mean, we have a ton of information here, a ton of great analysts. It's trying to balance it with the players that we have here and some of the veteran guys that maybe haven't been through it. That's probably my best answer for you, but it's not for a lack of effort here and trying to have an understanding of going forward, throughout this season, what the right balance is. And again, there are times that, I look at a situation and feel one way and maybe the numbers look a different way. Probably that was one of the harder elements this year.
Before we let you go, when Billy was on the other day with the morning show, he was talking about your musical taste versus his musical taste. He said, I think you were a little too like 70s rock or something. Can you clarify your musical taste? Because Billy had the forum and really didn't give you, I think, a fair shake.
Yeah, you know what? I'm more classic rock and Stones and Zeppelin, and he's got Ramones. I love Oasis too, and they're getting back together right now.
Yeah.
But that's a huge. He'll go to, I'm sure, to England to go see those concerts. And actually, Farhan's an Oasis guy too, so he's a little more eclectic, a little bit more balanced and rounded than I am. I'm kind of classic rock, and especially local. Stevie Nicks went to my high school, Doobie Brothers, all those bands that are kind of local and from that era. And I mentioned the Who and the Dead. That's probably more my sweet spot.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
You saw the Who and the Dead in one day? What a show that was!
Yeah, and the Day in the Green. Oh, so in my office in Oakland, the only things on the wall were Michael Zagaris photos of Day in the Green concerts that I went to, and every year he would give me a different one. I had Peter Frampton, I had Fleetwood Mac, I had Leonard Skinner, I had a picture of the Who and the Dead. Every year he would get me a different one, and those are the only things on my walls in the Coliseum office.
That's awesome. Good stuff. Bob, thanks, man. It's always our pleasure to have you on and talk to you, reminisce, and talk some Giants. And I know you guys will have a better year next year. But as always, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill Mel.
All right, that is Bob Melvin. Hard not to root for Bob. He's a great guy. And, Billy was giving him a little grief, saying he was too 70s rock for his taste. So I just
What's wrong with 70s rock?
Yeah, I like it. I just wanted to get Bob, clarification, both sides of this whole thing, because he was giving Bob a little grief about his taste. But that's pretty good taste. I'd say that's pretty good taste. So, all right, really good stuff from Bob. We'll react to some of the things he had to say there, both with the A's and the Giants. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 10:50, the 5 he's going to be watching. It's not must win. You were saying this with Tim yesterday. It's not must win, but it's a got to have it. So we'll get into that with Matt at 10:50. It's Pop in London, your Friday only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, we brought back a couple of veteran players. We were active in free agency from 21 to 22, trying to sort of keep the gang together, kind of keep things going. And, you know, in retrospect, was that a chance for us to do a little bit more turnover, to really push some of our younger players? I think it's a fair question. I mean, look, you're coming off a 107-win season. It's hard to say you would do it differently.
Sure.
And look back at that season. We did sign Carlos Rodon, Jock Peterson. They had all-star years for us. So, you know, we signed some free agents that helped us. But I think it's completely fair to say I kind of look at where we are now. We've got, I think, the best group of young players we've had in the last several years, both position player-wise, pitching-wise. We've got all the guys who came up this year, guys, you know, I've already mentioned. We've got Lee coming back. We got Bryce Eldridge, who's right on the cusp. You know, and now you start kind of seeing, you know, a team that could be together for a long time.
That was Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants for now. Will that continue? With Tolbert and Copes yesterday, if you want to hear the entire interview. We'll get to Matt Maiocco in about 10 minutes, and we'll discuss 49ers. It is a 49ers Football Friday, but just to finish up on what Bob Melvin was saying there, and Farhan, just to continue, he says, we want to be a powerhouse organization going to the playoffs every year with a core of players our fans can identify with. The last few off seasons, we've tried to do almost too much in free agency. We look at this past season, so maybe that's a sign that if he's still involved with the organization, they will do less. He was asked what they need. He said between a middle-of-the-order bat and somebody to really solidify the middle infield defense, those are going to be our top priorities. No mention of Blake Snell. So there you go. Between Bob and Farhan, we shall see. By the way, Extra Bags joined us yesterday, Andrew Baggerly, and said his lean right now is that Farhan would not come back. Would not come back. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if it's been decided yet, to be honest with you. That's why when Farhan had his interview, the Q&A with the members of the media, and Bags included, and Susan Sluss. Oh, Susan was here, actually. But she had a long sit-down with him recently, one-on-one. We didn't know how to view that because that's typically done on Tuesday. So Tuesday, next week, this coming Tuesday, this is the last weekend of the year, they're going to have a press conference. And who's going to be at that press conference? Is it going to be Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi? Is it going to be Greg Johnson, the chairman of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC? I don't know. What I'm hearing on this, I don't know if they've made a decision yet. Maybe they have and they don't want to say. Maybe they haven't. But I have heard that the chairman, Greg Johnson, would like to keep Farhan Zaidi. But there are a number of other, not just principal partners, and they have many of those, but the ownership committee, the advisory committee that Buster Posey's a part of, and there's just a handful of the principal partners that are on that, feel that it's time to make a change. So Greg is the chairman, and Rob Dean is the vice chairman, so I don't know how that works, if Greg just wants to keep him and he keeps him, or they have a vote, or they try to work it out like you would a jury. You got to come to some decision as an organization. So I don't know if they've made a call, but there's reason to be concerned if you're Farhan Zaidi, just the way everything has gone down with the news leaks the last 2-3 weeks. Nobody directly from the Giants organization on record. Normally Susan has a Q&A with Greg Johnson. She does it middle of the year, then later in the year. There's been none of that. There's been no quotes that say we got Farhan's back and he's coming back and we'll make adjustments, and none of that. They're just radio silent right now. Nothing from Larry, Rob Dean. Nobody's talking. So I don't know if they've made a call and they're just waiting to announce it next week, or because there is a split opinion. Just what I'm hearing is that Greg Johnson does want to keep Farhan. Now, does he deal with him more on a day-to-day basis? I would think so, as the chairman. And Greg's at a lot of games. He's not John Fisher. He's there, sitting right in the front row next to Larry or other places. He's there. He's a great baseball fan. He knows the game. Spent a lot of money this offseason. I would imagine he deals with Farhan and Bob Melvin and the organization more than anybody else on a day-to-day baseball basis, making baseball decisions. I don't think he's Joe Lacob. But he's involved in everything they do. So if does he have the ultimate say to just do what they want? Is it unilateral? He's not managing general partner. I don't know how they have the San Francisco Baseball Associates LLC structured, but just what I'm hearing is that they do. Greg Johnson wants to keep Farhan, and he wants to maybe put people around him more, like we talked about when Sabes had Dick Tidrow, and maybe go get Billy Owens or some other. More of a pure baseball scout. Farhan's intelligence and his expertise comes in a different area of the world, and he's learning the game, and he does know the game, but he didn't grow up being a scout in the game or play the game. So there are other people maybe you just want to have their eyesight and their thoughts and their input on making pure baseball decisions. So I don't know. I don't know if they've already decided and they'll let the world know next week, or if they're getting around that big mahogany table you often speak of, John, and hashing it out. But the other owners that are involved in the higher up part of the principal partnership will have a say. But I am hearing that the chairman, Greg Johnson, does want to keep him, and then we'll find out what decision they come to as a organization.
Yeah, there we go. That's the latest. It was great to have Bob Melvin on. If you missed him, talked a lot about the A's, the final game at the Coliseum, his memories, and then we got into little Giants at the end. You can go to KNBR.com and check out that conversation. All right, let's get to the 49ers. It's a 49ers Friday as they take on the Patriots at Levi's on Sunday. They got to get things going. They got to get it right. Matt Mayoko joins us, the latest on injuries, the 5 he's going to watch. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
You described in great detail Monday about that busted coverage. Is there enough time in the day for you and the offense to go through all the scenarios on any given play, not only what their defense, what to do against a particular defense, but what to do if there is a bust and how they bust it?
That makes no sense. I'm sorry.
Let's go out to Matt Mayoko.
Now he's really going to be mad at us.
Well, first of all, I'll defend Matt. I know what he was saying. And then Tim Ryan yesterday, we were talking to Tim about that kind of stuff, and he said there is a signal when there's a bust. Yeah. So there you go. I understood what Matt was asking. Hey, what's happening?
Nothing too much. And by the way, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
A player pulled me to the side yesterday and said, "Hey, by the way, your question to Kyle was good." He goes, "You might have asked it a little bit. You might have been a little long-winded, but it was a good question." I think Kyle was just too grumpy to answer it.
Oh, we've seen that side.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Side of Kyle. That happens.
I'm not gonna throw that player under the bus, but no.
What number does he wear?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay,
it's either single digit or double digit number.
No, that doesn't.
Not
matter.
a triple digit. But you did ask Brock. You guys asked Brock yesterday. So what did Brock answered it like? That was one that he should have seen.
No, well, there's a gray area there because there are a lot of. I think everybody. Have you guys been talking about the play so people know what we're talking about? But it's. It was a play where, to the naked eye, Brandon Ayuk is wide open. However, and it could have been if Brock had seen it initially and known where the safety was, it's a touchdown, ball game over. The problem is that there was a bit of hesitancy on Purdy's part because Ayuk did not run the route that he was supposed to run. So then Brock had to kind of hesitate to figure out why he wasn't running the route he was supposed to be running. And also think about it. These two guys have not worked a whole lot together in the offseason, and they didn't work at all together in training camp. So there might have been just a split second of, oh no, Brandon Ayuk just ran the wrong route. He's not, totally up to speed on what we're doing. And then by the time that Brock saw it, then he had to kind of recalibrate to figure out, okay, if I let it go, is the safety going to be there? Have they just baited me into an interception? The other part of it is Ayuk really, Ayuk should have put his hand up and drawn that attention, to or from Purdy, in order for those guys to be on the same page. And, yesterday Brock did talk about just being on the same page with Brandon Ayuk. And he downplayed that, the work together in the off season and training camp had anything to do with it. But it was, I think there were issues there that might have been solved if Ayuk had been out there the entire time. But clearly when Kyle Shanahan said on Monday that Ayuk did the right thing by not running the route that he was supposed to run. Clearly, Shanahan has talked to the team about what to do when there's a busted coverage. So I think Kyle was just, I think he's feeling the heat. The team lost a game they shouldn't have lost, and they have another game coming up here, and they need to win a football game against a team that's not as good as them.
And he was maybe grumpy a little bit before practice, but after practice, when I saw him, Matt, he was even grumpier because yesterday was a hard practice. They lost two players on defense, and I think you saw both of them. Curtis Robinson, before I got out there at 2 o'clock, injured a knee, and it looked bad. We'll find out when Kyle talks today. But that was a non-contact, and what happened. And then you were there later, the very last period of practice. Jordan Elliott had a foot injury, and he was taken off the field. So John did come on this morning and update us that it's a little bit more optimistic about Jordan Elliott. But in light of the Jauan Hargrave out for the year with a partially torn tricep, Maddie, and now this injury, boy, you're losing a lot of D tackles here.
You are, yeah. There's no question about it. And Jordan Elliott and Malik Collins are two guys that I don't think the team can afford to lose at this point. And Malik Collins is playing pretty well. He's fine. He'll be the guy in this game. The question is who's going to be lining up alongside him. And Jordan Elliott is a big-bodied guy and very good against the run and has a lot of starting experience, including starting experience the last couple years on a really good Cleveland Browns defense. So he can play. There's no question about that. He is a very good base defensive tackle. So now with Jordan Elliott being a little bit questionable, but as John Lynch suggested earlier today, that this isn't a long-term thing with him. So maybe if he's not able to play Sunday, they don't expect that to be an injury that lasts for a considerable period of time. But they're going to have to dip into their practice squad, and who's it going to be? T.Y. McGill, someone of that nature, and then what do they do in nickel situations? Jauan Hargrave is a good pass rusher, and he broke through and got a sack against Matthew Stafford last week. He had 7 sacks last year. He had some big seasons with the Eagles. So that's a big void. I think it's more of a void losing Hargrave in nickel situations than it is as a base down defensive tackle. I think they might even be better on base downs with Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott on the field. Do some mixing and matching, and I think a lot of it falls on Chris Kocurek and a lot of it falls on Nick Sorensen to kind of put the pieces in place that make this thing work, because they're not just in a position where they can go, okay, who's going to replace Jauan Hargrave? This guy. It's going to be a combination of guys who have to mix in there, and maybe it's based on some matchups and the teams they're playing and whatnot, but it's not an easy, simple fix.
Yeah, I think right away what they do is Gross Matos. He tore Gross Matos. I think he starts in the base over Leonard Floyd. They're starting to do that more in the base downs. And then you obviously got Kevin Givens or Elliott along with Malik and Nick. And then in the nickel, you move Gross Matos inside over a guard and you bring in Leonard Floyd. So we'll see. It won't be always that clean, but that's one way they can go. This injury to Curtis Robinson, I think, is significant. We were talking about it on the broadcast, and D. Winters was going to play more in the game against the Rams. He got in for some snaps. He did re-aggravate the ankle injury on the fake punt, but he was moving around okay yesterday in practice, so he could be up. But Curtis Robinson, I think, was moving into a role in this defense. Maddie, until big play Dre comes back, Greenlaw, do they run Devondre Campbell out there with Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles? They're picking on Devondre Campbell. That's obvious. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is only in there in the base. But New England runs a lot of double tight, so he may play. But in the nickel, you can get to 2 linebackers. But what do they do? Do they leave Campbell out there to play? Do they try to get D. Winters rolling? And now it sounds like Curtis Robinson is not going to be an option the rest of the year.
Yeah, no, that was with Curtis Robinson, a guy who's done everything right. I was probably you too. I mean, I think myself, I was thinking like, well, Robinson's a guy that deserves a chance, and they can't get less production out of him than they have Devondre Campbell as far as from a coverage standpoint. So what do? I mean, clearly they want to get D. Winters into the mix, but is he going to be healthy enough in this game? He aggravated the ankle injury on that fake punt against the Rams. I mean, they're going to have to mix some stuff around. I mean, it's pretty obvious, and I think people know this. It was going to be a major blow playing half the season without Dre Greenlaw, but the 49ers were hoping that they could just kind of keep things together at that spot until Greenlaw comes back. They thought they had Eric Kendricks as a free agent, and then he verbally committed to the 49ers, but before he signed his contract, the Cowboys convinced him that that's where he should be, and so that's where he ended up going. And then the 49ers had this. They got Devondre Campbell, and at the time that was seen like a really good pickup, all things considered. But he has not looked good, especially on third down. So the Friars have to do something there. And it's just a matter, I think, if D. Winters is able to get healthy and stay healthy. This is a guy that opened a lot of eyes in the offseason program and opened a lot of eyes during training camp. So that's a major situation for them to try to figure out, because their third down defense has not been good.
And it was not good last year, and it's really poor this year, so they got to figure it out overall. Over to the offensive side, Matt, George Kittle's running around well. I think he'll be able to play coming off the hamstring injury. Deebo Samuel, we thought he'd be out at least one more week with a calf injury, but he did practice some yesterday. What are you hearing about getting Deebo back for Sunday in New England?
I think today is a big day, because yesterday being a padded practice, or at least they have the shoulder pads on, and it is, wouldn't you say, Greg, Thursday is their most physically demanding practice of the week. So
that's where they put the pads on and get after it. Yeah. So how he bounces back and how he feels this morning when he came in, what he's able to do on the practice field today, that'll go a long way toward determining what his status is for Sunday's game. But I would say that, at this point, I think it's a bonus if he's able to play Sunday, because I don't think they expected him to play. So we'll see probably later in the day how he's listed. And then Ricky Pearsall, and John Lynch was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and he talked about next week being a week where they can get him on the practice field. And he is hanging around. He's very attentive. He's inside with the performance staff working out. By rules, he can't be on the field just yet, but that would be some story, Matty, if he comes back to practice next week and maybe plays next week against Arizona or the Thursday night game on national TV against Seattle. Just what's your gut sense tell you about Ricky Pearsall, and when they may be able to get the number one pick on the field?
Yeah, it would be a tremendous story if he came back next year, let alone after 4 weeks. I mean, this is amazing. Just seeing him, talking to him a little bit, seeing his range of motion with that right arm. He is trending in a very positive direction. And, yeah, he hasn't been able to get out on the field and practice. That's part of the non-football injury rules. He has to sit out the first 4 games, first 4 weeks of the season. So, theoretically, he could be cleared and they could open that practice window, and it sounds like that is the intention. I don't know if that happens Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but I would fully expect it to happen before the Wednesday practice. And then it's a matter of seeing where he is. The one thing that stood out to me on the practice field during the off-season program, and even I think maybe he practiced like 7 to 10 days during training camp, was that he just looks the part. He looks like he knows the system. I was observing the interaction he would have with Brock Purdy between reps. He seems to be far ahead of where most rookies are, or at least, when he was in camp, he seemed to be far ahead of most rookies as far as learning the system, knowing what to do. I mean, he's all about football. And so I think he's going to surprise a lot of people, and I think he's going to be out there in uniform a lot sooner than anybody would have expected.
And then the next one on the hit list, obviously getting Deebo back, getting Ricky Pearsall back, and that'll be a huge story, obviously, what he's been able to overcome, is the mysterious case of Christian McCaffrey. Matt gets hurt in training camp and doesn't play at all in training camp or the preseason. He wouldn't play in the preseason anyway. And then, right before the opener, he's inactive, does not play with a calf injury. Now it's Achilles tendonitis, and they put him on, the physically or the IR for a 4-week period. And then he shows up. People catch him flying to Munich, Germany, and trying to get advanced medicines to heal and, get blood flow in that area. And then you get some reports where people are saying he's going to be out weeks and weeks and months, and he won't come back till later in the year. And then I know from talking to the 49ers medical people and John Lynch today, there is a plan still. He's back from Germany, and he is working out. And you see how his body responds. But you're there every single day. You talk to people on the record and off the record. It's probably the biggest story in the league right now because he was the Offensive Player of the Year last year. Probably went number 1 in so many people's fantasy drafts. And I think if he plays the first 3 games, the Niners are 3-0. They're having a touchdown scoring problem minus CMC. So any idea where he's at in his recovery and when he might? I know you're not God, and only God knows, Matty. But when you think CMC may be available again?
I don't think the 49ers can count on a return at any point. And people who say he might be out, whatever, X number of weeks. No, nobody knows. They're all speculating. I mean, heck, he was sidelined for a month. He took a month off from practices and training camp, and then he came back and wasn't able to play week 1 when, everything he was saying and all the thoughts were that if this was a regular season game or a playoff game, he'd be able to go. Well, he wasn't ready week 1, and then on the Thursday of week 2, that wasn't feeling good at all, and so they shut him down for 4 weeks. At this point, I think if you're Kyle Shanahan, you have to figure out, or you just have to get your team in a position where, okay, Christian McCaffrey isn't going to be back. If he does come back, that is a huge bonus. That's almost like the trade of 2022 when he arrived mid-season. That's almost how you have to approach this. You can't just put all your eggs in he'll be back, everything will be fine, we'll have him for the final 10 games. They can't do that. I think one area where they really have to devote some energy is to figure out on third downs, what are they going to do? What's going to be their formula on third downs? Is Kyle Juszczyk their third down back? Is it possible that Jordan Mason, who's not a real natural route runner or pass catcher, is it possible that he can show some things and develop into that? I mean, that's where I see the major issue with the 49ers offense is that Christian McCaffrey does the job of at least 2 running backs. Most teams have their base down back and their third down back. Christian McCaffrey got so many touches last year because he's everything. And so without him, the 49ers don't have a back who can catch passes out of the backfield and run choice routes and pick up easy third downs on 3rd and 4. Jordan Mason has done a wonderful job, outstanding job as a ball carrier. But, he through 3 games, he has 4 catches for 20 yards. So that's the area where the 49ers have to develop somebody. And then, like I said, if McCaffrey comes back, that's great. If not, you got to have your contingency plans. And I believe didn't John Lynch describe it as a bilateral Achilles tendonitis? And that, as far as I know, I'm no doctor, but I think doesn't that mean both Achilles tendons?
It's yeah.
Yeah, bilateral. So that means it's not just one, it's both. So they got to figure this thing out, and I know they have their plan, but once they decide to start ramping him back up, I don't think anybody knows where it goes from there.
Pertaining to, involving, or affecting 2 or both sides, factions, parties alike, and if it's tendonitis, it'd be each side. Maybe it's 2 on one side. I don't know, but I understand what you're saying there. I think Isaac Guerendo, and he's just a rookie, and it's tough to count on him and get him up to speed. They don't, have full faith in him or Jacob Cowing yet, obviously, and Jacob missed yesterday because he was ill. But I think Guerendo does have some of the skill set to do some of the CMC third down route running because he was a wide receiver younger. Just one other thing before we talk Patriots.
Well, here, let me ask you this really quickly, Greg.
Yeah.
How about this third down, third and 8, when everybody's healthy, Debo in the backfield with the ability to run routes out of the backfield, right. Kittle at tight end, and then Ayuk, Jennings, and Pearsall. Wouldn't that be a really difficult third down offense to defend?
But I'd rather have McCaffrey on the field, but I hear what you're saying.
Obviously.
I know that. But I'm saying, Debo's not a great route runner even on those Texas routes. Yeah. Guerendo was a wide receiver when he was younger, and he's so fast, and he caught the ball well, but he's a rookie. And you got to, if they see him back there, what are they going to do? Blitz, all-out blitz, make him pick up a blitz, make him know where, he needs to be for a blitz, and they don't always trust rookies that way. Just one other thing I would ask you about New England coming up in a minute and the importance of this game. But the way the game ended in L.A. and just the loss. And Kyle, told Tolbert and Copes yesterday it's one of the worst losses in the regular season of his career. That's a game on so many levels, you got to slam it. They had it.
Mm-hmm.
And they mismanaged a lot of things, not going punt safe on the 4th and 6. But one thing you picked up on that I thought was interesting was the very end of the game, clock management strategy, Maddie. And you did ask Kyle about it. Just what are your thoughts on how they handled the 151 coming out of the 2-minute warning?
Well, the thing that they do, and it drives some 49er fans bonkers, is that they take so much time at the end of the first half to guarantee that the opposition never gets a chance to touch the ball again. And so, they're kind of working on parallel tracks, and they do it, they take a lot of time getting up to the line of scrimmage. They work that clock down. And then once they get a first down, then they go. And so, their goal at the end of the first half is to score points. Oftentimes they don't go full tilt to get a touchdown. They'll just, settle for the field goal in the final seconds. And then, it's really pertinent, whenever they get the ball to start the second half. So when they took over at 151, the first thing I thought was, well, based on how the 49ers run their offense at the end of the first half, they are either going to win this game at the final gun or it's going to overtime. There's no way they're going to allow the Rams to get the ball back. But it didn't work out that way. And so why didn't it? On the very first play, Purdy scrambles, and I don't know that he had any other choice. He had to pick up some yards on first down, but because he got squeezed to the right sideline, he had to run out of bounds. And, I'm sure he would like to have stayed in bounds on that one. But then they pick up the first down on second down, and they huddled up, they let, 35, 40 seconds run off the clock. The key play, really, at some point, they're going to have to make a chunk play to get into position for the winning field goal. That drive started at the 30, so let's just say they had to get to the Rams 30 for a 48-yard field goal. So they're going to have to pick up 40 yards, and the more plays that you run, the better chance you have of picking up 40 yards, but also the more plays you run, it probably means you're not milking the clock like you would want. So they're in a bit of a quandary there. And, I don't want to pile all this on Ronnie Bell. I'm sure he's taken enough grief in the last 4 or 5 days. But if he makes that catch, then everything from the 49ers standpoint is right in the world. They have the ball at the 25. They're lining up for a 40 to 43-yard field goal. They're able to run the clock down. The Rams only had one timeout when that sequence started, so it was going to be a kick on the final play of the game. And even if Moody misses it, then they go to overtime. But for them to give the Rams back the football with 45 seconds left, and on top of that, give up a long punt return, followed by a pass interference penalty on Devondre Campbell, that entire sequence just absolutely blew up in their faces. It wasn't that they just said, hey, hell with the clock, we're just going to let it rip. They had a plan. They just didn't execute the plan.
Poor situational football, there's no doubt.
Absolutely.
And they're going up against a team, the New England Patriots, who took situational football to the highest level. And Bob Socci, the radio voice of the Patriots, as they fly out here on a Friday, is going to join us coming up when John Lund rejoins me on the Poppin' and Lunch show. Just one thought about the New England game. And normally on a Friday, I'm looking at Matt Mayoko's 549ers to watch on the My Teams app, and I'm looking. Have you posted the 549ers to watch yet? I'm not seeing it.
I have sent it in. It apparently hasn't been posted yet. So let me.
Who's number one?
Figure.
Who's number one?
Number one is. Gosh darn it! Who's number one? Oh, you know who it is? You know who it is? It's Nick Bosa, or is it? It's either Nick Bosa or Brandon Ayuk. Here's my thinking. I forget which one. I think I went with Ayuk number one. Ayuk, remember, he's the guy who could have gone to the Patriots on a big money deal, but he didn't want to go there. So the Patriots want to take him out of this game. Also, isn't it time for him to start earning that money, yeah, he might be playing well away from the ball and all that, but people want to see catches. They want to see production. And now with Jennings coming off of his big day, we don't know exactly what Deebo Samuel's status is for this game. It's time for Brandon Ayuk to step up. And I'd say the same for Bosa. Enough of this, hey, look for Leonard Floyd. What about Yetur Gross-Matos? What's Malik Collins? Hey, it's time for Nick Bosa against a really suspect Patriots offensive line where they're going to have another starting left tackle in there. I don't care how many times he's double teamed, what they do to game plan against Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, who is the best player on that defense, he's certainly paid like it. This is an opportunity for him to feast. And coming out of that game where he said the 49ers have to feel it. They have to feel that loss against the Rams. Now he needs to put it on his shoulders as a team captain to go out there and wreck the day for Jacoby Brissett and company.
Boy, it's not a conference game, and it's not a must-win. It's what the guys call in the locker room, the coaches and players, a gotta-have-it game. Matty, they lose this game to New England. What the hell's the fallout going to be next week? They need this game, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Absolutely, they do. I mean, is it a must-win? No. I mean, what's it going to take? You try to look at the big picture. 10-7 gets them in the playoffs. I know the 49ers want to be the number one seed in the NFC, but 7-10 should get you in the postseason.
10-7.
That's what I meant. Yeah, 10-7 should get you in the postseason, and right now they're 1-2. And so if they go 1-3, what does that mean? Then they have to go 9-4, I guess, the rest of the year. So the what makes this a game that they need is because when you look at the schedule, I mean, this is about as, on paper, about as easy of a game as they should have. So if they can't beat the Patriots at Levi Stadium coming off of two subpar performances, what does that say about the 49ers? What it tells me is that they're not a playoff team if they can't win this game. So that's why it's an important game for them.
All right, Manny. We'll see you on Sunday, brother. Thank you.
Sounds good, Greg. Thank you so much. Talk
Matt
to you soon.
Mayoko joining us his way to Levi. So he was talking about Brandon Ayuk being a key to the game. I think one thing to watch for in this game, Christian Gonzalez, the young corner of the Patriots out of Oregon, first-round pick, got hurt last year, played just 4 games. He has been following the other team's best receiver, Jamar Chase against Cincinnati, DK Metcalf against Seattle last time they played on Thursday Night Football, Garrett Wilson of the New York Jets. Will he follow a 49er? And who might that be? Would it not be Brandon Ayuk? Matty says the Patriots want to slam Ayuk after he turned him down in the trade and the contract they offered, or would they have him follow Jauan Jennings after what he did last week? We'll ask Bob Socci, the radio voice of the New England Patriots, that question and more as the Pop and Lunch Show continues. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down the 49ers' loss to the Rams and how they can turn it around Sunday against the Patriots. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Welcome back, Papa and Lund on a Friday, getting you ready for the 49ers and the Patriots at Levi's Stadium. A couple of 1 and 2 teams. The Patriots under Gerard Mayo. They look good against the Bengals. Almost beat Seattle at home. It was an overtime game and then lose to the Jets on national TV. And we have the voice of the Patriots, Bob Socci, joining us to get a little preview behind enemy lines. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, John and Greg. Good to be with you guys this morning.
Yeah, you too. So give us a little preview of the Patriots. Look great. Beat Cincinnati in week 1. Lost at home in Seattle to overtime in a game they easily could have won. And then it was ugly against the Jets. So what are the Patriots?
Yeah, it certainly was. And I would say that there's something in between, which is the easy answer and maybe a bit of a cop-out. I think that they surprised a lot of people here locally based on the expectations going into the season. Odds makers nationally had them as the team that figured to have the number 1 pick in the draft last year. And frankly, things look worse than that during training camp at times, particularly with the offensive line. But they held it together. They stayed true to their formula going into the season, and it's something that Gerard Mayo, the new head coach, has professed. Run the ball on offense, limit possessions, play very good defense, lean on the strength of the team coming into this season. And don't make the critical errors that wind up costing you games the way the Patriots repeatedly did the last couple of years. Didn't turn the ball over. They got 2 takeaways from Cincinnati, which really resulted in a 13-point swing. Bengals going in for a touchdown, fumble near the goal line. Patriots convert for field goal. Later, muff punt, or at least a fumble forced on a punt return. That leads to a field goal. That was the formula to beat Cincinnati. Against Seattle, it was much of the same, except that Geno Smith got out of the pocket. Really hurt the Patriots a lot over the middle. There was a breakdown in coverage. And, they made some errors in clock management that really allowed that game to slip away as well. And some special teams breakdowns, too. So it was a mixed bag for them in Game 2. But I would say still you come away from that game feeling a lot better than certainly last Thursday.
Bob, I got to say, it's a little strange getting ready for this game and not having Bill Belichick on the sideline. But when I watch you guys play, especially on defense, I see a lot of Belichick's principles where seems like you have 12, 13, 14 guys on the field. Everybody's walking around. You can't tell who's coming and dropping. You got a bunch of jokers there. Just from the defensive standpoint, and Bill always talked about the Patriot way, and Gerard Mayo played for him, obviously, was on his staff as a linebacker coach. When you watch your team play, does it still feel like it's Belichick's defense, at least in form?
Greg, I would say that it did for the most part in the first couple of weeks. And as you mentioned, Gerard played in the system. He was the signal caller and the defensive captain from the second year on. He coached in the system. Really the co-coordinator, de facto co-coordinator with Steve Belichick the last several years. And the most continuity on the staff exists on that side of the ball. The offensive staff is entirely new. The defensive staff, but for offensive line coach Jerry Montgomery and Drew Wilkins, who coaches the linebackers, those guys are new, but the rest of the defensive staff, for the most part, are carryovers, including a player, Dante Hightower. But on Thursday night against the Jets, they got away from really some of the core principles of Belichick's defense. Forget about confusing people, a safety in one spot on one play and in a different spot, maybe trading places with a cornerback on the next play, who's coming, who's going. They didn't maintain rush integrity. And Aaron Rodgers got out of the pocket repeatedly and hurt them outside the pocket. They missed tackles, which was really a strength of theirs the first 2 weeks. So those things were areas where they really strayed away from the Belichick principles. And I wouldn't be surprised if this week we really see an overemphasis, or we've heard a lot about it, certainly driving that point home. They got to tackle the way they did the last 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of the season, and they've got to have better discipline. Belichick repeatedly would say, hold the edge, set the edge, as much as he would say, do your job. And so I think, in this game, I would expect more of a Belichickian-type performance. But frankly, they're down some key personnel. They traded away Matthew Judon. They lost a guy that I think is one of the 2 or 3 most explosive and most talented players, Christian Barmore, before the season really got underway because of blood clots. He's a lineman that they signed out of Alabama. They re-signed out of Alabama as a second-round draft pick in the offseason and really high expectations for. And then they lost their defensive captain, the Gerard Mayo of this team, in Jauan Bentley. And I think that's a significant loss, especially going into this game against San Francisco. Now, as somebody who was a very good player against the run, I think a very underappreciated player locally and nationally, but also a guy that, at least knew right where to be, the right place, right time in terms of his depth, his awareness on the field. And that was glaring, its absence against the Jets on Thursday.
Bob Socci is joining us. We're looking at the Patriots and the 49ers, of course, Levi's Stadium on Sunday afternoon. In terms of its strength defensively, I look at that secondary. I like Duggar, the former first-round pick, Peppers, the former Giant. Gonzalez lost his rookie year out of Oregon, but he's a nice corner. Looks like secondary-wise, maybe that's where the strength is defensively.
Yeah, I would say so, John. Marcus Jones is a third-year player who got hurt last year, same time that Gonzalez did. They lost him. I think he's a talented guy in the slot. Jonathan Jones has been a very reliable player for them for a long, long time, wherever they've put him and assigned him on coverage. And the guys you mentioned, too, Duggar, Peppers, going back to Greg's point, those are the kind of guys that really shine in this type of defense, the interchangeability, the versatility of those guys, the smarts of a player like Kyle Duggar really show up, and his physicality. And I'm not sure he would be a valuable player in other defenses, but I think in this Belichick-type system, and certainly he, I think, is the linchpin of this defense from the back end. But as I mentioned earlier, they haven't had, I think, the stability in the front seven that they envisioned going into the season, which was really key last year, the top rushing defense in the league. They're getting stout play from Devon Godshaw on that aspect, and also Keon White has been terrific, second-year defensive lineman rushing the passer out of Georgia Tech. But one of the things the last two opponents did in Seattle and the Jets, they varied their tempos. And so they prevented the Patriots from a lot of their sub-personnel. And what I think happened in some cases that a guy like Godshaw, for example, got overexposed. Same with a guy like Daniel Qualley. But those guys are out there on passing downs, and the defense just hasn't been as effective.
Hey, Bob, last week when the 49ers were in L.A. against the Rams, Chris Shula, the new D coordinator there, on a lot of snaps, rushed just 3 against Brock Purdy and dropped 8. And when I saw it, it reminds me so much of Belichick. Hell, I remember games where he'd rush 2 and drop 9. Does Gerard Mayo and Covington, the D.C., do that as much? And as you look at the game plan against the 49ers, the other thing that's interesting to me is your corner, Christian Gonzalez, who's a terrific player. He only played 4 games last year due to injury. But early in the year, he's been following a certain wide receiver, whether it's DK Metcalf or Garrett Wilson. Do you think they'll do that in this game? And would they follow Jauan Jennings and not Brandon Ayuk? So do you think they'll rush 3, drop 8, some like the Rams did, and will they mirror one of the 49er wide receivers?
Yeah, Greg, I think, they're kind of caught in between, frankly, philosophically, because I think DeMarcus Covington would like to be more aggressive. I think more in the light of a Brian Flores, who was the defensive play caller during the 2018 Super Bowl run for the Patriots, a guy that, of course, you saw a couple of weeks ago from Minnesota who loves, to play empty at times on the back end and rush, from that secondary level. And then at other times he's going to try to drop those guys back in coverage and only rush 3. And I think the Patriots would like to be more aggressive. I think they have found, though, they haven't gotten home with the blitz. And I would expect them to be, in this game, a team that maybe tries to go back to some of the man-to-man principles because they've really played predominantly zone. Thus far, they've been hurt a lot the last couple of weeks. But how far they can get away from that against the San Francisco team remains to be seen. And with regards to Gonzalez, it's an interesting thing that they put him on the number 1 because Bill's philosophy often was put the top cornerback on the number 2 and then allocate a couple of guys to that number 1. I remember the Patriots doing that, for example, with the Lions when they had Calvin Johnson, and I believe Golden Tate was the other receiver. And often Bill would do that where he would assign his number 1 cornerback to that second receiver, that second option, and then take away the number 1 guy with multiple people. But the Patriots haven't done that thus far.
Bob Socci, the voice of the Patriots, who you hear as we're getting ready for the 49ers and the Patriots on this Friday, Sunday at Levi's Stadium. Offensively, there was a reason why they went after Brandon Ayuk. I like Jalen Polk. I watched him a lot at Washington, but mainly it's the tight ends, Hunter Henry, Austin Hooper making the moves. Just offensively, how are they going to try to attack the 49ers?
Yeah, Jen, and I would agree that I like Polk a lot. I think he's going to be a really solid pro. But, he doesn't have exceptional speed, and it's something that's glaringly absent from their offense. Tyquan Thornton is a speed guy, a player they drafted in the second round several years ago. But he's wiry thin. He can't get off the line. He's often rerouted. He just hasn't been a factor for 2+ years now. And so you talk about the speed, but even if they wanted to throw the ball downfield, and I think they tried to put more of an emphasis on it last week, they just haven't been able to because of the problems up front. They can't protect the quarterback. And it's been, in the last couple of weeks, a mismatch of guys up front. Even going into training camp, they didn't have solid answers. They had Michael Wenu, who they re-signed, who is an outstanding guard, and I think a more than capable right tackle, where he's had to play a lot early in his career out of necessity. And they wanted to keep him inside during training camp. They had signed Chuks Okorafor, who was a right tackle in Pittsburgh, on a short-term deal with hopes that maybe he could be the left tackle, or a rookie, Caden Walls, who they drafted out of Penn State, who only played right tackle in college, and maybe he could be the left tackle. It just hasn't worked out. The guys that they had tried the other tackle spot in training camp didn't fare well, so they had to kick Owenu out. They've had a lot of injuries as well since the season began. They've made waiver claims. You may see a guy on the offensive line starting this game who's one of those late pickups. I wouldn't be surprised at left tackle. So I think when you look at this Patriots offense, it's really hamstrung by what they lack up front. And that has been a persistent problem, and it certainly goes back, really to the year that Tom Brady played his final snaps as a Patriot, and then throughout, the next 4 seasons into this year. And they didn't adequately address it this past offseason. They weren't able to do that in the draft, and it's really limited them and compounded the problems they have. Jacoby Brissett, I think he's done an admirable job. He's a tough guy. He's been sacked 10 times. May's been 11 times, hit 30 times overall through the first 3 games. He comes off the mesh on play action. There's no chance. He's got a defender right in his face with that bootleg, trying to mimic some of what you guys see with regularity, with such sharpness out in San Francisco. And, the running game, I think, has been a strength. A lot of that, though, has been on Ramondre Stevenson, making yards on his own after contact.
The quarterback position, Jacoby got pulled at the end of the Jets game.
Yeah,
Bob, and they threw the young guy in there, and he got heated up, but he drove him down the field, and then Salah wouldn't let him score. And I know the coach after the game, Gerard Mayo, we'll have to see, but then he's all in on Jacoby Brissett, the veteran. How do they divvy up snaps in practice? Is the young guy getting more than just scout team? Is he jumping in with the ones? And this game, the coming weeks, when do you foresee maybe going to the young guy?
Yeah, Greg, it's an inevitability at this point, and I think it's getting sooner rather than later right now, perhaps because Jacoby Brissett simply can't take the kind of punishment that he's been subjected to this point. But there has been a sense, I think, especially this week, that it's increasingly imminent, if not urgent, in the organization's mind. And I think they really wanted to slow play Drake May, and he needs time to develop. It's a combination of him not being ready, but also the people around him. And I go back to the offensive line and the lack of separation at the wide receiver position. Those guys not being ready to support a young quarterback. But, they're at a point where they're distributing the snaps now 70-30. That's become public. It's 70-30 with the ones, in addition to the scout teamwork that Drake May has done. Mayo made the decision to put him in that game last week. I think there has been some mixed messaging, frankly. Immediately after the game, it sounded like there was going to be consideration for Drake May going into this game. And then the next morning, as you alluded to, Gerard shut that down. And that's been kind of a consistent, conflicting thing in terms of the messaging here with regards to the quarterback position. There's a lot of people that want to see Drake May. They want excitement injected simply by having the rookie, the number 1 pick out there. But I'm not sure how exciting it's going to be if he finds himself playing on Sunday with Bosa bearing down on him against that offensive line. But I do think it's sooner rather than later. And maybe if Brissett gets through this game, and the Patriots don't fare well, maybe it's Miami, with a diminished team coming into Foxborough next week at home. But if not then, I think much sooner than most of us expected on day 1 of the regular season.
Great stuff. Bob, thanks for the preview. We appreciate it. Safe travels out to the Bay, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be with you. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
All right, there's Bob Socci. That is Behind Enemy Lines as we get you caught up on the Patriots, of course, Pats, and 49ers on Sunday at Levi's Stadium. All right, we'll come back. We'll get the Niners side of things. That was the Pats side of things. Plus, remember, if you can get near a device, and you probably have one in your hand right now, it's cool listening to the audio of Papa's Playbook, but he's got a great breakdown for you at 50 past the hour. Get near a device, and you can check out the video of it as well, YouTube, Twitch, etc. We'll do it all coming up. Papa and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How deep is your love? Your love. Yeah.
You knew I wouldn't talk.
The Brothers Gibb.
That's all.
Come on, Billy Bean.
Yeah.
What was a better band? The Brothers Gibb or the Ramones? Stop it.
Yeah, he was giving Bob. I think Bob's got pretty good. Bob Melvin has pretty good musical taste. I've got no issue. I've got no issue whatsoever with it.
Stevie Nicks went to his high school?
I just told my wife that. She lost her mind. That's her favorite singer by a mile. In fact, in my home studio, it's all sports, except for I gave her one tiny little wall, and it's an ode to Stevie Nicks. She loves Stevie Nicks. She's like
Lainey and my daughter Alexandra. And we saw one of the highlights ever was going to see Fleetwood Mac when they had Lindsey Buckingham there at the end, and Stevie. And we've seen Stevie solo. I just saw her in the Bay Area at Chase Center a few months ago, whatever it was. She actually canceled a show and then had to reschedule due to somebody in her band getting COVID. But in any event, we do love Stevie. And a lot of Marin talent up there. Lady Gaga is hanging in Marin a lot. She's marrying a guy from Marin. She has been seen at the Deuce, the 2 a.m. club in Marin a lot.
Deuce,
so we got to run into Gaga there.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we got a ton of stuff for you as we transition from a lot of A's and Giants talks over the last couple of days, although we have a little bit of Farhan we're going to play for you later. But it is a 49ers Football Friday. It is a huge game, got to have it kind of a game, as you heard you and Tim talking about it yesterday at Levi's Stadium. So along that front, are you ready? Are you ready for Papa's Playbook? Look at your phone. Get near a device, whatever it is you have to do. Now, it's great, the audio version of it, but the video version is even better. So check it out. What are we going to be looking at today, by the way?
One man and one man alone. He is known affectionately, and I think I gave him the nickname or I stole it from Cam Inman, but nobody reads Cam Inman except for his book, The Franchise.
Wow.
So we love Cam.
Wow.
We love Cam. I think I read a third and Jauan line, but then we just took it as our own. So third and Jauan chains after the game that he had last week. And we'll break down the brilliance of Jauan Jennings. He's a great blocker in the run game. The first touchdown was purely a great combination of the 49er run game married up with the pass game and the illusion of a run and the threat of Jauan Jennings, who's one of the best blocking wide receivers. There's been a lot of good ones over the history. Hines Ward was really good. Alan Lazard, the Rams, Puka and Cooper can block, and they're guys that'll block. But Jauan Jennings is one of the best. But if you think he's only a blocker and he can't run routes, he's going to score 3 touchdowns on you. The first one was clearly they were worried about him as more of a blocker, and they worried more about Ayuk, and then his ability to uncover in the low red zone for the second one, the out and up and his route running ability. On the third one, John. And then one of the greatest catches I've seen in recent years, I mean, Ayuk, the B.A. ricochet off Kindle Vildor's face mask, but the one that Brock threw, and I was talking to Kyle yesterday, it should not have gone to Jauan Jennings on that play. The play was designed to go deep or short. The medium shot was not there, but he just threw it to Jauan Jennings anyway at 6'3". Quentin Lake, the safety nickelback, was in front of him, and Jauan just went right over the top and took the football away. So he had, outside of Jerry Rice, a game that has never been seen in Niner history. He was targeted 12 times, dropped the first one, had it broken up. Then he caught 11 in a row. So he had 11 catches for 175 yards, and not one, not two, but third and Jauan became a third for Jauan. 3 touchdowns in one game. He was not voted the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, John. What did he get? Like the FedEx Air Player of the Week, whatever the hell that means, whatever it is. But that was an amazing performance by Jauan. And if you're the New England Patriots looking at that tape, who do you worry more about? Brandon Ayuk or Jauan Jennings off that game? And we'll get into it deeper with Bob Socci, what we asked him last segment, the voice of the Patriots. Christian Gonzalez, their young corner, likes to follow around, travel with a wide receiver. Jamar Chase against Cincinnati, DK Metcalf against Seattle, their last game on Thursday Night Football. 8 days ago? It'll be 10 days when we play on Sunday. It was Garrett Wilson. Will he follow someone around, John? And what if it's Jauan Jennings and not Brandon Ayuk?
All right, let's get into it. Coming up next, get near that device so you can check out the video of it. Papa's Playbook, one man and one man only. Next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Best thing ever. Have you been to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach? I have, and it's the best pizza I've ever had. But I'm not alone in thinking that. Tony's has been ranked number 1 in the entire world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. So don't forget about Tony's other locations around the North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly good. Don't forget to finish off your meal with the right super delicious dessert. You get either a cannoli or a tiramisu, and then after you sleep it off, you got to start right more the next morning. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And also, when you're around the Bay Area, whenever the Giants are playing a home game at Oracle, the Warriors are playing at Chase, or the Niners are playing at Levi Stadium, hit one of his fast casual locations, the restaurant's Tony's Slice House. No matter where you are around the Bay, in the North Beach, you want Tony's Pizza, number 1 in the world.
He's not on the mic.
Left flat, spider 3. Why banana? First down and goal to go 49ers.
He's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
One man and one man only. For all the things we complained about in the loss to the Rams, certainly the brightest spot, 11 for 175, 3 touchdowns, and a Moss for Jauan Jennings. Take it away, my friend.
Minus CMC.
Yeah.
Minus Deebo Samuel. Minus George Kittle. What are the Niners going to do in L.A. against the L.A. Rams? Well, they're going to go to a guy known as Third and Jauan and make him a touchdown scorer. He had 5 touchdowns his first year in the NFL in 2021 after being a round 7 pick in 2020, and he wasn't even on the team that year on the practice squad, and then won the next year in 2022, as Tim Ryan noted. He had 1 touchdown reception all of last year, and then obviously in the Super Bowl he caught one, he threw one. He had some big moments in that stadium going back to 21 when he caught 2 of the 5 in the Jan 9 game, Week 18, to get the Niners in the playoffs. But Third and Jauan last Sunday in L.A. became a third for Jauan. He had not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdown receptions. And, John, the touchdown catches weren't even the best play he had last week. Isaac Guerrero is in. JP with 4 carries and a catch. Guerrero with a fake toss. Purdy looks left, now right, throws. Wide open, Jauan Jennings. Touchdown! San Francisco! It's 2-by-2. Purdy got a quarterback draw and run for the end zone. Will throw. It is caught for a touchdown by Jauan Jennings. Again, touchdown! San Francisco! 3rd down. Purdy back. Purdy time. Purdy throws. Downfield wide open. Caught. Jauan Jennings has a hat trick in L.A. Touchdown! San Francisco! 1st and 10. Play action to J.P. Mason. Brock going to get rolling out to his left. Will throw one down the field for Jauan Jennings. Jennings went up and took it away. What a catch by J.J. He scored 3 touchdowns today, but that's the best play he's made. How did he catch that ball? And the dog is on the ground like a dog. All right, the first touchdown play. Jauan Jennings is tight on the right side of the formation. Isaac Guerrero is in as a tailback. Ayuk is the X-receiver left. They run that wham motion for Paul Allen, the SIF motion there to simulate a toss to the right, 18 toss. Ayuk's the primary. They take away the backside slant, and the Rams' 2 stack linebackers, Troy Reeder and Christian Roseboom, just completely drop Jauan Jennings. So watch the action here of Brock's eyes. Juszczyk goes in motion. It looks like a standard 18 toss, right? Jennings going to block for a beat, but it's Brock's eyes. Looking, the play is supposed to go backside slant to Brandon Ayuk, but they jump the slant. Look at the safety in the middle of the field, Quentin Lake. The Brock's eyes are going to pull him from the middle of the end zone away from Jauan Jennings, and then Brock just look. Wait a minute. The only guy in the end zone is Jauan Jennings. Throw him the ball. That's the easiest touchdown you're ever going to have. But watch the way they sell this. The Juszczyk motion, but watch the duo block, the double crunch, Dominic Pooney and Colt McKivitz. This looks like a run play, doesn't it? Jake Brendel, Banks, aren't they going to run? Nope. Fake 18 toss, backside slant to Ayuk. You got that covered. Get the safety out of the middle, and Jauan Jennings never going to score an easier touchdown in his life. The Niners have had problems inside the low red zone this year. You run action like that, you're going to have a wide open touchdown. All right, he's got 1. You want to see the second one. Jauan Jennings inside of Brandon Ayuk. They're going to send Ronnie Bell in yo-yo motion, bring him back. They're following him with a safety. They're playing man. I thought Brock was a quarterback draw because Jared Verse jumped off sides, beat McKivitz so decidedly, and then Kobe Turner won his matchup inside. Brock just got out of there like immediately, and it becomes a scramble drill. And Brock, you see Jauan Jennings is wide open. Brandon Ayuk goes out of the back of the end zone. Where are you going? You did that in Minnesota on the 1st and goal on the 4-yard line. Stay in the back line of the end zone. So again, Ronnie Bell, yo-yo motion, return motion, goes one way, comes back the other way. The safety Kitchens follows its man. Brock, it just busts. McKivitz, Verse, is he that fast or was he off sides? Kobe Turner wins. Brock gets out, stays alive though, and they drop Jennings in the back of the end zone. Scramble drill. Ayuk got us confused because he ran out of the baseline. That's not a violation if Ayuk touches the ball, a legal touch, but Jauan Jennings is wide open. So on that play, again, the low red zone. Are they really locking in on Jauan Jennings enough here in the low red zone? Now Kyle's going to scheme it up for his third touchdown. Jauan goes in motion. No one follows. This is where you get a wide receiver on a safety. That's Cam Kitchen. So they're playing 3 defensive backs all lined up, and Jauan's number 3. Little bit of a rub action there off the inside receiver. It's a wheel and out and up. He goes out, and then he gets Kitchens even with him, and he cooks him. Just runs right by Cameron Kitchens for a touchdown. Jauan Jennings is an interesting guy, John. He was a 7th-round draft pick because he's slow. Watch him run this route. This is the one. This is the play action and the over route. So watch him here. This will be the one where Curl is all over him. Quentin Lake is. But I was talking about this play yesterday. The ball's supposed to go deep or short. The intermediate guy is not where the ball's supposed to go, but nobody really separated on that play. So they got Jauan Jennings one-on-one. Again, he will run an over route here. Tre'Davious White drops him. Roseboom Reader drop him. On the opposite hash, that is Quentin Lake, their safety nickelback that'll pick him up. And Brock just throws him a ball. You know, the one thing about Jauan Jennings is he's big. He's 75.13 inches tall. What does that mean? 6'3" plus. He's over 6'3". He's big at 215. He's got long arms. He cannot jump at all. His vertical leap at the combine was not even 30 inches. The guy's he's stuck to the ground. It's 29 inches. He's not fast. He ran a 4.72 40. But what does he do there? He just takes the ball away. He's got long arms, obviously. The wingspan is 76 and a quarter inch. Hand size over 9. The arm length is 31 and 6'3". So he makes up for not being able to run fast and he can't jump to being a guy who does have a big radius and just takes the ball away from Quentin Lake there. That is a trust factor there. That is just throw the guy the ball, and even though Lake has inside position, he is able to take the ball away. So I don't know how he does it. He ran a 4.72 40. The best time they've ever clocked on him as far as miles per hour, when you run a 4.72, you're running 17.33 miles per hour. Brett Fisk, the young lineman for the Rams, ran 21.11 miles per hour. So you got D tackles running faster than Jennings. But Kyle was saying, because I said, how does this guy get open when he's so slow? He's not slow. He plays fast, and they have that catapult GPS system on the guys during practice, and he plays a lot faster than he's timed. So it's like, how does this guy do it? He can't jump. He can't run. He's third in Jauan. He's a football player. He has functional football speed. He just plays faster. Jerry Rice did not have a fast 40 time, and no one ever caught him on slants, and no one ever ran better routes and set him up. So it's just amazing. He belies it all, but he's got a dog in him. Obviously, he's a great blocker. His ability to block is why the Rams dropped him on the first touchdown. It looked like a run play, 18 toss, and they came backside slant, and then they just dropped him. So after the video that you see in this last game, John, 3 touchdowns, 12 targets. He caught 11 for 175 yards. The only other guy to put up numbers like that in 49er history is Jerry Rice, the greatest of all time, the GOAT of all the wide receivers. And this is where, if you're the New England Patriots and you're getting ready for this game, and you got this young corner, Christian Gonzalez, and he likes to follow guys around. He likes to travel with guys. You would think it would be Ayuk going into the game, and as their coaches look at this and they say, no, you're not going with 11. He's still off. He's running out of the back of the end zone. They're missing slants to him where Brock's throwing the ball behind him, and he's dropping balls, and he's running out of the end zone in Minnesota, and they're running an out cut, and the ball sails into the sideline. They're not synced up right now. It's Jauan Jennings who's the major concern. So I wonder, we'll watch right away when they break the huddle, Johnny. Where's 0? Will Christian Gonzalez follow any 49er wide receiver around? And if he does, is it Jauan Jennings and not Brandon Ayuk?
First of all, well done, as always, and we'll post this up if you missed it on video at KNBR.com. I just know this. It's not on reputation. That's not how teams work. They do it on what's going on the field, and what's going on the field right now is Jauan Jennings is their best receiver. So if he's going to follow somebody, I'm following a guy off an 11, 175, and 3. He's their best receiver right now, and it's not even close. Don't think Debo's going to play, although he did practice. But even among those 3, Jauan is the hottest and the best. So, yeah, I would agree that if they do continue to have Christian Gonzalez, who was a really good pick out of Oregon, missed most of last season because of an injury, really well thought of, but that's what I would do. I got 3 things. 2, is this I'm surprised you haven't asked this question. Is this the best 7th-round combination in the history of the game?
Oh,
From
wow.
Brock Purdy, 7th-rounder, to Jauan Jennings, 7th-rounder?
What's the list?
I don't know.
You got any of the cops on
I don't
here?
know that there is another list because not a lot of 7th-round quarterbacks make it. Not a lot of 7th-rounders in general make it. But like you said, with Brock, it was his size, arm strength, all those kind of things. With Jauan, it was a 4.72, which everyone went, I can't make it with a 4.72.
Was he hurt running that speed?
Yeah, I know I had heard that. Yeah, I had heard that.
4.72? Wow.
And then the third thing is that sometimes good comes out of injuries. I'm not saying it's great to have Christian McCaffrey or anything out, but he's shown flashes. We've talked about the Super Bowl a million times. But if you're the 49ers, and like you said, he's kind of, especially with Kittle out, now that Kittle comes back, when you're talking about a 6'3" guy that can high point the football and go up and get it, despite the fact, as you said, doesn't have that great vertical, that's who you got to be looking at around the goal line. So even if Gonzalez doesn't maybe follow him, and they still have respect for Brandon Ayuk, although he's off to a slow start, I do wonder in the red zone if teams start bracketing him or something happens there because he's so difficult around the red zone. But if I'm the 49ers, do I have to put him on the field a little bit more? You and I have talked about it. They don't run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, but if and when Debo comes back, now you have this issue of this guy that's not playing as many snaps, playing as well as he's playing. So do you have to adjust and say, look, this might be our best receiver. We got to get him on the field more?
Well, Debo did practice yesterday, and I think it's all, again, the catapult GPS time. They go back and watch practice, then see how he feels today. They're on the practice field right now. Kyle will talk at 1:30, 1:40 and give us an update on Debo. I don't know if he's going to play or not. One thing you could do is move Debo in the backfield, and if he does play, they will do that. And then you could still have 2 other. So the other team thinks you're an 11, personnel,
right?
With Jauan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, and Debo Samuel. And Debo, they call it Deadpool, and 11 Tyson or 21 Tyson, whatever they call it. Debo lines up in the offensive backfield, so he is a wide receiver. Well, they'll code him that way, but he's a running back. So you could get Jennings on the field more. If Debo can't play, then Jennings is your second wide receiver. He's out there as your Z. He can also play X, and they can use Ayuk a little bit as a move guy, the flanker. He did get more snaps in this game. I think he had 60 last game. Did. So believe me, Kyle, he's featured. He's in the game plan. They're not going to give the guy 12 targets, 11 catches for $175 and 3 tugs and not get him involved. He'll be involved one way or the other. It's just how do you do it? And then to your question, you got 262 throwing to 217. Brock was the 7th-round pick in the draft, Mr. Irrelevant. Jauan Jennings was pick number 217 the year that Brandon Ayuk was pick number 25 and was a first-round pick. I don't know. If we ever had a 7th-round pick throwing to a 7th-round pick, we probably had undrafted quarterbacks like Johnny Unitas and other guys. I don't know where Raymond Berry was drafted, but probably had that. But he always had high picks. I don't know. And then I'll throw another one in. J.P. Mason is undrafted.
Right.
He was not even drafted at all.
Yeah,
so, you've got a 7th-round quarterback throwing to a 7th-round wide receiver, and it's a play-action fake to a guy who was not drafted at all. So I don't know. The history would have to look into it more. But, damn, that's pretty impressive to have Jauan pick 217 in 2000, catching 3 touchdown passes from Brock Purdy, who was picked 262 in 2022. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's if you add up where they were picked. I guess you'd have to throw the free agents out. But if you added up where they're picked, I wonder if that's the highest number that you could get to in terms of having that kind of a thing. Because, like you said, especially 7th-rounders in general, but especially 7th-round quarterbacks. There's just not a lot around. So when Brock is always setting the lowest drafted this or that to do this or that, it seems to be one of those things. But I was thinking about that as like you got 2 7th-rounders dominating against the Rams despite that loss. So we'll see how the Patriots handle it. We'll see how the 49ers handle it in terms of who's going to be back and then what Jauan's role is going to be. But obviously he proved more, 11 for 175 and 3. And like you said, the best catch, as you pointed out there in the video, was the Moss play. And the fact that he, like you said, it's not only 4.72, but like you said, a 30-inch vertical, which isn't great, but yet you see him go up and over because of his size. So really impressive stuff from Jauan. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you weren't near a device, we'll post that later, and you can see the video of it, which was very, very cool to check out. All right, we talked to Bob Socci a little bit. He gave us a few things on the Patriots. How can the 49ers counteract that? We'll tell you next, only here on The Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, gave his thoughts on the 2024 Giants season and his future with the organization. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Friday. Hope you are doing great. You just missed Papa's Playbook. We'll post that at KNBR.com. John Lynch was on with the morning show today, Murph and Marcus. Did talk about a few injuries. It says this about Ricky Pearsall. It says, after this week, we can open the practice window, and all signs are indicating that he'll be okay to do that. Getting him back in practice will be a big deal. Then we have a couple of weeks where we can activate him, or they'll evaluate and see where he is at that point. But starting to get some guys back. That week 4, which is this week, is a key one. Not sure Debo's going to play this week, maybe next week. McCaffrey is a whole different category. They do say, though, both Kyle yesterday with Tolbert and Copes and John Lynch this morning, they think sooner rather than later. A lot of people are trying to speculate it could be a month or two. There's a lot of Twitter docs out there that haven't seen it. But anyway, starting to get some good news on some injuries. Although yesterday, Curtis Robinson, who was somebody we were talking about potentially coming in, maybe doing a little bit better a coverage job than Devondre Campbell has done or did do last week. He gets injured yesterday, as does Jordan Elliott. So we all assume, hey, everybody's coming back, but we forget football's still being played and guys are going to get hurt.
And even practicing football, yesterday was a brutal day. And I didn't see the Robinson one, but I did see at the very end of practice, the final defensive period, Jordan Elliott go down. And it was a foot injury. And there was great concern at that time that it was going to be bad. Curtis Robinson's injury is bad. It's a terrible break for Curtis. Fourth-year linebacker out of Stanford's been on the team as he was undrafted player to Denver and played 3 games with them in 21. The Niners got him later that year. In the last couple of years, he's played 3 games in 22 and 3 games last year, mainly on special teams. But he played great in the preseason. Started to wear the green dot, the middle linebacker. He didn't play any of them, Sam, Mike, Will. And they were starting to prepare him to play him. And they needed speed on the field. Devondre Campbell's getting attacked a little bit, and for him to suffer the knee, and we'll see what they deem it. It sounds like an ACL because it was a non-contact, but Kyle will update us at 1:30, 1:40 off the practice field. Tremendous, what a blow. And then later, Jordan Elliott goes out. I think that was just to get him off the field because he's a big man. It was the very end of practice, and I think his foot's getting better. And he may even play in this game on Sunday, and that'll be what he does today in practice. D. Winters is starting to practice again. I think he had the ankle. He had a couple of injuries in training camp, but the ankle late. And then on the fake 4th and 6 punt, he tangled up with Robert Beal Jr., his teammate, and went right down. He's moving well, though. So there could be a time he's on the field with Fred. When they go to the nickel and it's a 4-2-5, he could be out there. He could be in the base when they take either Flanagan Fowles or Devondre Campbell off the field. The one thing with New England, John, is we've been talking about all week, they play a lot of double tights. They're 2 better offensive players. KJ Osborne's a good receiver, the former Viking, and they've got young wide receivers in the room there, very young. But their veteran element of their team is the tight end room. Hunter Henry's their number 1 tight end, good player. And then Austin Hooper from Stanford, Atlanta. He's bopped around. The Niners tried to sign him one off season. So they run a lot of double tight ends. So how do the Niners match up when they go double tights like the Rams did? 12 personnel? Do you leave your base out there, which means 3 linebackers, not 2? Ike Adam wouldn't be out there, and they're going at him a little bit. So overall, it was a hard day yesterday, seeing 2 guys get taken off the field, and we'll get an update from Kyle. That's about as brutal as I can remember. Twice? 2 guys? Wow. One at the beginning, one at the end. And then as far as Debo, we'll see, how he's moving. He was out there. Kittle will play. Kittle's a full go. He's fine. But Debo's, it's just different with him because he's a halfback. He's a Z-back. He's here, there, and everywhere. And we'll see, what his speed was yesterday. They have that catapult GPS system. They watch him in practice and study it. So it'll be that, how he was moving today, how he woke up this morning, and how his body feels if he's able to practice today. Today's a lighter day. It's more of a red zone day. Yesterday is a full day, pads, and they were going at it. So, how his body recovers. But Debo was out there and trying to come back and play. And then Ricky is chomping at the bit. He's there. He's very involved. He's watching every practice. He's pacing up and down. He's with the wide receivers. He wants to practice. He just is not allowed to yet. But I think next week, barring something unforeseen, and with this young man, you just pray that he can get out there and begin his career. He's a big-time talent. I think they'll give him the green light to practice next week if nothing else comes up between now and Wednesday.
That's awesome. I mean, it's just such an incredible story. And I haven't seen a ton of Ricky, but all the reviews and everything they've said. Now, after being shot like this, can he be that guy? I mean, they wouldn't activate him if he wasn't. But I think now you're starting to see, okay, and again, I'm not trying to say that they're going to replace Christian McCaffrey because he's irreplaceable. But I do think that you start looking at it and saying, okay, with Mason back there who can do the running, Pearsall's getting back. Debo's going to get back probably after this week. Kittle, and again, all these guys can get hurt. I understand that. Brandon Ayuk has not been himself. I think we can all admit that. Jauan Jennings is emerging. Nobody's replacing Christian McCaffrey. But after this week, when I think Debo's going to be back and hopefully nobody else gets injured in the way Jauan's playing, I don't think that a lack of weapons is an excuse.
Well, Pearsall's not back yet, and Debo may not play. I think they're viewing what to do with Debo right now, and I think Arendo could be involved. Without McCaffrey's just different. Yeah, you're not scoring touchdowns like you did last year.
Him. Yeah,
well, he's the key though. Without him, it's a major difference. They scored 2 and 3 touchdowns. Jennings had a couple of red zone touchdowns we just broke down. McCaffrey is just a touchdown maker. He's scored more than a touchdown a game since he's been here, and he opens things up. There's no one like him. Garendo can do some of those things. I know he can. Out of the backfield, he can run routes. He was a wide receiver. He's fast. He's big. He's not McCaffrey. Who is? Bijan's good. Saquon's good. Nobody's CMC. And I don't even think Roger Craig ran routes the way he did. And with all due respect to Marshall Faulk, the guy really is a slot wide receiver playing running back and vice versa. He's different. He's different. So it's just that, but they're lacking his that component. They won before he got here, but they have also struggled before he got here. He's just different. As far as the other guys, Ricky's different too. That guy can. We were talking about Jauan Jennings, how he beats man coverage, not being able to run fast. Ricky runs fast. He jumps high. He does these box jumps with the performance staff. It's like, whoa, who is this guy? Throw him an alley-oop. I mean, he could play for the Warriors. He's athletically as far advanced as anybody I've seen coming in. He's that guy. So we'll see. He's got to get on the field and overcome this, and hopefully he doesn't have any more setbacks. But he would open up. I mean, in theory, when you get Debo back, and maybe not this game, and then maybe get Pearsall back with him against Arizona for the Thursday night game, how many wide receivers do you want on the field here? Jennings is doing his thing. Ayuk is picking it up. Then you get Debo back, and Debo's half Z, half running back. And then you got Pearsall. That would be a hell of a foursome just having those guys on the field together. Not even. And then you got Kittle as well, independent of Christian McCaffrey.
I guess what I'm saying is that McCaffrey to me is such a mystery that until we start hearing some, hey, he might be back kind of stuff or whatever, that's such a mystery that I'm kind of taking it out. Like I'll give you an example. I'm watching Dallas last night, and CeeDee's great, and they're trying to put him in the backfield because they just have no running backs. And they have Jake Ferguson, and they got some stuff. And I'm looking at the Giants, and Malik Neighbors is really, really good, and Robinson's okay, and they got a little bit. But I mean, the Niners taking McCaffrey out of the equation, if Ricky Pearsall is what people say, and it's amazing that we're even talking about this, and him coming back, and Debo's coming back, and Ayuk hasn't hit his stride, and Kittle's been injured. When they get those guys back, I still think that my bigger concerns are the defense, and this is starting to be a bigger sample size where they've struggled. Special teams, this has been a problem for a long time. The least of my problems, I think, when they get healthy, even minus Christian McCaffrey, is how many points they're going to score, because they have enough offensive firepower. They have Kyle Shanahan. I'm really not worried about that side of the ball, as crazy as that sounds, even without McCaffrey, because I think they have enough weapons to score points.
Yeah, but those guys aren't all healthy now, and there's no guarantee they're going to be healthy. Debo just gets hurt. George Kittle gets hurt. Christian McCaffrey gets hurt. Ricky Pearsall did not miss games in college, but he's been hurt ever since he got here, so you got to get him on the field. And it's just time for them to play like the 49ers. And I always watch the opponents and give them respect, and you see areas where you can't sleep on them. But it's not about New England. It is always about New England. You have to have a plan for how to deal with their defense and, their running game and the tight ends, and the quarterback's a big guy and all that. Special teams, they're really good. You can't break down on special teams, or they'll hang around this game and try to steal one. But I want the Niners to be the Niners, no matter who's out there. Just start to lean on people in the run game the way you did against the Rams early. 14-0 right off the script. They had 21 plays. 8-play drive, 13-play drive, 70 yards, 77, touchdown. The touchdown drive where Jennings beat him on the out and up on third down, they ran the ball 9 times on that drive out of 11. And then they pull it and go deep. That's the Niners. Fear the running game. You got to load up to stop the run. We're going to run right at you, and then we're going to pull it and throw it. And we'll throw it deep, short, intermediate, wherever we throw it. And then on defense, we'll get off the field on third down. We'll sack the quarterback. We'll knock him out of the game. Your offensive line's in tatters. So to me, this is what I would like to feel like when we leave there at 4 o'clock on Sunday, is that we saw the Niners. And I think we saw them in a little bit of form against the Jets. We've not seen them since. We've seen them here and there, inconsistent once in a while. And I don't know when they're going to kick in and when they're going to get their roster back. I feel it sometimes watching them practice that they're close, and I think they're going to break out. But there's a lot of inconsistencies they're showing in games. So no matter who's out there, and they miss a lot of these guys, and obviously McCaffrey's there's just no one like him. But it's time they started to be the 2-time defending NFC West champions, the team that's been to the NFC championship game 3 years in a row and 4 of the last 5, and Super Bowls and all that. It's time for the Niners to come out to play and just take the game over.
It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Friday. Thoughts as we get ready for the Patriots and the 49ers. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. One and the same, your choice. Hit us up. You got questions for Pop ahead of this game, we shall discuss. Next, I'm going to steal something from Mayoko. He shouldn't have all the fun. We'll explain. We got foreplay at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock, the sound you need to hear. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing great. Any questions for Pop? Ask Papa anything ahead of the Patriots and the 49ers. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, which I have up in front of me, or you can call in. We can hear your sweet, clean voice. I was thinking today, as I was preparing, why should Matt Mayoko have all the fun and pick out his 5 players? You don't have to pick out 5, but I was just wondering some of your key guys, and if I was doing that, the 5-player bit, I'd probably remove Brock Purdy because I think it goes without saying, a guy who has the ball in his hands on every offensive possession, he's a key, no kidding. But after watching the Patriots film, after knowing the Niners the way that you do and being out at some practices, who are you looking at as some key guys against the Patriots?
Well, we had Matt on a little while ago, and he couldn't remember his top 5. I haven't been able to read it. I know he filed it. Normally I get a direct email on this.
Okay, hang on. Let me see what I got.
It's not up on the NBC Sports, the My Teams app.
So he said he did it, but it's just not posted?
It was Bosa and Ayuk were 1, 2.
That's 2 of, okay,
and,
1, 2.
Ayuk's the obvious one. I think Brandon's struggling. He's pressing to me, and I've never seen him press before. Brandon was always just too cool for school. He's not that kind of guy. He's quiet. I know everybody's got, inward anxiety, and, we all doubt ourselves. But outwardly with him,
here.
You have what? His top 5?
His 5.
His Bosa 1, and then Ayuk, I think, is 2. Anyway,
yeah.
Ayuk, I just think he's pressing. He's pressing. It's the weight of the contract. He kind of flew under the radar with all these stars around him on both sides of the ball, but mainly offense and those eligibles. And now people are looking at him, and they're analyzing everything he does, and he's just pressing. And the timing is off with Brock. They're just not. Last year, they were the most efficient pitch and catch combination in the NFL. They threw it to him 105 times. He caught 75, and he was second in the league in yards per catch. So when they threw it to him, he caught it, and he hurt you. He had the greatest, yards per target in the league, and now they're hitting like 50% of the targets. They're off, and it's a little bit of Brock, it's a little bit of him. They got to get it together. So I don't know. I think Matt was looking at it more because New England had a trade for you. They offered you a big contract more, and you said no to New England. New England's going to try to take you away, and you're going to try to have a big game. So it's all that non-football stuff, which may be involved, but I'm not sure. But I think Bosa does have an ability with their offensive line, John, and I don't even know who they're playing on their line. I guess David Andrews is at center. I'm not sure what else they're going to do. We'll find out later. They're young, they're raw, they're injured. They're getting blitzed by Saleh. The quarterback, Brissett's getting tagged. So I'm sure they're going to try to shore that up. But I always look for who can Bosa dominate in a game. And there's certainly matchups up and down. I know Tim would like to see him move Bosa more inside over a guard and play him a 3 technique. So I think Bosa is a big player in the game. I think, they're going to attack Devondre Campbell unless the Niners get him off the field.
That's who he has. He has Campbell, Mason, Hufanga, Ayuk, and Bosa. So he does mention Campbell in here.
So Bosa and Ayuk are 4-5, or they're 1-2?
Bosa and Ayuk are 1-2. He's got Campbell up there at 5.
Yeah, I just there's a way to get him off the field, and I think G. Winters is moving around. We'll see if the Niners do it in this game. I'll see if New England attacks him. We knew, right before the game, we got the word the Rams are going to play a lot of 12 personnel. They're more 11 than any team in football, which is 3 wide receivers. But in this game, they're going to play 12 because their wide receivers are hurt. Their wide receivers, Puka and Cooper, that are not playing, are kind of like tight ends because they block so well. But to me, it was they're going to attack Devondre Campbell. And Minnesota did it more in the run game. The Rams did it both. And if you got a weakness on tape, they're going to go at him. So, Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper are 2 of their better players. Hunter Henry's a really good tight end. And Austin Hooper is smart and sneaky good. They both run routes. They're just okay blockers. So if they have those 2 tights on the field, how do the Niners match up? Do they just go nickel anyway and maybe play Winters and Warner? Or do they go base? where Warner's out there, and maybe Winters is as well, more speed from the young guy if he's over the ankle. But then you got to have Campbell or Demetrius Flanagan fouls on the field, or maybe both. So I think those guys are key. I think J.P. Mason is who he is, and he's going to run the ball hard in this game. I do think, they're going to tag it. They're going to attack Yadam a little bit as well, John, and maybe we see Renardo Green in this game. So we'll see where it all goes. Colton McKivitz has got to play better. I mean, he's getting beat on the edge. He got beat some last year. He's given up sacks and pressures here. Keon White is a really good, edge guy that they're going to line up, but I'm sure they'll put 99 over 68 a lot of the game. They have Dietrich Wise Jr., and they're just tough. A lot of times you just bust with New England, so you don't know who's coming because they got all these guys standing up. Mineski, remember when Greg Mineski was the Niners DC and they had that magic defense where they were all just kind of standing up and walking around? Belichick's been doing that forever. And now, it seems like even though he's gone, defensively, I think he's still there. Even the head coach is wearing a short, cutoffs and a hoodie. He looks kind of like him, even though he doesn't look like him. Gerard Mayo, imposing guy, and he called their defense when he was a player. And I just see a lot of similarities there. So I think it's a big game for McKivitz. You may have to help on his side against Keon White and Dietrich Wise Jr. because they have the ability to heat up the quarterback in this game. So you got 5 that you're looking at, John, for the Niners?
Well, again, I throw Purdy out of this thing, but New England offensively, those tight ends, they're veteran guys, and like you said, they don't block as well. They're decent, but they've got the worst set of wide receivers in the entire league, which is why they were going to give Ayuk a ton of money. Stevenson's decent, but they average 13 points per game. So to me, the offense is the least of my worries, and I know that they're missing a lot of guys, but Kittle comes back, Mason can run it. They've got to be better along the offensive line, but it's continuing the misery that we saw last Thursday night against the Jets. 13 points per game is New England. Jacoby Brissett's a nice backup, but when you make him a starter, that's too much. You're exposing the guy. He got sacked 5 times. They should dominate this offensive line. This is, to me, we've been talking so much about the defense and special teams. This is a make-good game for the defense to regain the confidence. New England, they don't have explosive players. You got to stop the run. You got to watch those tight ends. I want to give them a little bit of respect, but they're a horrible offensive team. And it wouldn't surprise me that if they struggle again like they did against the Jets, that we might see Drake May, which is, maybe Drake May down the line is going to be really good, but we saw Bo Nick's first game in Seattle, and Caleb Williams has struggled. They're just going to struggle as a rookie quarterback. The game is fast, all these different things. So we could see Brissett out and May in. I've been listening to Boston radio all week, which is hilarious because they all want the rookie, and we were talking earlier to Bob Socci about it. That's what fans want. They just want the unknown. They want something different. So, look, I respect Brissett. He's had a nice career in the NFL. He's always been kind of a fill-in type to wait for the next or an injury replacement type of the guy. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just saying the offensive line's not good, and he doesn't have enough outside guys to throw to. So, to me, the whole key to this game and the big thing that I'm going to be watching is it's time for the defense to be good. This is a make-good game for the defense against a really bad offense.
Well, they got to run the ball, though, and they got a big offensive line. I'm trying to find out from Bob Socci how they're going to line up on the offensive line because they got so many injuries and young guys. David Andrews, their center, is their best player, obviously. Ramondre Stevenson is huge. He's 230 pounds. And he has good speed. And then Gibson, Antonio Gibson's a big back as well, even though you'd think he used to be a wide receiver. And now he's kind of a hybrid running back wide receiver. He's in Washington for years with Brissett. And then they got Jermichael Hasty. So they got guys that can run the ball. I think the key is to make them pass the ball. So, earn the right, as they say, to rush the quarterback. You've got to stop the run. And the 49ers did it some. Nobody's come in here and trampled them. They did a good job on Breece Hall. But Aaron Jones got loose a couple of times. Ty Chandler in Minnesota, their backup running back, was actually more productive in that game. And they had a lot of bounce runs where it was designed to go up and up in there, and then they just bounced it and got to the edge. And then this last game, Kyron Williams did not have gaudy stats, but there were a lot of runs where you couldn't get him on the ground when you had to get him on the ground. That 4th and 1 when he ran right through Charvarius Ward. And I think Mooney will play better in this game. I don't think he was healthy in L.A. with a groin injury. He looks much better on the practice field this week. He's back to his feisty self. He looks like himself. And he's a good tackling corner. But they targeted him, not only throwing the ball at him with Tutu Atwell and on the deep one down the field, and also the drag route out of the bunch formation. They also ran at him. So you've got to stop the run in this game. If you can't stop the run against this big O-line, and I'm not sure who they're going to play, but they got size on their own line, and they'll double-team you. They'll run the duo, the double crunch, as Tim calls it, and they got big backs. And if they move the ball on the ground, then they stay balanced, and Brissett can play action, hit the tight ends, hit the young receivers, hit Osborne. They can stay in the game. But if you stop the run and just take it away, and that's when the Niners defense is at their best, you're not running anything. Well, we're measuring your running game not in yards but feet, and you're off the field right away. And then you got to get down. Then Bosa can heat up their O-line and go get them. But the one concern is they've been spotty against the run. They've allowed too many good runs in the game. And, big runs, goal line runs. Kyron Williams had walk-ins, 4th and 1, pushing guys back. So they got to stop the run. I think it starts with that, John. And then after that, let Bosa eat.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more like the Jets. I just think they're pissed off. You can tell that they're pissed off because Kyle would not normally jump on Matt. I think it's frustrating. You could hear it yesterday. He was with Tolbert and Copes and said that the games that you should win are the most frustrating types. And so I would imagine, and you've been down there more than I have, I would imagine that that's been the tone of the week. And it's an important game too, and a lot of times in the NFL when you need it worse. I mean, the Rams really needed last week's game. They were going to be 0-3, and that was going to be a major problem. I think then the Niners are going to come out with their hair on fire, despite whether it's the Patriots or not. They can't look past anybody at this point, and I think they're going to shut the Patriots down. It's going to be a make-good game for the defense. Because you get this game, you're 2-2. Everyone can settle down a little bit. Arizona's going to be tough just because Kyler Murray has been playing some pretty good football, and it's difficult to contain that type of quarterback for everybody, let alone the 49ers, which we always talk about. But you can win that and go to 3-2, and now your guys are coming back. You're getting some guys back after the 4 games. You put them on the PUP list. I think things can start to be, can look a lot more positive than they are now, but it starts with this game. And so Tim said yesterday it was a gotta have it. I just think that has been the theme all week, and I think these guys are going to be really focused. This is not a good Patriots team. You got to respect everybody in the NFL, but this should be the perfect time to bring in the New England Patriots. Even though that's weird to say because they were good for so many years, but I just get that sense. Do you get that sense that's the way this team is feeling?
I get the sense this team is pissed off.
Yep.
I think they're all angry. And yesterday was a testy practice. They put the pads on and they got after it, and they kept going. They are fighting each other. They're angry, so they're starting to show a little tenacity on the practice field. Thursday's more of a heavy work day than Wednesday, and you could see it. So we'll see if Debo goes, in the game, but we'll know more from Kyle. But I just sense they're off. They're not clicking the way they're capable of clicking. The ball's on the field way too much, but they're starting to bring the ferociousness and the hell with all that, and we'll get our timing down. But in the meantime, we're not going to get pushed around. And they're starting to push back against each other and separate them a little bit here and there. Yesterday was a feisty practice, which is good. Today they'll back off a little bit, be more of a red zone, and then have a walkthrough tomorrow, then go play. But it's time for them to feel good about who they are. And I think the Jet game was fine, but 6 field goals and 2 touchdowns is not the balance you want. They played well. That was a very impressive performance in light of all the August anxiety and the Ayuk Ajita and Trent Williams just showing up. That was fine. But the last 2 weeks, at times they've looked like the Niners, but at times it's like, who are these guys? They're so disjointed. They're not playing complementary football. Where's offense, defense, special teams? You're breaking down in all 3 and giving a game away. They're mad. Last week's game was one they kicked. They know that. So it may not be perfect. The synchronicity may not be there. There may be some balls behind guys. Catch it anyway. Figure it out. And don't get pushed around. I tell you, New England's a big, strong football team. Belichick always built strong teams. They're going to try to win the line of scrimmage. Take that tenacity from the practice field to Sunday at 1:05 and just start being the Niners again.
By the way, Matt Barrows with the practice participation report. Deebo Samuel is on the field. George Kittle, Jordan Elliott is on the field. D. Winters, Jacob Cowing. So there you go. So
it's great news
again
about Elliott, John. I thought, whoa. Jeez.
Yeah.
They didn't lose him for the year? What the hell happened? It was the last period of the defensive practice, 16th period and final, and he goes off and Curtis Robinson goes off. So that is amazing that they dodged the injury to Jordan Elliott. That looked frightening.
Yeah, that is the latest. All right, foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound. You need to hear the final game. We've been talking about it all week long. The final game at the Coliseum yesterday. We'll give you a little of that. We had Bob Melvin on the show a little bit earlier, plus some 49ers in there. A busy foreplay at the top of the hour, and then, of course, the Friday staple, who are you rooting against? We'll do that at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
That makes no sense. I'm sorry.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are now in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And we are playing 17 games and have for many years now. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, of course, 49ers GM. He joined Murph and Marcus, as he does every Friday morning, gave an injury update for Debo and CMC. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Your foreplay. We've got a couple of John Lynches. John Lynch was on this morning with the morning show. Kyle Shanahan was on with Tolbert and Copes. We'll get you some Giants stuff as well and talk about the last day at the Coliseum. It seemed like a lot of what you described, Pop, where people were having a great time and everything was good and the energy, and we saw the sun and it looked like a playoff game, all these people, and it was packed with Mr. Fab on and all this stuff. And then it came around to the 9th inning and Mason Miller came out there and everybody kind of looked around going, this is it. This is not a party. This is a funeral. It was pretty wild to watch, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I love Mark Kotze when he got the speech and just thanked all the employees that have given a lifetime of work for the A's, and then the "Let's Go Oakland" chant really got me going. And Bob Melvin is the one that hired him as a bench coach and then quality control. Mike Aldretti stepped aside for a while due to a personal issue with his wife, and that's where Kotze came in. And Kotze wasn't a one-year Oakland A. He's played for everybody. What a great college player he was. He's in the College Baseball Hall of Fame. But I was impressed. And obviously he's had, Bob Melvin won when he got to Oakland. He's the winningest manager in the history of Oakland A's. And Kotze's not. He's not had the same rosters, but impressive the way he handled yesterday. And he kind of struck the right chord. But yesterday was an interesting show we did, John. David Feldman opened the show for us, and you got into a guy who just grew up loving the A's, being an ultimate fan, and then we got him in the booth and working on the games, and then to Wally Haas, who has owned the team,
that was
told
incredible.
A great story about Charlie Finley and the negotiation to get Charlie. They bought the team from Charlie Finley when Walter Haas saved the team. Otherwise, it was going to go to Marvin Davis, the billionaire oil man in Denver, and they may be the Colorado Rockies could be the Oakland A's now. I don't know what they would have done there. So. And then Mr. Fab, and then I got the propeller hat on from the great banjo man who took us in the ballpark and was playing the banjo. So yesterday was wild. It was a fun day, and they had a huge crowd. And now they're in Seattle. They're going to play the last 3 games, and when it's going to hit us is next year. Next year when the A's and Giants play in the Bay Bridge series before the year, and they're not doing that. They're not playing that series, and then when the season starts and the A's play in Sacramento, that's when it hits. It's, the season, you're always sad when the season ends because there's no more baseball or whatever the sport is, basketball, football. I get depressed when those seasons end, and then you get over it, you get on to the next sport, and then when the next season rolls around, they're coming back. This will hit hard in March and April, that they're not coming back. There's no more baseball games to watch here. That's when it's really going to hit.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I drove by the Coliseum yesterday. I was out after the show, and I was like, man, it's already hits me. I looked over to my right going, oh, my gosh, it's crazy that nobody's there anymore. There will be other things there, but like I said, between the A's and the Raiders now, that's true. So it is Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's give you the foreplay. Then at 1:15, who you need to root against this weekend in the NFL. We've got that set up all the way through Monday night when you got the Seahawks and the Lions. So we got a lot to talk about there. But let's start out. Here's John Lynch. He was on the morning show this morning. You just did the breakdown on Jauan Jennings. Here's John Lynch on Jauan Jennings and what that big day means for the rest of the receivers.
Well, I think the thing that I'd say there in terms of seeding the glory, I think everyone can take their turn. There's enough balls to go around. There's enough blocks to be made. That was our plan going in. We wanted to be really strong, so much so that we took a receiver in the first round, and obviously, as you can see by the market of receivers, it's an area people are paying a lot of attention. They can change the game. We really like our group of receivers on this team.
There you go. There's a little Jauan Jennings talk. So, I don't think anything's going to change, but when you go 11 for 175 and 3 touchdowns and that great catch over the top of Lake, do you have to think about it where you're saying, okay, we got some great receivers here, and especially with Ayuk kind of not being on the same page, Debo coming back potentially, even if Debo plays, he is on the field again today, so maybe he plays this weekend. But do you make adjustments like that and make Jauan Jennings a bigger part of the game plan?
Yeah, it doesn't really work that way. I mean, it's kind of like the Warriors when they had KD and Clay and Steph, and how are they going to do all this with these great offensive players, only one basketball, but at one time they averaged like the exact same amount of shots per game. It was amazing. Like Durant was 17-3 and
right
17-2, and Steph was 17. I was like, how do you do that? And it wasn't planned. It was just organic. Whoever shoots the basketball is the most open guy. And there was a time last year when you looked at the receptions and McCaffrey was there, and I remember asking Kyle about it. It was identical. Like as far as targets, McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. And it's like, how do you do this? How do you? It's organic. And you got a big brain Brock quarterback, gets the ball to the open guy. So when it's humming, the ball goes to the most open guy, and he scans the field. Like the touchdown pass to Jennings to start was a fake 18 toss, backside slant to Ayuk. They took Ayuk away, and they dropped Jennings because she blocked like he was going to, run block, and then he released, and they dropped him. So there's obviously a primary in every play, and a secondary and a tertiary, and Brock goes through 1, 2, 3. Maybe in light of it, depending on coverage, Jennings is the primary on more of the routes. Like his third touchdown, the out and up was a special route for him to run there against that safety, and they schemed that. So maybe there's more of that, but it's just the thing about Ayuk is, he's got the long arms, the big hands, he runs fast. Ricky Pearsall, John, whoa. Just watching this guy in the practice field, what an that? He runs a 4.440. His vertical jump is 40 inches. Not Jennings is 29. Ricky Pearsall's a skywalker. Like, who is this guy? He's a freak athletically. So when he's cleared and ready to go, just as far as the measurables and the ability to just go out and play as an athlete, wow. And then as Jauan, we were talking about Jauan when we broke him down in the playbook. He runs a 4.72. He jumps 29 inches versus 40 for Ricky Pearsall. He's big at 6'3", but how does he do this? Kyle was saying even though he does not test well, and I think he said, I just don't think he tests well. He's just not a good tester. But he does have the ability, and they got the hoop in the locker room, that Jauan Jennings can do a 360-degree set down in basketball. Now, he is 6'3", and he's got long arms, so he overcomes that. But the 360-degree part of it is the athletic part, where maybe he's just not a good tester. Maybe he's just a good gamer and player. But we'll see where it goes. I think it'll be interesting to see what the Patriots do with their top cornerback, the young guy, Christian Gonzalez, if he follows Ayuk around or Jennings around, which would be unheard of for Jauan. Then maybe the ball goes to Ayuk more. They still go that way, but they're not going to ignore him. After 12 targets, 11 catches, 175 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But what do you do with him on your fantasy team? Do you play Jauan Jennings, or you just think, that was a one-off, they'll get the ball back to Ayuk, Kittle's back, Debo may play? How do you handle that?
I think you ride with the hot hand. That was always my philosophy, is riding with the hot hand. And, and maybe that's Brock's too, is like you said, the game plan really is not set up that way, but what quarterbacks do just out of instinct is if they have trust in a guy, they keep going back to that guy. And you broke this down in Papa's playbook. The ball against Lake was, he looked over and said, okay, I got their safety against Jauan Jennings. I trust Jauan Jennings. And they threw it up and Jennings got it. And what that does is gives your quarterback more and more confidence in that guy. So it's not that he doesn't have confidence in Brandon Ayuk, for example. It's just that if all things are equal, maybe last year he's going to Ayuk in that situation. Maybe this year he just has more confidence in Jennings, or maybe it's just a matchup thing where he says to himself, this guy did it for me last week. So you're right. It's designed a certain way. You're going to throw to the open player anyway. It's not like he's got favorites or anything. But if you got the trust that he probably has in Jauan Jennings right now, it's probably where he's going to look to throw the ball. Makes sense.
And Kyle was saying, I spoke to him yesterday, and you'll hear it tonight on Game Plan and on the pregame show, our pregame interview. It's a 3-level throw, but it's not supposed to go to the middle level. It's supposed to go to the top level or the bottom level, the middle level where Jauan was It's not supposed to go there. But he went there anyway, and Lake was in front of him, and he just threw him the ball because he had great faith in him to go over and out-jump him. Even though he doesn't have a great vertical leap, he's just a baller, which is reminiscent of me last year. The Ayuk 2-touchdown game opening day in Pittsburgh. The second one, he was not open at all. Patrick Peterson was in front of him, right in the front pylon of the end zone, and Brock threw it to him anyway, and he just took it away. So, Ayuk's got to get back to that point where you want Ayuk running that way, Jennings running that way, getting Debo back, maybe this game, maybe the next one. Kittle's going to be back, and then obviously at some point get CMC back.
Second one was just what we were talking about. This could be a get-right game for the defense. The Patriots only average 13 points per game. Here's John Lynch saying the defense needs to get back on track.
But we got to decide who we want to be as a unit this year, and that's on everybody. We're all in this together. We got to, we've dug a little hole. Now we got to dig ourselves out. And I believe we got this stuff, in terms of the personnel, the character, all those things to pull ourselves out. But we got to start right now. And, I've liked the attitude this week. It's not been real pleasant out there. The guys are a little ticked off, and that's the way they should be. And, but we got to go do it on Sunday and be nice to do it in front of our crowd. And you got to start doing some of the fundamentals. Like the one thing, typically if you're not playing great defense, you're missing tackles. I think we're one of the best tackling team in football. So just got to be on the details a little bit more. And then, when it's third and long, you got to get off the field. And, so those are just the basic things that we got to start accomplishing. And I've got all the confidence in the world that we will.
All right. He says he has all the confidence in the world that they will. Do you have all the confidence in the world that they will?
Well, I want to see it, and what he's talking about is yesterday's practice got a little testy. Guys were hitting each other, and it was a physical practice. It was different, so I think that was good to see. But they got to go play, and they're not where they should be overall in playing defense. They're just not there right now. In total defense, they're 16th in the NFL. We're 3 weeks into the year, so the numbers are really small sample size, Brian Sabian, but they're, points allowed per game. They're giving up 23 a game, which is 21st. Defense, 321.7 yards, 16th. The run defense is 9th. Pass defense is 20th. Those aren't Niner numbers since since Bosa got here, in Kyle's third year. You're top 5 in defense every year. You started slowly last year, and some of those numbers brought you down last year, but you're starting slowly this year. You got to be better. So we'll see what they do. They got a couple of guys that the other teams are attacking. We know who they are. I think Charvarius is going to be healthy. I'm confident he'll play better in this game. He was not healthy last game with the groin injury. He looks fine to me. He looks like Charvarius. And then, they got to attack Yadam the way they have been. They're going to try to throw deep on the young safeties. Are they going to go at Devondre Campbell? And will the Niners react to that? Will they be reactionary? And if Devondre gives it up right away, will they get him out of the game? Or will they go into the game with a different plan and, already be ahead of it? So I don't know. But there are areas we'll see if New England can execute and Alex Van Pelt, their coordinator, attacks with the double tights and try to keep the Niners in base and go at Devondre Campbell and yad him a little bit. We'll see. And if they do have success doing that, what do the Niners do? How do they adjust?
All right, finally, your foreplay here is Kyle Shanahan. This was yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, and we've been talking a lot about Brandon Ayuk and not being Brandon Ayuk, but Kyle's watching the film. He sees it and says he's going to be breaking out.
Yeah, he's playing fine. A small sample size is 3 games. I thought his best game was Minnesota. I'd give him the best game there. This game last week, I thought he played good. I'd say probably a little bit better versus Minnesota. Stuff I really don't need to say, but I know he gets killed every time he doesn't have the stats. And I think that's one of the hardest things with guys, especially in this day and age. You sign a big contract, and people want to see those stats. And we're not the type of offense that's just going to force feed and just to pad a guy's stats. We kind of balance it out and try to go to where the ball should go and to the right spot. And there's a couple times he should have got it versus Minnesota that he didn't. That would have changed to me a lot of stuff. Could have had a couple touchdowns to me, which changes a lot of the perception. but it really doesn't change actually what's happening. And that's why I try not to lose perspective of that. I try really hard to get the players not to lose perspective of that, because it takes 11 guys to make a play work. And that's what's different about football. You don't always have the ball in your hands. The only guy who really does is the quarterback, and he's got to distribute to everyone, and there's coverages that go with it. So I get what these guys go through. I think Ayuk's doing a good job, and I think he'll only get better as this year goes. But everybody on offense has got to get better. Everyone on our team's got to get better. And but I'm happy with BA, and I just want us to make sure that we don't stay the same. We continue to get better as this year goes.
But is there a signal if there's a broken coverage? That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
For Ayuk, it's and Brandon was talking about how he does get off to slow starts, with the exception of last year in the 2-touchdown game in Pittsburgh when he got off to a great start. But he has been a slow starter.
So he's Blake Snell.
But it's just the percentage of his catches. Last year, again, 105 targets, 75 catches. That's a high percentage, and then he was second in the league in yards and yards per catch. So he was the most efficient as far as targets. He was the most productive player in the NFL. It's a little like, Steph Curry's shooting percentage. Ayuk was targeted 5 times. The ball went his way 5 times that opening night. He caught 2. One was pulled out by Sauce Gardner. Should he have caught it? Come back to the ball and rip it back. And then the one he dove for in the end zone didn't bring in. He left his feet, tough catch. He's made that catch before, obviously, in Philadelphia against the Eagles last year. The Minnesota game, he was targeted 5 times. He caught 4. The ball should have gone to him more in that game, and it didn't get there for whatever reason. This last game, and they went at him early in the game. You could see there was an effort to get him the ball. He was targeted 10 times in that game and caught 5. That's not a good percentage. And one was Brock was way behind him on a slant. Like, what's going on there? He had to stop his feet, reach back, couldn't catch it. Could have caught it, but the ball's got to be out in front. That cannot be behind him. One time the ball goes to the sideline, it just sails away. He stops his route on the outcut. So there's a disconnect between the two of them right now, where when Brock does make the call to go that way, 5 out of 10, 2 out of 5 aren't good enough. You get 4 out of 5, that's Ayuk. So we'll see where it goes, and we'll see how New England plays it. But right now, he's got 20 targets on the year, and he's got 11 catches. Last year it was 75 out of 105, so that percentage right now is not good enough.
Yeah, and it takes time. He wasn't in camp. This should not be a huge surprise. The one thing I would say is, like you said, against Minnesota, he was open a lot and didn't get the ball. And then the one big play last week that would have changed the entire game was there was a busted coverage and he was open. So, look, I'm not blaming Brock. What I'm saying is that they're not on the same page, and it doesn't matter if they've thrown the ball 5,000 times to each other in other off seasons. They clearly didn't throw enough, and they're not exactly on the same page right now. And it takes time, and there's a reason why they practice and go to camp and do all these things in the off season and throw together, because it helps. And they didn't get a chance to do any of that. And it's being played out that here we are, and Steve Young always talks about this, we're in preseason, but this is game 4 now. So if we are saying it's preseason, that's over now. And you need to start connecting on these plays. He needs to start seeing them. They need to be on the same page. They need to do all these things. I'm sure, and you know this better than I do, they've stayed after practice. They've thrown. They're trying. But it's got to start clicking. Because if this offense isn't going to have Christian McCaffrey for a while, if you got Ayuk clicking, Debo comes back, who's at practice again today, Jauan's playing the way he is. After this week, potentially Ricky Pearsall's coming back. Mason is at least running it. He's not going to beat Christian McCaffrey in the pass game, but now you're starting to say, okay, you can score enough to win. Now let's get the defense and special teams on the same page. So hopefully,
I really thought going into the Ram game, his week of practice that week, Ayuk's was spectacular. They looked exactly the way they did last year. He made one catch on the sideline when Renardo Green came underneath him. It was like, whoa, how did he catch the ball? Because he's got the 81-inch arms and the big hands, and how did he get his feet down? It was incredible. One of the best catches I've seen him make. And then on game day, it wasn't always there. Slants are behind him. It's not, it's different, obviously, in real game action against the scout team. But he also, they went at Tre'Davious White on that one double move, and White just grabbed him and got a penalty. So it's not, I wish they would incorporate, advanced analytics on yardage that is induced by penalty, because I think there's some of that you just don't see. Like against the 49ers, they had 70 yards. The Niners had 70 yards in penalties in that game. You had them on the deep shot and Obviously, Green in the end zone, which gave you a first and goal, so that's not even yardage. That's points. So I'd like to see that, John, where you have, in basketball they have assist and, assist passes for threes versus twos. Is there anywhere in the advanced analytics of football where they quantify penalty yards induced? Because Ayuk did have a few of those in this game, and a deep one down the field when he beat Tre'Davious White on a double move, and White just grabbed him.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I'll double check on that, but I don't think they do. All right, there you go. That is your four. Oh, you know what? We'll do this before the end of the show. We have Bob Melvin, and you're going to want to hear this about his thoughts on the Coliseum and the A's. We don't have time to do it right now, but let's get who you're rooting against. We'll do that at 1:15. We'll incorporate Bob and the last piece of sound here at about 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down the 49ers' loss to the Rams and how they can turn it around Sunday against the Patriots. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Exactly what you would want somebody that what the league is trying to get to, which is take the head out of the game, but you can never really take the head out of the game because it's in between the two shoulders.
It's great to have Harbaugh back in the NFL. By the way, Sunday night, right? You got the Chiefs and the Chargers. Go Harbaugh. Chiefs and the Chargers. Or Bills and the Ravens are Sunday night. What am I talking about?
No, that's
Chiefs
a late game. Isn't that a four?
It's a late game.
That's a 125 game.
Yeah, your Bills and the Ravens are Sunday night. But Chiefs and Chargers are the.
And then we got two games on Monday night. We had a game last night, and Dallas found a way to get to 2-2 and beat the Giants. But what's up with Micah Parsons? He got banged up a little bit.
High ankle sprain there, so that's not good for Dallas. That's good for everybody else, though. All right, this is who you should be rooting against this weekend as a 49ers fan. So your 10 o'clock games, this is a surprisingly good one. Saints at Falcons, and I'm not really sure who to root against. I guess I'm thinking Saints, but then again, they got beat last week by the Eagles, and the Falcons are starting to play a little bit better. So what do you think, Saints at Falcons, one of the 10 a.m. games?
Yeah, it's 2-1 New Orleans and 1-2 Atlanta. And Atlanta, the one game they won, they stole in Philadelphia. The mismanagement by Sirianni, and that's the one game where their quarterback Kirk Cousins was able to operate in the 2-minute drill and look good in that last drive to win the game. But last week against Kansas City and the Chiefs, Kelsey's not separating the way he used to. The Chiefs are winning the way they did last year all the way to the Super Bowl. They're coming from behind. And they're scoring late to win. It's unbelievable the way they're winning, but they did it again, and the quarterback is just not able to get off the spot. So I think this is Dennis Allen and Cam Jordan in that front, John. The game's in Atlanta, so that would be somewhat of an edge, but I think right now the way they're playing, and New Orleans looked great in getting off to the 2-0 start, then they lulled last week. I think I would favor New Orleans in that game. Atlanta's quarterback is not moving well, and I think Dennis Allen and Cam Jordan will find a way to affect him in the pocket in this game.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think the Saints will win. They'd go to 3-1, and the Falcons to 1-3. Probably root against the Saints in that one, but that should be a good one. In the NFC South, Rams at Bears, that's an easy one. Always rooting against the Rams. Could Caleb Williams start doing some things? Can this offensive line give him some time? I know the Bears were kind of a trendy pick. They have not looked good, especially offensively, but you got to hope that somehow the Bears could get it done in Chicago against the Rams.
Yeah, I think the Rams got themselves right with the win last week against the Niners, and they got enough pass rush. They're I think a big story in the game was their young defenders played better than we thought. There are a lot of green on that defense. But they got Jared Verse now and Brian Wrong on the other side and Brandon Fisk and Kobe Turner on the front. And their stacked linebackers are playing. better than they've ever played. Troy Reeder's an improved player. We used to always pick on him, and I couldn't believe he was on the field. And they victimized him, obviously, on the Jennings first touchdown, John, but those guys are playing better. So I think Chicago is just their offense is just, they're not connecting now. Their offensive line's not good. The quarterback doesn't see it. At some point he might, but I think I would favor the Rams in that game at 1-2 against the 1-2 Bears. And then in that division as well, it'll kick off simultaneously, John, in Green Bay at Lambeau.
It's a game of the 10 a.m. window.
This is probably the game. I don't know who Fox has assigned to this game. I know we got Joe Davis and Greg Olson on our game, and then it's not a Tom Brady game, is it? The Fox game, is that Minnesota Green Bay?
Double check. I haven't
sure.
seen it. Well, I just got a flash across that Jordan Love is still questionable in this game, which is basically a 50-50 coin flip with that knee injury. Should he play, that would obviously make this game a little bit juicier. If you have a rooting interest, you'd root for the Packers against the Vikings, who haven't lost. The Vikings look really good, like you said. We saw the aggressiveness of this defense. Sam Darnold is playing well for the Vikings, but it is in Green Bay. But I tell you, if Green Bay could get this win and not have Jordan Love play in the first three, and maybe he plays in this game, I don't know that Malik Willis has done a decent job for Green Bay. I don't know if they can get this win over the Vikings if Love doesn't play.
Matt LaFleur right now, the coaching job that he and his staff are doing to get Malik Willis to play. And he's making big-time throws. It's a run-based offense. They're trying to feed the ball to Josh Jacobs, but he didn't have a great game last week, and Green Bay still won. Malik Willis was their leading rusher on top of being their leading passer. He's playing well enough to win. I mean, he's 2-0. I don't think Jordan Love – I mean, I can't even believe we're talking about him playing in September after that first game in Brazil. I thought he was done the year. Looked like a compound fracture of his ankle. He dodged a bullet there, but I don't know. Minnesota looks like the best team, frankly, in football to start the year, certainly in the NFC. Sam Darnold had a knee issue as well last week in their win, but he checked out fine, and he took all the snaps in practice. I agree. It's always tough to win at Lambeau. You want to go there in late September as opposed to late December, or when we're going in late November. But I think Minnesota right now, John, based on what I've seen, they're the better team right now.
The other team that was in Brazil, that's the Eagles at the Bucs. I have no idea on this game because the Bucs had gone into Detroit the previous week and won. They get beat at home by Denver last week, and the Eagles survive the Saints 15-12. So as we often talk about when we go through who you should be rooting against this weekend, we talk about Jalen Hurts. He has struggled but made enough plays, and then the Buccaneers, I have no idea because they looked great against Detroit on the road, and then they came home and stunk against the Broncos. So what do you think, Eagles at Bucs?
And we got a hurricane rolling into Tampa Bay, Clearwater area. I don't know how that's going to impact the game. But Philadelphia is lucky to be 2-1, frankly. I mean, they won the game in Brazil. Their quarterback turned it over the entire game. Saquon went off. The second game, they should have won that game. They mismanaged the end of the game. Sirianni throwing on third down and not running, and they wound up getting beat at the very end. They should have won that game. And then this last game, it was a tight game, and Saquon Barkley saved them in the fourth quarter, breaking a long run and then scored another touchdown. The quarterback is just turning the ball over way too much. I mean, I know they're not going to have A.J. Brown for this game, John. Are they going to have the Slim Reaper? Is Devontae Smith going to be able to play off concussion protocol in Tampa Bay on Sunday?
It's not looking like it, but there's still a chance. But, yeah, it's not looking like it. So there's your 10 a.m. window. So a lot of games with NFC ties affecting the 49ers. Again, 10 a.m. window on Sunday. Saints at Falcons, Rams, Bears, Vikings at Packers, Eagles at Bucks. There is one that would affect the 49ers in the 1 o'clock window, and it's an interesting one because Jaden Daniels is playing so well. The Commanders at the Cardinals in the 1 o'clock window. And the Commanders, all of a sudden, people are buzzing about them because of the way Daniels was playing against Kyler Murray and the Cards, who had just come off a week ago when we did this. Man, they had just beaten the Rams 41-10. You're feeling good about the Cardinals. And then they lose last week. So Commanders at Cardinals, what do you think?
And the subplot of this one is the Cliff Kingsbury, the former head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And that's why when they drafted Kyler Murray, they changed, and they fired Steve Wilkes. They changed their whole team. They got rid of Josh Rosen, the quarterback. They hired Kingsbury to run the air raid and go with Kyler. And they had some success there, one playoff team. But overall, They didn't get along. And, the whole thing with Kyler and his contract extension and, on the iPad for at least 40 hours a week. I mean, are you kidding me? They kind of called him out. He looks more attentive now with Jonathan Gannon. But I thought Kingsbury was an interesting hire by Dan Quinn. I don't know how much Adam Peters had to say in that. It wouldn't seem like, two guys that are together. Dan Quinn, the way he coaches football, and Cliff Kingsbury, but it's working. And Kingsbury's doing a great job developing this quarterback, and this quarterback is special. But it'll be an interesting game. Right now, Washington's playing better, but they have to go on the road after a Monday night road game as well, which is hard. But it'll be interesting to see, the embrace before the game or not between Cliff Kingsbury and the Arizona Cardinals personnel, and in particular, their quarterback, Kyler Murray.
This game does not affect the 49ers, but still, I know it'll affect you. Bills at Ravens in the 5:20 window, so it'll be perfect for you. You get done with the game, do a little post game, and then you zip off and you go watch your Bills.
I'll be waiting all day for Sunday night, and we'll have the TV on, the phone on right away, and then get somewhere immediately to watch the game. Buffalo's playing as well as any team in football. Their defense is just as tight as ever, and despite all the offensive weapons around, that was redundant, around Josh Allen, Josh right now is the MVP of the league. He's not turning the ball over. They're handing it off and running it. They got a good back. Dalvin Cook's brother is a good player. Wow, is he good. And then Baltimore got right last week against Dallas, so that'll be a big game. But you kind of mentioned it earlier. How about Chiefs and Chargers?
Yeah, the late window.
In this matchup. And Herbert's not moving well, so I don't know. I think Kansas City's got to stop the run. They're going to try to run all over them. But that's Kansas City has owned the AFC West as long as the LA Dodgers have owned the NL West, just about. I mean, if anybody's going to challenge them, it's going to be the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh. And I know Dante's been looking at this game for a long time, calling for the upset. Kansas City still 3-0 and winning. Somehow, some way they win. And we know the quarterback is magic. But I don't know, John. I think this is a game where the Chargers could beat them at SoFi and create a 3-1 tie atop the AFC West. And the Chargers would be ahead because they'd win the tiebreaker. I do see the Chargers winning this game. A lot will be on Herbert's ability to play with that ankle. But I think the Chargers could beat him.
And finally, Monday night, real quick, Titans at Dolphins is the early one. Well, they're not separated by much. But the one, obviously, that you're rooting against is the Seahawks. Seahawks at Lions. And again, you'd like to see the Lions lose because maybe it's the top of the NFC. But Seahawks are 3-0 right now. I think they're going to get exposed. By the way, that game last year, the week 2, Seattle at Detroit was 37-31. Tyler Lockett caught a touchdown at the end, and the Seahawks won. But
in
Seahawks
overtime,
at Lions.
right?
Yeah.
In overtime.
So that's a big game if you're the 49ers. Seahawks at Lions.
Oh, there's no doubt. We'll be locked in. We got Seattle coming up on a short week, and then Detroit later in the year. That could be for NFC supremacy, but Seattle's for NFC West supremacy. So that'll be a big game. There's no doubt. And then the earlier game on Monday night, the Miami Dolphins. You've been mentioning New England's the second lowest scoring team in the NFL. You know who the lowest scoring team is?
That's unbelievable.
The team that laid 70 on Denver last year. What's Miami averaging? Like 11 points a game? What's going on?
That's exactly right. 11 points per game. Would you ever thought a Mike McDaniel team would be at 11 points per game? My God, that is absolutely.
They had 70 in one game last year. They got 33 the whole year this year?
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, there you go. That's who you should be rooting against this weekend. Just our way to go through some of the games, and most of the games are going to be affecting the 49ers. So there you go, who you should be rooting against. All right, we told you we'd play that Bob Melvin cut because he joined the show at about 10:15. If you did not hear it, on his sentiments with the A's playing their last game at the Coliseum yesterday. Plus, we got a couple other things on the caboose. We'll hit it on next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we have a lot of good caboose stories, plus we promised you because we were going to play this at 1 o'clock, and we just ran out of time, and we wanted to get through the game. So we'll play Bob from this morning when he gave his condolences to the Coliseum and his memories. But I think I've asked you this before. I always like playing some of these stand-ups from news reporters because sometimes they just lose it. But we've talked about this. When you're the weather guy and they only send you out, like if it's a hurricane or something like that, like, you know, it's like, and they're just, you know, you could have done it from the studio and just showed maybe a clip, you know, of the weather, but they, for some reason,
God, you got to be with
the
like the hurricane that is sitting down in Florida right now, Clearwater.
I mean, they always make those guys stand in that, and I always feel bad for them. But
Hurricane Helene, how do you say it? Helen?
Yeah, it's Helen with an E. So is that Helene? I think it is.
I don't know.
But anyway, this guy in Denver, I think that maybe he wanted to end his career. I don't know if this is a career ender, but he's certainly upset. And if, you know, you're a weather guy, they generally send you out in this stuff. But apparently he had had enough. Now, I don't know if this is recent because they are talking about snow, or I just came across it and it was just funny, but I just want to play it for you. And I always like to, we always like to discuss reporters. So here's a guy that was in the snow and decided he had had enough.
What's it look like out there?
Yeah, it looks like snow, just like I predicted in my forecast from the studio. I'm not sure why I'm out here literally looking around. It looks like snow. You could just take a video of it snowing and show that. Why do I have to be here to describe snowfall? It's pretty self-explanatory.
Seems like the cold has gotten you in an icy mood yourself, Ryan.
Okay, you know what, Shannon? I am in an icy mood, okay? Nice pun, by the way. All right, I was just standing out here for 20 minutes waiting for you guys to throw to me, and I was just, doing some thinking. I spent $120,000 on a degree and 4 years in college to come out here and look around and describe what I see. I literally learned that in kindergarten. I Spy. It makes zero sense. Also, you know what else I was thinking while we're at it? When it's like a nice day or sunny, you never send me out to the lake or to the pool for a live shot, but when there's a hurricane or snowing or a blizzard or a flood, send me out there. I'll cover it perfect.
I guess you have a point there, Ryan. We're looking at these reports, and the forecast doesn't look good. People are worried. Have you spoken to any locals?
Look around. Does there look like there's any locals out here? Everything is closed. Everyone is inside. The only reason I'm outside is to tell people not to come outside. What am I doing with my life?
Well, you sure are brave, Ryan. Any word on what we can expect overnight?
Yeah, more of this. Actually, 12 to 18 inches more of this. But don't worry, guys. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I got this sleeveless vest that you guys make me wear. My literal fingers are about to freeze off. I got frostbite.
Wow, lighten up, Francis.
I think
Lighten
he's
up,
done.
Ryan.
I think he's probably done.
You know what? In the beginning, I thought he's just in an icy mood, and then later as it went, I think it was a setup.
Yeah, it seems
where
like
that's his bit, where he's not a real meteorologist who loves the weather the way Roberto Gonzalez or Bill Martin love it and want to live it. I think he's kind of a hippy-dippy weatherman, and he was doing partly a little bit of a stand-up act, right? I think that was, she was kind of setting him up like, after the first answer, if that was real, it'd be like, get this guy off the air
exactly.
before he drops an F-bomb.
Yeah, he would not.
Then it was like,
allowed it.
What else do you got going out there, Ryan? She was playing the setup role.
Yeah,
so.
she was.
That was funny.
Yeah,
that was a good bit.
Yeah, I thought, but he does make a point. Like, they are going to make those people down there, when the hurricane hits, which Stanford, it's great being in the ACC. Didn't they have their flight canceled? They're just kind of sitting around waiting to play Clemson. That should be fun. But anyway, going across the country, having flights canceled. Hey, we missed the old Pac-12.
Who's that, Stanford?
Yeah, they went across the country with a bunch of. They're not there. I think they're still sitting in an airport somewhere. Their football team. But anyway,
they were in Syracuse last weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and won the game on a field goal at the end.
I felt bad for you. I felt terrible.
What? And that back shoulder play they made, there was a 3rd and 18 to get in the field goal range.
Yeah,
what a throw that was!
Yeah.
But guess what? Syracuse is coming to Cal.
Yeah,
this year.
How about
Franco
that?
Finn, who's the he's working for Cal now, not just the Warriors. He's everywhere. Franco, the hype man, he already invited us down, so we'll be at that game. But Stanford at Clemson, they're going places they've never been before. Nor do they want to go, nor can they get to.
Because at Stanford, it's like, by the way, that paper still due. So have a good time on that flight doing that paper. All right, let's get this Bob Melvin. We want to do a little caboose for you, but we promised you we'd play Bob Melvin for you, hence your Oakland gear. So we didn't get a chance to do this in the foreplay, but it was great having Bob on. If you missed it, about 10:15 this morning, hit us up on KNBR.com. But here's Bob this morning. His memories. He could not make it out to the Coliseum with the Giants returning home, but here are some Bob memories from his time at the Coliseum.
Yeah, I really kind of went back and forth whether or not I'd go over. Like you said, we got in, but that really doesn't make any difference. It was, I said my goodbyes kind of the last day that we played there, and that was hard. And I was like, man, I don't know if I could make it through the day there if I went over again. So I watched it on the couch. I watched the commentary. I watched Stu, his remarks, and got a lot of great feedback. And when the emotions all over the place. And what an emotional day. And I think the one thing that I really regret by not going and missing is the connection between the fans and the players there, which was always really, really special. I got some commentary. Ken Korak was texting me, and a lot of guys going back and forth, but I think that's kind of what I regret the most about not going is feeling that feeling I felt before, and it was probably, really immense yesterday.
All right, so there's Bob. Did not make it back, kind of had some regrets to it, but if you want to go back and listen to the, especially the beginning where we talked a lot about the Coliseum, and the one thing about Bob is, and you know this, Bob, most people know this, he's a sports fan. So he went over when he was young and he watched the Raiders and watched the A's, and he's a big Bay Area sports fan, so it hits him hard, obviously.
Without a doubt. I mean, he grew up and he loved it, and he's the winningest manager in Oakland A's history, one of 2 to manage both the A's and the Giants with Alvin Dark, and Alvin wasn't always really well liked, especially with the Giants in the early 60s and some of the race issues, but he did manage Charlie Finley's 74 championship team after Dick Williams had enough of Charlie, and he went there August 18th and said his goodbyes when the Giants played the A's, and he said how badly he wanted to win that game, not only for the Giants, obviously, but to beat the A's one last time. So, and now it's on to the final weekend for the Giants at home. The A's are in Seattle. They'll play the last 3 games up there. Great ballpark and a lot of energy with those fans, obviously. Is the Oakland A's. And then for the Giants, what does it all mean? And we asked him about Farhan, and he was hired here in part because of his relationship with Farhan. Does something happen this weekend, Jam, where we get rumblings? They fired Cap a year ago, right at this time, going into that last home series against the Dodgers. The Willie Mack Award was being given out. I don't think they're going to do that tonight. Have they already made their minds up? As I hear, Greg Johnson wants to keep Farhan. Some of the other members of the ownership executive board would like to move on. Does it leak out this weekend that they made a call on what it's going to be? We talk about it on Monday. I think Monday when we get the invite, or maybe even Sunday after the last game, for that Tuesday end-of-season press conference. They don't have to say who's going to appear, but typically they do. I mean, if Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin talks together on Tuesday, he's coming back, right? If it's Greg Johnson by himself, or Bob by himself, or Bob and Greg Johnson, or whatever it is, do we have to wait for Monday and Tuesday to find out Farhan's fate, or will we get news leaked out one way or the other this weekend?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there you go. There is Bob Melvin. Latest on the Coliseum. Going to be a lot of talk on the Giants as they finish up against the Cardinals coming up this weekend on KNBR. All right, there you go. That is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. You know what time it is, Pop. It is time to win you, not you, but everyone, some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Here comes the money is right. It is always great to talk to JR on a Friday because it's still early in the season, so you got to know what's going on. You got to get the information from JR. And first of all, let me say this before we get to the recorded message and all the great info you're going to give us. You did it again. You had the under on the Bears and the Colts, and you won it. So we've been doing this 3 weeks. This is week number 4, and you're 3-0. Nice work. Good job.
I appreciate it. And I wish we were able to do week 1. I had the over in the Kansas City Chiefs game that week. We should be 4-0. But you know what? Listen, I know putting my games on display, guys are going to judge me, and my reputation kind of on the line each week that I do this. So I make sure we give out a winner every single week so guys know not only this guy can win, but when I tell you I'm great at what I do, guys, when it comes to managing bankrolls, you are not going to find somebody better at their job. I mean, I went 6-0 on Saturday, and my clientele did not pick up 6 units. They picked up close to 20 units on that one day. So now here's what you're going to do, okay? Call this number right now. I'm going to give you the winner of this weekend's Sunday's big winner, afternoon game. Patriots at the 49ers. The line opened at -9. It's up to -10.5. I'm going to tell you whether or not the Niners are going to cover this game or whether they can lose this game outright. Call now. Get it free. It's on my famous recorded hotline. Call 888-9-WIN-NOW. That number is 888-994-6669. And again, you get the point spread winner of the 49ers Patriots absolutely free right there on my famous recorded line. Call 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN-NOW.
I love when you do this, JR, because we're going to watch the Patriots 49ers anyway. And so you give us the insight in it, and now we're feeling great. We're going to watch that here anyway. I'll be down at that game, but I love when you do that. You get the home team involved.
You gotta. And you know what? We know that your market is going to bet with or against their team, so we just want to give you an edge that we've spent the resources, the time, and looking at it from every angle to just, give you the best shot at winning. Nothing's 100%, guys. We're not going to win every game, but we win so much more than we lose. And when you know how to manage a bankroll, you can make folks a fortune of cash.
All right, so the recorded message is going to be 49ers, Patriots. JR and I always say this. You're going to watch it anyway, so why not have some juice on it and have some fun? You're nailing the on-air one. You nailed the under last week. What are we feeling on a free one?
We're going to go game side this week. Rather than throw another total out there, there is a game side that really sticks out more than anything early in the week. And look, guys, you do want to get these games in early. I said that to you last week. Every time I give out one of these plays, the line does move, especially by the time we get to game time. So go ahead and get this in early. I love the Bears. They're -3 at home against the L.A. Rams. No Puka Nacua, no Cooper Kupp. This is going to be a tough Rams team to put up some points. And I told you last week that this Bears team is going to be good, probably not until week 7, 8, or 9. And I think that there's been a lot of mistakes that are going to be taken care of going into this matchup. I don't see Caleb Williamson having to drop back more than 50 times. I think that this is a great spot for them to show off this new offense that they've got, and that defense is going to get to Stafford. He's not going to be able to get a lot of passes off with enough time. I just don't see them keeping up. I think the Bears absolutely smoked the L.A. Rams this week. That's the free play. But, guys, I'm going to do something even better. Okay, I gave you the number to call to get the free play. I'm going to also tell you, if you can't make the phone call, you want to get it via text message. All you got to do, text the word WIN to 545454 right now. I'm going to give you the winner of this big game between the Patriots and 49ers via text message. We're getting so many calls that I'm making it even easier. All you got to do, text the word WIN to 545454 right now, and you'll get a text back with the point spread winner of this 49ers-Patriots game absolutely free. Again, text the word WIN to 545454, and make sure you get in the Bears.
Hey, I want to ask you something, too, because you and I talk about this. It's being early season, and it still is. But the difference between, say, an 0-3 desperate team, and I thought the Rams were more desperate against the 49ers last week. They didn't want to fall to 0-3. But the teams that are 0-3 and the teams that are 3-0 for real, like a team like Seattle, which I'm not completely sold on. What do you think?
Well, same thing you could say for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, they're still moving forward with a quarterback that's only thrown, I think, 1 touchdown pass, if not 2, on a 3-0 start. But it's that defense that's getting it done, and that's why the Steelers are, 3 games above 500 to start the year. But you look at what they're going to have the second half of the year, it's going to be a tough year for Tomlin to stay above 500. Or you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, are 0-3, going to a Panthers team that has been completely revamped. I mean, let's face it, Andy Dalton, the Red Rockets, got them playing at a high level, and he's going against his old team. So this is going to be quite a quest. I think the Bengals will come out of this off of the 0-3. I don't know that they're going to necessarily get it done this week, but they'll be over 500 by the end of the year. The Titans will be the laughing stock of the league, and the Seahawks, I'm going to give them 1 or 2 games over 500.
There you go, and they got the Lions on Monday night. So tell them again, you got the free one, which you have been on fire on, and you got the 49ers and Pats on the message, right?
You got it, guys. It's very simple. Text the word WIN to 545454. It's that easy. And all you do, once you send out that text, we're going to send you a text right back with the winner of the Patriots 49ers game. Again, it is absolutely free. All you got to do is text the word WIN to 545454. Be sure to check us out online. That's at takingvegas.com. Takingvegas.com. Text WIN to 545454. And as always, guys, be safe, have fun, and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by takingvegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Seems like the cold has gotten you in an icy mood yourself, Ryan.
Okay, you know what, Shannon? I am in an icy mood, okay? Nice pun, by the way. All right.
I am in an icy mood. I'm in an icy mood. So the 49ers play the Patriots and win, and then we feel okay. Final weekend for the Giants as well. We discussed a lot this week about the A's at the Coliseum. A lot of great stuff out there. Had a good time. If you missed any of that stuff, go to KNBR.com. You can listen to all of that, relive it this week. Got the injury report for Sunday. Obviously, Jauan Hargrave is out. He's out for the season with the tricep. We have the news on Curtis Robinson, linebacker, torn ACL yesterday at practice. Unfortunately, he's out for the season. Questionable, which I'm just doing this based on last year. 56% of the time, it works every time. Questionable, played in a game last year. So Debo, who practiced today, questionable with the calf. D. Winters, ankle. Jordan Elliott, ankle. Hufanga and Williams, Trent Williams of the toe. Those are questionable guys. So that's what we got leading up to Sunday.
Yeah, I think D's moving around okay. Debo, we'll see. Jordan Elliott, I thought he was out for a while yesterday, so the foot to be questionable is big. Talanoa has an ankle. Playing one game off the ACL tear. He came back. That's interesting. And Trent Williams a toe. So those guys are all questionable. For the Giants this weekend, sweep, and you get a winning year. Take 2 out of 3, and you're a 500 baseball team. Matt Chapman will win the Willie Mack Award. And if you had to categorize Farhan Zaidi like an NFL injury update, John, would it be he's out, he's questionable, he's doubtful, or he's probable?
Oh, that's a great one. I'd say he's out. I'd say he's out. He's Jauan Hargrave.
I would
out,
say he is
out.
Questionable.
So
I
you're
would say,
50-50 guy.
as I heard, Greg Johnson, he's the guy, wants to bring him back. He's the chairman, wants to bring him back, but other members of the executive board are not as fond of bringing him back. So I don't know if they've made the call or not, but we'll find out one way or the other, maybe by Monday at 10 when we reconvene, John, or maybe even sooner this weekend.
Great time had by all today. Matt Mayoko joined us. That was fun. Bob Melvin joined us earlier in the show. If you missed it, Papa's Playbook, which we post, is awesome on Jauan Jennings. Bob Socci, the voice of the Patriots. All were great. Just go to KNBR.com to listen to that. Pop, we'll see you on Sunday. I'm looking forward to it. Back at Levi's
You can
Stadium.
see me in 2 hours if you want to libate and eat. I'm going to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
What? That's right by my house.
Now, it's not come over, John. We got a
take an
Friday
Uber.
happy hour. Matthew will take care of us. Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, and I'll buy you a washer and dryer.
Oh, they got refrigerators there, so I can just bring some libations.
They got the best. We'll get you an LG, whatever you
need. Very nice. All right, man. See you over there. Check out Pop there in Pleasant Hill today, and we will see you on Sunday as well. And Tolbert and Copes are now to discuss a lot of stuff going on this weekend on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with ya. And Kit decided to join us today. She's like finding a rare Pokemon. You don't see her very often, but she pops up every once in a while. Every once in a while, she'll join the party, and she's joining the party today. So special day today, warm day today. Guest list.
Hold on. Before the guest list.
Yep.
You opened it up. Got to catch them all. What's the rarest Pokemon you know, Tom?
Bulbasaur.
How rare is a Bulbasaur?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know many Bulbasaurs. I know Pikachu.
You don't have your index with you?
I know Bulbasaur. I know Charizard.
I bet Tim's a Squirtle, man. He did just say that.
And that's about it.
Now, Charizard is an evolved Pokemon, of course. From a Charmander. To a
Charmander. See,
to
I
a
don't.
Charizard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Got to catch them all.
Gotta catch them all.
All right, back to business. What were you saying about the guests? We have some?
Talked to Dr. Bob earlier. We'll have him on for you at 1:30. Then KNBR, the replay leader, Shanahan's and Farhan. Shanahan 350, Farhan 530. Replay those for you in case you missed them. Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, and the highlight of the show, of course, Harmony at 5:50 as we get you ready for the Giants and the Padres. The last.
You are so wrong about so many things you just said.
What?
First of all, the Giants aren't playing the Padres; they're playing the Cardinals. We'll start there.
Oh, they are playing the Cardinals.
Second of all, you were like, we'll talk to Dr. Bob at 1:30. I was like, that's when you recorded it. We will play it for them at 2:30. Is when we'll play it.
2:30.
We weren't on the air at 1:30.
Dude, I took 11 pills today, okay?
Oh.
Cut me some
Here we go. The pills.
I think I OD'd.
Yeah.
I think I OD'd. That was okay. I own that. That was
it's all right, dude.
Awful. That was awful. And
it's
awful
early. You can
information.
recover. Yeah.
But we are the replay leader.
Yeah, we are. That was good.
Okay, thank you.
You still have, even when you're not, at your tip top, you can knock down a corner. You know what I mean?
Maybe I'll start drinking early today. How about that?
That's good.
I think we should do that.
Yeah, with 11 pills, that seems like a good idea.
Yeah, nice.
That's a good point.
Nice.
I didn't think about that. I think these are okay with beer, though. I think it says actually on the pill.
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does. It does. It
Beer
says okay with beer.
Stuff.
Yeah, it says okay with beer.
ABV, a certain percentage is okay.
So,
yeah.
In fact, I'm going to prove it to you right now. Hold on a second. Fill in for me for a couple seconds.
All right. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday.
Tom Tolbert's opinion does not represent the opinions of KNBR or any management entitled.
I want to know what he might be grabbing the actual pills themselves to tell us or show us that you can drink on these as long as it's not like hard liquor or something. That'd be wild. I don't know what the point of this could be, or what the like. He just took off now to go get. What's up, Derek? What do you got?
No, I got nothing.
He just sort of
going to get his pills.
He's like, yo, just cover for me for a minute. What?
Adam, how many pills did you take today?
I've taken 0 pills today. 0 pills. I am due for a Band-Aid, though. Scraped up my knee pretty good. Need to get a new Band-Aid on that thing.
Saw that.
Yeah, no. Got a nice little boo-boo there. Marcus was talking about it. Anyway, we will get into the 49ers tailgate show at some point. You know what we'll do while we're waiting for Tom? We're giving away corn tickets. How about that? That's a good thing to kill some time here. Your last opportunity today to win 2 tickets to go see Corn at Shoreline on October 6th. Listen, between now and 6 o'clock, we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. What is going on? What was that, Tim? What are we doing? 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those Corn tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Do we have a cue to call, Tim?
Well, this sure has been a wacky night, but me and the gang learned a lot, and we hope you did too. You all perceived us to be mean, evil people, but really we're just normal guys. So I guess the lesson is, it's easy to perceive something some way and then be wrong. So we all need to learn to be a little less perceptive. The gang and I wrote a song about it, and it goes a little something like this. And a 1, and a 2, and a...
Nice. South Park? Well done. You hear that? Cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets to go see Corn at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 6th. All right, Tom, what do we got? You're back.
Okay, so you know how doctors, when they write, it's all...
They write like Derek, yeah.
Not illegible. It's
yeah.
The only doctor I respect is Dr. Bob.
So thank you. 2:30. Illegible.
Bob. So yeah, I don't. Is that right? Illegible. I guess illegible.
They don't write legibly, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't sound right. So you can see
illegible.
Right here.
I don't know if that's a word. Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, and then you just put a W, and then
You just
beers
wrote
at the
that.
bottom.
You just wrote
no,
that
I
on there
didn't.
yourself, dude.
No, he put it on there.
Did you guys see this?
Are you kidding me?
I thought it wasn't printed on the bottom. Hold that up again for the camera so that people on YouTube and Twitch can see.
Yeah, I mean, it was
no
the
way.
doctor wrote that.
He wrote over the directions
okay,
in Sharpie.
Beer.
No way.
That's what he wrote.
Not buying
okay,
it. I don't believe it
with
for a second.
beer.
Yeah.
No. What are you talking about? It's Dr. Feelgood.
Stop. Stop it. All right. We'll start the show again. I promise. It's going to get better. It's going to get better from here. I swear to God. It's a Friday.
Oh, who knows?
It's beautiful out. Tim. No, I didn't say to open it again. See, get it out now. Get it out now, everybody. holding up the bottle here. Tolbert and Cubs. It's a Friday afternoon. It's a 49ers tailgate Friday. It's a Ska Friday over. Like, it better be, Tim. It better be a Ska Friday. Or we got big problems. I promise it gets better from here. Dr. Bob at 2:30. Kyle Shanahan, the replay leader, at 3:50. 4:30, Tim Ryan will join us to talk Niners and the New England Patriots. 4:50, Marcus Thompson. 5:30, the replay leader, Farhan Zaidi. And then at 5:50, Harmony and her double banger, the sophisticated sex robot sent here each week to help you bang the book. It's Tolbert and Copes on a Friday. We'll talk Niners next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and gave a plan of how they'll try to bring Christian McCaffrey back. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, because the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate begins now.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday, a Ska Friday, and of course, a 49ers tailgate Friday. You know where we'll be next week? Be at Almanac Brewing in Alameda next Friday.
Yes, we will.
How about that for our 49er tailgate? Come on out and join us next Friday, 2 to 6 at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Tom will be taking the pills and pounding some pills.
Just want to let you know. If you think I'm full of crap.
I do.
It says take with pills right there. Signature on the bottom.
Take with pills.
Yes.
Sir, that's a Pilsner. We've got updates on 49er health going into Sunday's game. So we know that Javon Hargrave out for the season with the triceps. Curtis Robinson, the linebacker, is also going to be out with a knee injury. This is a positive update. Deebo Samuel listed as questionable now with the calf. It's positive because he was ruled out of week 3 pretty early in that week.
Upgrade. You're trending in the right direction. Don't know how close. How many more receivers can be sitting out this week?
Devontae Adams out.
Fantasy.
Deebo Samuel potentially out.
Not my fantasy.
You've got Nico Collins is questionable.
Okay.
He was banged up last week. Who else are we missing?
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown's out. Devontae Smith is out.
Fantasy.
Nico Collins officially good to go. Whew, big for me in my fantasy. That's how I knew. I was like, he's banged up. And you guys are like, why do you know that? Well, I have him. That's why.
My team's in just shambles.
Yeah.
Just absolute shambles. Adams out. A.J. Brown out. Tyreek Hill has a hobo throwing to him. Like, it's just, it's an absolute disaster. It just, what are you going to do?
Well,
I'm glad we play in a league that has 8 teams make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, the Russ yeast infection, like I said, just a train just powering forward still. Get infected. Yeah.
It is.
Hashtag catch it. Catch the infection.
Catch it.
Yeah, that's our team slogan. Hashtag get infected.
That was my Angels slogan. Did you see how they lost to the White Sox in Game 2 of that series?
Yeah, we'll get into some of that.
Yeah, I was like, Angels fever, catch it or don't.
Yeah.
God, they're terrible.
They're bad.
How do you get swept by the White Sox, by the way? Anyway, moving on.
We'll get back to it. We'll do some baseball stuff later. Anyway, D. Winters, which I didn't think was all that big of a deal. I know he got hurt a couple weeks ago, was banged up and questionable throughout the week last week, hurt his ankle, and then he got hurt in the game, and that's really when things fell apart on defense and coverage, where they didn't have a linebacker who could drop back in coverage the way they needed D. Winters to be there. So he's listed as questionable with that ankle. Defensive tackle Jordan Elliott with the foot. Talanoa Hufanga is questionable with an ankle all of a sudden. And here's the iffy one maybe. Trent Williams, who they said was dealing with an illness, I think Matt Mayoko said earlier this week when we spoke to him, he's questionable with a toe injury.
Jeez. I mean, the walking wounded really is. What are you going to do? I mean, you can say next man up because that's what everybody says. Next man up. Well, when it's Trent Williams, next man up, he can be up, but he's not going to be nearly as good as, like, I think we talked about this before the season. Like, with Trent Williams, they're okay as an offensive line. Without Trent Williams, they're bottom third for sure. So we'll see how it goes, because this better be a game you get. This better be a game you get. These guys are not good, and you go to 1-3, and then the schedule starts stiffening up a little bit. I wouldn't be good.
No, and again, the quote powers that be in the NFC haven't done anything or proven to be doing anything to pull away. But you would imagine that at some point some of these offenses will start to click a little bit better and teams will hit stride and things will happen. The Niners, though, if they continue with the injuries, I mean, how much tougher is it going to be to hit that stride and try to turn things around? Because, again, defensively, we think that's kind of the issue that needs to be resolved. The McCaffrey news and all that stuff, again, it's just kind of wait and see. He'll get here if and when he gets here. But that's, you said yesterday, offense, at least to your worries. If Trent Williams is dealing with a toe, and I guess they say he complained of toe soreness today, so that lands him on the injury report as questionable. If you're dealing with that, in addition to not having some of your other weapons on the defensive side, I mean, this could be problematic after losing Javon Hargrave. I think they can survive without some of their offensive playmakers, and we've seen what they're capable of. I don't know that they can survive without Trent Williams. And not that there's any indication he'll be out, but it's just one more thing to throw in there that you got to worry about.
Just one more thing to throw on the Bleep Sunday.
It's the scene from My Cousin Vinny when he's like, is there any more S we can pile on?
Yes.
Is it possible? And now your biological clock. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel every time I see one of these things. Now Trent Williams is on the report. You know what I mean? So, notably, though, George Kittle not on the injury report, which is a positive. And Cal said he felt good about him yesterday. So
yeah, I mean, look, they know. They understand. They still should have enough.
Yeah.
No matter who's in, who's out. I mean, unless everybody's out, unless Brock's out, then obviously. But
of course,
they should have enough. They should. Thought they'd have enough last week, though, too. So who knows?
Well, here's what John Lynch, who joined Melvin Marcus this morning, had to say about the latest on Christian McCaffrey. It's sort of a beefy answer here, but he did talk about sort of their plan for getting him back and what the process was going to look like. And here's what John Lynch had to say. Full podcast, KNBR.com on the app, but here he is on McCaffrey.
Once we put him to injured reserve, I think that was to kind of force a discipline for everyone that, when you have tendonitis, that basically is inflammation. And, it was flared up, bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And so we needed to quiet it down. So the plan was to give it the time to do that, and then at some point in a thoughtful way to ramp him back up. So what he does early and where he goes, he's got people who work on his body and have for a long time. We work and consult with him on that. And now Christian's back here, and at some point we'll get back. We'll have to hit certain markers, and we'll try the ramp up. And God willing, the thing has quieted down, and we can build him back up in a really smart and thoughtful way. We got to be really cognizant. Of course, we want him back. He's a game changer for us, but we want him back healthy. And so we'll take the necessary time for that. How much it takes, I don't think anyone knows right now. And we'll start that process, kind of reconvene now that he's back and see where he's at, and we'll get a plan together. That plan's been in the process of being made, but we'll put that plan to action. We'll update you when need be on how he's doing. But right now we kind of, hopefully we've quieted the thing down enough, and now we can start the process of building them back up.
How long was that cut, Tim? Like a minute and a half, maybe? 90 seconds long? Didn't give us anything. Didn't say really anything.
I actually thought it was a little ominous. Anytime you go to we're at the God willing stage now. Oof.
I just felt that he was trying to dismount there. I thought he'd been going
God
for a
willing.
minute. God willing.
Every time somebody says God willing, I think of Bull Durham.
Yeah.
And just
God
trying
willing.
to help the
Yes,
team, and God willing.
one of just the chalk answers that he gives him to give. That's kind of where I'm at, though. Is it just felt more chalk. I mean, he basically got to the point where he's like, we don't really have a plan because we haven't gotten to that point where we can build a plan yet.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He doesn't have anything to say. There's like nothing new to
There's
say.
no update. The update is there's no update.
No one knows.
He said it. It's like we don't have any idea. There's no timetable.
Yeah, that's not a great spot to be in either. But so, again, it's just wait and see. Wait and see when it feels better. And, I mean, look, the one thing about Christian McCaffrey, and if anybody follows him, I don't, but I've seen some of his posts on Instagram. I mean, this guy works his ass off. Like, you could be rest assured that he's doing everything he can, including going to Germany, to try to figure this thing out. And it wasn't because he wasn't in great shape, that he wasn't ready to go, that he was just kind of laying by a beach during the op. Now, this is just one of those things that it stinks. It stinks for him, I'm sure, for the team, for everybody, but one of those things when you play sports, it just happens occasionally. I mean, the Niners have been pretty blessed in terms of him being healthy since he's been here. He's been really healthy, and it just you deal with it. You do the best you can, and hopefully, God willing, he gets back on the field soon.
I mean, part of it, too, is if he is having this procedure or this injection done or whatever the hell the assumption is that he's getting done over there, they're not going to comment on the procedure. It's not something being done by the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also everybody's going to take differently to this stuff. It's kind of what the doctor was saying to us the other day, Dr. David Chow, who we spoke to. He's like, it's a process for this to take to your body if you're going to do it. We also, Brody Brazil, who filled in the other day, do we have any idea what calf or what Achilles it is?
Don't know.
I don't know if that's important, but then he goes,
does it matter?
Brody goes, well, what if it's both? And I was like, okay, hang on. I was like, hold on a minute. What are you talking about here? What are you throwing that out for?
Let's just throw a shoulder in there, too, for the hell of it.
Yeah, an upper body injury in addition. But to the point that it's gone on for so long that it got more painful. I mean, Kyle did say that in the last time that he worked out. And that's why this, to me, seemed concerning. And everybody says, yeah, it is concerning that this has to happen. But it's a positive thing that they have another step to take before they're like, we don't know where to go from here.
Well, the real positive thing is they have Mason. That's the real positive.
That's the real positive thing.
It could be a lot worse. It could be you don't have a viable backup running back. And I'm starting to think that he could be a little more useful in the passing game than he's being used. Like, he's not McCaffrey. We know that. He's not going to line up a wide receiver like McCaffrey does and run routes like McCaffrey does. But, you know, that's something we heard that he worked on all offseason. And when he's throwing the ball, I don't know that he has any drops this year. I mean, I may have missed one, but it seems like when they throw him the ball, he catches it. He made one tough catch that I remember. So he's a guy that maybe you can use a little bit more in the passing game, but he's been a stud. He has been a stud. Agreed. And I should say, I said earlier that the offensive line is just okay with Trent Williams in and maybe not great with Adam. I got to give him some credit because it's not just Mason that's running for those yards. I mean, some of those holes they're opening up in the running game have been fairly sizable holes. So they've done a nice job in run blocking. And I think pass blocking, now that I think of it, they've actually been pretty good. I mean, they certainly had their troubles against Minnesota, but it seems like everyone nowadays is having trouble against Brian Flores and that blitz scheme. So the offensive line has been good, but Mason has been, I mean, you start to say, where would they be without a running game? That'd be rough. And he's not only is he providing him a running game, it's like good. It's not just viable, it's good. So, again, we talked about it yesterday. That's not a worry of mine. The offense isn't a worry, and the running game isn't a worry. You'd love to have McCaffrey back, but they could win with Mason, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in position. They were almost in position 2 weeks ago. It never really felt like they were getting back into that thing, but Mason still went for 100 against Minnesota.
Yep.
It was much worse in the second half, but he was gashing it in the first half, and he's going over 4.5 a carry at this point. He's having a great start to the season. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday. We got more 49er talk to get into. Tim Ryan is going to join us a little bit later in the show. We'll also catch up with Marcus Thompson. But first, we got to get you some action on the weekend. Dr. Bob is going to join us next. Tom recorded this with him a little while ago. We'll get you some of his picks and thoughts on the games this weekend, and then we'll get you ours for tips and picks and a 49ers preview ahead of the Week 4 NFL slate. Dr. Bob next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert and Copes, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Friday. You know what that means. We're going to go over some football games from a handicapping angle, and we're going to do it with Dr. Bob of Dr. Bob Sports. If you want to go to his site. Again, it's a really cool site. It's a lot of free stuff on there, and even if there isn't a lean on a game, there's all kinds of information there. Bob, what is going on?
Doing all right. You know, I can't do write-ups on every single college game. I do detail on every NFL game, whether it's a bet or not. But on college games, at the very least, I'll put a predicted score up. I mean, if it's not interesting, if I don't really have an opinion one way or the other, I usually won't write anything. Unless it's a big game, then I'll usually write something. Or if I have a lean, I'll give a little explanation. But don't expect write-ups on every single game. I just don't have that many hours of the day.
All right, let's go ahead and get started with the picks. Washington, Rutgers, tonight. Who you like here?
Yeah, you know, you get my service, so you know that I took Washington plus the 3 points early in the week. I mean, I would have taken it at, you know, Pitt or +1, but they were getting 3, and I jumped on that. They're still a 1 point underdog, maybe 1.5. I just don't understand why Washington is an underdog. I mean, I think there's a lot of respect for Rutgers coach Greg Schiano, who did a great job there in his first tenure back in the 90s and early 2000s, and he's back, and he's rebuilding the program. Fine, Rutgers is a decent team. But how about some respect for your guy from Arizona? Jed Fish did a remarkable job turning Arizona around, and he doesn't have to turn Washington around. I mean, Washington made the national championship game last year, lost most of the key players, and only had like 5 or 6 returning starters or something like that. He retooled. He got some transfers in. They were number 30 in the nation in my overall talent rating. So it's not like that. You know, the cupboard was bare. Compared to Rutgers, who's number 53 in my talent rating entering the season. And, you know, Fish and his staff have done a great job. First of all, they got a quarterback that really runs that system well. Part of, you know, the system there is just accurate passes, quick reads, accurate passes. And they've got that with Will Rogers. Will Rogers came from Mississippi State. He's had nearly 2,000 career passing attempts, 70% completion rate in his career. And you're going to complete even more in Fish's system, and he's at 76% completions this year. Now, you remember Noah Fafita from Arizona last year completed 72% of his passes in the same system. This year, only 64% for Fafita completions in a different offense. So this offense is really good at making quarterbacks look even better than they are, and that's what's happening with Will Rogers. They also grabbed Arizona's running back from last year, Jonah Coleman. Ran for 1,200 yards and over 6 yards a run at Arizona. This year's 373 yards, 6.7 yards a run. They have a very good offense, good running game, good passing game. Rutgers, known for their defense, they've been all right. You know, 4.8 yards per play they've allowed, but they faced teams that would average 4.8 yards per play on offense. So they haven't, you know, facing Akron and Howard makes anyone's defense look good. And they were about 0.4 yards per play better than average against Virginia Tech last week, which is about what I pegged them at coming into the season. So they're a little bit better than average defensively, but not as good as Washington is on offense. Now, on the other side of the ball, you got Rutgers with a quarterback that was basically thrown out of Minnesota. Ethan Kaliakmanis was 2 years at Minnesota, completed 53% of his passes. He's doing a little bit better than that at Rutgers, but like I said, he plays Howard and Akron in a couple of games. And he's not going to average 14.5 yards per pass completion as he's done so far when he gets into playing better teams. And Washington, with an inaccurate quarterback going against them, that's tough because they play press coverage. They only allowed 43% completion so far through 4 games. And it's not just against bad teams. They've played against 2 Power conference teams. I'll include Washington State in that. And then Northwestern last week, they've only allowed 41% completions. Not a lot of open players running around when Washington secondary is involved. And Kaliakmanis is a very inaccurate quarterback, so I don't see how he's going to have much success. And then you look at the Rutgers rush attack, which looks good, 5.7 yards per run, looks great. But the teams they face would allow 5.9 yards per run to an average team. So they're really not a great running team, and Washington has a better than average run defense. So I just think this is a complete mismatch. I think Washington's better on offense. Washington's better on defense. They should be favored by at least a field goal, and they're still getting a point or a point and a half. So Washington's still a good bet as far as I'm concerned.
Let's move now to the big noon kickoff between Minnesota and Michigan. This one's interesting. It opened at Michigan 10, down to 8.5, and now back up to 10. I took Minnesota here, and it just one. I know this doesn't fit into any models, but it does feel like a Minnesota type game. It feels like a Minnesota game to me, and the reason I took them was Michigan, who went to a new quarterback last week, and Alex Orji, and ran the ball all over USC. And if USC safety could have tackled at the end of the game, could have tackled Mullings, USC probably wins that game. But USC couldn't tackle that game, and they didn't. Brosmer scares me a little bit from Minnesota, their quarterback, and they just gave up 272 yards rushing to Iowa, and their great running back. So I don't love the game, but I like it because I think it's going to be a short game, lots of running. And, again, it feels like a Minnesota game, and 10 points in a condensed game just feels like a lot, especially coming off that USC victory.
Yeah, in general, if you get a conference road underdog more than 7 points with a total less than 47 or 47 points or less, usually the road dog covers. Mm-hmm. Big points, low total, which makes sense, and that's historically been the case.
Yep.
And you mentioned Minnesota's run defense. That was the only game that they have not been able to stop their run. North Carolina has a great running back and a great run game, and they held North Carolina to 4.1 yards per running play in that opener. In the other two games, they allowed 2.5 yards per run. So that was the one game they did not stop the run, and no one is throwing on Minnesota. They've allowed to North Carolina 3.8 yards per pass play, then 3.6 yards per pass play, then 3.2 yards per pass play, then 2.5 yards per pass play to Iowa. Their pass defense is ridiculously good. So Michigan's going to run the ball because Orji can't throw anyway. And Minnesota, in general, has stopped the run. They had one bad game last week, but like I said, they faced a really good North Carolina run defense and did great against them. So I don't think Michigan's offense is going to be all that good. They're going to have to run, or there's going to be nothing else for them to do. And I don't think you can consistently run on Minnesota. Michigan had a few big plays. They weren't consistently running on USC. They just had 3 big run plays that made the difference. So it wasn't as bad from a success rate standpoint, for USC's defense last week. So I don't think Michigan's going to score much. But then again, Minnesota's probably not going to score much either. I made it 18-11. Okay. So I'd rather have the under than either side, but 18-11. Michigan's team total under might be an interesting bet.
Interesting. All right, let's go to the big game of the day. Alabama at Georgia. That line now has moved, I think, to a pick. I even saw a couple Bama -1s out there. You don't see Bama as an underdog at home very often. I think it's been about 15 years, maybe early in the Saban era or pre-Saban, just before he got there. Who knows what it'll go off at? I mean, Georgia could go back to a fade. You don't see Georgia as an underdog very often either, but I don't know. I mean, this is one to me, you just grab a beer and watch it. I don't really in this game.
It is that way. I mean, both teams have been really good on offense, and you look at Georgia and say, well, they struggled against Kentucky. Yeah, they struggled against Kentucky, but they've been good against everybody else, and their defense looks pretty darn good. I mean, that 3 points they held Clemson to in the opener is looking better and better the way Clemson's scoring points now.
Yeah.
So their defense is better than Alabama's defense so far. Both teams are allowing nothing through the air. Georgia's not allowing anything on the ground. Now, Bama has allowed the last 2 games to South Florida and Wisconsin. They allowed an average of 194 rush yards at 4.9 yards per running play. So their one weakness has been defending the run. It's not a weakness; it's a relative weakness. I mean, there's still a good run defense, but Georgia likes to run it, and that sets up their whole offense. So I think Georgia will do better running what they want to do than Alabama will be running what they want to do. So I think Georgia's got a little bit of an edge, and I would have made it 2.5 coming into the season, and using this year's games only makes it 3.5. So I think Georgia should be favored by 3, and it was 2.5, and now it's gone down to round pick'em, like you said. I still wouldn't bet the game, but 24-21, something like that, Georgia would be my call.
Let's move on to the NFL. But I think we both thought the Niners would win and not cover last week. Well, they did us one better. They didn't cover and didn't win in almost inexplicable fashion, not winning that game. This week, you would think it's a get-right game against the Patriots, but that's a big number for a team that hasn't quite looked itself since opening night. And I always This is one thing. I never believe in the do theory. The do theory is that you're due to go broke with the do theory. I just don't believe they're going to win this one because they played so poorly, or they're going to come out on fire because extra motivation. I think these guys are pretty much motivated for the most part each and every game, but I don't know if I could take the Patriots after the way they looked against the Jets, but I can't take the Niners right now laying that type of number. Do you have any feel for this one?
No, well, we account for all the injuries, and now you got Hargrave out for the Niners, which, New England wants to run the ball. If they cannot run the ball and everyone knows they're going to throw it and they get blitzed, it's over. And that's what happened last week. They just got behind, and then they had to throw it, and the Jets just came at them, 6 sacks, and their offense needs to be able to run the ball, and Hargrave being out helps a little bit, when you don't have your top defensive tackle, so that could help New England a little bit. I still think the Niners, the line is more than justified. The model, even after the injury adjustments, favor the Niners by 12. I would actually lean a little bit in New England. The situation's very favorable. It's just big dog that looked horrible the previous week. Losing teams getting more, 7 points or more coming off a loss of 20 points or more. It's like the ugly team concept.
Yeah.
Those are the teams you want to bet. It sounds bad, and the NFL is a contrary league. And the worse a team looks one week, the more likely they are to cover the spread the next week. They qualify in a 105-35 situation, blowout bounce back situation. So based on the situation, I think New England, I'd rather have them than not.
Hey, Bob, always appreciate the time. It's always fun catching up with you. Hope people learn a little bit of something. DrBobSports.com site you can go to. We will do it again next week, and have a great weekend, Bob.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Coming up, more Copes.
Melvin joined Papa and Lund today and said he regrets not going to yesterday's last A's game at Oakland. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, because the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader. Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Come on, Pete.
Tolbert and Copes. Still got them jugs, huh? Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Getting ready for tips and picks. Niners and the New England Patriots Sunday 105 pregame 9 a.m. over on 810 The Spread. By the way, tips and picks is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. All right, Dennis Ranahan's pick for the 49ers. You can hear that full podcast up now, KNBR.com, in the KNBR app. Dennis Ranahan of Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. Niners and the Patriots, big storylines for this weekend. Niners need to stop the running game of Ramondre Stevenson. Antonio Gibson is the other back in the backfield for the Pats. The Pats are 31st in scoring, and on 10 days rest after Thursday night, Brandon Ayuk is matching up against the Patriots here after declining to go there for maximum dollars. So first time he's going to have an opportunity to see them in that secondary. Plus, again, he passed on being traded there. Could have made more money. $32 million a year is what he would have got if he went there. We do have the audio of Dennis Ranahan. Here we go. There's Dennis Ranahan on his pick for the 49ers.
Well, first of all, people think that a loss will motivate a team. No, a loss plus a challenge will motivate a team. You look at the Cincinnati Bengals, I'm sure when they opened the season, they looked at their schedule and said, well, we got the Patriots and the Commanders at home, so the big game is on the road against the Chiefs in week 2. And that's the only game they played well in. They almost beat the Chiefs, but they lost to the, so same thing here. Yeah, the Niners have lost 2 in a row, so, they'll handle the Patriots. Not necessarily. The Patriots are not getting their attention. I can't see the Niners losing this game, but I'm not going to bet on them to win by double digits either. So, like you, this game is, let's watch the Niners and hope they win.
You have a thought on this game, Tom?
Yeah, that. Sit and watch. If I had to, I'd take the Patriots, but I don't have to, so I'm not going to. I'm of that mindset that just because I don't believe in the do theory or they're going to cover or win because they have to. I think the Patriots are a bad team, but I don't. The way the Niners are going right now, I don't trust them to cover 10. I think it's 10.5 now. So if I had to, I'd take the Patriots. Don't have to. So I will just sit and watch.
It's a big spread, but it wouldn't surprise me if they covered it. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't cover it. If it was 10.5, especially if they went by 10. I mean, you saw the game last night. Missed field goal, hosed it. 5.5.
Did it?
Dude, last game. Yes, you're a 5-point difference, right? 20-15 was the final. Dallas was a 5.5-point favorite.
Yes, they were.
Brutal.
Ouch. And that guy that's the first 50-yard field goal Aubrey's ever missed.
Tough deal. Bummer.
Well, I'll give everybody, since we'll get into games.
We got some more games, yeah.
Goes on, but I'll switch sports on you, and give you a theory that it's not new to me, but I usually use it every single year. You only get 6 cracks at it every single year, and that is bet against a team. I'm talking baseball now. Bet against a team the day or night after they clinch. Theory is champagne, drinking, maybe celebrating a little bit, and then the lineup the next day generally doesn't include stars. And then starting pitchers, depending on who they are, may only go 5 innings, depending on how well they pitch. They might not even go
and
that
how much
far.
they drank the night before, right?
Yeah, and even if they pitch well, they might only go 5 innings. So far this year, it's 4-0. So you only got 2 cracks at it, and they both come today. The only problem is you have to take the Pirates against the Yankees.
And you got to fade the Dodgers, too.
And you got to fade the Dodgers. That means taking the Rockies.
Oh.
So you get the Rockies
You got to write
at home.
Pirates and Rocks if you want to hit that
Pirates
today.
And Rocks if you want to gird up your loins and take a shot at it. Prices are pretty nice. I think the prices are both around 150-ish.
Might
Maybe
sprinkle.
the Rockies are a little higher.
Let's sprinkle on that.
Than 150, yeah. I'll probably do a little something with it since I've had the other 4. The beauty one was Seattle, when they played the Astros. Astros clinched the night before, and then it was a day game the next day. And the Mariners bludgeoned them. In fact, I can't remember his name, but the Astros third baseman had 4 errors. He went full Brenly out there at third base, which was nice to see. So they won that game 8-1. Yeah, I forget who the Phillies played. I think it was the Cubs. Cubs just smacked them around at home. I mean, like I said, it's 4-0. Doesn't mean it's going to go 6-0, but I figure with 2 decent-sized dogs, and my guess is, now don't put this in stone, I would look at lineups before, if it makes you feel better. My guess would be guys like Soto and Judge, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman. Like guys
Freeman
like
got hurt yesterday, too, at the end of the game.
Did he?
I think he got injured.
So probably not playing, which is generally how teams go. The guys that had logged the heaviest innings, the heaviest at bat, whatever it is, they're the guys that usually sit. And then they, play in the last couple games or maybe play in one game. But now the only caveat to that is, again, I would look at lineups. But the Yankees, I believe, are 1 game ahead of the Guardians for overall home field in the American League. And the Dodgers are only 1 game ahead of the Phillies in the National League. So look at the lineups and see what you think, but I'm just passing along that info. That's something I usually play at the end of the year, and so far this year it's been Betty good.
So 2 more chances to do it today. You got to ride the Pirates against the Yankees, and you got to ride the Rockies against the Dodgers. Those are Tom's underdog.
Good, does it?
Tom's underdog picks of the week. Some other NFL games this weekend: Vikings at the Packers. Jordan Love could return in this game.
I'd go Packers, I think. Again, a game that I'll watch. I don't know.
Spread's at 3 right now, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think it's 3 juiced. I think it's like 3 plus 3 minus 20. So you got to lay some extra juice with the Vikings.
Plus 3 minus 120, right?
I'd probably go Packers, but I don't know. I like the Vikings right now. We talked about 3-0 teams that could do something, continue to do something, and my pick was the Vikings. Just because of the way they've been playing offensively and defensively. And I know the 2 toughest games they played were at home, but, I mean, they manhandled the Giants. And I don't know if it says more about the Vikings or the Cowboys, that the Cowboys really didn't stop the Giants at all last night.
The Giants looked like the better team.
They did. They held them to field goals.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what it was. Daniel Jones looked really good against them. They kind of did what they wanted to offensively.
Neighbors is fantastic.
But they beat Houston soundly. They beat the Niners. So that one I don't really have a lot of interest in if I had to. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I might go Vikings with the 3. I'd see that's why I'm not betting it. Because I started thinking about, well, Jordan Love's missed a couple games. You don't expect him to come right back in and play as well as he played in the first game, which was okay. It wasn't great. I don't know. Again, that one doesn't interest me. A really fun game to watch. I'll be interested to check it out, but I don't really have any interest in that one.
Just circling back on the Niners and the 10 or the 10.5, whatever it's at. I wouldn't be surprised if they won by that coming home. The offense, again, was humming last week. They were up 2 scores. It wouldn't shock me at all if it happened that way. I think my uncertainty with that game is that I just don't know who's playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't know what the defensive line is going to look like or what the exact makeup is going to be. We don't know for sure the health of Deebo Samuel. I feel like Trent Williams is probably okay, but that's just a feeling. He showed up on the injury report today with a toe. For all we know, he aggravated it and wakes up tomorrow and it's worse than it was today, and they feel like it's to their best interest to hold him out. So because of the potential injuries, Hufanga showed up on the injury list today as questionable with an ankle. I feel good about George Kittle being back out there, and he can help you with some of that, not run blocking. But when I don't know who's out there playing, to me, the Jordan Love assignment is reflected in the spread of that game. Right?
Yeah.
Vegas believes Jordan Love is going to play that game.
Yes.
The line wouldn't be 3. Malik Willis would be may not be favored in that game. Might be more of a toss. Might be a pick 'em. Could be close to that if Malik Willis were starting that game. So in terms of the Niners, it's just too many points for me not knowing who's out there. And again, I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't have Trent Williams and they still won that game by more than 10. I think the offense is that good. Just doesn't make me comfortable to pick.
Yeah, the 2 games that I really want to take, but there's 2 things that are making me kind of question it. One, I'd love to take the Colts against the Steelers. I think it's a great spot for the Colts. I'm not as high on Pittsburgh as maybe that 3-0 record should suggest. Nice win against the Falcons early, and that defense is playing lights out, no doubt about it. But I just think this is a really good spot for the Colts. Now, the one thing that's keeping me from taking it is their defense is I think their defense is legit. And with Richardson right now, I have no clue what you're going to get. I mean, some of the picks he threw.
I was going to say probably some interceptions is what you're going to get.
Oh, man. That one he threw in the end zone was like, what? What? Really, what? Like, what were you looking at? And you threw that. So I still might pull the trigger on that one. And then the other one, man, I would love to take the Bears. I would love to
take
the
3
Bears
against the
over
Rams?
the Rams. Yes. I mean, that line doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I don't get it, yeah.
Rams are better. Rams got a better coach. Rams got a better quarterback. But it's a really nice spot for them. The Bears are coming off a loss. They've lost back-to-back games. Coming off that loss to the Colts in Indy. And then the Rams coming off a huge win. I mean, again, not just a divisional win, but a win they weren't supposed to win.
Emotional win.
And then a win it didn't look like they were going to win into the fourth quarter. Well into the fourth quarter, it looked like they were going to lose that game. And now they got to travel across country and play, body clock, 2 hours. What's it going to be, like 11 o'clock West Coast time when they play that game? So what's keeping me from taking that? I mean, really, it's quarterback-coach combination. I mean, I just think McVay's really good. We all know Stafford's a flat-out stud. And Williams is another guy who I think will get there. But, boy, he made one crossfield throw last game against the Colts. It was like, wow, you actually thought that was going to get there? Like, no. So, again, that's one I might take. I'm leaning in both those directions. I'm leaning Bears. I'm leaning Colts. I haven't quite got there yet, and for those reasons, it's hard because coach quarterback in the Rams game, and then just Richardson against that defense scares the hell out of me. Like, I think the Colts could outplay him. I think they could out-yard him, and then Richardson just makes a couple turnovers, and you're just like, God dang it, because Fields hasn't turned the ball over. They haven't asked him to do a whole lot. They run the ball. He can use his legs a little bit, and they just play field position and turn it over to that defense. And if they do that enough times, maybe Richardson turns it over in an inopportune at an inopportune moment. Maybe where the Steelers are already in field goal range. Maybe they drive 30 yards for a touchdown and win that game like 17-14. You're like, God dang it! I knew that could happen. So those are two I would look at. The line has gone toward both those teams. It was like 2.5 at one point for the Colts. Now they're only 1.5, and I think the Bears open at 2.5, and now they're 3. So I don't know. Maybe if it goes back down to 2.5 in the Bears game, I'll talk myself into taking that one, and then I don't know what to do with the Colts. I'll probably force both of them and lose them. So there you go. That'll be fun.
Fade Tom and his picks. How about here's a game I'm looking at, just because the line has moved considerably after some of the injuries. A.J. Brown out, Devontae Smith out. Eagles are at the Buccaneers. Line was at 3, and the over-under was at like 45 or 46. Mm-hmm. It's now down to 42.5, and the spread has moved to 1.5. So you got Eagles favored by 1.5. I don't hate the Buccaneers in this spot.
No, I looked at them too.
I'm kind of looking at that game. I think
I might do. I might just take the Colts and Buccaneers and tease them up to 7.5 and just like hope to get both of them. But yeah, I looked at that too, and then Evans and Godwin are both questionable. Yep. I'm like, was there a receivers going to play in this game? Is this going to be like straight? Now I know why the under took action, because I think it's supposed to be rainy and maybe a little windy. I have to look at that again. But if there's no receivers playing in the game, how the hell are you going to move the ball? And then you'd probably have to favor the
Eagles again, and
the Eagles because Saquon Barkley. Yep. Bucky Irving's been playing really well for the Buccaneers, and he's kind of taken over for Rashard White as the running back. White's still the guy that comes in, he catches the balls and stuff, but Irving, he's averaging like 6.5 yards per carry, and he looks like a guy that at some point during the season, my fantasy team hopes so, that he's getting 15 carries a game, and maybe they throw to him a little bit. I don't know what kind of route runner he is. I don't know how good he is in blitz pickup. I don't know what kind of hands he has. I know he was dynamic at Oregon. Like, he's a good running back, and he's proven that. But yeah, if it's just a running game, then I probably trust the Eagles more with Barkley. And again, Sirianni made some real goofball decisions last week. They didn't make a whole lot of sense, and there didn't seem to be a whole lot of consistency in those decisions. You worry about that a little bit, but they dominated that game. I mean, they went into New Orleans and doubled them up. I think it was like 460 yards, like 230, 240, something like that. I mean, they shut Kamara down. That game could have easily been a 14-point win by the Eagles. It wasn't, but it could have been. So, I don't know. Maybe I do a Colts Buccaneers teaser and just hope for the best. I don't know. I hate when I like these games and I keep talking myself out of them, then back into them, then out of them, and then back into them, and then so. But those are the ones that I'm kind of looking at. Those three. It's interesting you brought up the Bucs because those were the three in particular that I was like, God, I really want to have enough guts to take the Colts, the Bears, and the Buccaneers. Will I? If I'm crying Monday,
rank the three. Rank your power rank your confidence in the three.
Man, just because of the spot, I'll go Colts 1.
That's your best. That's when you feel best about.
Yeah, Bears 2.
And then Bucs 3.
Buccaneers 3.
Because the receiving game, yeah. And how much can flip without it.
Exactly.
Okay, how about this game? Good.
Go ahead.
Oh, one more. The Sunday night game, Bills at Ravens. Just a fireworks game.
Yeah, that's one I probably would go with the Bills, just because that 2.5 number is always it always interests me. Because I think most people are like, oh, they're at home? All they got to do is win by a field goal?
Yeah.
Boom. I'll take that team. So I always lean toward the plus 2.5, just because it seems like it's too easy to take the home team and just win by 3. The Ravens are really good. They lost by a toe against the Chiefs. They kind of obliterated the Cowboys, no matter what that scoreboard says. But I don't want to go against Josh Allen right now. I don't want to go against that Bills team. That Bills team's playing some good ball. Cook is running the ball really well, and I think it probably works better for them that they don't have Diggs. They don't have Davis. They're just like, hey, we got Shakir, we got Kincaid, we got Coleman. We'll just spread it around. We don't have to get the ball to one guy. We can just find the guy that's open. And Allen's playing such good ball right now that I probably won't play that game. But if I did, I think I'd go with the Bills. Probably go with the Bills plus 2.5 in that one.
I think I would too. I think I would take the Bills on the road there. The one thing I just don't like doing with Josh Allen is he turns the ball over a lot. And he turns the ball over in crucial situations.
Has he this year?
He's been pretty good this year.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to this point, which is that something the guys just figure out? Is he taking care of the ball better? I know he's putting more on his shoulders and he's getting the ball to different receivers than. I didn't think this offense was going to look as good as it has, which is kind of why I think they're the better team right now.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't feel like he has to do everything. And last year wasn't so much that he turned it over, which he did. It was where he turned it over.
Right.
Man, he was the master of the red zone turnover.
In his own end zone, deep in his own territory, or about to score and drop it
going
at the goal line.
pick is why'd you have to force that in there? You didn't have to force that. Didn't have to force it in there. But they're playing. He seems to be playing with such confidence right now. I haven't looked what his touchdowns and ints are, but I don't think he's thrown a lot of picks, if any, this year.
He's not thrown an interception yet.
Yeah, he's
7 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah, he's been really good. He's been the best player in the league so far. So, again, am I thrilled? Am I excited about going against the Ravens at home? Not really. Lamar is a stud. Henry's been really, really good for him. I got a lot of respect for Harbaugh. That defense isn't great. I don't love the Ravens defense, but yeah, there are certain teams I always find myself trying to beat. Okay, this is a good spot to fade them. This is a good spot to fade them. This is a good spot to fade them. And there are just some teams that, get off to hot starts and stay hot for a while.
Yeah.
And it takes them a while to cool down a little bit. So, this is a Ravens team that lost to the Chiefs by a toe. They lost to the Raiders at home. Bills, it'd be Bills or nothing for me. Although I do like one game I do like on Monday. I like the Lions, even though the Lions come down from four I think 4.5 to 3.5 against the Seahawks. I'm not on the Seahawks right now. The numbers suggest their defense is incredible, but they played Bo Nix at home. First start of his career on the road. They played Skylar Thompson at home, and then they beat the Patriots in overtime.
Yeah.
In New England. So I'm just not I'm not there with them. The only caveat to that is the Lions haven't looked like the Lions quite yet. Like offensively, they haven't quite looked like the Lions. Goff is kind of chucking the ball around, and he's had some unseemly picks. So they haven't hit their stride yet, but I'm still not on this Seahawks team. So that's one I am looking to take. I'll definitely take the Lions on Monday night.
So you like Lions? You're trying to get the Stones to get the to take the Colts and the Bears.
Colts,
maybe not,
Bears, maybe Buccaneers,
maybe Bucks, but Colts and Bears. You're trying to get the Stones. Let us know if you get there.
Well,
let us know if you get the juice, dude. That's why I wanted you to rank them. So on Monday I can ask you what you took, and then I'll know. Okay, so he really got greedy when he took the Bucks and teased them up from 1.5.
Oh, the greedy. Let's see how the Pirates and Rockies do tonight.
Oh, dude, I forgot about those. I might follow on those. Here's my issue with the Pirates and Rockies thing is, if you told me that in the 6 chances you got this year, those were going to go 4-2, I'd be like, nice. It's good numbers. You're already 4-0.
Yeah, I know that scares me. Well, I thought you were going to say the Pirates with the problem with the Rockies and the Pirates are, well, they're the Rockies and the Pirates.
They're the Rockies and the Pirates.
And that's always a problem when you're taking those type of teams at this time of the season. Who knows? They could have their U-Hauls packed already for all we know. I probably feel a little bit better about the Rockies just because they're at home and they play pretty decently at home.
And weird stuff happens there, yeah.
Yeah, but the Pirates, you're going to have a little bit of juice going to Yankee Stadium, all right? You're the Pirates and you're going to Yankee Stadium.
It's not 1960
there,
World Series, Tom. Come on. There's no juice in that game.
Exactly.
Tolbert and Copes, it is a 49er tailgate Friday, and again, next week, we'll be out at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come on by, 2 to 6. We'll do our 49er tailgate with you, the listeners, and we'll drink some beer, get ready for Week 5. But we still got more to get to with Week 4 ahead of us. More football, more ska, more Tolbert and Copes as the 49er tailgate show rolls on the Sports Leader. Melvin joined Papa and Lund today and said he regrets not going to yesterday's last A's game at Oakland. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Happy Friday, faithful. Our 49ers tailgate with Tolbert and Copes keeps rolling on your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Week 4 of the NFL season is upon us. We'll do a quick dive into some of the college football slate. We got Alabama, Georgia this weekend, too. Big game to get into. Talk about that one a little bit more. But first, Tom, did you see what's going on with this UNLV quarterback? Tom doesn't have his headphones on, does he?
No, tell us what you're talking about, Cobes.
Oh, man. This one again. Just keep the music rolling, I guess. Hey, Tom. Tommy, look up.
Shirt looks good today, Tommy.
Yeah, dude. Tom is sitting there in his chair, no headphones on. Oh, yeah, there he is. Hey, dude, there he is. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Tom, you see what's going on with this UNLV quarterback?
Yep, Matt Sluka.
Matt Sluka, 3-0 start, and now he's out. He's like, I'm dipping. I was made promises that have not been matched, or they have not kept the promises that they made. Yep. He said this is not about NIL. I haven't received a dime for any. Well, I forget what they call those things. Whatever the fund is that they have at UNLV, they're different things. Yep. He's received no money, and he says he's out. He's transferred. 3-0.
Yeah, supposedly his story was he was promised $100,000 by an assistant coach. And all he's gotten is $3,000 for moving expenses. He transferred from Holy Cross. And he didn't get any of the money. I'm sure him and his representative, his agent, NIL agent, probably got a hold of Vegas and said, hey, what's going on? Why don't we have the money? When are we getting the money? And then they apparently reneged on it. So a couple things here. One is the people I've talked to say that nowadays, we're 3 years into this now, 3 years into the NIL, that there are contracts that people sign on this. How much you're going to get paid, when you're going to get paid, and over what time frame you're going to get paid. And the coaches all know about this. For those, like as Odom said, he wasn't, he didn't know the details of it. That's bullcrap. All these coaches know what these guys are getting paid. How could they not? Was the NIL going to start recruiting? Like the collective's going to start recruiting and say, hey, we got you a player, and the coach didn't even want him? That makes no sense whatsoever. No. So the coach knows what's going on. And the fact that he didn't have a contract, which apparently is standard now. 3 years in, everybody has contracts. Like they sign the contract, and if you're the collective and you say this is what you're going to get paid, it's in writing. I don't know how this wasn't in writing, and if it was, how he's not getting paid. I would imagine if it is in writing, he'll be suing that collective for that money at some point. There are those that would say, well, how do you bail on your teammates like that? And I get that, but like if you're promised something to go somewhere, and they keep saying, no, we're not gonna pay you. We're not gonna pay you. We paid you what we're gonna pay you, or just wait. We'll get it to you. Just wait. So he did what he thought was best, which is transfer, and transferred right before two of the biggest games UNLV has played because they're in the mix for one of the group of 5 teams being in the playoffs at the end of the year. I mean, we still got a long way to go, but they're 3-0. They got Fresno coming in this week and Syracuse next week. So win those 2 games, and they got, a pretty good shot at getting there. They still got, I think they play Boise this year. I think in the Mountain West, everybody plays everybody. Speaking of the Mountain West, who knows what the hell's going on with that? I guess they're staying together. But, so yeah, he left. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. And I know I was thinking they need to have some restrictions, some guardrails on this NIL stuff. But apparently everybody has contracts now. Why wouldn't you have a contract? Why would you just go on someone's word? Hey, we'll give you $200,000. Okay, great. It's not. Well, we didn't sign anything. Like if you go there and you're like, well, what if I play bad? Maybe they won't pay me. So they have contracts. The coach knows what's going on. You can't tell me Odom didn't know what was going on in Vegas. Impossible. So he knew what was going on, but apparently the only thing I can figure is there's no contract or they reneged on the contract. And I can't imagine they would renege on the contract. Who knows? Maybe they had a bad night at the craps table. I don't know. But if they did that, they're going to have to pay anyway. But no contract wouldn't make a lot of sense to me because apparently everybody has contracts now. So it's just a mess. Vegas, nobody talks about Vegas football except for how bad they've been forever. And they had a good year last year. And then their quarterback last year transferred to SC. So they had to go out and get a transfer. And like I said, Holy Cross quarterback. And they're not really a thrower, more of a runner. But, they've won 3 games this year. And, again, big game against Fresno. And now they got to go with the backup quarterback, which I think they're going to be okay, which kind of sucks for me because I bet Vegas before he left. I was like, ooh.
You bet him this week?
Yeah. I was like, damn, I could have waited 2 days because I'd still take them. Like, I still think they're good enough to win. Like, defensively and running game. And the quarterbacks they bring in, I can't remember the two. There's 2 of them. They're both better throwers than this guy. But he's a good runner, no doubt about it. But, yeah, it's real interesting. And I wonder, I thought to myself, why hasn't this happened before? Why is this the first time? Well, maybe he didn't sign a contract. Maybe everybody else has contracts. And people know that, hey, if we don't pay him, and we don't pay him on the schedule we said we were going to pay him, we're to get sued. It's right there in black and white. So there'll probably be more that comes from this story. But that would be the one question I have is, was there a contract? And if you didn't sign a contract, why didn't you sign a contract? Because apparently the assistant coach made him the promise. I'm assuming the collective told him that was fine unless the assistant coach just threw it out there and said, well, God, I better go to the collective and check this out. I don't know. But I can't imagine that we don't hear more from this story.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's something that, like, people that love college football, like, oh, I told you, it's the end of college. I don't think this is a big deal. Like, this is commonplace now. They're getting paid by the collective. They're probably going to get paid by the universities, which would be a lot cleaner if the universities were able to pay these players.
That's coming next year, I think, too. It was part of it. Yeah, they
wouldn't have to worry about this. They just say, hey, here's what we're going to pay you $300,000 for coming here. You'll get it from the school. Given, done, boom. But the collectives haven't been, I mean, it's a little murky, but I haven't heard this story before. I don't know if they're going to hear it again. What I want to find out is, was there a contract? Was there a contract? But it sucks. I mean, it sucks for UNLV. Now we'll see if UNLV can win this week. But, I mean, look, not that anybody cares about UNLV that much, but I thought it was a really interesting story that someone just ups and quits. Middle of the season. I'm done. Thanks for having me. You guys didn't honor your word, and I'm going to leave. Eesh.
College football slate kicks off today at 4:30, by the way. Big game, Virginia Tech at Miami, number 7. 2-2 Vodtech against Miami. You have a feel on this one? You like this game?
I don't like that game. I like the other game. I like Washington over Rutgers. But look, Miami's been really good, and Cam Ward has been really good. The transfer from Washington State. They got the running back. I'm blanking on his name right now. The transfer from Oregon State. They took like 2 of the best players from the remaining Pac-12 teams. Don't get me started on the Pac-12. What a joke! They're trying. I mean, you got to talk about a corpse. They're trying to put back together some of the teams. Like, we're just gonna. It's a Mountain West is basically what it is that they're calling the Pac-12 at this point. But Virginia Tech's been disappointing. They haven't been. I thought they'd be better this year. Rutgers took them out last last week, and they've struggled. But I couldn't go against Miami. Nah, I mean, under Beamer, Vodtech was an auto play for me as like a dog. Beamer. They were like so good. Beamer, yeah, they were so good as dogs. But I don't know that that's been the case recently. So, and Miami's kind of rolling, I would take them. But I like Washington. I think Fish has done a nice job in Washington, and I think their defense will be able to stop Rutgers' running game. And I just think they're going to have enough to go to, Piscataway and beat the Scarlet Knights. But the other game I don't have a feel on, but if I had to, I'd probably just lay it with Miami because they've been rolling people so far. I mean, right now, I think they're ranked 3rd last I checked. So we can stop asking, is Texas back? We can ask if Miami's back.
How about the big game of this weekend, Georgia and Alabama, number 2 against number 4?
Oh, I can't wait to grab a beer and watch that one.
It's going to be
fun. I won't be betting on it.
It's
how
a
do you go
point
against
spread.
Bama as a home dog? I think they're 1 now. It was weird this morning. That line started jumping.
Georgia's favored by 1, yeah.
Yeah, it was Georgia minus 1.5, and then Bama was favored by 1 at one point this morning. Somebody with some influence must have come in with a Bama play, and then somebody else with influence came in with a Georgia play, because as soon as it went to Bama won, it went right back to Georgia won. Now, probably not a huge deal, 1.5 point spread wise, but I can't go against Bama as a home dog, but I ain't going against Georgia either. I'm not in the business of betting against a team that's won 48 regular season games when they don't play Bama. I mean, Bama, they haven't played well. I think Bama, they're 1-3 against, something like that. But that was with Saban too. So, but I have no interest. Milroe's been really good this year. That kid, I think his name's Williams for Alabama, the receiver. He's 17. This guy's on fire this year. He looks like the next legit stud wide receiver out of Bama. Their defense has played well. I was at the Wisconsin game, and they just
destroyed Wisconsin.
Yeah, just mauled them. But Van Dyke went out early in that game, so I don't know how much that would have affected Wisconsin's offense. But once they got the running game going, and Milroe's one of the best deep throwers of the football in college football, so I don't know. I mean, I watched the Kentucky-Georgia game, and Georgia didn't look that good, but Kentucky's pretty good in the front seven. They're hard to run against, but they couldn't move the ball either. So I don't know what type of game it's going to be. But this is, I think, what we'd all hoped for when we got the college football playoffs, that we'd start to get games like this, because it doesn't matter if you lose one game or two. Not that this is a non-conference.
But this used to be a different style of we used to change the fortunes of both teams for the remainder of the season.
Absolutely,
At week 4, it's real early.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And right now, it changes the fortunes of none. You could lose this game, and all it's going to change is maybe you won't get a bye the first round. Maybe you'll have to play a home game, something like that, or maybe even a road game, but you'll be in the playoffs. But still, I hate when people say that. They say, oh, man, this really takes away from college football, because these type of games used to be so intense.
It's still a great game. Why are we
so much on the line?
What?
Yeah, that's what I say. And they say that with baseball too. They're back when before baseball went to interleague, they're I hate interleague play. We see these teams matching up against each other, then they meet in the World Series. I'm like, well, so
that's cool.
Well, you don't watch football? Those two teams met already in the regular season. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Or they met each other. I'm not watching the NBA playoffs. Of course they met each other. They met twice, one road, one. So to me, it's never about what comes down the line. It's give me some good games now. I want good games right now, and I want to watch as many as possible. And this is about as good a game as you could possibly get in college football. I mean, I know we're getting Georgia at Texas this year, which is going to be awesome. Alabama goes to Tennessee in a couple weeks. Alabama goes to Oklahoma. We're going to get Ohio State at Oregon in a couple weeks. I mean, Penn State at USC. Those are fun games. I love watching all these games on a Saturday. I hate it when it's a Saturday there's one good game. It's this kind of sucks. But now we're going to get one great game, maybe 2 or 3 good games. Who doesn't like watching the NFL when the Bills and Ravens?
Yeah.
So what if they meet in the AFC Championship game? Who cares? It's a fun game to watch. Those are the games we want to watch. So as far as a betting, I have no interest whatsoever, because I think this is a game for you bet and you lose. You're like, what am I doing? Hey, what am I, stupid? Betting against Alabama as a home underdog? And then if you bet Georgia, or if you bet Alabama and then Georgia beats you, what am I, stupid, betting against Georgia? Why would I bet against Georgia? So I can't wait to watch it. I'll be at home with a beer watching the game, but as far as wagering, no interest.
If you had any stones, you would just tease them up with Indy and your Bears.
No,
yeah.
Stop. If you
had any stones, you'd tease it up. Yeah, that's where you go.
There's not enough beer in my house to do that.
Make it a 4-teamer. Add the Bucks, too. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. The 49er Tailgate Show rolls on. How about this? Kyle Shanahan and Brendan Ayuk just a little while ago are making the rounds.
I saw that.
With a video from, apparently they got into it a little bit about a uniform dispute at practice. We'll tell you about that in just a couple of minutes. Plus, our guy Mike Silver is making the rounds promoting his book, and he checked in on Kyle Shanahan's relationship and psyche as it relates to our guy Sean McVay. I know what you're talking about. We're good friends. Tolbert and Copes with you. We'll get into a little bit of that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Northern California Honda dealers. Baseball announcers like to talk about pitchers having electric stuff. You know who else has electric stuff right now? Honda. Electric rides you can count on. Accord hybrids, CRV hybrids, the great mileage and range and never need changing or plugging in. Not only you get great gas mileage and regular gas, which is nice, unless you get the electric, then you're just like good to go. You just push down on the pedal. You're like, hey, here we go. And you got the easy to use navigational system. You got the great sound system and enough goodies in there to keep you as safe as possible. So, if you care about the environment, care about saving on gas, care about leaving the planet in decent shape for the kids, Honda's got an electrified ride that's right for you. Get an electrifying deal now at your Northern California Honda dealers. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, cause the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's Friday afternoon. It's the 49ers tailgate show as we get you ready for Week 4 Niners and the New England Patriots. This got to be one the Niners have this week. By the way, pregame gets going. Myself, Dennis Brown's the Super Bowl champion, and John Lund at 9 a.m. over on KGO 810. We got plenty more to come as we talk Niners all afternoon long here and get you ready at the end of the day for the Giants' final series of the season. You got Willie Mack Award Night tonight as they take on the Cardinals at 7:15 down at Oracle Park. We caught up with Dr. Bob a little while ago. You can hear the full podcast up KNBR.com and the KNBR app to get your picks in for this week. Kyle Shanahan, we spoke to him yesterday about some of the health of the roster, the Christian McCaffrey situation, and really some of the mistakes they made last week. We'll replay that for you coming up in about 15 minutes at 3:50. Tim Ryan still to join us at 4:30. Marcus Thompson for his weekly conversation at 4:50. And then at 5:30, we'll let you hear what Farhan had to say as who knows whether or not this is Farhan's final weekend as Giants president of baseball operations. And then Harmony and her double banger show up at 5:50 to get you 2 college games and 2 NFL games that she likes. Okay, so a little while ago at practice, Kyle Shanahan, there's a video that came out just a while ago, maybe an hour or so ago, Derek. Is that right? Derek told me during the break, he goes, have you seen this video that's going on around from practice with Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Ayuk? I was like, no, what are you talking about? It's obviously no audio in the video. It's like somebody's filming it, some reporter from the sideline. But Kyle and Brandon Ayuk are having a fairly animated conversation. Now, Ayuk has his helmet on, so you can't totally see what he's saying or what Kyle's saying. And I don't know, you'd have to do some lip reading and whatnot. But clearly, Brandon Ayuk is wearing basically his red 49er jersey and red matching shorts. Everybody else, it would appear, around them is wearing a red jersey and black shorts. Kyle then is clearly gesturing to Ayuk, and it looks like they're having a dispute potentially about a uniform thing. So then Kyle ends up talking to him for a while and then walks off. Didn't look like it was that big of a deal. But then Ayuk takes his cleats off, drops his pants right there on the field, and then decides to kind of kick his shorts to the side, and then he pulls up the black shorts that he's got to have on. I don't know if they were reversible or he was just not wearing them the right way, whatever it was. Bottom line is, this was going around Twitter and social media a little while ago, and then Kyle Shanahan walks off the practice field, and everybody wants to know what's going on. So here's what Kyle had to say.
Come out to practice today wearing the wrong shorts?
Yeah, he did. Good question. No. I wish I could wear different shorts.
I mean, this to me just seems like it's a cut and dry uniform thing, right? I've like, it seems petty. It seems foolish. They're grown men. He's making nearly $30 million a year. You're just kind of like, I don't know what the hell you got to do. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, you just got to follow rules. And I know for this guy to have held out to this point, to at least statistically not have been a factor in the first 3 games of the season while they're missing other weapons, I think from a fan perspective is a bit frustrating. That said, I'm a guy who grew up going to school where I wore a uniform every day for 9 years. I went to a high school where I had a dress code, couldn't have facial hair, had to wear a collared shirt, couldn't wear jeans, I couldn't wear shorts, or had to wear cotton twill pants at certain points. There was a uniform. I didn't like it, but if you want to go to the school, you got to follow the uniform and the dress code. Brandon Ayuk, I don't know if this is going to reach the level of like a fine that they would be so upset they were going to clamp down on him, but clearly there was a little spat that happened there, and Kyle had to sort of put him in his place is what it looked like. Is that your take, Derek?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's something you want to see from a guy that just got paid $30 million a year, but, it is what it is. It just seems like a minor thing, but I guess Tom's back. He was changing his own shorts.
What?
Did you and Derek have a spat on the field? You had to go change your shorts?
Yeah, I did.
You saw the video, though. Brandon Ayuk and Kyle Shanahan kind of talking. We just played the audio of Kyle. By the way, somebody asked him about, was he wearing the wrong shorts? Kyle said, yeah. Good question.
Just dumb.
Sort of dumb, dude.
Dumb.
Anyway.
I mean, you should know. I don't know why.
You ever get barked at for that? You ever get in trouble for that?
Well, there was a time when I was with the Clippers that I showed up for shoot-around. And this is typical Clippers. Our shoot-around was at Poly Pavilion. Because, I don't know why. Maybe we couldn't do it at the sports arena, and the YMCA we went to is booked. Who knows? So we're at Poly Pavilion, I got there in plenty of time, but I couldn't figure out how to get in. I was like walking around Poly trying to like open doors and like, how do I get in here? How do I get in? Finally, I found the tunnel to get in, and I showed up, and I was like 8 minutes late for shoot-around. And I had T-shirt on and khaki shorts and cargo shorts, and I had my gear in my mesh bag, and the gear is just regular practice gear, but it was a shoot-around, so it's not that big a deal. So as I go to change, and Bob Weiss, who was the coach, was not thrilled with me. I guess I didn't realize it at the time. And he goes, don't bother changing. So I go, okay. So I walk out on the court for shoot-around with my khaki shorts and T-shirt on. He goes, no, I meant no.
Like you're gone. Like you can't be here.
I don't want you out
yeah,
here.
Right.
I don't want you out here and shoot-around. And that was when I had my big blow-up with him. I just yelled. I go, why don't you just get rid of me? Just cut me. I go, this place sucks. And so he brought me over to the when everybody else was shooting around, he brought me over to the side of the court and said, look, you can't do that. And I go, look, why do you have me here? I was so frustrated at that point. I wasn't playing, and then I did played well, and then I played, and it was mediocre, so I didn't play again. I'd had it with the Clippers. So I just said, why don't you just get rid of me? Just cut me. Just release me. Let me go. You don't want me here. I don't want to be here. This is every bit as bad as I thought it was going to be. I know about the Clippers. I grew up here, and this is what I thought it was going to be, unfortunately. So he was talking. I don't know that I was really listening. And he said something about something. And he's like a magician. Like Bob Weiss is a magician. Like he, does some tricks and stuff like that. I felt bad. Right. He's a nice guy. He really is. And I told him, I go, Bob, I go, you can pull a quarter out of your ear, but you can't pull a win out of your ass.
Oof.
I go, this place sucks. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation.
That's a pretty good line by you, though.
Yeah. And then they kept me on the team.
That was your punishment. He was like, oh, he wants out, huh?
For whatever reason. That wasn't the only time I got in trouble with the Clippers. My agent called me because Elgin Baylor, the GM, called him because we were playing down in Anaheim. And I guess it was during the Super Bowl. We were playing at the Tank. And it was nice. Played at the Tank. It was sold out. Good crowd. And we never had a good crowd at the sports arena. It was just like, why are we here? Why don't we just play down here? Clippers could have their own crowd, could have their own fan base. It was like they're always they wanted to be Laker juniors. It's like, why do you want to always play where the Lakers play and be around the Lakers? I mean, I got it. LA market is where it's at. But hell, just call yourself the LA Clippers and play in Anaheim like the Angels do.
Oh.
So I remember saying something to a reporter after the game, and he said, "What'd you think of the pond? It wasn't the tank. Tank's San Jose. It was the pond." He goes, "What do you think of the pond?" I goes, "Great." I goes, "Really, it's awesome having a crowd for a change. It was really, really nice." So that quote got back to Donald Sterling, who was with his buddies at the Super Bowl, apparently. I think it was in Atlanta maybe that year.
Was he showing you off like he did in the show?
No,
he
he
was walking you around all the tables?
He did at a golf tournament one time. But I guess his buddies were giving him crap for me saying that. Like, oh. He goes, they're like going, how those crowds in L.A.? So he was mad because his buddies were embarrassing him, which I'm happy about. And so he called Sterling. No, he called Baylor. Baylor called my agent Warren, and then Warren called me. And they weren't real happy that I used to go on the Rome show all the time, too, and crap on the Clippers. So I just... I just had it.
Yeah, man. I can imagine. Yeah, I'm going to play for you guys, but I'm just going to crap on you when I go on Rome. Rome, huge host. Everybody hears it.
It was bad, man. It was like literally everything I grew up reading about the Clippers, hearing about the Clippers, it was all true. It was all
Was it worse than you thought?
Oh, man. Like, I thought it was bad. I'll say it was what I thought it could be. There was sometimes I thought it was worse. Dave Wohl, our assistant coach, after All-Star break, we had like a camp down in Irvine. We went down. I think we had 2 days getting ready for the second half of the season, I think it was. So we had camp down there, and I showed up for camp. I showed up for practice. I was like 15 minutes early and good to go. Just get out there, warming up, shooting the ball. And he comes up to me and he says, "Where were you?" "What do you mean, where was I? I'm here. I'm early." He goes, "No, for breakfast." I go, "Breakfast?" He goes, "Yeah, you're supposed to be here for breakfast." He goes, "It's like a camp. You got to be here." I mean, "What are you talking about for breakfast?" I go, "This isn't camp. We're practicing down here." Because I stayed at home. I didn't stay at the hotel. I think I stayed with my mom and dad because they're like 20 minutes away. So he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "You're supposed to be here for breakfast." I go, "We're 20 games under 500. You're worried about breakfast?" I go, are you serious?
It's team bonding, Tom. You got to be
here.
What?
I tell them, what is going on here? Like, seriously. Like, we seem to have bigger issues than me showing up for powdered eggs. I go, stop. I go, that's enough. I go, do what you want. Just leave me alone, please. So, yeah, my experience there was not. And the whole thing, everybody wanted out of there. Everybody wanted out of there. When the Ron Harper trades came up, we were all chanting, "Free Ron Harper. Free Ron Harper. Let Ron Harper go." But yeah, the Sterling thing was true. He used to walk through the locker room and kind of stop, and it was uncomfortable because he'd stop and stare, and he'd bring guests with him. It's like, bro, what are you doing? I know you own the team, but come on.
Yeah.
Come on. It's like he was so creepy. If I saw him walking down the hallway at the sports arena,
come on, Pete.
I would duck into a room and just shut the door until he walked by and then come out because I didn't want any interaction with him. I didn't want to talk to him. Didn't want to shake his hand. Didn't want nothing. It was just so, yeah, it was fun to get to play there because I have great stories about playing there. I've told this one before. Since I'm on the subject, I've told this one before. The first shower I took there at the sports arena, you go in there, no soap. No soap in the shower. So I walked from the shower into the adjoining bathroom and got that pink granulated crap that you go and it all comes out. So I washed my body with the pink granulated crap and then get done with the shower. No towels.
So did you go back and get some little paper towels and just start sticking them to your body?
There were hand towels. There were hand towels. Yeah. So I was like going,
yeah,
just doing this whole bit, drying off. And I was like, I go, wow. And that was one of my first impressions. Being there, I go, wow, it's all true. I go, this is amazing. Like, how do you not have soap in the shower? How is that even possible to not have soap?
How would Chuck wash his uniform without that? You know what I mean? Chuck was showering in the uni.
He absolutely would not wash his uniform And then how do you not have towels? Like, it just it was so bad. It really was. One of my favorite parts of the whole season, though, was I didn't make a road trip to Portland. I was on the IR, so I stayed home. And I got a chance to watch Ralph Lawler and Bill Walton, R.I.P. Love Bill. And they were getting their asses kicked. I guess I could say we, but I wasn't on the trip, so I'll say they.
Yeah.
Getting their asses kicked by the Trailblazers. And guys were arguing on the bench, and I don't know what was going on because I wasn't there. All I remember is Bill Walton saying, "Oh, the inmates are running the asylum. What is going on?"
And then what? Like, did he catch heat for that? Did he catch heat for that? I mean, like,
Bill?
Yeah.
No, Bill's never gonna. No, Bill's never gonna catch heat. Bill was just Bill. Bill said some of the craziest stuff back in his early days. Like, people thought he was crazy later on, and he was. But boy, with the Clippers, he just would like let it rip. Like, one of my favorite ones was the Clippers would be down 22, 24, and someone would hit a bucket, and he would say, "Oh, Clippers right back in it." And Lawler would just like look at him like, what? And then they just keep on moving.
Got it to single digits. Then you can get out of there.
Back to 21. Or do you remember naming Keith Kloss?
No.
Okay, it's backup center. Just it's okay. Nothing special. Maybe on the negative side of mediocre, possibly. And Keith Kloss would make like a drop step layup. And Bill would say, "That is the greatest move in Keith Kloss's career." Just like
a drop step layup, yeah. You start breaking down
hyperbolic stuff.
Yeah, he'd say stuff about inbound passing and whatnot. Bill was the best. Bill was the best.
Wild. Bill, I love Bill. But yeah, the Clippers is yeah. Uh-huh.
They sucked.
Let's put it this way.
They sucked.
They sucked. And Sterling got everything he deserved. Everything he deserved.
Every penny of that billion for selling it, yeah.
Yeah,
Tolbert
he really got punished.
Yeah, he really got punished. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We'll get back into some football here. Kyle Shanahan joined us yesterday, gave us some of the health stuff, talked about McCaffrey, talked about some of the corrections they've got to make as our 49er Tailgate Show rolls on. By the way, next week at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come out and say what's up for our Tailgate Show next Friday, 2 to 6 at Almanac. Kyle Shanahan, the replay leader, next, only on the Sports Leader. Our super reporter John Dickinson is off to Hawaii to cover Warriors training camp. Tune in all next week as JD gives you the best Warriors coverage live from Hawaii on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. What's going on, Kyle?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Fantastic. So when you're watching the cut-ups of the game, did you get to like the middle of the, or maybe early fourth and think, we're going to win this still, aren't we? I mean, there's no way we're going to lose this game.
Well, when I got to the cut-ups, I had already seen the deal live, so I kind of knew the ending. But I was live, I felt that the entire game, and it's one of the hardest type to lose. There's two types of games that make you the most upset, and the one is when you don't respect what you put on tape. If guys don't play hard or something like that, that's the one that bothers me the most. The second one is when you lose a game that you truly believe that you should have won. The ones that you let get away from you. And I would say that was the second worst type of loss for me personally, and pissed us all off. But it's something you got to deal with, and can't wait to get to this Sunday as fast as we can.
Yeah, I rewatched it. I thought you guys were going to win. I go, they're not going to lose this, are they? And it happened again. It's like unbelievable. It's like watching a movie that I'd already seen. You can't believe the way it ends. I wanted to ask you about defense because I looked up some of the defensive stats. 30th in the league in third down percentage against. 30th in the league in yards per attempt against. 21st in the league in rushing yards per attempt against. It's all the defensive line's always kind of been the backbone of this team since you and John took over. Like, what are the expectations of the defense? And when you look at it, where do things need? I mean, it kind of seems comprehensive to me, but where do you see kind of the cracks and what needs to be shored up a little bit? Because obviously, it's hard to win a championship anyway. It'd be really hard to win one with those defensive numbers.
Yeah, those definitely aren't numbers that we're used to. We need those numbers to get a lot better. I think it started mainly in Minnesota. I thought we did some good things and played some pretty good defense versus the Jets.
Yep.
But then in Minnesota, I thought it started with our run defense. We made it a little bit too easy on them in the run game, which was the biggest weak link. And the yards per pass and those pass plays, a lot of that will happen when you only have had 3 games and you give up one 98-yarder. When you give up a 98-yarder and yards per pass and everything like that can get extremely skewed, but that was a big part of it, giving up that huge play, which I chalked that up to them. I mean, he was in double coverage, and it was a really good throw and a really good player who got that. But last week, I thought the biggest thing was just yards per carry, and we not giving up the 100-yard rusher. We want to do a lot better in the run game, but they got into too many manageable third downs, and I still thought the way our team played, that was going to be enough to keep them off the scoreboard, at least less than we got. But what really killed us was the one that got by us at the end. We just fell asleep in coverage, and it got over the top. And then we had two big PIs that got just the 3 of those plays with one completion being 130 yards of offense, with 70 of those on penalties. So I thought that killed us. And you just look at our guys and stuff. I thought our D-line, at least pass rush wise, I thought they had their best game versus the Rams, but we didn't get a W for it. And it's been we've had a break at each level, whether it's D-line, linebacker, or safeties, and corners, the secondary. Everyone's had their part. So we got to play together. We got to play better, have a little more continuity in that aspect, and make sure it only takes one weak link, and everyone has had their doing it. So I can't just give you an overall theme for it. But after 3 games, it's not good enough, and we got to clean it up.
I know you mentioned the fake punt by the Rams was where the game turned around. You guys were up 14-0, about to get the ball back with about, I think, 6 minutes left. And, I mean, obviously, if things go great, you go down and score, and you're up 17-0, 21-0. And you said that was something that you thought could come. Did you think at all about a punt safe there or just keeping the defense on the field?
Yeah, we did. I actually looked right over. We got headsets, but I actually said, hey, they're going to fake it here. Are we good? And we said we were good. Now, we had our second safest call on it. We didn't just leave our defense out there, which definitely in hindsight, now we should have and did it the next time. But we weren't trying to rush and be aggressive. We were trying to have a very conservative coverage, thinking there might be a fake, but it was our second most conservative, not our top one, and ended up costing us.
Got it.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, nice enough to join us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. When a guy has a game like Jauan Jennings had, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns, what changes for him in terms of how teams now game plan for him since he's put a game like that on tape?
I don't know. We'll see that going forward. It's not. We didn't force the ball to him or anything. It worked out that way, and Jauan was ready for it in every opportunity he got. And it shouldn't. Those numbers can surprise people, but I think Niner fans and people have watched Jauan over the years. I don't feel like it should surprise people. Every time we do go to Jauan, he usually makes that play for us. He gets out there the most in 11 personnel, just being our third receiver, and I think that's why he's earned the nickname Third and Jauan. With Debo being down, he was out there a lot more, and just being able to play Z in 2 receiver formations and playing the slot in 3 receiver formations ended up giving him a lot more opportunities, and he's been ready for that moment since he's gotten here. And Jauan's one of our he's one of our leaders here. He's really never changes. The way he plays a run play is the exact way he plays a pass play, and he's got as much energy as anyone I've ever coached. And I can't say enough good things about Jauan, and just so pumped that he got to really show everybody else what he's capable of with those numbers. And but we've always believed in Jauan, and I feel very lucky to have him on our team.
What changes do you anticipate happening on the defensive line because of the loss of Hargrave?
Well, losing Hargrave's a huge one. You only got, we have Kalia Davis, who we lost in the preseason, and really hoping he'll get back sooner than later. Hopefully here in the next couple of weeks or so. So we really only have 4 interior guys inside, and when you lose Hargrave, our top guy, leaves down to 3. So we'll bring 1 off practice squad this weekend because we always like to have at least 4 up for a game. And then that just puts more pressure on Jordan Elliott, on Kevin, guys who got to step it up, who have done a good job, but they're just not used to playing as much. They rotate in with Malik, and they rotated in with Hargraves, and now they're the next man up. So they're going to get more playing time. They're going to have to work on their stamina with that stuff. And, you lose good players. But it happens all over the league. You can't make excuses for it, and we got some guys who are ready for this opportunity, and I'm excited to watch them here this weekend.
Thursday update on George Kittle?
I don't know what he was today, but he had a good day. I think he was limited yesterday. I don't know what we put, but he had a good day.
Okay, good deal.
Well, I realized that you guys ask, and then I get then my wife gives me alerts on the phone on how everyone's healthy or hurt or stuff based off my radio show. So I realize I can't just relax and just talk openly, but it is. I think they're full.
I hear you.
So I feel good about George right now.
When do you think you'll have a decent grasp about Christian McCaffrey's situation as to when you might have an idea of what to expect? Because it seems like there's just a lot of uncertainty at this point. What's going on?
Well, yeah, I think we'll get a better idea here over the next couple of weeks. The whole point on putting him on IR, is to guarantee that we couldn't do anything for at least 4 weeks. And 2 weeks into it, the whole point was just to rest him for 2 weeks and not do that. And now we're going to start hitting the rehab harder and trying to get him back into football stuff and see how he responds. We'll see how he responds here. We've let him rested here for a couple weeks. Christian just seeing every specialist he can, doing all the little stuff that, Christian does more than anybody I've ever been around. He is a full-time commitment to everything for his body year-round. And so he's been doing that stuff while not pushing it hard in rehab. And now we'll probably turn it up here in the next couple of weeks. And, I still know he has at least 2 more weeks before we could have an option to play him. And we'll start testing that out sooner than later.
You referenced this, and I wanted to go back to the Rams game because you referenced the deep ball to Atwell. And I'm just curious, what happens in a play like that? Is that just poor communication, a misread? Because obviously we're sitting here watching it at home going, geez, how do you get beat deep in a situation where you just can't get beat deep? And he ran right by Ward. Ward didn't expect it. I don't know if somebody's supposed to be over the top or somebody read something that wasn't. I don't know what happened. I'm just curious in that situation. Was it a misread or just not paying attention close enough to the details?
No, it's a little bit of a chain reaction. It's a deep, longer developing play. It takes a couple of hitches. Some people don't have the arm strength to take 2 hitches and throw it that far. Stafford definitely does. and able to do it, you got to get a little bit of time in the pocket. And so, unfortunately, we had one-on-one in the pocket, and that was the play that Hargrave tore his tricep on. So the one-on-one we had, when they do a max protection, that's the guy who's got to win. And right at the beginning of the play, he didn't. So that it really allowed Stafford to take 2 hitches up into a clean pocket and just launch it. And then our linebacker got a little bit too wide, which put some pressure on the safety to drive on an underneath route. And then when that happens in quarters, the corner better be on top, and the corner wasn't. He's expecting another route, and all that tied together, and you have a 4-2 guy coming off out of motion when that happens, and if you blink for 1 second, you're not going to recover with someone like Tutu in his speed, and then Stafford in his arm. So it's it's what happens in quarters when a safety jumps something and the corner's not on top, and that's stuff you got to be on. That's the first part of quarters, and they got us on it.
Now, I wouldn't know this because I'm not watching the All-22, but yeah, I remember talking to you, said, I think it was a game against the Vikings. You thought Ayuk played a hell of a game. And I know a lot of people were like, well, he's not catching the ball, doesn't have the yards, so maybe it's related to the being out. I don't know. You see it on tape. Does it look the same to you? Is he still kind of rounding into form a little bit? Or is this just like, it's small sample size, it's 3 games, he's playing fine?
Yeah, he's playing fine. It's small sample size. It's 3 games. I thought his best game was Minnesota. I'd give him the best game there. This game last week, I thought he played good. I'd say probably a little bit better versus Minnesota. Stuff I really don't need to say, but I know he gets killed every time he doesn't have the stats. And I think that's one of the hardest things with guys, especially in this day and age. You sign a big contract, and people want to see those stats. And we're not the type of offense that's just going to force feed and just to pad a guy's stats. We kind of balance it out and try to go to where the ball should go and to the right spot. And there's a couple times he should have got it versus Minnesota that he didn't. That would have changed to me a lot of stuff. Could have had a couple touchdowns to me, which changes a lot of the perception. But it really doesn't change actually what's happening. And that's why I try not to lose perspective of that. I try really hard to get the players not to lose perspective of that, because it takes 11 guys to make a play work. And that's what's different about football. You don't always have the ball in your hand. The only guy who really does is the quarterback. And he's got to distribute to everyone, and there's coverages that go with it. So I get what these guys go through. I think Ayuk's doing a good job, and I think he'll only get better as this year goes. But everybody on offense has got to get better. Everyone on our team's got to get better, and but I'm happy with BA, and I just want us to make sure that we don't stay the same. We continue to get better as this year goes.
Last one before we let you go, Coach. The 55-yard field goal by Moody. To me, 55 yards just seems like automatic now in the NFL with the legs these guys have, especially indoors. Is there like a part of the field, I guess it's all going to be dictated by game situation, but is there like a length that you think about it? Because I'm sure you didn't even really. Maybe you did think about punting that, but I'm guessing you didn't. Is there a length where it kind of gets to, okay, now we got to have a discussion?
Oh, definitely. I know the yard. I get a yard line before every game, and then I get it at halftime also. Things change with the weather in a game. Things change with how a guy's leg feels in pregame warm-ups. But I always have that yard line. It's the yard line of where we consider it in field goal range every single time we're down there. And then there's a yard line that, hey, I know this is where we should always believe that we can make the field goal. But then I want another yard line for where, hey, if my decision's a Hail Mary or the longest we can kick it, what's that yard line? So it's not like they just say, hey, every time you're on the 48-yard line, you can kick it.
Okay.
It's usually, I'm not going to give the yard lines, mainly for competitive reasons.
Sure.
But they're always going to tell me where they feel very confident that he'll make it. And then I'm going to like, all right, well, what if my other decision's just throwing a Hail Mary? Compare it to that. Then like, oh, well, you can try it 4 yards behind that. He's got a chance from there.
You should just give us the yard line and make it the wrong yard line. That would work.
How's that for competitive advantage, right?
Exactly.
No.
Some subterfuge.
I'm just going to be honest. It's the minus 20-yard line. That's usually where he can kick it from.
Just broke down. We didn't even press you.
Oh,
people better be ready.
Hey, best of luck this weekend against the Patriots, and we'll look forward to talking to you again next week.
See you, Kyle.
All right. Thanks, guys.
49ers take off the New England Patriots for a 105 kickoff at Levi Stadium. Listen to the pregame at 9 a.m. with myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lone over on 810 The Bread. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Look, the best time of the year is back. We had it going on last night, Thursday Night Football. You got a full slate of games again this weekend, and you can get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em game. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in on the game last year by making picks on Underdog. I did it last night. Rico Dowdle, big day, no doubt about it. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats like touchdowns, passing, rushing yards. Maybe it's touchdown scored, total fantasy points, all sorts of customizable ways for you to have some fun while watching football. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, but signing up even easier. Just go to the simple-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up using promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Get hyped with your hosts of our 49ers tailgate, Tolbert and Copes, on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, a Ska Friday, a 49er Friday, a tailgate Friday. We'll be out at Almanac Brewing in Alameda next week. Come on by, say hi, have a beer, get your Niner talk in. We are going to catch up still with Marcus Thompson for his weekly conversation at 4:50. Before that, in about 15 minutes, we'll talk to Tim Ryan about this game between the Niners and the New England Patriots, and also Harmony at 5:50 tonight, back with her double banger. Let's jump into some baseball real quickly. Tom. Wild potential final weekend of the season coming up. First of all, we'll start here. Detroit Tigers. Where the hell did they come from? Hottest team on the planet, dude. The Twins are they're all but cooked now, right? The Tigers' magic number is 1. And they get a 3-game series with the White Sox in Detroit to wrap up their season. They can clinch a playoff spot, I believe, with just 1 win or a Minnesota Twin loss. The Twins just played themselves out of it. They're technically still mathematically in, but not everything has been sewed up. All divisions have been finalized, right? All 6 divisions locked up. Only the Padres and the Orioles, though, have locked up wild card spots officially. So the D-backs,
Minnesota is 3 behind the Royals and Tigers.
Right. And so the magic number is 1.
Yeah,
for those
exactly.
2 teams. Yeah.
And the Tigers and Royals are tied at 84 and 74, and then in the National League, it's a little bit tighter in the National League. You have the Padres; they're 3 games ahead of the Mets, so they're good. The Mets and the Diamondbacks are tied.
Yeah.
Even though the Diamondbacks have played more games than the Mets because the Mets got rained out a couple times in Atlanta.
So this is what's so sweet is that the Mets and the Braves.
Atlanta's 1 game behind both those, by the way.
And I believe Atlanta plays an interleague series this weekend. I want to say it's Atlanta and Kansas City. So both of those teams have juice in that series, at least for the start of the series for Kansas City. They could have it if they win a game, or if Minnesota loses tonight, they could have it all sewed up. The other interesting thing here is because of that rainout, the Mets and the Braves are going to play on Monday a doubleheader to wrap up the season. And it could have implications. Both ends of that doubleheader may very well have implications for both of those teams.
How great would that be?
That'd be pretty sweet. It's the 163 that we don't get anymore, almost, right? Like we get a little pseudo playoff Monday next Monday or on Monday.
That would be awesome if the Braves need to win both, because the Mets are in Milwaukee this weekend.
Yes.
So I don't know what the Brewers will do with their staff. I don't know what they're going to do with their players. I don't know how they're going to play it. Atlanta gets Kansas City, as we said, which, Kansas City is going to play it out. Kansas City needs to win to get in the playoffs, and then I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Although, who would you rather have in the wild card round? Would you rather have the Astros or the Orioles?
I think I'd rather have the Orioles right now.
Yeah, boy, that's tough.
I know.
That's probably...
They're not hitting that well. I think I'd rather have the Orioles right now. Also, just the Astros in the playoffs, I don't want to play them.
Nah, I know. Nah, you're right.
They're so good. They go to the World Series every year.
Yeah.
I think the LCS every damn year they're going to the ALCS, it feels like.
But that's wild. That rain out really kind of screwed things up. And it looks like they're going to get the games in this weekend. If they were going to get the games in this weekend, then they could have really been screwed. Can you imagine them having to make up a game against the Royals, too? I mean, that would have been just an absolute mess. So, yeah, doubleheader against the Mets, which, depending on what the Diamondbacks do, I think they are in San Diego this weekend. Yes. So it's going to be really tough on the Padres because not only are they at home against the Diamondbacks, they're also up here against the Giants. So that's going to be a split squad game, so really tough for them to win both those games. I don't know which game they'll count, which game they won't count. Of course, that's not true. The Cardinals are here, not the Padres. But if they win the first game, they inch closer to the Padres. So who knows what's going to happen? I'm hoping that they don't get it clinched before Monday because I'm really hoping they have to play that doubleheader.
I want that doubleheader to mean something, too.
I want the doubleheader to mean something, absolutely. And I wouldn't mind the Mets getting in just because it's new team. We've seen the Braves, and we're going to see the Braves again. Probably the only reason we didn't see the Braves this year is because no Strider, no Acuna.
Yep.
And they had injuries, and I'm not even sure if Riley's back. Again, I haven't looked. I said I was going to look that up yesterday. I didn't, but he got hurt. He's missed some time as well. I know Albie's missed some time early on. Harris missed some time out in center field. So they've dealt with a lot of injuries this year. But, yeah, I've asked this question, and I usually ask it twice a year. I ask it now, and I ask it in June. What is your favorite sports month? To me, it comes down to those two. It comes down to October and June. October, you get pro football, you get college football, start of NHL, kind of, a couple weeks of NBA, and then you get baseball playoffs.
You can get a sports equinox in October, yeah.
Yeah, October is incredible.
Right.
Just incredible. Now, June, you get baseball, you get Stanley Cup finals, and you get NBA finals. And you may get some of the conference finals as well. And those usually alternate nights. So every night, if you're a hockey fan, you're a basketball fan, you have something to watch. Every single night there's something on. And then there's baseball on top of it. And then I think you get one, if not two, majors. And I also think you get a Preakness squeezes in there somewhere too. So there's
here's my thing. If you're wedging in the Preakness, I got to go with October. You know what I mean? If we're trying to add things to make it get a little bit more juice, I'm with you and I hear you. I think for me, because I'm a baseball football guy first, I think the month of October, you're into football season, we're full bore in football, and you've got baseball playoffs going on. That's my absolute favorite thing.
No, I mean I see it.
Plus you sprinkle in the others. Yeah,
it's a little like the what would you rather do without if you had to do without one, Mexican food or Italian food.
Well, there's I want them both.
I don't know if I want to get rid of any of them. But those 2 months, for me, because I love Stanley Cup hockey, and I just love watching the finals, and I love that I love the chance that it's hockey, NBA. My favorite sports viewing month, maybe possibly in my lifetime, was when the Warriors were beating the Cavaliers in the finals in 2015, and then the Sharks lost to the Penguins. Because that was just, for 2 months, it worked out every other night. Sharks, Warriors, Sharks, Warriors, Sharks, Warriors, Sharks, Warriors. We're on the road. We'd find a bar to go watch the Sharks, and then the Warriors, and the next night, bar, go watch the Sharks. So I love that. Was an awesome 6-7 week stretch. I probably, if I had to, it's tough because I get 2 postseason, 2 finals in June, and that's my favorite. But I also get the World Series, and I love the World Series. I love the baseball playoffs. The difference between the playoffs in baseball is, I think, greater than any other sport between regular season and playoffs. They all jump up a notch, there's no doubt. But baseball, I always say, a 2-1 pitch in the second inning with a guy on first in June, whatever. In October, it all means something. Every little pitch means something. A walk is a rally in October. It's just a totally different game. The intensity, the crowds, the weather, it's starting to get fall. So, I love postseason baseball. And you get football, both college and pro. And if you want, I don't really, pay that much attention to hockey early on. NBA a little bit. But it's a great month.
There's only one October.
Thank you, Dane.
I was waiting for that.
It's a stellar month. There is no doubt. And you said that sports equinox, it's incredible. But to me, those are the 2. Unless you're just a football fan. If you're a football fan, then you can say, well, I'm a football fan, so I want all the bowl games. I want the NFL playoffs. I love the end of the season. That's fine. And you got basketball and hockey at that point. But to me, it's between October and June. Those are my 2 favorite months in the sports calendar.
Yeah, I don't think there's any denying. And this month coming up, the month of October is going to be a lot of fun. Basketball does tip off later this month.
Great.
And we are, by the way, going to have tons of basketball and Warrior coverage all next week while the Warriors are in training camp. John Dickinson, boots on the ground, even in Hawaii. I was going to pass that one up. JD is out. He's out in Hawaii making sure he's covering the Dubs. Dubs Clips on a Sunday afternoon next week. Maybe it's a Saturday. I can't remember when they play. But you'll have all the coverage right here on KNBR. So do you have a team right now you've got as a favorite entering the postseason? You know what's interesting? If you look at win totals, nobody's going to win 100 games, are they?
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
90s.
It's a lot. It's funny. The American League Central is kind of a microcosm of what's happened with playoff races around baseball, just in general across each league. In that there are 4 teams from that division that are legitimately in it with 3 games to play. Right? It's unlikely now that Minnesota is going to get in, but the Tigers played their way back into it and made themselves a contender. You already had Cleveland clinch the Central last week. I think is when that went down. We got 4 of their 5 teams are in the mix. And if you look at all the win totals across the National League, too, there's going to be a couple teams left out that are right there in terms of their win total.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be a really, really fun postseason. And I should make mention of this, too, because we've mentioned, and maybe we'll get into it a little more next week, but just I don't know how much you can keep saying it, but it probably needs to be said over and over and over how great Shohei Ohtani's season is. It blows your mind. And he's still adding on. He's adding, I think he's up to 53 homers now. He might even be at 53 stolen bases. I'm not sure. But what he did this year is just mind-blowing. But what got lost in the mix a little bit.
Do we have to get into that next week, really? We got to talk more about how great Ohtani is?
We're watching one of the greatest players of all time. It's pretty cool to see him in the playoffs.
It's a Dodger.
I kind of liked him in obscurity with the Angels, to be honest.
He took a shot at the Angels, by the way. Did you see that?
Did he really?
They asked him about it. He said he feels much more relaxed at the plate now with runners in scoring position. Like, that's a big thing for him.
Because he doesn't have to do everything?
He said he felt like when he was in Anaheim, it was their only opportunity ever to score. If there was, he's like, I felt like there was so much pressure on me. And I was like, dude, you were hitting like 40 bombs with pressure on you to make sure. He's like, now I feel like I don't have to get a hit and other guys will pick me up.
So sad.
Yeah.
So true,
for some of us. Tolbert goes with.
I do want to mention this, though. Jose Ramirez is 2 home runs away from a 40-40 season.
Nobody cares. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Nobody gives a damn.
That's a big deal. 40-40 is like, nah, whatever. We've seen that. In fact, we saw it about a month and a half ago from the guy that has 50-50. But that's a team, if I'm rooting for a team, it's either the Orioles or the Guardians in the American League. In the National League, I can't really say I have a team that I'm rooting for. It's certainly not the Dodgers. Phillies, I could kind of get behind. Like, I kind of like that team. Padres, not a chance. Diamondbacks, not a chance. Brewers, maybe I can get behind. I don't know. Oh, wait, so Tim, you're just going to hate everybody.
Yeah.
So you're just going to watch the playoffs and don't care.
I'm rooting for weather.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm rooting for an AL team.
Nice sports fan.
I'm rooting for the Astros. I want to see them get another one.
No,
Tolbert comes on a Friday afternoon. Let's go. Come on, Astros. Let's go.
No.
Do it for Dusty.
No.
You know what I mean? Come on, baby.
No, but he's not there.
Do it for Dusty, boys. All right, let's get back into some football. We will talk to Marcus Thompson at 4:50, but before we do that, our weekly conversation with Tim Ryan will break down the game for us, Niners and the New England Patriots. That's coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's only one October.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have running in your home? I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not in your home that you know of. Probably have 20 devices running in this house at one time. Gaming, streaming, downloading, whatever. Everybody's on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi right now, and I want to make sure that I get quality, blazing fast service. So does everybody else. That's why we have Xfinity. Now through October 10th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data, and you can ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Love sports, you love high def. You love blazing fast Wi-Fi that connects everybody all the time with the same Wi-Fi? You will love Xfinity.
The other one, 55-yard field goal. Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski. Jake has it away.
Nope.
He has the distance, and it is no good.
Tolbert and Copes. We on a Friday. We are joined by Tim Ryan, as we are every week. Tim is sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today, and by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim Ryan joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. And Tim, of all the Niner kicks that have been missed in history or in my life, this one, just hearing your call, it gave me some enjoyment. We thought that was hilarious that you knew, like, before the ball even left his foot, dude, that it was gone. What did you see? How did you know, bro?
I put myself on the tee box on a 170 hole, and I hit my 7-iron and pulled it left, and I know. No way is it coming back. Nope.
Nope.
Hold it again. Damn it. Damn it. Here comes another bogey, because I know I'm not good enough to chip one close. Yeah, you could see it right when it came off, and I got a lot of confidence in the mood man. I'll tell you what, he'll hit the green from the tee box with his golf club. He can really swing them, but just pulled that one a little left, man. I don't even talk to those guys. I don't ask them anything. I could never kick. Don't profess to be able to kick, but to me, it's like a golf swing. I mean, they just have so many repetitions at it, and he probably knew right away too when he hit it that this one's not coming back.
55 yards and out, even if you're indoors. I don't get too worked up about somebody missing a 55-plus yarder, but it seems like nowadays in the NFL, Tim, boy, even 52, 51, 50, if it's indoors, you just expect these guys to make them 95% of the time. I mean, they are so good nowadays, and the length they have is just incredible.
Yeah, well, everybody likes the long ball, and again,
yes, they do.
On the driving range. These kids are hitting it 300 yards. It's amazing what these guys can do and how they kick. So, yeah, obviously that part of the game has progressed with a lot of other things in terms of the speed and the explosion. It's certainly leaked right into the kickers and the power they have in those legs.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. Let's just start with the worst news of the week, and that was Javon Hargrave, a partially torn tricep, likely out for the remainder of the season. I mean, that's a unit that we were looking for to be the calling card of the defense. Just tell us about the impact and where they go from here.
Well, it's a huge impact. I mean, those are big shoes to fill because he is a tremendous pass rusher when he's on his game. And I would say in watching the Rams game up until he got hurt, which was really at the end, he was having his best game. And, he was getting to an edge and finishing. And when he wasn't on an edge, he was getting pushed and pushing the blockers back into the lap of the quarterback. So it's going to be a huge loss. I mean, you think of, anytime those guys inside can get a one-on-one, and they're at that level of a pass rusher, you expect them to win or at least have an impact rush. And I know it hasn't always been great. I think he started to wear down in the second half of last season, and I think the plan was this year is, going out and getting Malik Collins and getting Jordan Elliott, that they'd be able to get him more opportunities to be fresher, in the second half of games and in the second half of the season. And I think that plan was going good. So. Yeah, man, it's gonna be tough to fill those shoes. I will say this, Jordan Elliott might be an upgrade in run defense in terms of his mass. He's an absolute freight train. He's got a lot of ability. Certainly hasn't played as much or has had the success rushing the passer as the Gravedigger, but I think he's very capable. He's 330 pounds, you guys, and he's got anticipation, and so much of being a great defensive lineman is that first step and being able to get off in the snap count. And whether you're just great at anticipating, you picked up something on a cue with the quarterback's cadence, or maybe the center does something and you got a little cue on when to go, or maybe it's a motion and where the landmark is of that motion when you anticipate the ball. There's a lot that goes into it, but he has a knack to roll off the rock and to get that great get off. So, I mean, if he gets that big body moving and that freight train moving, he's hard to stop. So I'm excited to watch him rush the passer. I think he's got more wiggle than people think. Once he gets to an edge, he's got a good little, arm over, and most importantly, he can, when he gets to an edge, he's got enough foot speed and enough juice and enough quickness that he can separate from the offensive lineman and close on the quarterback. So he and Kevin Givens are going to have to supplement a hell of a pass rusher, and I think they're both capable of doing it.
Has there been a common thread, Tim, throughout the 3 games as to why they're having such a hell of a time getting off the field on third downs?
Yeah, I think I would just say inconsistent. And, Minnesota, there was obviously some runs that and again, that's been inconsistent. I think I said at the end of last week, at the end of the broadcast, I said this defense has got to tighten up, period. And it's not just the front, it's not just the middle, it's not just the back. They've got to tighten up. And whether it's busted coverages, I mean, two of the touchdowns and 2 of the big plays in Minnesota were busted coverages, one for a touchdown. There was a busted coverage in week 1 against the Jets that went for a touchdown. Last week there were penalties in crucial situations. There were blitz pressures that didn't get home in crucial situations, and really what became uncoverable routes with the way the defense was structured and what the coverages were on a couple of those third downs with the drag routes. When they're stacking guys up to beat man, and that's what everybody wants to do, and McVay is great at game planning and play calling, and they get that little cluster and that, little stack set with 2 receivers and then a motion behind it, and it happened on 2 big third downs, one early in the game and one late in the game. And, of course, the defenders, if they can't all be at the same level, they've got to stagger because then they'll just get picked and run off. And when you got blitzers in the middle of the field, so the middle of the field's wide open and they run a drag route right behind that cluster and, releasing through that stack, there's no way the corner can get to it without a completion. And when you guys watch on those drag routes, if they're completed on the opposite, you want those to have to come out quick because there's either a guy in the middle of the field or the guy's in good coverage. When the quarterback's got the ability, especially with a 6-man pressure, to throw those to the opposite hash, a little more of a long developing play, it's trouble. So I would just say inconsistent in terms of linking the rush and the coverage. So many guys, so many teams, and it's, so much of it's the Bosa factor, and so many offensive lines are having challenges around the league with health and youth and inexperience that when they play the 49ers, and I promise you, on Sunday, the Patriots will chip with their tight ends, and they'll leave them into help. And those guys, remember, they're eligible receiving weapons. So they send 3 out, chip, chip, chip. They take as long as they want. The coverage drops into a zone coverage, and now those guys chip, 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 help out. Now they leak out, and they're an easy check down for 3 or 4 yards. They break a tackle, they're getting 6, 7, 8. And then you end up in a lot of 3rd and 3s and 3rd and 4s. And when you're playing defense against those short down and distances on 3rd down, look, defense, Tommy, is about anticipation, preparation, and anticipation. Preparing what they do by formation, down and distance, and then anticipating when those situations rise up, what's coming. If you get a team in 3rd and 7 plus, those situations are much more transparent in what they have to do because they got to get to a certain distance. Easier to defend that stuff. When it's 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4, hell, they can run it. You don't know what they're doing. Then you can't anticipate. Then you're a little slower to react. Then you end up, staying on the field for at least another 3 down. So it's got to get tightened up from front to back.
Yeah.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line, is when you talk about front to back, is vertical speed something that we need to pay attention to as a potential issue here?
Well, I don't think there's a problem with foot speed with our corners. I mean, Ike Adam was in great position on the one. He didn't need to DPI Tutu Atwell, who's got a lot of speed. He was running stride for stride with him and ended up tangling the feet and had his arms up over the top of him, and they're going to call that every time. The one at the end, the 50-yarder, Charvarius Ward, if he anticipate, again, back to anticipation. If you anticipate that, well, here comes Atwell, he's already in motion, and they end up in a 2-receiver set over there, pretty easy that they stopped the first guy on a dig route. The safety's got to honor that because that's wide open. You better anticipate that Tutu Atwell's going vertical, and you better be ready and have your flip your hips and get on your horse and go. And he just settled his feet a little bit and got ran by. So I think again it's more about anticipation on the deep ball, and they're going to continue to be challenged, not just for maybe not being ready, but for the penalties that we've already put up on the board in some big situations.
I looked up a number, Tim, that really kind of jumped out at me because in watching Brock this year, I'm like, I think he might be better than he was last year so far this season. Like, he's played really, really well. The number that shocked me was he is last in the league in yak per attempt. It's like 3.1 yards per attempt. Like, it's last in the league. And so he's not getting a whole lot of yards after the completion. Like, he's throwing the ball down the field. I think he's second in the league in terms of average yards, air yards per attempt, like 9.1 or something like that. But he just, I mean, I don't know. You would know better than I, but it looks like he's taking it to another level.
Well, his deep ball is on point, and it has been. Remember last year it took a little while because he didn't have training camp, and as I called it, the synthetic slingshot wasn't really processing yet with the mind on how hard he needed to throw it. That's been synced up from day one of training camp. So he does have a very good deep ball. He does, process the coverage and knows when there's an opportunity to take shots. You go back to last year and even the year before when he finished the season, his yards per attempt has always been outstanding.
Yep.
And that's a huge indicator, believe it or not, in terms of a stat number that dictates wins and losses in pro football. What was the YPA of the quarterback, yards per attempt? It's a big tell. I'd say a couple things this year. I would say, number one, I think defenses are playing the 49ers different. There's certainly been less guys rushing the passer, more in coverage in key situations. And then I would say not having Debo and Kittle out there last week, that's obviously going to take a lot of yak opportunities away because those guys are hard as hell to tackle, and they got mindset that the first guy's not going to tackle them. So you're going to get, yards after contact and the ability to run after the catch. So I don't think it's as much as, because people get yak and rack mixed up. I've always looked at it opposite. I always looked at it with a running back, it's yak, yards after contact. With receivers, it's run after the catch. And I think they've gotten them somewhat mixed. I don't even know how to really catalog them anymore. But
don't screw me up like that.
Yeah,
don't
all
do
right,
that
I won't. But I think with the 49er receivers, a lot of it is yak because it's not run after the catch versus, wide open space. It's yards after contact when they're breaking tackles and getting extra yards. So I would say, no Kittle, no Debo last week. And then, of course, the McCaffrey factor changes everything. And what he does in getting yards after run after catch, yards, whatever the hell it is, Tom. I don't even know. I'm confused.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Uber guest line. Tim, before we let you go, getting ready for the Niners and the Patriots, a 1:05 kickoff at Levi Stadium on Sunday. Tim, have you ever had to change your shorts at practice before?
Nope. No, but I have had to change my jock strap.
No, fantastic.
Okay, all right, well, I didn't ask that.
Well, it's kind of the same, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I've never worn the wrong shorts to practice. I'll say that.
All right, good deal. Tim, we'll see you in the booth on Sunday, man. Looking forward to it.
All right, much love to you guys. Enjoy.
Good deal, call, man. Tim. Dude, the best missed field goal kick of all time. Call. Nope. He didn't even kick the ball yet. Nope. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Last week when we talked to Marcus Thompson, he was all about Brock Purdy getting it done against the Rams. He kept saying, book it. Book it. Brock's going to do X, Y, and Z. Book it. Maybe Marcus Thompson's favorite Brock game ever. We'll talk to him about it next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and gave a plan of how they'll try to bring Christian McCaffrey back. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Well, this sure has been a wacky night, but me and the gang learned a lot, and we hope you did too. You all perceived us to be mean, evil people, but really we're just normal guys. So I guess the lesson is, it's easy to perceive something some way and then be wrong. So we all need to learn to be a little less perceptive. The gang and I wrote a song about it, and it goes a little something like this. And a 1, and a 2, and a...
Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, cause the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you on a Friday afternoon. Every week we catch up with our guy Marcus Thompson, who covers everything for The Athletic. Marcus joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
Oh, man, I'm chilling. Guess what? I'm tired, but guess what I did last night?
What'd you do last night?
Just hung out with Meg the Stallion.
What?
In New York City, you feel me? I mean, but I hung out with her. I mean, she performed, and I was like right by the stage.
You were near it. Yeah, you were there. How was it? Was it fun?
Was that the Stallion or the Stallion?
The.
Yeah. Like the sports leader, the Stallion.
The sports leader, yeah, not the sports leader.
Yeah. You got to put another E in there though if you want to be that. It's the THEE.
Yeah, yes.
It's like thick with two C's, which also applies to this conversation.
Correct.
About Megan Thee Stallion. Marcus, last week you were big on booking it on your calls for Brock Purdy. He's going to do XYZ, book it. Is this your favorite Brock Purdy game ever, even though they lost?
No, come on. He got some big games. I was pretty close though. I was in the building, but it's not the first time. This is what we do over here at the Thompson Sports Booking. It's no thing for me to be close. I'm always close. So
you weren't close. I thought you hit it.
I thought you nailed it. Yeah, it's not his fault they lost.
I think I said 4 touchdowns.
Oh, did you? You went 4.
Okay.
Well, you were close.
Slacker. You know what I'm saying? Like, get it together, Brock.
So how long before you got a book coming out?
Him, though.
How long for a book, Red and Golden, on Brock Purdy?
Well, no, my next book is going to be on red shorts.
How about that today?
The problem with red shorts. That's in my book.
How about that today? That was a weird interaction with Kyle and Brendan Ayuk.
Okay, I got a problem with this whole thing. Did we know he threw a temper tantrum?
No.
No, he looked irritated when he did the little kick of his foot at the end of it, but it wasn't.
We don't know. That could have been self-flagellation. That could have been like, "Come on, Brandon. I know better, coach. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't catch the ball. I'm open, but he ain't throwing it to me. It's just not going well right now. I got this new kid. Daddy likes this stuff." Like, he could have been saying all that. Somehow he gets $30 million and it's automatically a temper tantrum. I don't like that. Of course, it probably was, but that's not the point. The point is we don't know. So this whole
I'm with you. Kyle didn't look all that pleased. I guess that's why.
No, Kyle definitely wasn't pleased at all.
And it's not just that he got It's not just that he got $30 million. It's that he did sort of throw a temper tantrum for like 4 months before he got the $30 million. So I think that's kind of where some of that comes from.
I mean, if Kyle didn't have such long hair, it probably would have been excitement. But I think when you got hair hanging out the back of the cap, it makes you look like you mad about it.
He's more pissed, yeah.
So we can't be sure. We can't be sure that Kyle was actually upset. No, he was clearly upset. I don't know what's happening. It's so weird. This season, it feels like it's so vulnerable to going off the rails. And it's all little. I mean, I guess McCaffrey getting hurt, injuries aren't little things, but it feels like a lot of little things are happening to keep this team off the rails. If they aren't careful, man, this thing could go kind of haywire. We've seen this before. Just like this type of stuff. And when you're the 49ers and you come out the Super Bowl and everybody's watching you, it gets this whole life of its own. So now this is going to be a thing now. For the rest of the season, we're going to be monitoring the color of short, which is why.
Well, I said earlier on that it started with Ayuk holding out, Trent Williams holding out, guys getting hurt during camp. I mean, it was like Cowboys, Jets, and Niners had like the noisiest offseason. They were always in the news. And Cowboys don't look great, even though they won last night. Niners haven't looked great. The Jets have looked okay, I guess. But it just didn't it feel like that, like early on in camp? Like, this thing is like way too noisy. There's way too much stuff going on with the Niners. You'd like a nice quiet camp, just kind of roll into the regular season, take care of business. Then McCaffrey gets hurt, and Debo's hurt, and Kittle's hurt. It's like, I don't know. I'm with you. I think there's a chance it could go sideways. I don't think it will, but I didn't think that at all last year or like some of the other years before. But and then trying to get back to a Super Bowl when you've lost one, that's always difficult to do. There's a lot of things where the arrow's pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I do feel like we started early. And little stuff, like not – to me the holdout is one thing, but the protracted holdout.
Yeah.
And the way it becomes so public and the tactics that you kind of got to use to like really turn up the heat. You know what I'm saying? Like him hanging with Jaden Daniels the whole, like, you know, it's just like, oh, he's going to Washington. And then like all of that stuff like that, it's kind of typical for players to do. But when your team is saying like it's Super Bowl or bust, or even not saying it, but that's what we all think, you get a play from winning the Super Bowl and you're trying to get back, like that stuff, it matters more to the 49ers than it does to the Eagles, right? Like it even matters more than to the Cowboys because their bar is just so high that so much stuff needs to go right because anything less will feel like a failure. And you're starting to see the difficulty. It's just really hard. I mean, that's the other bottom line. It's really hard what they're trying to do. Get back to the Super Bowl, like it's tough to do. And then you start adding all this stuff. It only makes it even harder.
Yeah.
What's the biggest concern for you with the Niners right now? What could be the biggest issue for them?
I mean, McCaffrey's injury to me is just number one. And not that Mason isn't, obviously he's really good, but you kind of see the dynamic of how good Christian McCaffrey is and how much plays off of him. and like just the variety that they can do. I mean, they are a 30 points a game type of team with McCaffrey, and they'd be 3-0 if they could get 30, right? Like that's the difficulty is getting points when you need them, getting yards when you need them, getting the big third down. I just feel like McCaffrey is such a dynamic player that he opens up so much stuff. So even the good players who produce, and now you end up like with 24, right? Like that's what a good NFL player does. McCaffrey makes you exceptional, and they need to be exceptional. So to me, like that's the big thing they need. They need exceptional from somebody, and he's most likely to get it. And they're asking for it from places you probably don't bank on it, but you just got to be exceptional to get through this. And the hoop analogy, somebody just got to go out and get you 40, man. Like that's how you end all problems. Just go dominate. Just go do something ridiculous, and then everything, the universe is set back right again. That's McCaffrey on the Niners, and I guess it could be Purdy, but I'm not ready to book it yet. Give me another day. I don't know. Should I book a 5-touchdown performance? I mean, it is the Patriots. 5 touchdowns for Purdy. Book it. Let's go. I couldn't contain it. I couldn't hold back.
He's gonna give me another day, and then he talked himself into it right then and there. 5 of them. Book it.
You know what? I don't know if I was on vacation the week, but I think I was here the week after, because I haven't asked you about this. After the camping trip, how'd the camping trip go?
Oh, the camping trip was great because after getting like roasted the year before for my glamping, guess who was glamping all of a sudden? Everybody's got air mattresses and ceiling lights in their tent now. It's like, oh, okay. They got this little thing I got on Amazon. You can hang it from the little roof is like, it's got a little, you can hang it from a string, and then just got a little fan and a little light, just a little 9-volt battery. But it looked nice. So it looked like, hey, what's happening in there? Then I want the one that had one with the strobe. I want to get the strobe light to put it in.
Oh, you want to get a club feel.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go. So, everybody brought their stuff, and I just felt like I inspired people to live better. I felt like, oh, okay, I got you. The coffee scene was different, I had my little French roast and other people bringing it. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, y'all stepping y'all game up. Now I got to really bring it next time. I'm coming with the Ritz-Carlton tent now next time.
Hotel collection, that's it.
You were so comfortable. I'm surprised you didn't stay 2 nights.
Yeah, nah. There's something about, I don't know what it is. My blackness, I don't know what it is. The woods,
blackness
man.
has to do it.
It just feels unsafe out there. Like, if something's going to happen, like, I don't know. I give you 1 night.
It brings everything. It's like you never left home. He comes for 1 night with all that crap, and then you just pack up and leave the next day.
Go the next day. Yeah, next morning, I was out of there. I mean, it feels like a movie scene. Like, have you ever seen look at the night in the woods?
It's dark.
Like, and there's no phone. There was nothing. Like, I mean, just halfway up the hill, reception was gone. Like, it was all bad. And it's just like, it's just you and the sounds of the woods. I was like, yeah, if I survive tonight, that's it. But this is the thing where I could see the story in the Mercury News. Like, reporter eaten by bears who likes, barbecue or something like that.
Yeah, continued on E6.
That little story.
Continued on page E6. Dieter Kurtenbach on the byline.
Yeah. That's definitely an online. Read more about it on our website.
Yeah, it's not even behind a paywall. It's just for free. It's just up there.
You have any idea? I haven't asked Steve this, but it just kind of occurred to me, like, why the Warriors are going to Hawaii for camp as a reward for making it to the play-in game? Like, what's the whole Hawaii camp thing? Is that an NBA thing, or did Joe just say, you know what, I like Hawaii this time of year. Let's go to Hawaii for camp?
I think it's Dunleavy. Number one, I think Dunleavy loves me. Like, and he was like, bro, you need a vacation. So we're going to have camp in Hawaii because I know you can't actually take one. So, like, yeah, that was Dunleavy. But the last time they went, Dunleavy was on the team. I think it's a bonding thing. Yeah. Huh. It was like 05, 07 maybe? No. Yeah, I think it was the 06 camp because he got traded. But, yeah, I remember Mullen was the GM. Derek Fisher was there. Like I remember the last time, and it was at Turtle Bay too, same place. They used to go every year, and that was the last year. So I think this is Dunleavy either like, hey man, we went and it was great, but you know, they clearly had a lot of behind the scenes stuff last year, right? And you know, you're hearing Steve and talking about, you know, Clay and Draymond talking about they want Clay to be happy, and you had the Kuminga stuff. I just think Mike sees this roster and knows, like, it only has a fighting chance if they're playing like a team and they've got the chemistry, and it's not just about the big three and everybody fitting in, but this is like they've got to approach this a whole different way. So I wasn't at the thing because, again, I was hanging with Meg, but I imagine this is about building the camaraderie and the bond, and it's not just being about everybody listening to the big three, because like they need all these guys. They just aren't. And then you add, you know, you're adding DeAnthony Melton and Buddy Hield and
Kyle Anderson.
Kyle is probably like a very old like Coach Boone for Remember the Titans type thing. They probably should go to like. They should go to the woods back then. Like, they should go camping. I mean, is it bonded at the Ritz-Carlton? Like, come on, man, Turtle Bay. Like, they need to go out to the Chabot, you know, get out there in the woods.
Chabot Park? You want to go to Chabot Park?
Chabot Park.
Lake Chabot? Yeah.
Come on, Doug. You just play it, right? You don't get the Ritz-Carlton after the play-in or wherever they at, Four Seasons or whatever they do to one of them 9-star hotels. That ain't no real camaraderie. They used to do like Coach Boone and run them boys to the battle of Gettysburg.
The hot blood boiling on this field. Not much younger than you.
Exactly.
If they could fight a war together, we could play football.
You either play ball like a team or die like a man.
Yeah, we need Dunleavy to tell me he's gonna. Yeah, I will break my foot off in your John Brown Hind Park. Is what I need from Mike Dunleavy. When they get to camp.
Who's giving a speech, though? Who's giving a speech at the camp? Who's giving it?
Means it not Draymond?
Yeah. Probably.
Who's going to be the two strong side, weak side guys?
Left side. Strong side.
Draymond and Pajinski.
Yeah, right. Headbutting each other, yeah. Line them up. Let's do it again.
We're gonna be best friends.
Can't you see Draymond's my brother? Can't you see it, nurse? I don't know why the Warriors and Remember the Titans is a funny comp. It's hysterical. So when do you leave? When are you going out to Hawaii?
Whenever media day starts. As soon as it starts, I'm on a flight. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to media day, so I'm leaving Monday. This is Monday, right? Yeah, Monday. I'm leaving Monday.
We're going to be out there for 3 days? 4 days?
Yeah, I'm out there. They played the game on the 5th, and I'll be leaving before the game because I don't do preseason basketball.
That preseason
I will go camping for
sucks.
one night, but I don't do preseason basketball.
No.
Camping for one night, but no preseason hoops. I like that. That's a good line. It's a good line to draw. Yeah.
I always tell people, I played in those games. I ain't watching them.
Yeah, I mean, was it bad to play? Because it's awful to watch.
Well, no, it's great to play because I was trying to make the team. So that was, I always say when you're playing in it, it's a big deal. But that doesn't mean it's a big deal to everybody else. It's like when I talk about auxiliary sports, like when Stanford or the Pac-12 always talk about Conference of Champions. Like, yeah, but you won in a whole bunch of sports no one gives a crap about. Just because your family cares about it doesn't mean I should care about it. So, yeah, my family cared about it.
Cal's rugby dynasty?
Yeah, nobody cares.
Like, as a club team, Marcus.
It's okay, but nobody cares. And I appreciate your family cares. Like, my family cared when I was playing preseason, especially when I was younger, because I was trying to make the team. I cared, but I didn't expect any. Why would anybody else care? It's preseason. They're there to see Mullen, Timmy, Mitch, all those guys. They're not there to see me. So, although it was funny, we were playing the Sixers, and I can't remember the guy's name. I think his last name was Holmes. Holmes? Played for DePaul, and I did something, blocked a shot or did something, scored, whatever. And Nelly took me out of the game, and I thought, damn, I thought I was playing pretty good, and he took me out of the game. Well, they're already thinking they're going to have to let me go because Leonard Taylor of Cal was on a guaranteed contract. They weren't going to be able to keep me, so I went and sat on the bench, and Manute looked over at me and goes, You know what Nelly said? I go, what? He goes, get him out of the game before somebody else wants him.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes.
So yeah, I was out of the game and got waived, and then Alton Lister got hurt, and then I came back. But yeah, I mean, like preseason football sucks. We can all agree on that. But it is important to the players that are playing and the families that are watching and stuff like that. So I hope everybody knows that when I say preseason sucks, I'm not watching it because I played in it. It doesn't mean it's meaningless. It's just meaningless to me.
And
me.
Like, go ahead.
And us.
There you go.
Marcus,
the last preseason game I cared about was when Kobe played Steph. When Kobe played Steph, and I think it was in Ontario or something, maybe San Diego, and Kobe was like hounding Steph because he was young and he was like guarding real tough, and Steph was having a hard time, so Steph just pulled up from like 35 feet and drilled it, and Kobe came down and patted him on the butt. It's like one of Steph's favorite moments. I think he might still have the video on his phone.
Really?
I think he might actually have it. Yeah, it's one of those great moments of his life when he hit that jumper over Kobe, and Kobe comes down and pats him on the butt. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to be two-time MVP now. That's what he thought immediately.
Right after that shot in the preseason. Yeah, in Ontario. It's exactly what he thought.
No doubt about it.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Marcus, you'll be at the game on Sunday?
What game?
Stop.
Oh, yeah, man. I just called 5 touchdowns from Brock Purdy, of course. I'm going 5 touchdowns, book it, and then I'm
Stop with the book it. It's so stupid.
And then I'm booking it to Hawaii the next day.
All right. All right. Marcus, at the game on Sunday, book
That's
it.
his new catchphrase.
Yeah,
book it.
Book it. Somebody's going to hit me up like, hey, some predictor guy's going to hit me up like, hey, man, that's my phrase. I'm going to get a cease and desist letter.
Marcus going into litigation over book it. Dude, you got to trademark that thing. All right, Marcus, we'll see you Sunday. Book it.
All right, peace out.
All right, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, joins us every week talking Niners and, of course, Warriors.
Excuse me, Holmes.
Thank you. He's heading out to. When you said that, I laughed really hard at that.
What would it be?
Excuse me, Holmes. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon.
Roll them up.
The 49ers tailgate rolls on here as we get ready for Week 4. By the way, Harmony is coming by at 5:50 in about 40 minutes. Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot, sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. She comes by at 5:50 with her double banger. We'll talk more about that a little bit later.
You might see her today.
We might see Harmony today.
What?
How about that?
And if you saw her already, you didn't.
If you have any idea, Tom, how many grown men have asked me on the streets of San Francisco, and this is not a joke or a bit. Happened to me 4 days ago. Somebody said, dude, you got to send me a picture of that robot. And I said, dude, you got to be blanking me, bro. I was like, I know we're good at what we do and we have fun with it. I'm like, you guys think we have access to some technology that nobody else has?
Yeah, from the chat line, Tacky says, well, I guess I got to put my pants back on.
As long as they're the right color. As long as they're the right color, Tacky. Harmony at 5:50 when we come on back. A sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. And oh, yeah, Jim Harbaugh shows up. That's next on The Sports Leader. Our super reporter John Dickinson is off to Hawaii to cover Warriors training camp. Tune in all next week as JD gives you the best Warriors coverage live from Hawaii on KNBR, the sports leader.
before kickoff this weekend. Kick it with Tolbert and Copes at our 49er tailgate on KNBR, the sports leader. This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, getting ready for the Giants and the Cardinals tonight at 7:15, a 6:15 pregame. We did speak to Farhan Zaidi, who there's speculation that this will be his final weekend as president of baseball ops for the Giants. We'll replay that interview for you coming up in about 10 minutes or so at 5:30, and then a Harmony. This is on my sheet here from Tim. Harmony gets wet at 5:50 with Harmony's sexy double banger.
Moist.
Let's get into the sound soiree here. Why don't we start with Giants manager Bob Melvin, who had an off day yesterday. A little bit surprised Bob Melvin was not at the Oakland Coliseum for the final game. A lot of ties there, a lot of love with that organization for him. Here's Bob Melvin, says he does regret not going to the Coliseum yesterday. He was on with Papa and Lund. Here he is.
Yeah, I really kind of went back and forth whether or not I'd go over. Like you said, we got in, but that really doesn't make any difference. It was, I said my goodbyes kind of the last day that we played there, and that was hard. And I was like, man, I don't know if I could make it through the day there if I went over again. So I watched it on the couch. I watched the commentary. I watched Stu, his remarks, and got a lot of great feedback. And when the emotions all over the place. And what an emotional day. And I think the one thing that I really regret by not going and missing is the connection between the fans and the players there, which was always really, really special. I got some commentary. Ken Korak was texting me, and, a lot of guys going back and forth. But I think that's kind of what I regret the most about not going is feeling that feeling I felt before, and it was probably, really immense yesterday.
You had a real reason for not being there. It was emotional about it.
Has there ever been a time that you can remember, that anybody can remember, that a manager or a coach went to watch another game in season as a fan?
No, but that's why I think this would be wildly unique. I think if there was a situation, this is one that would allot for it.
That would have been wild.
That would have been kind of wild, right?
If I'd have seen him there, I'd have been like, is that Bob Melvin?
Sitting there eating peanuts, they just shelling a peanut. Yeah. Popping in some seeds, just watching the game, taking it in. Yeah.
A's hat on.
He's got a lid. Yeah. He's got the split cap.
That would have been crazy to see that. That would have been wild.
It's not in the Sounds where I did see, because many people have checked in and people who had ties to it. Billy Joe Armstrong checked in on it and the end of the Coliseum and last day there yesterday. I saw Randy Johnson, I guess, was sitting with Diamondbacks media and was talking about it because he's from Livermore, and he said first time he ever stepped on a big league field was at the Oakland Coliseum, and he said, he talked about the dream that it helped him build. He said he grew up idolizing Vida Blue, which I thought was pretty cool. Another lefty. So very cool that even Randy Johnson, ties to the Bay Area, had that same feeling. Scott Van Pelt, he doesn't mince words. He was on SportsCenter with SVP last night, and he talked about Oakland losing all three teams in the last, 5 or 7 years? Here you go.
Not just the A's leaving, it's the complete abandonment of Oakland sports fans by their teams. The Raiders were fickle, leaving, coming back, then leaving again. Warriors are still in the Bay, but there's nothing Oakland about their new digs. And now this. Other cities have lost teams, and it's gutting. To lose 3 is without precedent. You think Vegas is going to support the A's? Come on. The passionate, emotional goodbyes from those who love the team are to be expected. But ask yourself this. Have you heard even a single dissenting voice outside of Oakland? Anyone saying, this is a great idea. You got it all wrong. This John Fisher guy, you got it wrong. He's a great guy. I haven't. This right here, this is just the worst of what sports can be. Heart goes out to you, A's fans.
Damn. Heartfelt stuff from Van Pelt.
Hey, I'm here. I'm always here for roughing up Fisher a little bit. Verbally, of course.
Yeah. Verbal.
Douchebag.
Yeah. Total DB. Total DB. Moving on here in the Sounds Warrior. You know who else checked in? Oakland's own Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks not happy about the end of the Coliseum era. Here's what Tom Hanks had to say. He was on with KPIX. He did an interview a week before the A's last game at Oakland's from last week. Here's Tom Hanks.
The Oakland A's have been a part of my life and people that I paid attention to all through the Bash Brothers days. Certainly all of the glory days of their World Championship games. but he always paid attention to what the A's were doing. And that there are going to be so many people that will show up bid goodbye. I will take the provocative stance of saying those fans would be there if they had stayed and there had been a competitive team that was mounted instead of the reality of them moving their franchise. It's a bit of a, they're saying there's no crying in baseball. I've sorry. Heard that. I'll be shedding a little bit of a tear when it comes down to the final out of the final game of the Oakland A's in the Oakland Coliseum.
There you go.
No bosom buddies reference, huh? Moving on here in the sound Suare.
Donna Dixon.
I thought we were going to get something out of it. I thought it would be like a "You Got a Friend in Me," or he did quote a movie.
He did
quote one of his own lines.
Yes,
pretty good. Moving on here in the sound Suare. We'll get off of the Coliseum stuff here. Bill O'Brien is he on the Julian Edelman podcast? Is this it? Bill O'Brien is on the Julian Edelman podcast. I'm sure Tom's a listener. # new media.
Oh, big time.
And he tells a story about Bill Belichick, a funny Bill Belichick story. So here's Bill O'Brien on the Edelman pod.
There's a lot of good coach stories. I can remember like the quarterback meetings when I first got there. So that was Tom, Matt Castle, who you know is one of the funniest human beings of all time. Up there with Matt Light, Rich Ornberger, like those three guys.
Outrageous.
These are very funny guys.
They're funny guys.
As you know, Bill would come in later in the week, meet with the quarterbacks, and Bill would take his shoes off. And Bill, as you know, Bill didn't wear socks.
Yeah.
So and at that time, the quarterback meeting room was pretty small. And so I remember this one meeting, and Matt Castle was like, "What is that smell? Like, what is that smell?" And like nobody says anything, and we're all like, Matt Castle, he was the very funny guy who didn't care about making anyone uncomfortable. He loved making you, and so he was like, no, seriously, like, what is that? Bill, is that your feet? And Bill, I'll never forget this. Bill looked at him and goes, "Castle, just shut the f*** up." I was like, it was like my first year there, and I'm like, I cannot believe I'm witnessing this right now. But as time went on, you could believe it.
Oh, dude, the dynasty that is the Patriots, and that stuff's going on. That's all hilarious.
You could totally imagine
Castle.
Belichick saying that. Castle.
Shut the
bleep up.
It's pretty good. I like that story from Bill O'Brien.
That's good.
More Bill O'Brien on Julian Edelman. All right, let's get to one more here from Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is off of his first loss as head coach of the Chargers. They lost in Pittsburgh last weekend. They got a game at home this weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs, and they asked Jim Harbaugh, first time as a head coach going up against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. How do you feel about it?
As my good friend Ric Flair would say, I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So that's the kind of opportunity that it is, and so we understand it, and guys are ready to roll.
You've got to beat the champ.
Woo! First off, it's not if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. If you want to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Woo!
And by the way, I might throw this in there just at the end since wrestling. If you haven't watched Mr. McMahon,
well, not yet. Oh, dude.
It's good.
I knew it was going to be good when I saw the preview, and then I saw he put out a statement before it dropped, like totally like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. I volunteered to be a part of this, blah, blah, blah. They painted me in a bad way. I was like, I got to watch this thing.
Go 49ers.
Woo!
I mean,
Trying to get in front of it, did Vince McMahon. I was like, no way. I got to see this.
I love it. I mean, because I had to eat up all the old wrestling stuff, like the 80s wrestling stuff with the Sheik, and I'd forgotten who the celebrities were. WrestleMania 1. WrestleMania 1, if I could remember them, the celebrities were Cyndi Lauper, Muhammad Ali, Billy Martin.
Billy Martin, the baseball Billy Martin?
Yep. And Liberace.
Stop it. Stop it.
I kid you not.
Did anybody ever wear a feather boa in a wrestling ring before Liberace? Because if that's the case, did he start that?
Oh, yeah, Gorgeous George did.
Okay, there you go.
I think way back when, I think Gorgeous George wore a feather boa. But
Liberace fit right in.
How great is that? Liberace, Billy Martin, Cyndi Lauper, and Muhammad Ali.
A little sweet chin music from Liberace. That'd be nice, yeah.
I'm like, what is going on here? Like, what in the hell is going on with this? But, yeah, that was... Like, those are my two heydays in wrestling, the 80s and then the Attitude Era. Then they got into that a little bit, too, with DMX and not DMX, but Degeneration X.
Yeah,
and,
DX is what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Rock and Stone Cold.
DMX.
Yeah, DMX.
You talking Rough Riders?
Boom, boom. I love Stone, and the Stone Cold Vince McMahon
Shut up, Tim.
storyline was incredible. Incredible storyline. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff. If you don't follow wrestling a lot and you kind of like it, you'll love it. If you don't like wrestling, don't watch it. If you love wrestling, you're probably going to hear a lot of stuff that you already kind of knew. But it's still, I love the wrestling stuff. I love it. I wish they would have had Mick Foley a little bit in it. They didn't have him.
I heard he's getting ready to sign
much.
a contract, by the way, a Legends contract to come on back.
Who did?
Mick Foley, I think, is about to.
Really?
I saw a headline about it, yeah.
Oh, he's hilarious. I love that book. Have a
nice day.
Have a nice day.
It's
Yeah,
have a nice
great
day. It's
book.
the
Great
Mankind
book.
line, yeah.
But yeah, they had. We should get on. Costas was in this thing.
Costas was in the Vince McMahon doc?
Costa was in the Vince McMahon doc. Yes.
Oh, man.
They have
Yeah,
history.
he was. He was talking
history?
about it. Yeah.
No way. This is...
Yeah. So they had Stone Cold. They had The Rock. Did it. Undertaker, Triple H. They had all the big stars that were interviewed for this thing. So highly recommend it. I'm gonna finish up. I watched 4 episodes last night. I'm gonna finish up the last 2 tonight. But good stuff. It's good.
All right. Tim was in my ear and Tom was making noises. I was like, okay, well, I'll take care of things when everything settles down here for a minute. Farhan Zaidi joined us yesterday, Giants president of baseball operations. A lot of speculation over the last few weeks as to whether or not he will be back for next season. He's under contract for next year. There's also, Susan Slessor told us yesterday, the potential that maybe he takes a different role. Maybe Buster Posey takes a more firm and established role with a title. We will see what happens. But we talked about all this with Farhan, and we'll play that interview for you coming up next. Farhan Zaidi, and then we got to go get her ready. Harmony and her sexy double banger. Your 2 college and 2 NFL picks are coming your way with Harmony at 5:50. But Farhan Zaidi is next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have running in your home? I wouldn't. I'm not in your home that you know of. Probably have 20 devices running in this house at one time. Gaming, streaming, downloading, whatever. Everybody's on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi right now. And I want to make sure that I get quality, blazing fast service. So does everybody else. That's why we have Xfinity. Now through October 10th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data, and you can ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that connects everybody all the time with the same Wi-Fi? You will love Xfinity.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time for our bi-weekly conversation with Farhan Zaidi. Farhan, what is going on?
What's up, Farhan?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing
getting
good.
ready for the home of the year, yeah.
So let's just go ahead and get into it. Not the most fun conversation to have at the end of the year and all kinds of speculation, but when do you think there'll be clarity on what's going to happen with you and what's going to happen moving forward? Because obviously you're going to go ahead and keep doing what you do until you receive notice not to do what you do. But when would you expect that you would know and the fans would know?
Guys like asking me if the Jets play that meme walking into the office every day, seeing if my swipe card's going to work. I mean,
Farhan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
go ahead. So is your swipe card still working? And when do you expect to find out if it doesn't work?
The swipe card's still working, and look, the reality is we've had a disappointing season. You see it around baseball teams like us that had playoff aspirations that aren't there, are evaluating everything. I've mentioned that I'm evaluating everything that's in my purview, and ownership's got to evaluate everything. That includes me. And I understand that. That's part of the process. For me, it's business as usual. I'm trying to finish the season on a positive note. I'm really excited about the offseason, some of the additions we can make, and some of the guys that are coming back from injury, some of the young guys who are going to be on our team next year. But yeah, this is how it goes when you have a disappointing season. I'm just staying focused and doing everything I can to make the Giants as strong as possible the rest of the season next year.
So let me ask you this, because I think anybody that is good at their job does self-evaluation. It's like a team doing a self-check, like, okay, how are teams going to attack us? How do we, all that stuff. When you self-evaluate after this year, what do you think? What do you look at and go, okay, that's something I would do again. I like the way we did this, and that's something we got to really take a look at, because I'm not sure if that panned out exactly how we had hoped. Like, what's some of the positives and maybe some of the negatives when you kind of look at it from a reflective point of view?
Yeah, I think a really big part of it, we talked about it some, is, we want to be a powerhouse organization. We want to be going to the playoffs every year, and we want a core of players who our fans identify with. And one of the issues we've had the last couple of off seasons, I think we've tried to almost do too much in free agency and almost put a quarter of the team together through free agency. And when you look at this past season, some of our biggest successes are guys like Ramos and Fitzgerald and the young pitchers who have done well. And I just think we have to keep creating opportunities for our younger players and not feel like we've got to assemble an entire team in free agency. That can be a little bit uncomfortable, because I know free agency winds up being a hot topic. It's the hot stove. Everybody wants to talk about who we're going to add, and I still believe we're going to be aggressive with players who are good fits for us, who we know want to play in San Francisco and want to play for Bowmel. But when I look back the last couple of years, the question I have is, should we have created more opportunities for some of our young players to continue getting opportunities? Because really that's how we get to the other side of this, the treading water, the disappointing 500 seasons, is just creating more opportunities for our young players and letting them sink or swim a little more. And again, I think we've had some success with that, and I just think we have to go to that well more.
Do you feel like you're at the end of the year, you got 3 games left, but we're pretty much at the end of the year. Do you feel satisfied with the plan you guys had for Luciano and how it played itself out throughout the course of the season? Would you have liked to have gotten him more run, more at-bats, more time out there? Like, I know he really struggled on the infield, and it may have been hard to find him a position that he could play. And I understand Bob's standpoint too, where it's like, hey, we're trying to win games here, and we need guys that are going to help us win games at this point of the season. And then he got hurt. But did you see, like, do you look back at that and you go, I think we did as well as we could, or was there some things maybe that could have been tweaked in the plan to give him more opportunities to see, where he's at?
Yeah, when I look at how his season went, when you look back on it, you say, man, it'd be nice if there were another 100 or 200 at-bats at the big league level, that you could take into next year. But I'd say a couple of things about Marco. One is he's still a very young player age-wise. He's a very young player in terms of experience. I think people, when they, pull up his baseball reference page, you're going to see he missed a lot of time early in his career. So he just hasn't had a ton of reps. And, he definitely has to get better on both sides of the ball. We've seen it. It is interesting, the fact that we've seen it in the big leagues the last couple of years. A lot of that just has to do with, the technicalities of the rules in Major League Baseball, the fact that he signed way back in 2018, that we had to put him on the 40-man roster. And once you're on the 40-man roster, you're kind of in the picture, whether you're sort of quote-unquote ready or not. We need guys to come up when we have injuries, and there's only so many guys on the 40-man roster. So we tried to get him looks, and obviously it was a struggle at this level. I look around baseball. I look at the Orioles, team that we just played has a lot of great players. Even guys that are top 5, top 10 prospects in baseball, guys like Jackson Holliday and Kobe Mayo have been back and forth between AAA and the big league. So it's just a hard thing to get over the hump. And I think for Marco, because of his roster status, we brought him up probably sooner than he was a totally finished product. And look, I'd rather he had 100 at-bats in the big leagues or whatever he's winding up with than 0 at-bats. So we tried to look for spots for him, but we're trying to compete, and guys have to demonstrate something, offensively, defensively, that makes the manager and the coaching staff want to stick him back out there. I mean, you look at Grant McCray, he's done a really nice job for us in center field. He's hit some homers. He's struck out a lot. He's not a finished product either, but he's given the staff and the manager reasons to keep putting him out there. So that's the challenge with development. And going back to my initial point, he might be a guy that you say, hey, maybe we don't kind of go and fill the roster with too many free agents, so he still has a path to the big leagues next year.
Got it.
Talking to Giants President of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi for his biweekly conversation on the UMA guest line. If all is the same and you're back next year on the contract that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, with next year being the final guaranteed year and then an option year after that, does any of that with the contract status change how you attack free agency?
It doesn't change it for me at all. I understand the question. I mean, whatever my contract says, I think anybody in my position feels like they've got to make decisions for the organization, like they're going to be there for 5 years, 10 years. You want somebody who's taking a long-term view. You don't want someone who's out there just trying to save their job or get a new contract. I've never thought about the job that way. And so I think our motivation is that we want to be better. And I think we see some very specific areas and some very specific players who can help us get better in those areas. And so that's sort of how I would view free agency and the trade front. I think, that might be another place for us to be active. I've talked about, adding 1 or even 2 guys to the middle infield to solidify the defense. It's funny. I had a conversation with Logan Webb today, and that was the first thing he brought up. The ground ball pitcher always wants a good infield defense. But I think when you look at our team, that's an area where if we can get better, I think we can get more out of our pitching staff, and it starts to become more and more the identity of the team, which is what we really want to move towards.
I think the 107-win season, like that's neither here nor there, but there is a correlation between that and I think what you talked about when you said you would have liked to have maybe brought the younger guys up quicker and let them develop a little bit more. Did that season, in a way, kind of retard the growth of the younger players?
I think it sort of prolonged the process where we sort of turned over the roster and you sort of saw a new identity of the Giants and a new wave of players coming up. Because you're right. I mean, we brought back a couple of veteran players. We were active in free agency from 21 to 22, trying to sort of keep the gang together, kind of keep things going. And, in retrospect, was that a chance for us to do a little bit more turnover, to really push some of our younger players? I think it's a fair question. I mean, look, you coming off a 107-win season, it's hard to say you would do it differently. Sure. And look back at that season, we did sign Carlos Rodon, Jock Peterson. They had all-star years for us. So, we signed some free agents that helped us. But I think it's completely fair to say I kind of look at where we are now. We've got, I think, the best group of young players we've had in the last several years, both position player-wise, pitching-wise. We've got all the guys who came up this year, guys, I've already mentioned. We've got Lee coming back. We got Bryce Eldridge, who's right on the cusp. And now you start kind of seeing a team that could be together for a long time. And then Chapman's right in the middle of it too, obviously thrilled to have him. And on the pitching side, all these young guys who have, pitched well for us here the last 2 or 3 weeks are really making, a push to be in the rotation next year. We're going to have obviously Webby and Robbie Ray back, and so you kind of see the makings of things there. So I think it's a fair question. The way sort of history unfolded, probably, you talk about a lot in sports, like extending the window of a team that shows that they've got a chance to win and do something. And there's always a little bit of a cost to that too.
Heading into the offseason, business as usual until otherwise noted, what is going to be the priority for this team in terms of help from the outside? I'm sure you want to continue to develop the younger guys. We get that. Birdsong and Harrison, I would imagine, will be fixtures, hopefully in the rotation for years to come. But when you look at this team, there's still quite a bit of ground to make up before you get to where the Diamondbacks are this year and the Padres are, and certainly the Dodgers. Like, what's missing? Like, because it seems to be there are some good players on the team. Pitching staff looks solid, but there's something missing. I've always said middle of the order, and that's probably going to have to come from the organization. But how do you look at it? Like, how does that ground get made up between where you guys are now and where you want to be, which is close to 90 wins, which is what both the Diamondbacks and Padres will probably end up getting. And hell, I think the Padres are already there. Yeah.
No, you're right. It's a really competitive division, and I think Bags wrote his story yesterday saying we've sort of had this league average offense, but we got 3 teams in our division that have been, 3 of the top teams in the NL in terms of offense, and that's where a lot of divide comes. And frankly, those teams, particularly the Dodgers and D-backs, have had some issues on the pitching side with health, and at times I feel like our rotation has been, and our pitching staff as a whole has been better shape than theirs. But when you have the ability to put up crooked numbers, that helps you win a lot of games. So, well, I think you're right. When I look at the middle of our order, I mean, having Ramos and Chapman in there is a pretty good foundation. If we can go add a bat, and if we think Bryce Eldridge does what he's capable of, coming into next year, then I think you really start to see a middle of the order. But you're right, probably, one bat from the outside that can fit in that middle of the order would really help us. I think between that middle of the order bat and somebody to really solidify the middle infield defense, those are going to be our top priorities. I think we're just going to have to we've drafted a lot of pitching. We've seen a lot of the young pitching, and I could really see us staying internal with the pitching. You're never going to shut off that window. But I think on the position player side is where we've got a little bit more of a gap to make up, and we have got a couple of specific spots where I think there are going to be some good players available to help us.
I know we got to run, Copes, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask him this just for my own sanity, because I got to know this. What the hell happened with Duvall, and what has to happen this offseason for him to get back to being a viable part of the end of the bullpen? Yeah, it just felt like, just a lot of stuff unraveled with him. We talk a lot about confidence and the little things, but really, and we may have talked about this in the last couple of weeks, like when you go to the nerd data on his pitches, they're just not as good. His sinker is straighter, the velocity isn't as good. And so, this is one where it's not just about makeup and focus and things like that. I think he's really got to get back to the mechanics that made him good last year. And look, we need that 7, 8, 9. We need guys who can lock down the last 3 innings of games, especially at home. We play a lot of low-scoring games. And so it's going to be a big offseason for him. He wants to pitch in winter ball, which I think is good, but he needs to work with our pitching group, too, on making sure that his pitches, the quality of his pitches, are what they were the last couple of years. Got it.
Farhan, before we let you go, and by the way, the executive show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with affordable rates and personal service. Just a thought, memory, an anecdote, a feeling on the A's final game at the Coliseum today.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty emotional. I was kind of watching it, and, I know a lot of people talk about Bill Mills' connection with the A's. I mean, I was there for 10 years myself, so I have a lot of memories. I mean, it was where I started my baseball career. I mean, first inning or two, I was getting emotional. I was kind of just welling up, seeing the crowds and knowing what it was like, when people packed that place. It was just very emotional. I was thrilled for those guys that they won that game. It was kind of the perfect way to cap it off. Whether it should have been capped off at all is a different question that I won't get into, but I'm really happy for those fans who showed up. It was a pretty awesome celebration. And shout out to Zito for the national anthem, too. I was not expecting that, but that was pretty cool.
Well, Farhan, we appreciate the time as always. It's always a pleasure to get to talk to you throughout the season. You've been generous with your time. We really do enjoy getting to pick your brain about what's going on, and we will talk to you soon, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Woo! 49ers take off the New England Patriots for a 105 kickoff at Levi Stadium. Listen to the pregame at 9 a.m. with myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lone over on 810 The Bread. Woo! Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place can allow you to do the freedom, what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked so hard, you've saved hard, you've been trying to set yourself up for retirement, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid the common mistakes that people make when they get to retirement. So having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds, if not thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300, and you can learn what it really means to achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, the number 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Happy Friday, faithful. Our 49ers tailgate with Tolbert and Copes keeps rolling on your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday, late Friday afternoon, Friday evening, and that can mean one thing and one thing only. We're getting closer and closer to week 4, the full slate of football. By the way, we got a doubleheader on Monday night, another Monday night doubleheader for Monday Night Football. It also means we got to get some picks in. We got college games, we got pro games, and we've got our expert here to make her picks. Now, for those who don't know, Harmony is a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book, and she joins us right now. Right now.
The great Harmony is back?
Yep.
I thought it was a one and done. Harmony's one and done. She's finished. And look, you're bringing her back. I'm shocked by that. I didn't see the numbers in that.
It's time for Harmony's sexy double banger. With Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Well, I just saw her out in the hallway when we were replaying the Farhan bit, and she was toweling off, as usual, Tom. Toweling off, getting ready for her double banger. 2 college games, 2 NFL games each and every week. Harmony, a sophisticated sex robot who gives decent gambling advice. People frequently ask, what's her record when all this is said and done? That we don't know. We do know that she always finishes on top. And if you're watching us now on the YouTube and the Twitch stream or KNBR.com, the KNBR app, you're getting a good look at what Harmony looks like right now. Look at her. Looking good today, Harmony. I like the outfit. I like the dress. Still on right now. Harmony, it's good to see you. How are you?
Hello, boys. I've had a long week, but I can't complain. I don't think I got nearly as hard as the great fans of the Oakland A's.